the company, and they had to give away like a bunch of like free French fries and like free small drinks and stuff. What up, big dog? Right, so what'd you say? Um, I think um, I think one creator is probably the best way to do it. If you could really get behind somebody you trust, like someone who's been streaming for a long time and they have a following and they're willing to do well. Here's the thing: you can't say that no matter what the crowd says, the person has to do. It would basically have to go to a team that says, "Hey, this is the here's the top 5 suggestions, and we're gonna choose between them." Because you're gonna get people who really push the limit, and you don't want your creator doing something with which they're uncomfortable. Uh, Now, if you were, I understand, but even there are going to be people who toe the line. So they'll be like, okay, you said that the person can't be naked. Okay, fine. So they'll say, all right, the person has to wear a G string, and then you say no, that doesn't count. And then the person's going to say, okay, well, then they have to be in a speedo. If you say no, not that, then it'll be like, okay, then they have to be in a pair of huggers. And then be like, no, you can't say that. And then it'd be like, okay, well then they have to wear um like a spandex. And they're like, no, you don't want to do that. Like basically, you get what I'm saying? Like people keep going. Okay, but I mean, then they'll say, okay, then they have to wear a mesh wetsuit that has see-through material. Doug, that's a terrible idea to partner with Bitcoin Obama. Of course, he likes the idea. He's gonna. Did you hear that he called Zoot for money today? I know, dude. And you know what? I cannot blame him. One time we had him cornered in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu discussion. I had him in a. He was in my Discord call, or not my Discord call, my Telegram call. And he's in there, and I said to him, I was interviewing him, and I said, "All right, Bitcoin Obama, the community is giving you like $100,000 in the token, and we know your wallet address, and we know that you've sold it, and now you're asking for more money. Why would you sell something and then you say that you would never sell it, but we have it like proof that you sold it? Like basically, we've got you cornered." And he says, "That's life." And what are you going to say to that? It's the perfect answer. Oh, did you think he could be trusted? You sent him tokens, and then what did he? Oh yeah, of course. Exactly. You can. No, he says that he wants to buy like a 2012 Mercedes Benz. That's a good question. I think that Zoot told me, but you could have told me. I would go with single. I just think that it allows you to focus all of your energy into one project, and you don't have to worry about people branching off. And um, to me, it's just logical to like build up one character than like multiple characters. But that doesn't mean that if it didn't get big enough with an audience that you couldn't do, like a whole team, like you were saying, like the Olympics. But to start off, I would just do it with one person. And somebody like Bitcoin Obama would be a very good person to do it. He's extremely well. He'd be terrible. He would just rug the project immediately, and you'd never hear from him. Okay, so that's an interesting. That's interesting. Um. Okay, so what happens? Let, it's not Zoot, it's Riser. Right, Riser, you've got to be able to explain this a little better. All right, Miss Aquarius, imagine you have someone who is a streamer and you let the audience choose what they're going to do with their lives. So basically, you could have them travel to New York City or Los Angeles, and you would have the audience vote on it. Or you could have them eat Italian food or Chinese food, and you have the audience vote on it. Does that make sense? But it's a good idea, Riser. I'm not, and the fact that if you make it with a cryptocurrency where that's how you vote on it, that's really creative. What do you have against pineapple pizza, Riser? You know, you know, it was first. You know, it was first invented in Canada, right? Yeah, it was some guy in Toronto, or it was a Canadian guy who created the um Hawaiian pizza. I'll find the Toronto city right now. Um, it is Chatham, Ontario, Canada, in 1962. Doug, it's amazing. I love it. I like. Oh, absolutely, 100%. Just about anything. In fact, I one time did this Ask Me Anything. It's actually in the About Rabbi section of this Discord, and it says, "What weird food combination do you like?" And it's hot. It's hot fudge and pickles, or I put chocolate covered pickles. And the reason, like, how did you find out you like that? It's a children's book that was written basically in, I believe, like the 80s or the 90s, and it was just like a weird food combination that I remember we tried as little kids, and we all kind of liked it. I mean, chocolate's good with like. Do you like, Miss Aquarius, dill pickles or like sweet pickles or both? Same here. And I love going to a deli when they give you a pickle on the side. That's like my favorite. I like a place called OC Kosher, but that's just because it's kosher. In LA, the most famous is probably Cantor's Deli, which is on Fairfax, but it's not kosher, but it's very famous. It's a Jewish deli, but it's not kosher. But it's where a lot of famous Hollywood stars go. Now in New York City, there are two really famous delis. One's Jewish, one's not. The Jewish one's called Katz's Deli, and um, they have very famous pastrami on rye. And then there's it's called the Carnegie Deli, which is maybe one of the most famous delis in the world. And that one is not a Jewish deli; it's just a regular deli. But
They have a very famous pastrami on rye, but I like my local. There's a market that I think serves an excellent pastrami on rye. Um, so that's where I get mine. But there are some other famous ones now. Anywhere else in the United States, um, there's something called that sometimes it's called kosher style or New York style, which is not kosher, but it's like Jewish, like a Jewish deli. So you'll see New York style, which is like code for a Jewish deli, or it will have a lot of Jewish delicacies, but it just so happens to not be kosher. So if you ever see that, that's kind of a tip off that it at least might have a Jewish touch if it isn't kosher. Um, and oh, absolutely, a big old pickle, 100% pickle with everything.
I'll give you the answer. I'm the ideal candidate. There's no doubt because I stream more than anybody else. Um, but if you weren't going to choose me, you'd pick some really hot chick. I mean, it's just the old adage, sex sells. So why not pick a really attractive person, especially on the internet? For the right, yeah, but I mean, for the right price, you can get anybody to do anything. Okay, but how do you make it go viral? You'd have to advertise it a lot because you wouldn't want the same like five people always making the decision, for the the person. I know I'm not making sense. Like you want a diverse group of answers as opposed to just the same, you know, small group of people to make decisions. But I mean, you hear people do this all the time. Influencers say they say, "Chat, what should I do? Chat, what should I do?" So it's just basically a poll. How is it religious? Oh, it's doomed from the start. If Zoot's involved, um,
You said something that I think is an interesting premise, which would be allow people to, like, maybe it would be better if you had, like, not a whole bunch of people but just two people, and that way you could have them people vote on their competition. So, like, instead of it, like, they could be like, who could drink the soda the fastest, or the water the fastest, or who could run to the next destination the fastest. Does that make sense? Like, just have it. Stop. Stop calling him Filet. Wait, stop calling him Bobby Filet. It's Flay, Flay. Okay. So, uh, could you do one where you had Zoot go against Bitcoin Obama? Okay. It's gonna be on YouTube, not on all. Would you multi-stream it? Dog, how aren't you how aren't you gonna make this live? Like that's what now that's a really good basically Amazing Race, but unedited. So at any given time you could see teams racing against each other anywhere in the world and it wouldn't be cut down to like an hour long show. Were you gonna say crane operators license? I mean, then they'd have to like take a test, which wouldn't be really that interesting. I would too, but I mean, there's a written part of it that like, wouldn't be that interesting. Hey, okay, that's a little brilliant. That's a little piece of brilliance. You want to make it into a sore prompt. What do you mean? Oh yeah. I get it. Like him. I wonder if like AI knows who I am. I wonder if they know who Bitcoin Obama is. Yeah, but I mean, oh yeah, that's right. What I meant to say is like, oh yeah, so then it does know who he is. I wonder if his little friend is on there too. I'm sure somebody's tried to get him on there. All right. Do you think that Bitcoin Obama? I mean, what's stopping him from saying, "I will not continue if you don't pay me money"? Do you think that's going to work for Bitcoin Obama? Okay. Who? How are you gonna fund this game show or whatever? It needs its funding. Okay. Now that makes sense to me because you're gonna have people who have really good ideas, but you're gonna need funding to be able to do those ideas. That's not Sway. That's not Sway Lee. That's Ray Strummer. That's Ray Strummer. And it's Ray Strummer. Sway of it. Ray Strummer is a band or it's a duo. Okay, but he didn't do it on his own. You need to give credit to the other person as well. It, it's Sway Lee and Slim Jimmy. Okay, okay, I can live with that. It's dangerous. Dude, the mystery. So, um, I, I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea. So I think that it has potential. It is something though that you need people who are, if you're going to do it, they already have to be established streamers, right? What happens if the person is doing the challenge your coin that is supporting them rugs? Oh, sure. So you said that you're basically going to crowdsource the expenses for this project through a coin, right? Okay. Okay, fine. What do you do if you say to the winner, like, hey, if you win, you win 100,000 of our coin. And then as you guys are doing the challenges, the coin ends up rugging and the $100,000 ends up being like worth like $1. And then right, I know, but if you're if your coin though, as the competitions are going, gets rugged, then that might cause the people to just be like, "Oh, I'm doing all of this for nothing," and then they just quit. So basically, No, say you could say to okay, sure. If you think the entire Federal Reserve System will crumble while this coin is being conducted, then yes, I'm in agreement with you. But what I'm saying is that there's far much of a chance that that happens versus somebody just doesn't like your project and rugs your coin. They could manipulate the market to be able to screw over your project, to be able to get like to be able to get fame. Like, hey, did you know that competition's going on? Yeah, I'm gonna rug it. I'm gonna rug their project so that the people who think they're gonna win actually get nothing, and it's gonna be hilarious. So, well, I was just thinking that you could fundraise with your coin, having all of the proceeds of the tax or transaction fees go into a pot that becomes the collection for the winner, so that no matter, even if the coin rugs, the winner still gets a what they were competing for. So, like, say you are able to collect $100,000 for this pot. At the end of the competition, the winner, still gets that $100,000. They don't get perhaps some rugged coin. Exactly. Which is funny. I know we've talked about this before, but there's that meme of that. I mean, and like they're just like those video game competitions that happened in like 2012. That would be like the winner gets $100, second place $50, third place through 10th place gets 25 Bitcoin each. Well, that's a real thing. That was like for quite a few different competitions. They were just giving away Bitcoin to like places third through 10. And so, in the same way, watch your coin as the opposite effect. Like, I'm over here saying, oh, you don't want to give the winners the coin because if you do, there's the potential it could get rugged. But if it becomes very popular, that could be like 25 Bitcoin in the future. Exactly, which is really an interesting point. Okay, well, Dude, dude, I now that you say that, I had this idea with this guy. I gave him this idea, and um, it was something that you would really like. Okay, let me think about it. I spoke with this guy like 4 months ago, and oh, this was such a good idea. Okay, imagine. Okay, let me think about how this went down. Imagine you are you have a project, and you want people to promote the project for you for a low price, and you want quality content. Basically, what this was a marketplace that you could put out jobs like Craigslist or ZipRecruiter or Indeed or something, that you say, hey, we've got this project. It's called the greatest cryptocurrency in the world. And what we're looking for is people to make a 1 minute video. And if you make the video for us, you will be in the running to potentially win whatever the prize is. Let's just say $100. And then what you do is you allow people to make submissions publicly for your project, and then you can choose the winner as a company. And what this does is it was like win-win. It was win for the creator because there's a chance that they could make money. It's a win for the company because they get a ton of social media posts, and they get to choose the best one. And it would be a win for the marketplace because they get a small benefit, like a small fee from the competition being hosted. So basically, for $100, you might get 1,000 people who make submissions, 1 minute videos, and all you have to do is choose the one that you like, and you um, give the winner $100. But you're gonna have maybe 1,000 people who have posted about your project on their social media. It's like this extreme. Isn't it amazing an idea? Yeah, it is an amazing. Yeah, so this guy, he was in a yeah, it even gets better than that. But yeah, it is really good. Okay, so there's this guy who was in a Twitter space, and he had an idea for a marketplace that was like um maybe it wasn't even a marketplace. I don't know. He just came into my Discord, and I was like, all right, well, that's a great idea. Here's a better idea, though, that you should do instead of that. And he's like, that is an amazing idea. He was in the same way. He's like, I have to tell my partners about this. And no, no, no. It was an American or Canadian project or something. It was North America, like 4 months ago. No, I haven't heard from him. Not only haven't I heard from him since, but he hasn't been on Twitter Spaces at all. So I don't know what he. So this was his idea. He was gonna launch a coin, and oh man, like, so this is a really really good idea. He was gonna launch a coin, and basically the coin was gonna be something like uh he was gonna have a website where um
basically people could upvote or like vote on different submissions of people, something like that. I don't even think he had that. I think that's something that we came up with. And I was like, okay, well, like that's a good idea or whatever. I was just like multitasking, and I'm like, but you know what? A really good idea is if you took your website, which you already have, and you have the LLC and everything, and you just have like you could go to brands, you could go to like Procter and Gamble or Honda, and you could say, look, oh yeah, this is why this is a really good idea. Like basically, you guys already have like media teams or like social media teams, and you won't need them anymore. You this would all of your social media could essentially be grassroots. You just put out a request that hey, we want a even like an hour. You know what I'm saying? It is. It's a really good idea. And then on top of that, one of the things you have to do to win is post it to your social media. So then it's a free advertisement for your company on all of these grassroots um, uh, and I thought to myself, that's how advertising is going to be in the future. It won't be like, hey, we're going to come up with like our video editor at Honda came up with this really good idea. No, it would be like we took the top 1,000 entries and picked the one that we liked the best. We paid them, we paid the top winner, and then all of the other people posted to their social media. So we already got all of the influence or all of the impressions that we wanted out of those. We paid the winner, and we only had to pay them like $100 or $1,000 instead of paying a full time design crew. You know, $2.5 million a year. Dude, no, 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 no. That's the thing. If they do, if if they do, then you raise the price, and you'll get quality people. That was the thing. We were trying to give jobs to small time artists who were very creative, and this would give them an outlet. Basically, like you could say, like let's say um your local you like that juice place, right? They make smoothies for you. Okay, well, it wouldn't have with this idea. So a place like that that doesn't have that much money to be able to put out like huge Instagram campaigns and things like that, what they do is they just say for $100, just make a nice little video for us, and they'll get 20, 30 submissions on it because it's like a contest, and that gets people motivated because it's a competition, and they choose the best one, and they're going to post it on their social media. But that also means that 20 or 30 people who have made submissions do the same. And the other cool thing about it was none of the videos have to be hosted on the website. It's just the links. So the overhead is very small in comparison to all of this data that you would need to host video and pictures and things. It's just on Meta's servers and on Amazon servers and on Google servers. All you get is a link, and then you can also have people vote on it as well. You could say this is the fan favorite, but if the fan favorite isn't what the person wants, then they don't have to choose that one. I remember saying that's exactly right. That's exactly right. And I when I told this to this guy, he was like, "That is the best idea." That like it basically took his idea. He already had a website and like a small team, and he had like some programmers. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, no, it was a coin. It was a coin, and it wasn't a marketplace to my knowledge. Like I brought that into it, but basically he wanted to have a thing where um like basically people could vote on content, something like this. People could vote on content, and then um a winner could be given his cryptocurrency. And I was like, okay, well, that's cool and everything, but why not just pay them in cash? And instead of going to small time creators, why don't you do this for big businesses that have deep pockets and major advertising budgets? And it's going to save them money. I mean, can you imagine how good an advertising campaign would be if you are on 100 different influencers, like artist influencers pages that it's just there organically because they made a submission to you 2 months ago and it's still on your page, even though you didn't get picked. You're still proud of the work that you did, so you're going to keep it up on your page. Exactly. 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 Well, that's exactly right. It's a contest website. That's what we talked about. It's basically a place where people, individuals, or corporations could go to get organic art and basically use uh, crowds crowdsourcing their marketing. But the thing is how much cheaper that route is and how much better the quality will be versus if they just keep it in-house. I know that people might say, "Oh, well, like a marketing firm is going to do a really good job for someone." Yeah, they are, and they're going to charge millions of dollars to do that. Or you get some really creative individual who puts a little bit of time into their project and their thing's actually funnier than what the marketing team came up with. And the thing is, the fact that you're exactly the fact that you're crowdsourcing this means that you're going to have so many different choices that like one of them is going to be better than what you would have gotten if you go with your advertising company. And that means that you are going to be able to reward a small time creator and then additionally use their content in your advertising campaign, and then on top of that you get all the other people who made submissions and keep their submission on their social media perhaps for years. There are going to be some people who are just like, I'm really proud of that video that I made. Yeah, it didn't win, but I wanted other people to see how creative I am, and they're just going to keep it on there. Basically what I'm saying is you can turn influencers or even just small time creators their timelines into your advertising organically. Instead of paying for clicks, you just basically use this guerrilla like advertising model where you are you run a contest and give people the opportunity to win, and that rewards small time creators, and then also it means you don't have to spend so much in advertising. It's like when I thought of it I was like, that's a fucking brilliant idea. And it wasn't this guy's idea, but I was like, you can take that and take it. I'm not doing anything with it. And he's like, oh, but I mean, I didn't ask him to come back or anything like that. What I did say is, um, you, I didn't say that either. Oh, of any idea that I should have probably done that with, it was that one. Um, no, I told him, you should, um, like this is a really good idea. Like his idea was, hey, we're gonna launch a coin and we're gonna pay people with the coin. I get you. That's exactly right. I know it is. You can take. That's what I want. 100%. 51, baby. 51. Oh, undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Well, it's a well. The idea with that is that's where you would have people vote on them, so that they just have to vote on the top, or they just have to look at the top 10 or whatever and choose whatever one they want. And then on top of that, that gets people to say, "Hey, vote for me," and they're going to tweet about it and be like, like getting their friends to come to your website. And it, just think about how cheap it is to advertise this way. Okay, imagine you had a coin and you just say, "Man, we need people to find out about our coin, but nobody knows about it." Hey, guess what? We're just going to offer $1,000 of our coin or $100 of our coin, which is basically nothing to us. And we're going to get a bunch of really good videos from independent creators. And the thing that I really liked about this idea is it helps artists, because there are a lot of artists out there who are really talented but don't have a way of making money. So literally you could be an artist on there, and all you do all day is just make little YouTube shorts that are attractive and cool, and you could literally make a lot of money doing that, because you're going to get some companies that really want a lot of submissions and they're going to offer $25,000. And you know why they're going to do that? Because it is such a cheaper way to advertise than it is to do an Instagram campaign or a Google AdWords campaign. A Google AdWords campaign, if you don't have that's assuming that the end user doesn't have a pop-up blocker. Let's say you're able to get your just an Instagram campaign and they get eyes on it, they just scroll right past it, they don't look at it. But if somebody's posting something organically, voluntarily, of their own volition, not only are people going to be interested in it, but it's going to stay on their page for long periods of time. That's ex- that's exactly right. Well, so here's the beauty here's the beauty of it. No, I we talked about this. You're gonna have a company. I'm just using Honda, but you could have McDonald's or whatever, and they're gonna get, I don't know, 2,000 people who send entries. But then your little Shake Shack or wherever you get your smoothie, they might only get 15 entries. So basically, if you want to make a lot of money, go for one of the big ones. But if you're just looking to pick up a small job and you know that you're a good creator, go pick up one of the small jobs. And then you could get like, you would have like a thing like you came in third in Honda's like fan poll while you didn't win. You got like you get some kind of reputation points for that so that people know that you're a good creator, and then the next time that you apply or the next time you send in a submission, it's going to get a lot of eyes on it. Well, you would just see Reddit, Reddit in a lot of ways because Reddit Yeah, Reddit doesn't host a lot of the content that's on it. It just has links that are embedded that you can see what's on the other side, and you can click through and go to Instagram or go to Facebook or go to TikTok or whatever. But Reddit doesn't have to host all of that stuff. And then additionally, there are options in Reddit where you can just scroll. And there are going to be people who just scroll and just look at different entries and get different ideas for potentially um, other brands. And the beautiful thing about the brand is, okay. And okay, so yeah, it's similar to that. And a beautiful aspect of this is my whole conversation with this guy was recorded. So I mean, let's say it just blew up and became the biggest thing ever. I could literally say, "Hey, I gave you that idea. Here's our conversation, and if you don't share the proceeds with me, then the whole world is, yeah, you're going to look like shit. You screwed me over. I have the protection of my streams." Like basically it would be like saying like you came up with the idea. Exactly. Exactly. So it's win-win for me. Like um that that I could, and I'm not saying I would hold this guy hostage um or extort him. I would just say, look, people are going to see our conversation and they're going to see that you had an idea that was okay, but was just like everybody else's idea, and I gave you this idea, and yeah, you ran with it and blew it up, but people are going to see I'm the originator of that idea, and so it's in your best. I did, but I'm fine with saying that because when he goes to his origin story, it's going to be I'm going to be the person who came up with that idea, and people would demand, "Hey, you got to share with this guy." Like The lady who made the Nike symbol. Exactly. The lady who made the Nike symbol, I think originally did it for like $26. But then because it became so popular, Phil Knight was forced to give her like at the time like $100,000 in stock, which made her a multimillionaire by now, like easily. So she got taken care of. And basically, I would expect the same thing for me. Like, look, I came up with this idea. I said you can run with it, but I didn't say I fully signed this over to you by any means or anything like that. I mean, I don't own the idea. It's a good idea, but if anything, I can say it would be like saying eBay started or whatever, and it would be like PayPal. PayPal started with, let's say Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. Well, imagine if there was a conversation of those guys at a table with some unknown third party, and the unknown third party was like, "Hey, wouldn't it be cool if you could do your banking online with like something? I don't know. Let's just call it." And they would be like, "Yeah, that sounds like a great idea." And then if you could go back to that conversation, add it on video, it would be like, "Dude, you guys owe this guy." And he might even have an argument to be made that he should be considered, at least to some extent, a co-founder of the organization. No, exactly. Exactly. So you could easily say to them, "Okay, I'm not going to sue you over it. It's your company. But just know that you're going to look like a bunch of assholes. And I have it on video on 20 different streams that I gave you this idea. So give me a cut of it, or you're going to look bad." I'm not saying that I'm going to publicize it, it's already publicized. But if you don't want to lose in the court of public opinion, you will cut me into this. Well, it well, and I'm not, and well, exactly. No, no, no. I understand that, but even these guys, it's in their best interest to take care of me, because if they didn't, my video is out there. They're founding stories out there. When they're writing their books in the future about how did you come up with this idea, they can't lie about it. It's literally on video. I have the as my um just one moment. The lady who made Nike, how much is she worth today? The Nike swoosh. How much did she do it for? So this lady, Nike paid $35 to for this, and um and so they did this in 1971. But in 1983, Nike gave her a gold swoosh ring with a diamond and 500 shares of Nike stock. So those that's estimated to be like worth $3 million now. So they made her a millionaire. Basically, they took care of her. Did they have to? No, but they knew it would be a public. It would there would be public outcry if they didn't take care of her. Now, that's a lot different. They had already started the company, and this lady just did a good logo. With mine, they had some other company that was different than this, and my idea was like, hey, you guys should just make a marketplace that does this, and it was like all these ideas were coming to me at once, and all of that's on video. So there's an argument to be made that if you guys don't want to lose in the court of public opinion, then you better do what Nike did and cut this person into it. And if you're really smart, you'll give him 51% because it was his idea. and just recognize that he'll take care of you because his his video is worth more than your marketplace. And that's why I love live streaming my life. That's why I love live streaming my life. It's the biggest insurance policy that I have. That if you accuse me of anything, go to the video. If you have a good idea, like I'll track. Um, I like the truth is on my side, and then I can use that against people, not in a malicious way, just in a no. This is how it really happened, and I'm going to give you the evidence for it. It's an incredibly powerful it's an incredibly powerful medium that I have dedicated to my life. Like basically, under 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 other circumstances, that guy could take that idea and run and be like, I don't know who Rabbi Rothschild is. I've never heard of him. And that's fine. But under these conditions, he knows he's live on 20 different streams, and this was not his idea. This was my idea. And I gave it to him. And if he doesn't want to have huge public backlash of this, he will give me my $3 million in Nike stock like they did for this lady who made the swoosh. Now I recognize that Nike's a billion worth billions of dollars, and this $3 million isn't that much. But also, this would be like me saying these guys who were like making, I don't know, which is kind of like the origin story of Nike, making like well, the original Nikes were made with like waffle iron. They were thinking, hey, we're a waffle iron company, and I come in and say, hey, you guys could use those waffle irons to make the soles of shoes, and I bet you could sell those shoes to athletes and all over the world and make like one of the top running shoes in the world and go through all of it. And then they'd be like, oh yeah, okay, that's what this lady would have been doing. Like basically, she would have been at the founding of the company, but she was not. It was already established. So I don't know. I don't really care, frankly. If we get to that point where that company gets big, I am far bigger than that company is. I've had a lot of conversations with people who I've helped their businesses in those kind of ways, but over all of it, I am my data, my video is going to be worth more than all of it. It's like I'm in my own. That's that's exactly right. Especially the crypto world. I mean, I was in SPX 69,000 when it was like a nothing coin. There's Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, there's the Doodle Genix, there's the Doginal dogs. Like I'm the epicenter of all the cryptos in the world. And um I no. I've just been live streaming my life in their discords. So they all know who I am. So I'm like the epicenter. I'm the central spoke of like the wheel that is cryptocurrency. So you're absolutely right. Like there's a thing, it's called a coaching tree. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it's the idea that like all the coaches like eventually work for another coach and they get connected. So like I don't know, in hockey it would be like the manager of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Maybe he was the assistant manager of the Edmonton Oilers, and then before that he was just like a uh I don't know how the hockey works that well, but basically like everybody worked under somebody, and there it becomes a coaching tree, and then you have one coach who like spawns all of these different coaches, and I would just be like that central coach who spawns a bunch of businesses. Well, at the heart of any teacher, you have to be a learner. So we're all learners, and it would the best teachers are the people who have learned the best and can communicate that to other learners. Who, yeah, and then it goes back to like the original founders of the sport. Like basically that's how it works. Well, that would be for teachers, but just in the coaching terms. So, but it is a yeah. I was going to say it is a grassroots crowdsourced advertising marketplace. Take it, take it, and I'll say to that, I'll say to that other company that may they be successful as well, and uh, let's say Riser's company becomes extremely successful. Riser's going to give them a cut of whatever his he feels is the $3 million in Nike stock because frankly, they came in here and sparked that conversation with me. I wouldn't have had that conversation prior to them. Like basically, you're going to take care of them. You might not give them 50% of your stock like you're giving me 51%, but you will share with them. And in the same way, they don't owe you anything. So I don't know if they necessarily have to make sure you're taken care of, but they would certainly have to take care of me. But in your own way, let's say your business blows up, then people are going to go to this conversation and be like, wait, where did you get the idea, Riser? And you're like, well, I was talking to Rabbi. And then they'd be like, okay, well, where did Rabbi get the idea? And he's like, well, he thought it up, but he was having a conversation with someone similar who had a different idea. And so, in order for you to avoid any kind of public backlash, well, and that's what I want to do. I mean, when I tell people I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent, I want you to be able to have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. That's what I'm talking about. I want to help every single person who's helped me along the way and give back to them, and I want them to do the same to the people who did that to them. That's exactly right. We're dog. But yeah, okay. So if you want to know how to do this, it is very Inception esque, where you could crowdsource somebody to come up with a really good advertisement for you, and this is the beauty of it. You're going to get people who use AI. You're going to get people who make little skits. You're going to get people who make cartoons, and you know what I mean. You're going to have a ton of different things, and on top of going to enhance it. No, not necessarily. Because then you wouldn't choose that. You're gonna choose what you think your audience wants and what best expresses your brand. So if somebody comes in and makes some AI slap, you're not gonna choose that. You'll choose something organic. That's the beauty of this idea is that the person who chooses is what fits the company the best. Yeah, we talked about We
for you. All you are is an advertising marketplace. You're not even hosting the data. You're literally just connecting all the links together. And just like eBay, you can't sell. That's true. Or like, that's absolutely true. Same with the Pirate Bay. So that's why, just like eBay says, you can't sell, I don't know, firearms or explosives, or they have a lot of things that they have a lot of things that say you can't sell. So the same way you would say you can't sell, this can't be for anything illegal. It can't be for anything that is whatever you want to deem to be immoral or aiding a dangerous cause, or you can make it whatever you want, and then you have moderation, but the moderation wouldn't have to be that big. Literally, it's just going to be like a mom and pop restaurant who doesn't have the money to be able to do it, that says, "Look, we'll give the winner $50 gift cards to our." There you go. I mean, literally. And there was another aspect to this. You could pay in anything that you wanted. So we talked about cash, but then I said as well, why wouldn't you take Bitcoin, or why wouldn't you take any type of cryptocurrency? And with my discussion with the guy, he's like, yeah, we were gonna only make it so that you could only take our coin. But that makes sense. Like, nobody wants our coin. It's not worth anything. Why wouldn't you say, hey, if you the it's basically a contest site, and the but it's more than that, because it's like crowd funded, and the idea is that, like, imagine, let's just scale it out. If you are, let's say, Nike, and you go to some advertising, you firstly, your in-house marketing team is huge, and it's very expensive, and you then have to outsource commercials and things to marketing agencies. That's tens of millions of dollars. And let's say the advertisement that you get out of that costs, or on a scale of 0 to 100, let's say it's really good, it's a 92. Like, that's a good ad. 92 out of 100, that's great. If you offer not tens of $1 million, but if you offer $10,000, not even a lot of money, you're going to get somebody out there, because the crowdsourced audience is so large, who comes up with something that's just outside the box. It's going to knock your socks off, and it's going to be a 97 out of 100. So it's going to, you yeah, that's it. You have exactly, exactly. There you go. There you go. You have built-in focus groups. You have built-in focus groups with this website, and on top of that, you're going to get people who really get into advertising and marketing, and they are going to be on this website all day just looking at new commercials that they like. Oh, it's more impressions on your brand for your brand. So basically, like trying to get the word out about what you're doing on social media. But the fact is, you're just going to get people who like your website enough that they're just going to be taking in all kinds, absorbing all kinds of commercials all day. And if they like something, they're going to take that link and they're going to put it on their social media. They're going to share it. Absolutely. Hold on. Ambush podcasting is still an excellent genre, and I still am the founder of that. I agree. I agree. So I remember talking to this guy, and I said, "This isn't $1 million idea. This isn't $1 billion idea, but this is literally $1 trillion idea. It essentially will kill all. It won't necessarily kill, but it will significantly reduce the marketing uh, departments of the Fortune 500, but it gives them more opportunity to be able to spend more, and their advertising will be more on point. And so that's what they want. They're going to save, like, it's going to be really easy to go to McDonald's and say, look, you spend, I don't know, $500 million a year on marketing, and your marketing team costs you $50 million a year. We're going to say that you only need a marketing team of $5 million a year, and you're going to be able to reduce your marketing budget. If you want, you could even just use the money that you save to add to your marketing budget. But what you do is you're going to have more focused advertising, which is what you want. And they're going to say, that's exactly what we want. We want better advertising. And really, at a certain point, like if you know how these marketing agencies work, and I've worked alongside them, it's basically creative people. They're called creatives in a room, and they come up with really good ideas. But frankly, that's only like 5 or 10 people. Why not use 500 to 1,000 people to do the same work? It's $1 trillion idea. Absolutely. Now, what would I say to this guy who came in here and he'd be like, "Hey, you took my idea and gave it to Riser." He's not going to be able to say that. He knows this was my idea. I said he could run with it, but that doesn't mean that help other people with it. And ideally, there's enough here that you both could start companies that could do this effectively. Who's to say that you can't have a buy me a coffee and a GoFundMe or a an Uber and a Lyft? There's nothing that says that there can't be competition in this realm. Well, here's the and just and it's just a website. It's not like you need a bunch of server space. or anything like that. I have another really thing like that. Yeah. The one thing that you might have to do, or like I'm sure that there are things, but you'd have to protect yourself against botting because people will bot this like crazy, especially when money's absolutely. Exactly. But here's the thing with it. It even if somebody bots something, at the end of the day, it's the company that's going to choose what they like. And I remember talking about this with that other guy. Is there will be something in the terms and conditions that says the company can do with your creation anything that they want. They just have to, like that's part of it. You're submitting this, and if a company likes it, they can take that idea and use it for something else. Like basically, that's art. It's like if you come up with a really good idea, but you don't win, and that company uses it on something else, they're allowed to do that. It's you don't own you don't you don't own anything in this world. So the idea would be that but if you did win and the company wanted to, let's say they liked your 30-second commercial, had to get it down to a 15-second commercial, they can edit it down any way they want. So long as they pay you, they can do with it what they wish. So wait, this was the brilliant part of this. So Matt, you know how I said that you could take this guy wanted it, you had to take his cryptocurrency. And I was like, I wouldn't do that because like basically now you're competing with Bitcoin and all that other shit. Why not just accept Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency out there? Here's the beautiful thing. You know how I gave that story about first place for that video game competition got $100, second place got $50, and third through 10th got 25 Bitcoin. You know what I'm talking about? Okay. In the same way, you could, as the platform, say, we're going to take 10%. That's what I think I said. The you as a platform would make a lot of money doing this too, because you take 10% of whatever the contest is. So let's say the contest is going to be $100,000 giveaway. Well, then to post it on your website, it's $110,000, and then you take $10,000. But what you could do is for someone who says, "Look, we have a cryptocurrency project. We don't know how much this is going to be, if it's going to be successful or whatever." You can say, "What's the grand prize?" And they can say, "The grand prize is going to be $1,000 in our coin." Okay, if you want as a platform, you can say, "All right, we'll take $100, the 10% in your coin, and then you can run the contest any way you want." But what that does for you is it diversifies your um your revenue streams, and you might have one of these coins become the next Ethereum or the next SPX 69,000 or whatever. That makes you more money than everything else combined. Filters would be key in this. You can buy newest, but the filter aspect is like a given. Buy newest, buy largest to smallest, smallest to largest, newest to most to oldest. Um, yeah, certainly categories. Exactly, all that shit. I mean, but really good filters and searches, and like whether somebody's looking for a video or just a meme or a picture or whatever. But you've got to imagine like from the meme verse. Like imagine you're I don't know, Burger King, and you say we just want a really good meme. Do you know how good people would come up with memes for Burger King if they were going to be paid $10,000? Do you know how creative people would get? Even though like it's just a picture, you realize that like this would be, and then Burger King is going to. Oh, it is, and then it's going to go viral because exactly. And then people are just going to post this, and then the meme becomes like a type of advertising for the company. Like okay, so on the radio, uh okay, there's this thing, it's an unwritten rule, but basically like once you become a big enough company, or in the news in the United States as well, the company does not want to have to pay for advertising anymore. Basically, it feels that it's so big that it should just have organic or advertising. So they'll come up with like I don't know, just something in the news like Tesla. Tesla, how many Tesla ads have you ever seen in your entire life on television? Zero. But Tesla's a big enough name that they just make things that are newsworthy that become organic advertising for them on both television and radio and such. And what you're doing is the same thing. Basically, you're saying that your meme is so good that people don't even consider it advertising anymore. It's just become part of the nomenclature or part of the collective consciousness of the internet. So that it is subconsciously telling people go to Burger King or buy Burger King or whatever, but people are using it in text threads as jokes. That's what you want to do. Like basically not have to pay for advertising clicks, have the people do that for you. I know this is a fucking amazing idea. The thing is, it needs a really good name. I like how Riser just went dead ass silent. That's baller. That's baller, Riser. All right, Riser, I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to say something. Oh, he gone. There he is. Can you hear me? Oh, you've got. Did you change your microphone? Oh, okay. No, no, it's not. Um. Okay, so I was saying that exactly, exactly, exactly. You remember this was like a year or two ago. McDonald's. I don't know. I don't eat there, but I did notice they had some kind of campaign that was like for some kind of I think it was some kind of anime thing, but they took the golden arches, which are usually like an M, and they flipped them upside down, and they were a W. Do you remember seeing this? Okay, well, okay, right, but okay, so they had this campaign where they were doing something, and they took the M and made it upside down. And then what they did is they partnered with like YouTube or Twitch or Kick or all three or something. And whenever you typed a W in, like when you were like W for win, you know how people do that in the chat. it did the upside down McDonald's, or it could, and so people would do that, and so subconsciously they're getting all these advertisements for McDonald's, but they're not even recognizing it, and McDonald's isn't paying for that. Maybe initially they had some kind of partnership, but basically they were able to become part of the collective consciousness of these chats by just flipping their logo upside down to go from M to W for win. Does that make sense? Yeah, I, I disagree. I disagree. I disagree with that take. It was not a good thing for McDonald's when that movie came out. McDonald's lawyers fought. So, so here's a okay. Did you see the movie The Founder? It's like my favorite movie of the last 10 years. It's amazing. So it's the story of Ray. Yeah, it's the story of Ray Kroc, and the entire thing is one big McDonald's advertisement. Yet people literally paid money to go watch an hour and a half long McDonald's advertisement, and they make McDonald's look better than the food. There's this fucking woman in this video or in this movie, and when she eats this fucking hamburger, she looks so beautiful. Like I've gone onto her IMDb to see like who is this woman. She's the way, and I remember like seeing like they made her like eat like 50, like this hamburger like 50 times, and she kept having to spit it out to get the right take. But man, when they got it, they got it, and that's just like perfect organic advertising. Okay, so have you ever seen? Well, they to make it look organic, yes. They No, it's not a documentary. It's a motion picture, but it's amazing. I love it, and I think you would really like. Well, it is, but it's manipulated. It's it's from it's how Ray Kroc stole McDonald's from the McDonald's brothers, and it shows Ray Kroc in a really good light, but does not show the true story of what really happened. Basically, um, the McDonald's brothers were supposed to have 1% of McDonald's equity in perpetuity, and it was a handshake deal, and but there was like no proof of it. So that's a perfect example. If that conversation had been on camera, those McDonald's brothers could be like, "Hey, you fucked us out of 1% of ownership of all of McDonald's," but they didn't have it on camera. With that being said, I mean, this isn't a wonderful example of this, but it is a pretty good example. Have you seen The Office before? I know you're not in love with it, but there's one scene where oh oh apologies, I did not know that. Maybe it was somebody else I was talking. Okay, because we don't talk about it a lot, and I love that show. I've seen it like a billion times, and I've listened to the podcast, all kinds of shit. Okay, so um, there's an episode where everybody off. You're cutting out. Can you repeat that? Are you cutting out or am I cutting out? You're cutting out because I can hear my other device. Can you repeat that? I can't hear you if you're talking. Right? Okay, what'd you say? Riser. I like the American one, but I also like the UK one. Okay, but the American one. Okay, so all of the people in the office are trying to set up Michael with a um like a potential girlfriend. And Kevin, you know, the fat accountant guy, um writes on a piece of paper or something uh a telephone number with the name Wendy. And Michael calls and says, "Hello, is Wendy available?" And they're like, "This is a Wendy, the restaurant." Okay, that the idea. Have you heard the phrase? This is, sir. This is a Wendy's. Have you heard that? Okay, well, it's become like in the lexicon of the internet. When somebody just goes crazy on somebody, they'll just be like, "Sir, this is a Wendy's." Basically, like, calm your jets. Like no reason to overreact. Well, guess what? Every time somebody says that, Wendy's is subconsciously in the consciousness of whatever person does this. So, what does this all get back to? To this website. Basically, you're going to be able to crowdsource a lot of these ideas much easier and not have to pay some giant marketing company that's going to get you an 85 out of 100 or 89 out of 100 or a 92 out of 100. It's going to get you a 99 out of 100 or a 98 out of 100 or 100 out of 100. You're going to hit home runs. Basically, you're going to be able to say to the Fortune 500, we're going to be able to have you be able to be marketed in a much better way, and you're going to be able to test market this. You're going to be able to have a really great story as well. Hey, we changed somebody's life. We had our Super Bowl commercial. We had it was created by a 19-year-old college student, and they won $100,000 for their education. But exactly. So they could. So you get what I'm saying, right? Yeah, it's an excellent. Yeah, it was 4 months. Doug, I've that's it with links. It just needs basically embedded links that allow you to see what like what what the what that link consists of, and you could vote on it. You could filter it. You can click on somebody's profile and see their previous, just like you have with Reddit, their previous posts. You can see what else they've posted on. Um, it's wait, wait, can we take on that idea of Pepsi saying, "Hey, I saw what you did for McDonald's, and we just want you to do ours." They can do that already on Instagram, so it's not like they don't already have that competition. But here's the thing: who's to say that the person who Pepsi chooses, who did the original McDonald's ad, is going to be better than if they just crowdsource it. Again, it's going to be the person versus 1,000 other people, and there's a very good chance that one of those 1,000 other people builds an ad better than the person who they stole from the McDonald's ad. Does that make sense? It, and if exactly, if they do that, if they steal the person from McDonald's, they might get a 94 out of 100 on the commercial that the person does, which is really great. But guess what? It's not going to be a 99 like they will if they crowdsource it. Exactly. I can tell you I can tell you when I was a kid, and there are a lot of people like I get emotional about marketing. Um I really do. So there's an advertisement. Amer- United Airlines used to play a song. Um, it's George Gershwin, uh, Blue. Um, just a moment. George Gershwin. No, I didn't say that. I'm the best marketer in the world. It's the thing. The thing is, there's not a lot of money in it. Well, there's not a lot of money in being a creative. There's a lot of money if you can utilize it to your for a company. There's a lot of money in that. Okay, so what I want you to do, if you would, um, go to. I'm not even going to look at the 1980s airline Rhapsody in blue. All right. So the United Airlines used to um, advertise with this song, and it was like it's George Gershwin, which is in like the public domain. And when you read the comments on what this is, it's like it's very powerful. And I remember I don't know like 3 or 4 years ago I was on my stream and I had tears rolling down my face of what this commercial meant to me and what it meant to America and the world. A plane could get you anywhere in the world. And when I mean, I hate to say it, like I get emotional when I think about it, how marketing can really affect you um, or affect a person. I'm going to send it to you and just read the comments. Like, you think I'm moved? There are people who are just bawling because of this commercial, and and what I'm saying is for an airline, not even an aircraft, an airline. Just watch what I just sent you, and it's literally just planes and music in the background. But it makes me want to cry right now. It's because I get all these emotions of what it was like to be on a plane as a child, and to think like what the future would be of the world, and just just it makes me want to cry now. Exactly. I think that people will eat it that way in the future if it's watched properly. Um, so yeah, you have to watch it, or you should. Okay, so go to your Discord messages and just watch this. It's 69 seconds. It's nothing. It's nothing special. But here we are, 40 years later, and I'm talking about this advertisement. And you think I'm passionate about it? Read the comments. That's okay.
What'd you say? What are you talking about? Dog, just watch the. I understand. Um, so I mean, I'm crying right now. It's there are a couple other versions of it, but um, they all the thing that makes it brilliant is there are no words. You can show this ad anywhere in the world, and people understand. It's about flying in a plane. Um, so the one that sticks out with me is I believe from 1988, and you're gonna be like, I don't get it. That's okay. You didn't live through it. But when you recognize that, like, to fly in the sky is such an amazing gift that we have that we really like we take advantage we don't give it a second thought, but like the generations before us did not have this ability to be able. I mean, you'd have to risk your entire life to be able to travel, and now it's just so easy. And especially in 1988. Okay, go to the one I just sent you in 1988, and I'm not even looking at the comments, but I'm sure they're going to be the same thing. They like, this brings tears. Oh, comments are turned off, of course. Um, but yeah, just go to it. So that's how you used to be able to just send your kid. I can remember we would be on a flight to like the East Coast, and people would just have like 7-year-old kids on the flight, and they were going to see their grandparents. Like things pre 9/11 were much different. It it used to be pre 9/11. Pre 9/11, parents would buy a ticket for their kid and just get them on the plane, and then the grandparents would be on the other side. But I can remember my parents would like just keep an eye on these kids, to make sure that like nothing happened to them. So you're gonna be like, I don't get it. I don't get that commercial. I understand you don't get it. You didn't live through it. But if you lived through it, there are those of us who are passionate about advertising, and it brings a tear to our eyes. And I'm saying that commercial happened 40 years ago, and even doesn't even have words in some of them. Yet I'm talking about it. That's the kind of advertising that you could be able to get if you crowdsource these things. I've got an answer for everything.
So just just create a burner account. Your question is like 14 minutes long. So just create a burner account. It's fine. No one says it has to be on your main account. Exactly. Yeah, they're gonna love it. It's gonna be free money to them. So basically, they're gonna be able to say, "All right, oh, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. No matter how many votes your project gets, no matter how many votes, that doesn't mean that it necessarily wins. It's the company that chooses. So they can have 100,000 people vote on their thing, and they will only win the fan contest element, which doesn't have the grand prize. It's just basically a feather in their cap, which is great. It's like Reddit karma. Okay, so you've got a lot of Reddit karma. It doesn't necessarily do anything for you. But the little guy who comes up with a better idea and the company chooses that as their choice, that person's going to win the money, and that's what matters. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. That's the beauty of it. Wait, that's the beauty of it. But it's in the best interest of the company to also give a smaller prize to fan input so that you do have a marketer or you do have an influencer who has 100,000 followers push their uh, audience to your website. So let's say, how would exactly? So how could you do it? You could say, hey, our grand prize is going to be a $10,000 grand prize. That's to the winner. We're also going to get $1,000 in cash to the fan vote, which is a serious contest. And what is your platform going to make? $1,100 because you're going to make 10% of everything that the company runs for the contest. So, um, you know, they're going to have $11,000 in prizes, $10,000 for the grand prize, and $1,000 for the vote. And you get 10% of that. So all in all, to the company, it's going to cost them $12,100, and they're going to get 99 out of 100 advertisement that people are going to be talking about 40 years from now. It's win-win. And on top of that, they're going to have huge influencers who are going to be sending their audiences to your website to vote for them in a popularity contest. It's great. Well, you can always no no you could well there's that idea, but you can always hide it. You're the one running the contest, so you do just like with like a tweet. If you tweet something and somebody sits in there and bashes you, you can say hide this tweet or hide this response. See, the thing is, you want to wait. You're thinking of going only for the big contests. They're going to be small mom and pop contests that if somebody puts some work into it, they're going to win. And then that means that their profile is going to get more badges and recent wins. And if they have a quality app, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. And imagine you're watching the Super Bowl and in the corner it says courtesy of at Riser on X. You know how big a deal that wait, do you know how big of a deal that would be? You know that you'd get every creator on the internet basically who'd be like, dude, I could be in a Super Bowl commercial. Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need to if Coca-Cola said, look, we're not going to pay anything for anybody's content, but we will put your handle in one of our commercials. You get 100,000 people who came up with really good Coca-Cola ads. Oh, you don't you have the audience sift through them. So people will upvote and say, I like this one or whatever. And then you have a person who just looks at the top 100 and is like, okay, these are really good. And then they bring them to their team and say, we've got these are the top 10 that we like. Let's choose one. And then that's the winner. It's really not hard. I mean, you don't have to look at 3,000 submissions. You're going to let the audience do the work for you. They're going to upvote. And sure, maybe somebody's going to manipulate some things, and that's cool. But you are going to basically have your marketing person look at the top 100. So that's like, there's a good chance that you can get some small organic creators in there. And if they have a good ad, that thing's going to take off. And it's going to be really upvoted highly. And it's like it's like the top comment of Reddit. Sometimes somebody's got such a good top comment that people write at the below it thread closed. Nobody can come up with something better than this. And you're gonna have somebody who does that with their social media post. And on top of that, um, you may have someone who is like, let's say they come up with a really good idea, like whatever you said, Coca-Cola girl, big boobs, Lamborghini. Okay, cool. And they submit that on a Monday. And then somebody comes in on a Thursday and just takes their idea. The crowdsourcing of this can say, look, The one that came up on Thursday just stole Monday's idea, and we have proof of it because it's on this website. So don't upvote Thursdays, upvote Mondays. Exactly. And currently on social media, there isn't like a system that allows you to do that. Basically, if somebody gets traction with a reel or an Instagram reel or a post or something in TikTok or a YouTube short, other people just take that and make their own thing out of it. With your system or whatever this is, you can literally say, yo, dog, you stole this idea from this person. They put this submission in on this time. But if it's different enough, then other people are going to say, no, it's different and it's a better ad anyway. Vote for Thursday. And that's part of the dynamic of this. And at the end of the day, their vote doesn't fucking matter at all. It's what the corporation likes. And that's the beauty of it. This guy who I talked to like 4 months ago, he's like, and whatever it is, the winner, we would have it so that the company has to use whatever they choose, whatever the people choose. And I said, that's not a good idea because you'll get people in there who upvote really stupid stuff. I even told him this story. I said, do you know about Bodie McBoatface? He's like, no, what's that? And I'm like, basically, there was a governmental organization that said, we're going to allow people to name the boat of our like Coast Guard ship or whatever. It was in England or something. And you can name it whatever you want. So they put the vote out to the people, and the people voted Bodie McBoatface. And that was not something that they wanted on the government boat. So they call it something else, but it's like affectionately known as that. Yo, what's the Bodie McBoatface story? And he's like, no, I've never heard of that, but that makes a lot of sense. So Bodie McBoatface is the internet famous nickname that emerged from a 2016 UK public naming contest for a new polar research vessel. The National Environmental Research Council launched a poll to engage the public, expecting serious suggestions of Shackleton or Discovery. However, James Hand, a former BBC presenter, jokingly submitted Bodie McBoatface as a gag. And that's like the thing, like Elon Musk says, like the most ironic answer is the one that's going to potentially be chosen. The name quickly went viral, fueled by social media, and surged to the top of the poll with 124,000 votes, far ahead of any other entry. So you're going to get that. Well, what if Coca-Cola? Yeah, I remember. Right, exactly. So that's what you're going to run into. You don't want Coca-Cola having to deal with Bodie McBoatface. But if you allow Coca-Cola to choose the winner, they don't have to go with Bodie McBoatface. Maybe Bodie McBoatface is really popular and Coca-Cola wants to use it later. They can do that, but they can give the winner out to the serious entry that they want. Say whatever you want, baby. Okay, so you have multiple questions. What's the layout going to look like? Um, it'll probably It'll probably look like um where no, well, I mean, if you were to consider it that, it'll probably look like Imager. Do you know what Imager looks like? Okay, so maybe they've changed it because I used to go to it all the time. It used to be my favorite website, but they changed it, and so I like never go there anymore. But basically, if you go to their their like homepage, it's just a bunch of squares, and you can choose on anything that you want, and the squares change, their like with popularity, and then you can filter stuff, but the filters have to be really good. So it would have to be like, by submission, by submitter, people who have a certain amount of karma, people like big contests, small contests, different categories, how many times a company has posted, all that shit. Like more filters than anything. So you'd be able to just find whatever you want. And if you're a small time creator, I mean, I even said this to this guy. I even said this to this guy. If you wanted to, and you were talented, you could make a living just doing these contests if you were good. If you're like a video editor, if you wanted to, you could make a living out of just doing this because you win two or three $10,000 contests over the course of a year. That's a pretty good salary for just sitting at home. Well, then there's the idea: get good, then see what's been winning, and then start moving in that direction. I'm in agreement with you. We're done. Um, yeah, basically. You just need a website. And the beautiful thing, you're not putting up any money for the contest. The other people will. That's a great point. That's exactly. No, I mean you'll get people who will want to have the longest account on there or the longest contest on there. Yeah, I mean, you could just start with a small mom and pop startup and say, "Hey, we want you we want you to just host a contest, and you don't even have to pay any money for this. Just give away $100 gift certificate, and we're gonna have local artists who come up with social media posts for you, and you choose the best one. And it's no, you don't even have to give out money. You just have to give out like a little food or something like that, and you're gonna get people from all over the community who come up with really great advertising, and it's gonna be grassroots." Not really. Not, I mean, a little bit, but here's the thing: if it's gonna be okay for Instagram, because that's where the link's gonna come from, or Reddit, or TikTok, it will like just your major social media platforms. Exactly, and that gives people that's gonna allow you to dominate the internet because you're gonna have like a bunch of different places from which to choose, and um it's going to help Instagram and YouTube and all those places because it's going to get them a lot of clicks. People, you may just be able to embed the video on your website, but people would be able to click through and go to YouTube and see what the comments say and go to the person's profile on YouTube. It's win-win. Yeah, and if not, then there could be a way to just take a screenshot, and so you have to host some images. No big deal. That's not that expensive. All right, big dog. Well, go ahead. Yeah, dog. I don't know if it happened, but what were you gonna ask? No, it's a fucking $1 trillion idea. It's first to market. It's whatever But even for anybody who comes up with it, just like FanDuel has DraftKings, and Coca Cola has Pepsi, and uh, you know, TikTok has Instagram. Like everybody's, it's just a website, so it's not anything that is like no. All you have to do is just add a feature, and then it's a different patent. So it doesn't make sense really to patent. For. Yeah, and ambush in ambush. All right. So next time we speak, let's come up with a really good idea for the name.
Here's the,
I'll tell you this right here. You try a lot of different things, and you've got to see it through. So if you really think that this is the idea that's going to change your life, you've got to pour yourself into it and see it through. Excellent. That's say.
that's very big of you to say. So I want to commend you for recognizing that.
No, both that you recognize that you start committing, but the thing is, you've got a good head on your shoulders, so you can commit to something and become successful with it. You just putter out, and I think that you sound. I get it. Saying that you have a $1 billion idea with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time as well. And all that took from you is to literally go into X spaces and promote it, and that fizzled. Like, but that's $1 billion idea too. That's great. You're exactly right. Well, thank you for your high praise. I can tell you, it would be one thing to say, "Oh, I've made it 4+ years. Oh, like I can't wait for it to be over." Fuck no, I'm the opposite. I get stronger every day. I love it more and more with each day. I appreciate it even more than when I first started doing it, and have committed to this for life. The other guy in here, the spirit man, he wants to do it for the rest of his life. But he's kind of like, we only have 6 months to be able to go viral. Like we have to do it. Like he's got a lot of other things that why he thinks he should go viral and such. And I recognize that there are those kind of people who feel like they need to push it. But I don't. I feel as if the world or like the universe has um a divine plan and I'm part of it and I know it'll come. I know that I'm 40 years old right now. If I continue to do this and I'm a little old man, somebody out there is going to be like, "Oh yeah, I saw this motherfucker 30 years ago and they're still going." I mean, I still get that from people who are like in my YouTube chat like, "I can't believe you're still going." You're absolutely correct. I am still going. When I say that this is what I've dedicated my life to, I mean it. But I also know that the benefit of this is so huge. In addition to like, oh, I have like an archive of my life, it has the possibility to make me the richest person ever, the most desirable bachelor of all time, and the most famous person ever, and the most memorable person in history. Why wouldn't I try it? I'm not their fame depended upon people, depended on them doing concerts and like being in the public. Like mine, generally, I mean, I do have quite a bit of footage of me live streaming IRL, but generally, I could do this for the rest of my life from just hotel rooms. Um, like I could, you know, remain as anonymous as I want. I just, basically go outside with a mask and people might not necessarily know who I am. It's like I don't have to perform in concerts. I don't have to. make myself uh, that open to the public if I don't want to. But I want to. I've got a good head on my shoulders, and I think I'd be able to handle it. But anytime that I don't want to be on camera, I can just turn them off or leave. It's like there's nothing that I say that I have the longest stream in global history. That I don't. I mean, I eventually want it, but that's a lot of stress. I don't want that. I want the most amount of data in global history, and that's what I have. Yeah, have generally been a popular person IRL. Growing up in school, I always had a lot of friends. As a young adult, I had lots and lots of friends. Social media started, and I had more friends than my friends on Facebook when it first started. And so I've been able to see the growth of social media, but also within my community, I have religious friends, I have non-religious friends, and then having dedicated myself to the live stream, I can use the skills that I've built from my IRL social uh, behavior and be able to utilize that in on the internet. And I mean, it's just like I am in agreement with you. I get an immense uh, amount of benefit from the people with whom I'm around, and it's certainly a unique relationship that I've built with many of these people. But I I basically see when I was born as a really unique time. I mean, I was born in 1985. I was able to see the world without any internet, without any computers. And then I mean, we had computers, but it wasn't like everybody had computers. And the personal computer was still new. Uh, and wasn't that popular. But then the growth of the beginning of the internet, and so I mean, like I remember a time when there was pre-computer, at least pre-personal computer, and then to move through to where we are today, where we're literally connected 24/7. I think it's a beautiful time to have had the best of both worlds, or at least had um the ability to witness the changeover. I know that, like, in terms of data, something like in the year 2003 or something like that, digital data, the amount of digital data in the world overtook analog data. And I was there for that. Like, basically, all of the films of the past and all of the video cassettes of the past and everything were overtaken in about the year 2002, 2003 or so. in terms of the digital formation and digital data. And I, then have been able to see the birth of the internet, the birth of social media, the birth of the smartphone, um, and I've I've seen how people react, and I mean, I it's one of the reasons why I don't want to talk to children in these discords. Uh, Firstly, I don't think it's appropriate for adults to be talking with children. Secondly, they're just not on. We're not on the same maturity level. And while there are some, young people who are mature, they just don't have the social skills to be able to hang with me. And I frankly would find them to be somewhat of an annoyance. Um, there are some people, though, I don't want to put down all adolescents, but just generally, uh, there's like no respect for elders. There's like certainly the I the online anonymity allows them to feel like they can say anything to anyone that they want. Um, in my day, that just was something that existed. Respected your elders, you respected your mother and your father. There were many two-parent families. I mean, mostly two-parent families, and you had good role models in your media generally. There wasn't the breakdown of the nuclear family, and now I see what society is, and I can't blame these people, the youth of today. It's just the only thing that they've ever known. But like in 1991, you wouldn't go up to a random stranger and just yell 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", But you'll people will do that in 2026, um, whether they feel like they're being rude or not. That's a you said something very insightful. Yes, the internet has become the parent of children today. And in previous generations, people made the argument that the television had become the parent of previous generations, and perhaps in my generation, the computer, not necessarily the internet. Um, Basically, like, and then you get into screen time. Like a generation prior to me, screen time wasn't a phrase that was used. My generation, it wasn't used until recently. But in today's generation, the youth of today, they're being asked at the doctor, like, when you take a little, like a 3 or 4 year old child, the doctor asks the parents what kind of time are they spending on the screen. Seems bizarre to me, but that's a serious question that's asked by pediatricians today. Um, and like, how can we limit that? And uh, I personally think that the youth of today is very disrespectful, but the people prior to me felt my generation was that way, and the generation prior to them felt that it's societal. But there there's certainly a breakdown in when I was reading, or I was listening to something on Roblox today. Like, I've never played Roblox. I don't really know anything about it. I think I really don't know anything about it. I want to say it's like Lego, but that's Minecraft, which I really don't know too much about either. But Roblox, has its own currency. I know that. I know that it has microtransactions. I know that, and I know that the average player of it, I think like 40% of all Roblox players are under 13, and um, to me, there's a major issue to allow a child under 13 to be able to be on the internet in like chat rooms and in like groups. Like, do you know how manipulative people can be in these things, especially if there aren't safeguards that say you have to be like this is only a chat for 14, like people under age 13. um it would almost be like, imagine kids on the playground who are talking in circles, and then all of a sudden a 40-year-old person can come up and just talk in that circle and use any language that they want, and then an 18-year-old kid can come in there and just, or 18-year-old adult comes in there and just starts yelling, the N word or using the term bitch or something like that. Like, it's absolutely the Wild West. um and that's why, like, if I had to advocate for it, I would not change the internet at all. I would allow the internet to continue to be free, but I would offer parents software that limits the internet for their children. So for instance, like, you just, it would use optical character recognition software so that you would just never see the term fuck anywhere if you were a child, or the term, any of the cuss words. um you it would, yes, but even with YouTube Kids, I could go in and use it, be like the username. There are ways around things. Like, I could make my username like, uh like fuck me 69. You know what I mean? Like, and YouTube still allows. No, I understand that. Thing is, people will come up with things instead of being fuck me 69. They might make it FUKME 69. So with optical character recognition, you could just limit all of these things. And they do offer, there are companies that offer this software. It's just not highly purchased or utilized because it's an extra, it's an extra cost. Exactly. And it doesn't always work that well. And I understand that. But I personally would say, if I were president, I would say that every household in America should be able to get this software either at a reduced rate or for free if you don't meet the minimum requirements. If you have a child in the household under age 18 or certainly under age 13, I want children to be able to use tablets and do all that kind of stuff, and that's cool. But we would force software to be able to block them from all of the things that they should be on. But what does that mean? That I Well, it's a software that limits it. Now, how does that stop some kid from getting on his parents' cell phone or computer or whatever? That's why you'd have to have like, um, there are passwords that you can put on things. But if you want to give a child a tablet, YouTube Kids is not good enough. It really needs to be software that takes over the whole system so that nothing that they see is going to be uh Oh, it is. It is. But what I'm saying is, if you give a kid an iPad with YouTube Kids on it, but it still has the App Store available, all they have to do is click on the App Store. They're going to see games with women with giant cleavage and even just cartoon characters, and it's going to open up their minds to things. Basically, I'm saying you should have the entire device locked down for people who are under age 13. YouTube Kids, though, even in itself, I know when I first started streaming, there's a thing when you create a YouTube stream, it says, "Is this for kids?" And I would write yes, not thinking that it's going to put me on the YouTube Kids app. It wasn't not okay for kids. It was like just me sitting in my room. So what's wrong with that? It 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 doesn't. And so I got these parents who would come into my chat and they're like, "What are you doing cussing on the stream?" And I was like, or I don't know that, but it was just like, how is this kids content? And I'm like, and that was only for like the first couple weeks that I did that. But I was like, well, it's not for kids. Um, and so then I had to change it. So I remember thinking to myself, is this that's not the right question to ask. Is this for kids? It should be uh basically the question. I think I rephrased it as something like, um uh does this content, or does this content feature anything that should not be seen by anyone under age 18 or something like that. It was like more specific, just not, is this for kids? Well, it's not for kids. I mean, anyway, um uh I just I don't think that even YouTube, I mean, if you watch YouTube Kids stuff, they put some really weird stuff on there, like on it's like creepy. If you watch YouTube children's channels, there are some really creepy channels. And they say that they're for kids, but they'll like do weird things with do weird things with cartoon characters. So again, I just think that there should be software that takes over the whole system that blocks children from being able to use the internet. And yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. That kind of shit. Exactly. All right. We're gonna leave it at that, my friend, because I've gotta watch the United States kick ass at 5 in the morning. Yeah, right. Look it up. Yeah. I'm not even gonna say the word. It's like there's. I know if I did, I would just fall right back asleep. But you never know. I might awake at like 4 in the morning, and then I might actually watch it. So you never know. If you do watch it, absolutely. And the $1 trillion ideas just give out like fucking candy. Well, isn't that funny? Exactly. Isn't that a funny like backup? I mean, it would be like somebody going on Shark Tank and all of the sharks are like, "No, we're not going to buy your thing." And then they came out 6 months later with the same idea. The person could just be like, "Dude, I was just on Shark Tank 6 months ago. You stole my idea." That's essentially what I'm doing here. I I don't know. I do not know. All right, Biggie.
Take care, sweet dreams. USA, USA. Peace. Shout out to Riser, everybody.
In the beginning, it's such a weird. You're basically like running a marathon blindfolded. Yeah, through trees. I did it like finally when I did like a special. I was like, oh, this is the point of it. You have to come up with an hour of stand up. Yeah. Before I was just like, I need to have a good 5 minutes for tonight, and I would just go up and do it. And like, great, and I would just go back home with like no plan or anything. Well, that's a lot of guys who live in cities where you do short sets all the time. Yeah, we were talking about that the other night in the green room. Like some guys who do a lot of like New York City clubs, they have a really good 15 minutes. They'll fucking crush with 15 minutes. But when they have to do an hour, then things get weird because they can't keep the same energy for an hour. It's not, you have to pace it. It has to be hills and valleys. You have to kind of like structure it. Yeah. And then they also don't really have the material because they're basically just doing their best 15 minutes all the time. Yeah, true. I had I wasn't even really doing stand-up. Me and Shane were doing the podcast, and I was like, I was going to do the podcast. I don't even want to do stand-up anymore. And then it was pretty funny. Behind my back, went to the manager at Helium and was like, dude, have Matt headline. And I was like, fucking dick. And the guy hit me up. So I started doing that. So I had been like not doing stand up. For how long? For like months and months and like maybe a year off. And I like, I went, it was like I would go and try stuff. So then I started doing, when I first started headlining, I would do an hour, have off for like 2 months, do an hour somewhere else. It was the most insane. It like really started fucking with me. Did you have recordings to listen to? Yeah, I would record the audio and I would listen to it, and then I would like jot down notes, and like it was the most insane way to get back into it. That was the thing that we experienced after COVID. There was a moment where I hadn't done stand up in like 4 or 5 months. Yeah, it felt so weird. And then Houston had stand up. Their clubs open, and they like space people out, and put masks on. Like, this is so ridiculous. Yeah. And we were doing shows inside, and I only did one weekend, and then I got super paranoid. I'm like, what if I give it to someone and they die? Yeah. Why am I being so selfish that I want to do these shows? Yeah. So I gotta stop. So I had this old lady on the podcast, and my first thought was, what if I have it and I give it to her? Damn, that would suck. I was so freaked out. Yeah. I wasn't even remotely sick. That was what was crazy. Like, it was just it was a boogeyman. For sure. It wasn't like, I'm coughing, maybe I shouldn't come into work. No, it was like, I feel great, but what if I have it? I don't know. I know. I give it to this lady. Yeah, I had my first kid, right? Like March of 2020. Ooh. So we got out of the hospital, and like a week later, I was like holding my face in a grocery store, being like, fuck. Well, at least you could be with her when she gave birth then. Yeah, that was cool. That was what was crazy. Yeah, people were dying alone because you couldn't visit them while they were dying. It was insane, dude. It was like, and luckily, when we went in for our second kid, that was like, it was still kind of in the mix. We were able to go in together, but like our nurse, if we didn't have like our mask on, she was like, I don't care. Because I heard people were getting like, just like 2 weeks after we had our kid, people were in there like, I got to stay home. My wife's in there by herself. All and it was like, it's a disaster. But even navigating that was crazy because it was like, I'd tell my wife, like, well, I want to go do this. It's like, well, what if you bring it all to all of us? And I remember just at one point being like, then we're all going to fucking get it, dude. I don't know. Like, I did the numbers. Like, I think this affects older people or, What time was this? This would have been March. It was like March 2020, and then like the next 6 months, because I would like go try to do stuff. It's like, if you go outside, we're all gonna get sick. I was worried about it. I wasn't really confident that people weren't gonna get really fucked up by it until like a few of my friends got it and got over it. Yeah. And then my family got it, and I didn't get it. I thought that was crazy because I tried to get it. Like I didn't. Yeah. I didn't. I hugged my kids. They were laughing. You're going to get COVID. I was like, I'm not going to get it. And another part of my head was like, boy, I hope I don't get it. Yeah. But I never got it. I worked out and I didn't feel so good. And I said, let me just go through the paces today. And then I worked out the next day. Same thing. I'm like, I don't feel so good. I feel like weak. So let me do like my kettlebell routine with like 35 pounds, just easy. Don't push it, just a couple sets. So I did that 2 days in a row. And then the third day, I went to the gym. I'm like, how do I feel? And I'm like, I feel fucking good. Like, I feel great. Like, nothing feels wrong at all. And I had a full workout, and I felt fine. So I was like, all right, I guess I didn't get it. Yeah, and I went and got tested to see if I had antibodies, like if I had recovered from it. Nope, never got in there.
Yeah, I touched my wife. She was coughing and shit.
That's awesome. That's such a fucking beast move, dude.
She was like, "You're gonna get it." I'm like, "Let's find out. Let's find out."
That is a beast move. I don't know. I'm like terrible at math, but I remember looking up like how likely is it to die from this, and it was like 0.00001 something. I was like, fine, man.
I know, but
0.001.
there was so much propaganda, and it was like the thing was, we were in the middle of doing podcasts, and we tested everybody when they show up, make sure that nobody has it. Tested all of the employees, security guys, everybody that works for me. Everybody got tested every day.
Yeah.
We'd show up, we'd be separated. Nurse would come with a mask on, test everybody. And then once we had the results, then we would allow the show to go on.
Yeah.
So I was like, I can't fuck this up, because if I fuck this up, I fuck this up for everybody.
Yeah,
So I
true.
got to be careful.
Yeah.
And I just didn't want my guests. Like, the guests were flying in, they were taking a chance. A lot of them were older, you know, like a lot
Yeah.
of professors. You know, they're flying in to do this podcast, and I had to make sure. And then someone ratted us out. So the health department showed up at the studio, and they wanted us to have a bag of masks, like right when you walk in. So we had to put a bag of masks right there. We had to put a hand sanitizer thing right there, and then a sign that says like what you're supposed to do, 6 foot distancing,
Okay.
all that shit. I was like, all right. But they were saying that we weren't socially distancing. We saw him hug people outside the front door.
That's completely dystopian, man. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know why. You know what it was? Because my parents were just like, because, you know, the first time we all hung out outside, both my parents were like, bro, this sucks. We're just coming inside. We're not doing this. And that was like,
Oh, my parents were terrified of
my
it.
parents didn't give a fuck. They were like,
Yeah,
this
my
bullshit.
parents didn't want to hang out with anybody until they got vaccinated. They
Really?
They were real nervous about it. They're older, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, when you get older, you know, that's why a lot of these people, like the Neil Youngs and Howard Sterns and all those people that really freaked out about it, they're older people.
Yeah.
So to them, they're looking at, they might be that 1% that dies.
Yeah.
You know
true.
what I mean? Whereas like, you're young and healthy, work out, you'll probably be fine. You'll be okay. Your wife's healthy, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
When you're an old person and you smell death in the air already,
Yeah.
every day you wake up, you're like, oh, my fucking back hurts. Oh, Jesus, you can barely get out of bed. Your feet are swollen. Like, it can get you.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm surprised my parents are like, you know, I think they're like just gonna be 70 soon. They were just kind of like,
Gangster.
we don't give a fuck, man. Like, so
Depends on where you grew up.
I
you
think
know?
that's what it was, man. They were just kind of like, you know, they're all just like, fuck that, you know, this bullshit. No matter what it was, they were like, this fucking bullshit.
Yeah, if you grow up hard, you're not worried about a cough.
Yeah, they were. I remember I finally got it. And actually, it kind of rocked me. The first day, I had talked so much shit, and I got it. I was like, bro, if I die, this is gonna suck so bad. It's like, but we got it. You know what? My wife got it 2 days later. So then I had it. You know, we had a little kid, so I had to like, we just switched off. I kind of was like recovered enough, so our kid never got it.
Kids can go right through it. My both of my kids got it, and they just burned through it. One of them had it more, but she's like a little more sensitive. She was pretty sick for a couple days. Not like scary, but like she didn't feel good for a couple days. The other one like barely had it.
Yeah,
It like went right through her.
yeah. The one didn't get it all. The one had like a runny nose. I was like in bed for 3 straight days, just like super fever, hurting.
Were you taking any vitamins at the time?
No, at the time I wasn't living very
See, that's
healthily.
the thing.
Yeah,
I'm all over the vitamins, and I was all over the vitamins then. And my wife back then, I don't think not so much.
yeah,
I don't think she did as much. So when I was around everybody that got it, it just never got to me.
yeah. No, I was the guy. And we had like, you know, relative newborn kind of situation going on, and it was just
That's a hard one. Your immune system's going to be crushed anyway because you're getting zero sleep.
yeah.
Everybody's like ready to fall asleep at any given time.
Oh,
Watching TV.
I've never recovered. I'm still ready to pass out. Like I can fall asleep. I go home. I'm fried. I take naps. That was a big thing for coffee. Now I can take naps during the day. I can't take naps when I drink coffee.
Oh, I never take naps.
Oh, I love, man, a little siesta.
The only time I ever take a nap is if I have to do something really early in the morning. So like if I do a set at night and I'm not home until like 12:30 and like maybe I have to get up at 6 or something, I'll take a little nap.
Yeah.
Just because for me, there's a balance of like what's more important, getting things done, working out, or not getting into a deficit. And for me, it's not getting into a deficit. Because when if I do a podcast and I'm sleepy, I get so mad at myself. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, this is your one job. Be awake and talk to people.
Sleep like a toddler. Just
oh, wow, that's cool. So how long are you in Indonesia for?
It is embarrassing. You're like, what the fuck?
It's the worst. And then I'm just drinking coffee and energy drinks and taking nicotine pouches and just trying to fire the brain up.
Yeah, then when I do that, my face just gets hot and I'm just anxious. It's like, that's why, especially for shows, like I try to travel, like I leave like on an early flight, get where I'm going and just take a big nap. Yeah. And then I wake up and go to the show.
One thing that I started doing when I was on the road a lot was I would go in on Thursday if I had a show on Friday.
Yeah.
So I'd get in Thursday night, sleep, and then instead of flying in the day of the show, because you're always a little foggy. It's hard. And back then I wasn't on the nootropics as much. I wasn't like taking it with me on the road, brain vitamins and shit like Alpha Brain. But now I don't fuck around. I don't travel without that stuff.
Yeah. No, you do need. I do the day of. I can't help it. I just go early, nap. I did a show in Vegas last weekend that it didn't start till 10 p.m. Vegas time. So I got there. It was brutal. I got there, took a nap, woke up at 9 p.m. Vegas time. It's just I felt like a bug.
You know what my trick for that is? The moment you land, put your shit in your hotel room, go straight to the gym.
Yeah.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You've got to get a workout in. You got to sweat, really sweat. Just really get it going. Do some push-ups, whatever the fuck you want to do, but just really sweat. And then it feels like it resets your system.
I can see that. That would wake you up and kind of calm you down.
Yeah, it resets your system. Whatever the fuck happens when you're on a plane, when you get off, you just dude,
I feel like I've been microwaved.
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, pretty much. I feel I smell weird.
It's like an X-ray. You're getting an X-ray.
Oh, fuck yeah. Trying not to, the other day, I was like, maybe it's good for me somehow. I'm not it's just constricting my blood vessels, and they
turning you into a superhero.
Well, I was in Denver, and I ran. Recently I was running and working out in Denver, and I was probably altered now. I did a 30-minute workout. I'm probably totally different now.
Well, I lived above Boulder for a while.
Oh yeah.
And then I had a gig in Philly, so I was living up there for a couple of months. I was living at 8,500 feet above sea level, and I'd work out up there. And then when I'd go down to Boulder at 5,500, I had all this endurance. I was like, this is crazy.
Oh, in Denver. Yeah, from Boulder to Denver, you're saying?
No, from where I was in the mountains above Boulder, and so I'd go down to Boulder.
Gotcha.
Boulder's 55, 57, whatever it is, but I was at 85. Yeah, 8,500 feet above sea level.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So then I did a gig in Philly, and I went to the gym, and I remember I called my friend, I'm like, dude, I feel like I could run through a fucking wall.
Damn, I want that so bad.
That's why a lot of athletes train, they go to Big Bear in California, they train up there.
Damn, I got to do it for just once, and I was like, dude, this is awesome.
Yeah, if you can live at altitude and train at altitude and then go down to sea level, you feel like you have superpower.
Fuck, that's awesome.
So a lot of endurance athletes, that's why they put the Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs.
That makes sense.
Yeah, training at altitude is a legit hack.
Yeah, I didn't realize, because I've always wondered, why is it so hard? It's literally just the air thins and there's less oxygen.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
And then your body has to adapt, so you get more red blood cells.
Yeah.
That's why they take EPO. That's what EPO does for you.
Oh, you don't have to go to altitude.
Well, I think a lot of them do both. They just go as hard as, but they push it to that. How much before I get a stroke? I'm trying to win a gold medal. I'm trying to win the Tour de France.
Dude, I started sprinting again.
Sprinting,
just all out, total sprints, and just to see where I was at. Because I'm I feel like if you just stop, you can feel that age creeping a little bit. And I think there's a lot of mental stuff to be man, it just fucking goes. But if you're not testing it, how do you know? You're just not letting yourself go anyway. So I was doing it. I haven't been running like that in forever. And dude, my fingertips would be numb. I would do 100-meter sprints, and I can't feel my hands. Now I can. Now I can. I fixed it. And now because you grow new veins and shit. So I swear to God, it's true.
Are you a doctor?
I don't know. I've dropped, dude. We're all equal now. But dude, I remember being let me see where I'm at. And I was like, bro, you really do. You use it or lose it, man. And I can run now. I did it this morning. I can sprint now, and I don't get numb. It's pretty
So
awesome.
how do you do it? Do you go to a track?
At the track, yeah. The
Yeah.
track near my house, and I just fucking bolt early, super early in the morning. You feel amazing
Wow.
all day.
And so you just pick a certain amount of distance you're gonna run?
Yeah, I'll do like someday, like today, I did like 2 300s, 2 200s, and then like we're supposed to do 4 150s. I got 2, and I was like, I'm tapped.
So you're done in like 15, 20 minutes.
You're done.
Yeah.
You go there. I'm there at like 6 o'clock, and I'm done in 20 minutes. And you feel like it's like you were talking about. You run to a city and just get like an all-out workout.
Yeah.
You feel like you're walking on air for the rest of the day.
That makes sense. There was a study recently about explosive exercise, and that's one of the things that's lacking in like older people. As they get older, they stop doing any kind of explosive exercise like sprinting.
Yeah.
And how beneficial that is for maintaining your health and your ability to move around.
Dude, I'm telling you, like I lived, that was like such a drastic thing, but I was like, man, this is my circulation's like going. Like I can't fucking run without my hands feeling all like pins and needles.
That's so weird.
And it came back. Now I can do it. My fingers feel fine.
You getting in shape?
Yeah, it's really nuts. Because that was the thing. Cardio was always like, cardio's dumb. Who cares? And then you're like, I learned. I think it's just like you secrete growth hormone, and then your veins and capillaries start like you get like new and wider veins.
It makes sense.
It's pretty cool.
Makes sense. I mean, your heart is fucking pounding out of your chest.
Yeah.
You're hitting 180 beats per minute. It's like fucking forcing all that shit through.
Just clearing it out. Like, all right, what are we holding on to right now?
But see, like, you never got fat or you never got, like, really badly out of shape. When you see a guy like Jelly Roll, like, I have so much respect for that man.
Yeah.
I have so much respect for that man. That dude lost 300 pounds.
Dude, how?
He lost 300 pounds. No Ozempic. Just stopped eating sugar.
That was no Ozempic?
No Ozempic. He took testosterone replacement. That's it.
It's fucking sick.
Sick. He
I just
started off.
I was like, it's got to be on Ozempic.
He started off just walking.
That's all.
Just trying to walk. When he came here, last time we did the podcast, he ran. I think he ran 6.2 miles the day before. So they ran he was deer hunting down in South Texas, and he was with my friend Cam Haynes, and they went on a run. They did 6.2 miles. They ran and hills and shit.
Yeah.
And then he came in here before the podcast. He ran 2.6 on the treadmill. So I was working out, and he was over there running and talking and laughing. Look how good he looks.
Yeah.
How crazy is that?
Fucking nuts.
It's amazing. It's amazing. And then we did the whole deal. We did the sauna afterwards. It was awesome.
How long did he lose it? 3 years.
3 years.
God
Yeah.
damn, that's crazy.
And he did it the right way. He did it the hard way. Just working out and eating right. No sugar, no bullshit, eating clean food, and just slowly let his body drop.
He's got to
over and
feel
over and over again.
Got to feel awesome.
Yeah. It's got to be amazing.
Damn. How does he say that's doing like career-wise? If he has like a persona and he's known as like this, I guess it's fan.
He's got an amazing voice.
Yeah.
I mean, the amazing voice is still amazing.
Yeah. Well, your voice changes with
Does it?
fluctuation of late a little bit. Yeah, I'm sure.
Well,
I don't know. I've heard like if you're like an alto or something like that, and you're at a certain weight, it can change if you kind of. This is your diaphragm, I guess, in your stomach.
I know some dudes who lost a lot of weight and they didn't like the way they looked when they were thin because their head was too big.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Like your head gets big when you get heavier.
Yeah. It just grows. Yeah, it makes sense. It grows your fucking body.
Significant weight loss can change a person's voice, often making it sound higher pitched, lighter, or clearer due to reduced fat accumulation around the larynx, throat, and chest. These physical changes decrease pressure on the vocal cords, improving breathing, resonance, and reducing the effort required to produce sound.
So it makes you a better singer.
But does it though? Because like opera singers, aren't they all fat?
I think so.
I wonder if you have to be.
I don't know.
Are there any like really thin, like handsome opera singers?
I don't know about all fat. I think it's like
I like to just generalize.
I think it's like that's a cartoon. I have the same thing. I'm like, yeah, I've seen that in cartoons. There's always this big fat jolly guys, fat lady with Viking helmet.
Yeah, it's always.
But that sounds good though. So your voice gets clearer, higher pitched.
And it's not as much effort.
Yeah, sounds like that's R&B legend status. And
Also, cat cardio. Like you have way more cardio. Like your heart won't beat as fast. You'll be able to have more oxygen to sing.
yeah, dude,
It's all good.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's awesome.
I mean, his voice is amazing, and it's his songwriting too. It's not just the voice; it's like what he's singing about. It's like that's not gonna get.
Yeah, and his fans. I have it like a weird thing in my head where like for comedy, I'm like, if I get in too good of shape, people are gonna be like, fuck this guy. which I don't know, that's not what's stopping me, but it's like you always wonder about that. Like I wonder if they'd be like, damn,
Right.
you know what I mean?
Well, that is a weird thing. Like I don't
think
go
it
on
matters.
stage with a t-shirt on.
Yeah, 'cause if you're too jacked,
Yeah. I would never go on stage with a tank top on.
Tank might be kind of funny. Tank would be kind of
That's
funny.
crazy.
That would be crazy.
Rich Voss used to do that all the time. He always wear a tank
That's
top on
funny.
stage.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, Voss. Yeah. Character. Like Kid Rock style.
I just saw. Did you see the workout video?
No, what do you mean?
You didn't see the
What?
Kid Rock Robert Kennedy workout video?
Shut up.
You didn't see this?
No.
Bro.
You said he did it off social media, so he must have really got off social media.
I'm off social media, dude. Yeah.
It is. It's very funny.
I'm off social media, but apparently I'm not off the fucking news, which I think I have to be off now.
Yeah.
Because I haven't been on social media, but I'll read the Apple news feed and the Google news feed, and I'm like, fuck.
That's basically scrolling too. I tried the same
I
thing.
was reading about B-52s headed to some Air Force base, nuclear equipped B-52. I'm like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
So let me see this workout video. It's Kid Rock and oh Jesus Christ. Oh, this must be Kid Rock's house.
I think so. Yeah.
Rock out, work out. RFK Jr. works out in jeans.
Yeah.
He always works out in jeans, which is so crazy. Yeah, this is Kid Rock's house. Kid Rock has a fucking insane house that looks like the White House. He had like the outside of it looks like the White House, but the inside of it has 2 bedrooms, and it's like 25,000 square feet. It's an enormous house with 2 bedrooms. Yeah, it's all just party. He's got a huge hot tub room. Look at RFK Jr.'s Jack, dude.
Awesome.
For 70 on the Airdyne. Look at him doing push-ups. These guys are doing the Airdyne in the sauna.
I know.
Wild.
Yeah, I think they go to his like
Cold plunge with jeans on.
Cold plunge
What are you
jeans.
doing?
Crazy.
What the fuck are you doing? That is ridiculous. What's wrong with your legs? Now I need to know. Where's Kid? So this is his crazy room that looks like a mining cavern.
I've heard of the secret.
He's got like this. It's really cool. He's really into pickleball too. He plays pickleball every morning.
Yeah,
That's what he's telling me. He goes, I get up and play pickleball 7 a.m. Everybody play pickleball. He's like, dude, I fucking love. That's what it looks like. Look at how dope that is. His house is so dope. Like it's the fucking dopest house I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And it's such a Kid Rock house. Like the outside of it looks exactly like the White House.
That's impressive.
Just larger.
I don't want you to be distracted from the whole milk if they're drinking in the hot tub.
Oh, the just
Probably raw. That's raw, bro.
Yeah.
Can I bring your attention to something that's been happening on the internet since we've been live?
Yes.
President Trump was asked about Obama talking about the aliens. I got a video on this.
Oh, perfect.
I want to hear it myself.
Yeah.
Barack Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors?
Well, he ain't classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that.
So aliens are real.
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, if the president.
I do now.
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
We know illegally.
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying. That's hilarious.
What's going around the internet? These in the circle.
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying. Jeez, I hope he does.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Imagine you can get in trouble as a president for saying aliens are real.
I don't think so, man. I don't think he's gonna get in trouble for that.
Well, what did he say then? What was that?
They've been saying there's aliens.
Right, but what did he just say?
He just hates Obama. He's going like, oh, he's going to jail. I'm getting Hillary and I'm getting Obama for aliens.
They all hate each other and they all hang out and shake hands.
Yeah. Whose funeral was that? When like George Bush and them were handing out candy to each other. It was like George Bush and
Well, George Bush and Michelle Obama are apparently friends.
other buddies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which everybody thought. But George Bush never engaged in like this insult kind of thing that Trump does.
It's true.
It's a different thing.
Yeah, it's totally. No, that's
He was
totally
always
fine.
very classy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And especially when you see the videos of him back in the day, you like now you're like, man, this guy's like lovable.
Oh, dude, in comparison to the politicians of
That's what I'm
today,
saying. Yeah.
he was like, oh, when is he running again?
Class. The guy's a complete class act. And then you're like, oh yeah, fuck the Middle East. Forgot about that. But it's like,
Oh, yeah. Well, he had Satan on his side.
yeah, true.
Dick Cheney was
True.
running around fucking shooting his friends in the face and hunting trips.
That's true. I don't know. I mean, that thing is like, it wasn't classified. It's like now, but then if Trump's going to be like that, he gave out classified, then he's letting you know it's classified. So he's telling you the cat's out of the bag.
So he's saying I may declassify it. I hope he does. I hope this like gets him, because that is a weird thing to say. He's not supposed to be saying that. Well, that means it's real. He gave out classified information. That means there's real data that aliens are real. That's the only thing you could draw as a conclusion from that statement.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you would think.
I don't think it's. I would try to come up with another reasonable way. He would say aliens are real. You shouldn't say that because it's classified.
Yeah.
That means it's real.
Yeah, it is. But that's such a crazy. If Trump was trying to keep it classified, you think he'd be like, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, I don't know, dude.
Being like, well, yeah, they are, but I can't say they are, and he's in trouble now.
I told you I've talked to Bob Lazar many times.
Oh, yeah,
I had him on the podcast. I had dinner with him and Andrew Schultz. Schultz was in town in LA. I go, what are you doing tonight? And he goes, why, what's up? I go, you want to go have dinner with Bob Lazar? He's the guy that used to back engineer UFOs at Area 51. He goes, fuck, yes. Damn. All right. So we went to Fogo de Chao in LA, and we sat down with Bob Lazar and just got to ask him all these questions. I've known him for years now. So I've known him for probably, when I did the podcast with him, what year was that? 2019. So I've known him for 6-7 years now. Okay. However it runs out time-wise. And he's always had the same story. He's a very reasonable guy. You hang out with, I've had dinner with him a couple times. Super normal guy. Doesn't seem like a big fat liar. Obviously a scientist. Like obviously a very brilliant guy. Like, I don't know what to think. I keep searching for some bullshit. I keep searching for something. He never saw any aliens. He never saw anything. He just was back engineering these crafts that didn't make any sense. He's like, he got there, he saw it, he always saw it. It looked like that thing. That's what it's based on. That thing on the desk, that's the sport model. Jeez, yeah, right. There's a guy named Designs by Perry, and the E in Perry is a 3, and he makes these. You can buy them on the internet. He makes it like a desk clock or a desk lamp, rather.
So he'd have to examine the motor or whatever, the mechanisms of that.
They didn't even tell him what he was doing. So this is what it was. So he worked at Los Alamos Labs in New Mexico, and he was a propulsions expert. He had famously put a jet engine on the back of a Honda. He built a Honda with a jet engine on it, just for funsies. Yeah, he's just a genius. Yeah. He just loved engineering and doing things. And he had contacted this guy about getting some work, work in laboratories or whatever. And he said, I might have something for you that is more along the lines with your capabilities. I'm going to set up a meeting for you. And so he sets up this meeting for him. He has no idea what the meeting is about. He has no idea what they're doing. They don't tell him. He just started asking him about his background, what he did at Los Alamos, what he's interested in. And he's like, it just tells his whole story of science and this and that. And so they had already heard about him. So they go, okay, show up at this place. There's airplanes that are going to fly you out to where you're going. So he's like, okay. So no one even knew about these airplanes back then. Now it's been confirmed that there's a bunch of airplanes right outside of Mandalay Bay. You can see these airplanes that they fly, the employees that work in Area 51, and they live in Las Vegas. They just fly them out there. But nobody knew about this in 1989 when he was talking about it, when he blew the whistle on it. Yeah. And so they fly him out there. They, show him how everything works for a couple of days in terms of like how the base works and where you have access to, what you don't have access to. They bring him this guy that is his coworker that was there before, and then it was going to show him the ropes. And then a couple of days in, they bring him into a hangar, and there's that thing, and it has an American flag sticker on it. And so he goes, "Oh, these are ours." He's like, oh my God, no wonder why people are seeing these things. This is something that we have. So then they tell him, essentially, tell us how it works. He's like, what is this, a test? Like what? Like they're very vague about everything. No one's telling him where it came from. No one's telling him anything. And then he realizes like the whole thing doesn't make sense because there's no welds. There's no seams. It's like it's 3D printed, and you have to crawl in it because it's designed for people that are like 3 feet tall. And there's no controls in it. It's like, what is this? And there's this generator in the center of it that has this triangle piece of this element that doesn't even exist on Earth. This element 115. He's like, wait, what the fuck is going on? And they explained to him, you bombard this element with radiation. This is how this thing works. Put this dome on it, gets bombarded with radiation, and then that causes this field around this craft that allows you to move around. And so they do a demonstration for him. He goes outside, they fly this thing. When he's under it, he can't see it. He has to step away from where he is so he can see it again. He's like, what the fuck is this thing? It's not making any noise. It moves around. It gives off this like glowing light when whatever this generator inside of it is operational. It gives off this blue glowing light, and this thing was like silently flying around, and occasionally it would go from one point to another very quickly. Like it could go from like this part of the mountain to that part of the mountain, just appear there. And it would look like it just disappeared because it would move so fast, it would just appear in a new place, it seemed like.
What was steering the thing?
I don't understand it, and he didn't understand it either. They don't exactly know. He knows how supposedly this generator, there's these gravity beam projectors that are on the bottom of it, and the way you get it to fly fast, it would turn sideways, and then it would point these gravity projectors, or whatever they called it, into a certain direction. It would create this void around this craft, and it would just instantaneously go to wherever it was supposed to go. Fuck, that's crazy. Right. So he's working on this for, months and months, and then his wife starts having an affair on him because he doesn't tell her what he's doing. It's like super top secret. And so when you have the super top secret clearance, you can't tell anybody what you're doing. Yeah. So he's like, I got to go to work. She's like, it's 11 o'clock at night. Where are you going? He's like, I have to go to work. So he would just jet off, and she was like, well, I'm going to go fuck my flight attendant or my flight instructor. So this is all recorded because they're tapping his phones. And so they suspend him because they were wondering if he's going to be emotionally unstable. So while he's suspended, he takes his friends. He's like, I got to tell people about this. Like, I can't even work with something's going on. I got to tell these people, like, hey, every Wednesday, I have the schedule. Every Wednesday, they fly these fucking things. And the reason why they do it on Wednesday is because that's when there's the least amount of traffic on the roads. So he takes his wife, and he takes a couple of friends, and he takes them up to see this thing. And they go once, and then they go twice, and then they get caught. Damn. And then when they get caught, then they grill him, they scare him, they're poking him in the chest with a gun, and they're freaking him out, and then they tell him about his wife and the affair and all this shit. And so then he goes public. And so he gets hold of this guy, George Knapp, who's a news reporter in Las Vegas. And he tells him the story. And initially they black his face out, and so he can remain anonymous. He's like, look, the only way I can stay alive, you have to show my face. Because they're threatening him. They broke into his house. He goes outside, goes to the gym, goes outside. His trunk is open, his hood is open, all his doors are open. The car was locked. No one broke into it. So he has no idea. They're fucking with him. And he's really worried. Someone shoots his tire out on the highway. Where is he now? He's chilling. Well, I don't know if I'm supposed to say where he lives. Oh, whatever. But he's like around. Yeah, no, he's around. I mean, this is a long time ago. It was a long time ago. And, he was kind of discredited. They tried to discredit him. They said he never worked at Los Alamos Labs. But then someone got a hold of the employee roster from the time that he was working there, and his name's listed there. So someone who worked there at the time said, I have the employee roster from 1985 or whatever it was. And he says, like, sure, right here. And they go through the roster and it says right there, Robert Lazar. And there's also a newspaper article that was printed about him being a physicist at Los Alamos Labs and that he had made this crazy jet engine powered Honda. Yeah. And so there's him with the Honda, and he's listed in this lab that he's a physicist at this lab. Dude, that shit's so weird. So, and then what that guy just said, what Trump just said, you're not supposed to say that, it's classified. Like, yeah. What? Why don't you fucking tell us? Well, I always wonder if they're going to try to do like a Space Force thing, where it's like WMD's in the Middle East, we go to the Middle East. Now they're going like, yeah, I think there are aliens, and it's like now we get to do like Space Force shit. I think if they're aliens, you can't do shit to them. I know, but it's also like if you want to erect some weird defense thing in outer space so we can spy on China, it's like, I think there probably are aliens. By the way, it's like I would imagine there's something. I would imagine or something.
Because the government, whenever they start floating out things, like I assume there's like an agenda. I'm like, all right, what are they doing?
100%.
Because they just dropped aliens on us out of nowhere, and everyone was kind of like, okay.
Well, it really started around 2017.
Yeah.
That's when it started becoming legitimized, because that was when the New York Times printed this article about it. And they talked about these pilots and their experiences and these videos that they couldn't explain because these crafts had no heat signature and they were flying at ridiculous speeds over the ocean.
Yeah. I remember them just coming out with it, and then like and then they started doing the UAP thing and all that stuff, and they were like, yeah, there's like unidentified crafts and blah blah blah. So I'm always kind of like, what are they up to?
Yeah, it's weird.
What the hell are these guys up to? Right
It's
now?
hard to know what's real and what's not real, but when you start talking to pilots and people that have experienced certain things, you just go, wow, what is this guy saying?
Yeah, and I don't deny it. I'm always kind of like, yeah, you probably did see that stuff, but it's like, I don't know, it's like,
Why is it classified?
it's got to be I would imagine it's military stuff where they're like, we want to reverse engineer and use it for our military if this gets into another military's hands, blah, blah, blah. But then they're all spying on each other, so I would imagine they would know too.
Well, the people that I've talked to said that Russia and China both have retrieved crashes.
Really?
Yeah, it's not just America that has them. It's other countries that have them too.
Damn.
Supposedly, this is the big story. Supposedly. There's one that's so big that they can't move it, so they built a building around it. That's supposed to be in Korea, supposedly. That's why I heard it's in Korea. But yeah, this is the lore, that this thing is so big that they couldn't move it, that they had to put a building around it.
Dude, that's wild. That'll be the thing I always think about. If they come out and say, yeah, there's definitely aliens, like, what do people do?
Yeah. This is the building, supposedly? A giant building in South Korea is often cited as a potential UFO storage facility. Can you imagine if they just built it the shape of a UFO?
That kind of looks like it.
That's so
crazy. Dude, do a square building.
But it's in that fucking building.
I don't know.
Imagine if that's real.
Yeah, what is this? Why are they, why do they think this?
Well, I would imagine that place would have to be heavily guarded.
Yeah.
It was just a gate. Who's that guy? Eric Burleson insisted on the existence of aliens, but admitted he has no definitive proof.
Okay. I was talking that video I showed you the other day. He said he was going to go look at these places.
He was going to go live in Korea.
He mentioned he was going to go look at the underground one. He didn't say where it was.
Oh, this is the congressman's claim. So scroll down there a little lower. So there it is. U.S. Congressman's claim classified facility housing a UFO is hiding in plain sight. Well, that's kind of hiding in plain sight. They literally made a little antenna on the top, just like this sport bottle. Look at this sport bottle. It has that antenna on the top. I don't know what to believe, man, but I know I want to believe. 270 feet in diameter. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, especially now with all the deep fake stuff that's going to come out. Like the next election will be in like deep fake territory. Everyone will be like, you were on the Epstein list, you were on it. No, you were. I'm just,
You could have people saying all kinds of things that they never said.
or being like, I didn't do that.
Hanging out with people that never hung out. I mean, there was all these photos that were fake of Epstein with a bunch of different people.
Oh yeah. No, there was a completely fake videos people were sharing.
Yeah.
It's like, so I don't know. By that time, it's like, I've been trying to just pull back completely from like the news, and I'm like,
Hey, what is the official story of the Colbert Show where they had to air that Tallarico interview on YouTube? Because I'm hearing two versions. I'm hearing one version is that CBS wouldn't let them air it because like Trump was involved, the government was involved somehow or another because they're worried about this Tallarico guy. He's this very charismatic guy in Texas that I really like. He's a very nice guy. I'm on the show. And Brian Simpson's one guy. And then the other thing that I'm hearing is no, with FCC equal time rules, if he had Tallarico on, he would also have to have Tallarico's opponent, which is, I think, Jasmine Crockett. Is that true?
I didn't even know
whoever his opponent is. So I think there's rules like that for the FCC that don't exist for podcasts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they have to balance it.
Yeah, like if you have this person on that's running for office, you also have to have someone that is opposing them.
Okay.
They have to have equal
I
time.
didn't know they had
Is
that.
that true?
So he was on Colbert Show. Who shows you on?
Yeah, Stephen Colbert Show.
Okay.
And so they were framing it like it was the government was censoring this guy because they're worried, and he was saying they're worried that they're going to flip Texas. That's what he said. I don't know if that's true though. because
So it's honestly, this sounds like it's Colbert saying one thing, CBS lawyers are saying a different thing.
oh, okay. What are CBS lawyers saying?
They're saying that it's the FCC thing. Colbert says, quote, here, they know damn well every word of my script was approved by CBS lawyers who, for the record, approved every script that goes on.
Yeah, but it's not about the script. It's about the humans, the people that are on. If the people are, yeah, here it is. The show provided legal guidance that the broadcast could trigger the FCC equal time rule for 2 other candidates, including Rep. Jasmine Crockett, and presented options for how equal time for other candidates could be fulfilled. So you would have to have equal time. Colbert scoffed at the statement during Tuesday's show. They know damn well every word of my script, but it doesn't have anything to do with the script. So they don't know damn well that every word of my script last night was approved by CBS lawyers who, for the record, approved every script that goes on the air. That's just diverting because that's not what the subject is. Okay. I got called backstage to get more notes from these lawyers, something that had never ever happened before. They told us the language they wanted me to use to describe that equal time exception, and I used that language, Colbert said, so I don't know what this is about. He went on to say he wasn't mad at the network and does not want an adversarial relationship. But he's on his way out anyway.
Yeah, I
Right.
didn't know he was still doing the show.
Yeah, he's doing it, I think, until like April or May or something. Come on, you're Paramount. No, you're more than that. You're Paramount Plus, he cracked. And for the lawyers to release this statement without even talking to me is really surprising. The host also noted there's been a long, very famous exception to the equal time rule, and that exception included talk shows, interviews with politicians. Oh, interesting. So that makes it interesting. We looked, we couldn't find one example of this rule being enforced for any talk show interview, not only for my entire late night career, but for anyone's late night career going back to the 1960s, he said. Colbert said that Carr has not gotten rid of that exception for talk show hosts yet. Maybe CBS was worried that this is a rule and that the government could crack down on them, although no one has ever done that in the past. So this is a different kind of government, right? Obviously, it's a very adversarial relationship CBS, or at least the Colbert Show, has already with Trump.
Yeah. What are they worried about? Who is Taylor? What party is Tallarico?
He's a Democrat.
And with Crockett. What's Crockett?
She's a Democrat as
She's a
well.
Democrat too. So
Yeah.
what is like? Oh, they're running against each other.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Tallarico is a white guy.
He's a guy, his story is very interesting. He was a school teacher.
Okay.
And his story was that he had this kid that was very troubled in his class, but the kid was receiving counseling and was starting to get better. And then budgets got cut. And when budgets got cut, they cut off the counseling, and this kid started fucking off and, acting out and really falling apart. And he wound up getting kicked out of school. And it really hurt him because he was like, this kid had like real potential. And he is a teacher,
Yeah.
And so then he decided to run for office and to try to remedy these problems.
Gotcha. So didn't he just get like jammed up with something now, or like someone claimed they were in his office and that he said something kind of like disparaging about like a black guy?
Tallarico?
He's a very mild-mannered looking guy, right?
Yeah.
There was I don't know if I'm getting my politics.
See, man, when
But it was
people are running against people, stories start flying.
But it was about another politician. All he said was like, I didn't know I was going up against, this like, I don't know, I guess like whatever word he used, like electrifying black. I thought I was going up against a mediocre black guy. That was it. He apparently, some lady claimed that he called Colin Allred a mediocre black man.
Faced allegations that he referred to his opponent, Colin Allred, as a mediocre black man during a private conversation with an influencer. An influencer?
Yeah.
A comment Rep. Tallarico has denied. The allegation caused significant backlash, with Allred calling for supporters to vote for another candidate, Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, so it's like...
Yeah, that's a way to get people to not vote for that guy.
Yeah, it kind of sucks.
An influencer said it?
That influencer was like, I worked in his campaign, and he was like, if I'd known I was going up against this strong black woman, I wouldn't have known. I thought I was running against a mediocre black man. And then the guy responded being like, nothing about me is mediocre. They kind of had it.
So what the penalty is for the equal time rule, and I don't really see one.
Poor Talarico's having a tough time, especially if it sounds like he's a sweet guy who's like trying to help kids out.
His name's too close to the guy that killed Epstein.
What's his
I
name?
keep fucking him up. Taglioni, Tallarico.
I keep confusing them. Like when I say the killer's name, that cop, I keep saying I think his name is Tallarico. No, Tallarico. No, shit.
It's gonna catch up to him. He's like, I think this guy killed Epstein actually.
The thing is, like, an influencer said, like, what does that mean?
Yeah, look, it's pretty genius though. If you want to do dirty politics, you can just be like,
But what if he said I thought I was going up against this mediocre guy, and now I'm going up against this powerful black lady?
that's what. It's not a bad.
Right.
Then he didn't. He was like, I'd be like, that makes
But he
sense.
is a black man, so if you say mediocre guy and it happens to be a black man, and then that person says, he said mediocre black man. Like,
Yeah, it's not even that bad of a thing to say.
all you'd have to do is just not say the black part, and you'd be like, oh, he's just talking about a politician. The
I
guy's
know.
mediocre.
I know.
Happens to be black, but he's mediocre. But as soon as you describe him accurately,
Yeah, you're fried. Especially if you're dead, man. If you're dead,
Right.
you cannot be going.
no.
Yeah.
He's a religious guy, too, which is interesting, but also opposes putting the 10 Commandments in schools.
Okay.
Yeah, I said I think it's going to push people away from Christianity. He had a very well thought out point about it.
Yeah.
We had a really good conversation.
Also, you don't need to be in school and be like, "Thou shalt not commit adultery." It's like, yeah, dude, they're not gonna fuck your wife. Like,
Well, it's not that. It's you're pushing this religious rule, religious rules on people, and it's one religion. It's like, what about people that are Buddhists? What about people that are Muslims? What about people that are Mormons? What about you can go down the list forever and ever and ever. Hindus, like, what do you? Come on.
Yeah, and it's also you can kind of summarize it up and like just be nice. I worked in high school for a while. I was a counselor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was like I went to school for social work for a while.
So, like, what kind of counseling did you do?
Just like therapy. It was a really cool the way they did it. Was like it was a charter school, and I was there as an intern. So I was getting my master's in social work. So they would have interns there as therapists for the school kids, basically, so that the kids could get free therapy at school if they're exhibiting kind of problems or whatever. So it was like I worked at it was like an inner city school in Philly, and I would just go there and chill in an office, and they would just like I'd have to get kids to class, and they would just come. We would like talk a couple times a week. And then you could bring their family in if they're like they had problems at home. You could be like, all right, let's call the mom and dad.
This is what this guy was talking about. This is what Tallarico was talking about. What they cut funding for.
Yeah, it's a shame because this school was like they kind of like ran it themselves. I guess they're getting funded by the state, but the way they got around it was just using interns. So it wasn't like you're not getting like the most experienced people in the world,
But you're getting some help.
getting something, man.
Yeah. Well, this kid that he was talking about, like, he has this very detailed story about this kid. It was like a good kid, just came from a fucked up house. And he wanted, and these people around him were the only positive influences that he had ever had, and he was starting to get better.
Yeah.
And then they took it away, and he starts falling apart.
Yeah, dude, it's also like you forget, like, cause like for kids, when you like, especially like in a city and kids are telling you like their lives, it's like, it's fucking heartbreaking. Like the shit, like their day-to-day setup, and you're like, fucking Christ, man.
Yeah.
And then they're just looking at you like, what do I do? And I'm like, try to hang in there. There's literally nothing I can tell you to do. You gotta hang in there.
Right.
It was sad, but it was one of like my favorite. If I didn't do stand-up, I would probably do that for a job. I loved it. It was fun.
It sounds very rewarding, right? Yeah, you're actually helping people.
Yeah, and it's just like intense. You're just sitting there in a room with someone, and it's like everything they're saying. There's no like guidance. You have to just be like, all right, well, like maybe this, maybe that. And it's like I don't know. I always liked it a lot. It was pretty cool. But then you go back to the school, and it's so funny. I went to social work school just because I was doing stand up. I was kind of kicking around. I was like, I was doing the podcast, but it was like slow going. And I remember watching Jordan Peterson be like, schools are crazy right now. Now, part of me, like, I wanted to be a therapist, but I remember being like kind of curious, like, I wonder how bad they are. And I went to school. I went to my master's program in social work, which was like ground zero for all like the stuff he was talking about. And it was literally like worse than he made it out to be. What was it like? It was insane, dude. It was literally like, I went to school again to be a therapist, but like social work, you can be a therapist faster than if you go to school for psychology, because you just like don't need any of the science really. You just study kind of like the theory and whatever. So you can be a therapist quicker. It's like a shortcut kind of. But it would be like, it was just literally, you'd be in a room with like 13 other people, and they would like, you talk about whatever it be. Like, let's talk about like clinical approaches here and there, and it would just right away turn into like race, gender, who's the most oppressed, do this. And it was just like, people would tell stories. Like, one time this guy said this to me, and everyone's like, I can't believe that fucking guy said that. It was literally like nothing. I paid $60,000. It was like I would be terrified if I was getting therapy. And again, it's like not everybody, but there's a lot of very young people would cry in class. So you'd be like talking, and like people would just start bursting out in tears, like, I don't feel safe. It was insane. And I'm like, dude, you're gonna be talking to people who are like homeless. How are you gonna help them? Oh my God. And it was all female. It was mostly female dominated. It was like me and 3 or 4 other guys. And then like people would come in because you bring your case files in and be like, here's something I'm dealing with. Let me get some, what do you think about this? I remember this guy was dealing with this like Vietnam vet who like, had like lived in Philly his whole life. And he was like, I was just shocked the way he talked about women. It's like, bro, you're dirty macking your client, dude, for these chicks. I'm like, come on, man. It was just kind of weird. It was like, did you know? He's a fucking 70-year-old dude. He's lived in Philly his whole life.
And he probably stabbed Charlie in a tunnel somewhere.
Yeah, and he was just very crude about women. It's like, come on, man. Of course this guy is. Yeah, don't throw him under the fucking bus. You're supposed to be helping. That was my whole point. It was like, if you're doing therapy with people, it's like, life is just so hard and so complex. And if you're going to be like, this doesn't sit with my party politics, I was like, you guys got to drop the political shit, man, and just like meet these people where they're at.
Well, there's so many guys out there that just want brownie points.
That's what and dude, he's exactly what it was. I was like, dude, I know what you're doing right now. You're dirty macking this guy. So you can be like, personally, I was offended. I'm like, dude, I was
the worst.
I couldn't stand it at all.
These guys are the worst.
Then they tried to kick me out of the school because when Shane got in trouble for SNL, my name popped up in the byline because they had no clue. It was like a double life. I would go to social work school because I just took out loans. I'm like, we'll just see what if the podcast works. I'll just pay off the loans. If it doesn't, I'll have a degree. And so it had been pretty contentious because my plan was like, dude, just go, keep it cool. Don't say anything, and then you be in these classrooms, and like I remember the one time this lady, and they're all like young, right out of college. They come out and they'd be like, well, and I believe this is like unprompted. She was like, well, I would never personally call the cops on a black person ever. And I'm just sitting in the back of the room, and I'm like, what no one's going to say this is the craziest thing. And I'm like, what if he was beating a woman? And she was like, and like, it was just that non-fucking stop. And I couldn't help it, so I would start saying stuff, and the room would go into chaos. So, like, I literally couldn't bite my tongue. And then eventually they found, once they already kind of had it out for me. Once that news came out about the podcast, they were like, we got him dead to rights. So then they like the student council, they didn't like me at all. They all kind of did a motion to get me kicked out. And so the teacher came to her, like, the dean or whatever, who actually was nice. I liked her a lot. She was like, I had a meeting with her, and she was like, yeah, these people feel unsafe, blah, blah, blah. So I had to do it. And it was like unsafe, or they just don't like what they're hearing. But like, I had a meeting with like the board, basically. Would you ever like fantasize about getting like defending yourself in court?
Yeah,
I got to do that, and I got to have like we got to like debate about whether or not I actually violated the code of ethics, and it was like kind of this gray area. So it was awesome. I recorded it on my phone. Wow, it's like an hour long. I never listened to it again, but it was like, wow. I was like, just in case they jam me up. The lady was like, like, what would you do if we kicked you out? And I was like, dude, like, I'll make the most of that for sure. Like, I wouldn't want to do it, but I would just see you guys, man. Like, you can't kick me out. I'm already like invested. Blah blah blah. And then COVID happened, so like they were just hushed it all. I just got to finish online class. Yeah, they tried to give me the boot. I remember the day.
Wow. Did they have a specific thing they were upset about? Was it your association with Shane?
It was just that clip, that Chinatown clip came out.
Oh, wow.
And they just saw us like, I'm sure they like looked into other stuff, but they were like, he's making this place unsafe. We're not safe here. I was like, shut up.
Yeah, podcasters and academic.
It was
academic, that does not go together.
Also, dude, like I thought like having a master's, I was gonna be around geniuses. It's like they're not that smart. You go to a place of masters and PhDs, half of them don't even like read anything. You talk about a book club, I never heard of that. And then they show you like Netflix. Like, bro, I'm paying $60,000 for this. You hit me with a Netflix doc. It's like this is $8 a month.
They were showing you Netflix docs in class?
Yeah, we watched the Netflix doc. One of the classes we watched like the 13th Amendment. And I was like, I saw this already. What the fuck, man? Like, That like, I mean, I remember thinking like, damn, everyone was on Peterson's ass about this. He was totally right. Liberal arts colleges were like, I couldn't have thought of a bigger waste of money in terms of like bang for buck and like what did I actually learn?
Well, I remember when we were talking about all the madness that was going on in schools, and people were like, why do you care about this? This is happening in college. I'm like, they're going to eventually graduate. And they're going to have this ideology, and they're going to get into corporations. They're going to get into business. They're going to carry this with them and try to enforce these crazy rules.
Or somebody like your kid's having problems, and you go to a therapist, and they're just like psycho. Like we were talking about modalities of therapy. One of them, someone floated, and the teacher was like, "Oh yeah, for sure." It was called like, I don't know what it was called. It was like activism therapy, where you get people politically active in order to like motivate them and enrich their lives. And I was like, you can't do that. You can't take like a confused, existentially adrift person and be like, "This is what you need to do." Go politically. I swear to God, dude, it was. There was like really creepy stuff going on there. It was all just like complete groupthink. You couldn't like if you said anything outside of like what was acceptable, you would just get punished. The teachers would kind of even like some of them would try to like scold you or be like, "Yeah, okay, dude." And it's like it's a lot. I could see it why it would just break people because I would like my heart would be beating. I don't really like conflict like that.
Yeah.
But it was also like, dude, some of the stuff you're like, I can't not say anything. This is insane, dude.
Did you ever talk about this on stage?
No, I've never really talked about being in social work.
Oh my God, it's like there's gold in them dark hills.
It was fun. At that time of the podcast, I would leave school. Then I come back to the podcast, like, bro, you won't believe what the fuck these people are saying.
You say it on the podcast? Oh, that's awesome. It just seems like it's a great gold mine for stand-up.
Yeah.
Like, because you have a very unique experience.
True.
Like, as a window into how crazy people are in school.
Yeah, no, it was terrifying, man. And then the weirdest part is, like, after years went by, they were like, "Do you want to get your PhD here?" I was like, "No."
After COVID?
After it all,
That's wanting your money.
exactly. I saw that, and I was like, "Man, get the hell out of
It
here."
would be nice to call yourself Dr. Matt, though.
Bro, don't think I didn't think about
Come
it.
on, dog. Come on, dog.
I know.
That just shows you how many kooky doctors there are out there.
That really opened my eyes. I thought doctors were like the smartest people in the world. And I went to like higher education. I'm like, this is fucking insane.
Yeah.
You can be a doctor, dude. Anyone can be. I was like, anyone can be a fucking doctor.
Especially with some subjects, right?
Exactly. That's the thing. Not like
Not hard sciences.
Not hard science. If you want
Calculus.
to be a doctor, you could go for like anthropology, whatever.
Yeah.
No problem.
No.
And they can't say shit. Like, you can make your thesis on anything and be like, excuse me?
Well, did you ever see what Peter Boghossian and James Lindsay and Ellen Pluckrose did? You know what they did?
No.
They made these fake academic papers.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
Like heteronormative something in dog parks. They were talking about like gay experiences with dogs have. And it was like a peer-reviewed paper. Fat bodybuilding was one of them. Yeah, and they were like celebrated. These papers were celebrated.
Dude, it would go 100%. We like the theory, like the critical race theory and all that stuff you cover. When you get into it, you're like, it was, and I remember like saying this. I was very, like, it reminded me because I'd been outside of Walmart. Someone handed me like a pamphlet, and it was like white supremacy literature. When you read that stuff, you read the first two sentences, you go, okay, that sounds legit. And then there's this like huge quantum leap in reasoning. You're like, whoa, how the fuck did we get here? A lot of that's very similar, where it'll make a thing like no one can disagree with.
Right.
Then it jumps real quick, and you're like,
Just complete groupthink.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that was scary to be like, damn, dude, these people are going to be like, these people are therapists working with kids, older people, this and that, and it was just like, I was like, how is this the people supposedly like, guiding people through life or like taking people who are lost or suffering and being, I don't know. It was kind of rough because the animus against a person who like thought differently, it was palpable and like very severe. Where it was like, dude, and the funniest part was like, I was in that high school in the inner city. The school was like 97% black, the rest Latino, and they were like, how would your students feel about your podcast material? I'm like, they don't give a fuck. They would laugh. Like, they have bigger fish to fry than being like, what did you say on a podcast? It's like, they're like high schoolers in Philly fighting for their lives.
How would your students feel?
That was the big disconnect. I'm like, you guys have like, I don't know, man. Like, they would even teach you. This would crack me up. I was like thinking about this the other day where they would tell you if you had a client and, say your client is black and, I'm a white guy, I should lead by going like, how do you feel about the fact that I'm white and you're black? I was like, dude, you guys realize you're in a classroom studying how to talk to a black person. I'm like, that's fucking weird. I was like, just talk to, like, you can just talk to them, man. And if that comes up, you can tackle it.
Right.
I'm like, you're uncomfortable. And then you're going like, so black person, how do you feel that I'm white? It's like, dude, that is, and they would push back against me. I'm like, no, you guys can't do that. That's crazy.
Well, you were actually applying it in the real world. They were just exhibiting, they were just hanging out in these circle jerks.
Exactly. And a lot of them would be like, I'm social justice, blah, blah, blah. And like, all right, where's your field placement? That was like your, that was like your internship. And they're like, oh, I'm out on like the main line's like a really nice area in Philly. It's like, I'm doing like a high school in the main line. It's like, okay, dude, it's like, it's like take that act somewhere else. And it's like those kids don't want to hear any of that shit, like at all. And I would like you to talk to them. Like if race comes up, I would talk to them. But like that would have been so crazy to take a black 8th grader and being like, I'm white. How do you feel about that? That would be so creepy and weird.
Isn't it crazy that they think you're obligated to bring that up? That you have an obligation to discuss it?
Also, it's like they fucking know. They can see me. I'm clearly white. They know I'm white. And it's like, exactly. It's like, and if that, you talk. And then you can like bring it up because it's a thing, but it's like leading with that. I always feel like
the least of their problems.
Exactly.
They're just probably happy someone takes an interest in them and is kind to them.
Dude, and that was a big thing too of like, because you get them out of class and a lot of them, they'd be like, I'm fucking talking to this guy. So like, whatever. And I would just chill and be like, you just do your homework. And then you just start helping them with their homework. Like, what are you doing? And then you eventually build rapport. But it was just like, I'm like, these are the teachers telling you this. And you're like, fuck, dude, you guys are guiding people into this? And it was, dude, I walked away from that being like, God damn.
Well, there's a lot of people that think that, like, a lot of psychology and a lot of therapy is just complete horseshit.
Yeah.
And the argument about therapy being complete horseshit in terms of, like, the academic study of it and applying it to people is that very few people, get better. I think it does help a lot of people, though.
Yeah.
And I think it really helps a lot of people if they're in a really bad place. I think some people just want to talk to somebody. Yeah. And that can help, too.
Yeah.
But it's like, what can you actually do for them in terms of like with the tools and the techniques of therapy versus just being a human and talking to a human and seeing their side of things and trying to tell them your perspective and trying to give them a rational point of view and giving them some things to work on, but it's like it's not a science, and
not at all.
It varies so much between individuals.
Well, yeah, there's the individuals, then there's 40 million modalities of therapy. So it's like you can be doing like CBT, which is like that's supposedly the most scientific, where it's like there's a system, it's like kind of rigorous. You have like Jungian stuff where you're like, let's draw like a mandala based on your dreams, or you can just be like, let me just be nice to this person who's never had anyone be nice to them, right? And let them kind of open up and like, I think they did a study one time where they took, they let people who weren't trained therapists be therapists, and they didn't find a giant difference in terms of like who was getting what result. But then it is a skill though. That's the other thing. Like, it's a skill. It's a hard job.
Yeah.
But I think you're totally right. Where it's like it all depends on the person. Are they in touch with what's fucked with therapists? Do they know about like what's fucked up with them? And like,
right.
Because you can like, I don't know, man. It's such a crapshoot, and it's like, I think it can be beneficial. I think like being stuck in it your whole life, I don't know about that, because it just becomes a thing where you start performing and you're like, fuck,
Well, a lot of people feel like you have to be in therapy, and everybody should be in therapy.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I remember I didn't do it ever, and then when I went to school for therapy, they're like, you gotta go to therapy so that like you can know what it's like and blah blah blah. It's like fair enough, and I genuinely walked in there being like, I'm about to blow this lady's mind. She's gonna think I've never met a guy so put together, and then like I went in there and she kind of picked me apart, and I was like, fuck, I'm kind of fucked up. I didn't.
That's funny.
But I for real was like, this lady's about to be like, bro, let me just tell you about my life. I like for real had so much. You're gonna be the therapist first. I thought I was the chosen one. It was good though, because like the one thing they can do is like if you're in a family system and you have no other like available worldviews, you're locked in that. So a therapist can be somebody outside of a system you would never otherwise ever have access to, who can let you run like things through your head in a way you would never think of. That I think is good. But then it's like, at a certain point, it's like, I feel like you should get in, get out. Kind of like, all right, here's some things. It's like, there's like acceptance commitment therapy. That's good. It's like they teach you how to be like mindful, how to like monitor your thoughts without having them like completely attack. There are like skills you can learn.
Yeah.
But it's like, dude, fucking, and the money of it's crazy. Like, that's the other thing. Like, it's so expensive.
Right. And does insurance pay for it for most people? How does it?
Depends. It'll cover it for some. You have to get a therapist in that network, and then they have to diagnose you with insurance. If you want your insurance to cover you, that therapist has to diagnose you with a mental disorder or some sort of mental thing.
Oh, and do they have to prescribe something for you?
They don't. I don't think they have to prescribe. No, but it's like. Do they have to just give you your bipolar adjustment disorder is the one where it's like,
well, the psychiatrists, like, I wonder how many of them are just like incentivized to put you on something.
They're just like doctors,
right?
So, and then some of them just swear by it. They're like, just take this, take that, take this.
Yeah, I have a friend who went to a psychiatrist, and he said that like immediately, like first meeting, this guy's trying to put him on antidepressants.
Yeah,
and he's like, well, I don't think I need that. Like, yeah, I'm not that fucked up. I'm just not happy.
Yeah,
I'm sad.
It's also the first meeting's crazy because it's like, let's see what your life's about.
No, he's like, let's get you on this, and it'll make you feel better.
Yeah,
and we'll work from there. Like,
well, some of those guys are like ruthless materialists, where you're like, yeah, your brain's just fucked up, dude. Who cares? Is that like, did you ever see the Sapolsky guy?
Yeah, Robert.
Yeah, I think he's great. I love his lectures, but his last book. And again, this was like from him promoting it. I didn't read it, but his argument was like, yeah, we just all have different brains. And if you're like, if you're like a fucking home invader or a burglar, it's just your genes suck. And like, we should never punish anybody. We should just kind of like keep people aside and just rehabilitate. Basically saying like, you have no choice over what you do at all. Free will is complete illusion.
Yeah, it's the determinism argument.
Yeah.
I don't know about that argument. I mean, obviously free will is real, but obviously you are affected by your genes, your life circumstances, your past behavior, all the experiences that you've had. There's a lot of factors. To say that will doesn't mean anything, well then why is inspiration so important?
Yeah.
Why do people love inspiration? Why do people love like a good pep talk? Why do people love like a good motivational video that gets you out of the house? Like obviously there's will involved.
Yeah.
And will is the thing that turns you into a jelly roll at 500 pounds to jelly roll at 200 pounds. Like that's what will does.
Yeah.
Like that's a real thing, man. It's not a fake thing. This idea of free will. It's no determinism that led Jelly Roll to decide to start walking. It was hardcore will.
Yeah. No, I agree. I don't. That argument always bothers. I like Sapolsky. I liked a lot of his stuff. That argument just bothers me because it's like, okay, you're taking the idea of will and just switching it with like this nebulous, like there's like an isotope in your brain that is only gets switched on and then you're able. It's just to me, it's such a just a weird point to kind of like try to push across. So like, there's no free will. It's just your gene activates and then you do the thing. And it's like, I guess, man. But then you can like change your genes apparently by like acting a certain way. So it's like, I just never liked that stuff, man.
It's a weird argument, but there's validity to both perspectives. There's validity to the perspective that free will is a real thing, but also determinism is a giant factor in how many people live their lives the way they live them.
Yeah.
Because like, especially if you're in a shit circumstance, you're in a terrible gang-ridden community, you get beaten in your house, your mom's on crack, there's chaos everywhere. The idea that you're going to come out of this writing vegan poetry is insane.
That's true.
It's insane.
No, that's true.
And that's insane. You're a product of your environment, at least to a certain extent. And usually someone finds something that they love that gives them an outlet, and then they get out of there.
The problem with the determinism stuff for me is like, because I do get that. It's like, if you have a horrible upbringing, you do you kill people. It is like, yeah, I get it. Like, if that had been me, maybe I can do that. And like, he's like, maybe we should treat everyone a lot more kindly and not punish people. And it's like, I'm all on board with that. It all stops at pedophiles. And it's like, so what? We're supposed to just like, poo-poo a pedophile? It's like, part of me is like, we should probably fucking fry those guys. Where it's like,
well, that's one of the craziest things about this whole what's going on, the woke shit in academia, is they're starting to call them minor attracted persons.
Yeah.
So there's like legitimate academics who are describing pedophiles as minor attracted persons, and that it doesn't mean that they're evil. It's like, what?
Yeah, I know, and that's the problem. It's like, okay,
especially if you have kids. Like, I don't know anybody who has kids who has that perspective.
No.
if you did, you have to be like a sick fuck, like to think that it's just a minor attractive person that fucked my kid. Like what?
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing too. Where it's like you wear all those bags, of like jeans and wear this material goo that just does something. Sometimes it's like, all right, well, let me fucking squash this pedophile and let me wear all those bags of goo. So let me crush this guy. But it's like,
right, it's okay to abort a child, but it's not okay to kill a pedophile.
I know.
Okay, explain, help me.
Yeah, that's where it gets for me all that like determinism. Like we should just be kind and have a more rational approach to criminal justice. It's like, for sure. And then it's like, fuck pedophiles. It's like, yeah, you can't.
Pedophiles, serial killers.
Yeah.
There's a lot of rapists. There's a lot of different people who get thrown into that. One of the interesting things about Sapolsky is he did some crazy work on toxoplasmosis. That's how I really got into him.
Really?
Yeah, he was the guy that we first started reading about that was saying that a disproportionate amount of motorcycle victims, when he was doing his residency, the guy who he was working with, one of the surgeons, would test the motorcycle victims for toxoplasmosis. And he said a giant percentage of them have this cat parasite.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about
This cat parasite alters behavior. It makes you more reckless. It makes you more prone to erratic mood swings. And it makes you more aggressive. It's interesting. Yeah, a disproportionate amount of successful soccer teams have high levels of toxoplasmosis. And countries with higher toxoplasmosis. There could also be countries with higher toxoplasmosis don't have any money. It's easier to get a soccer ball. People get good at soccer. It's a way out of the game. A way out of bad neighborhoods. But the motorcycle victim thing is nuts because we know it affects human behavior. And we also know that it affects animal behavior. Yeah, it makes cats, it grows inside cats' guts. It's the only way that it reproduces. So what it does is it rewires the sexual reward system of rodents. And like mice and rats get turned on by the smell of cat piss. So they go to seek out cat piss with like a boner, like literally. And they lose all their fear of cats so that the cats devour them. And so when the cats devour them, then that parasite is now inside the cat's gut, which is where it reproduces. So that's why they tell pregnant women you should never touch cat litter.
Really?
Yeah, it's toxoplasmosis.
And they think it does the same thing in humans, where it just makes you like kind of amps up your drives.
Yeah.
Damn, that's. You know what else is nuts too? Because you were saying that's more in like certain countries that are like developing.
Well, it's in rural areas, in places where people have like outdoor cats.
Yeah.
But there was one point where in France, it was like 50% of the people had toxo.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because there was wild cats everywhere.
Yeah.
And you got to think, they're on your countertop. Their fucking shit is on their paws.
That's the one thing. Like I have dogs. Cats are fine. If I see a cat, I'll pet it. But like when I see people's cats on the countertop, and I don't get squeamish easily, I'm just kind of like, ew, dude. It's like it's kind of gross.
Well, they shit in a box. Yeah. They paw around in that box of shit and piss, and then they hop on your couch. Yeah, shit and piss on their paws.
Yeah.
Dogs go outside. They take a shit. They come inside. They're good. Yeah. As long as your dog doesn't rub his asshole on your dinner plates, you're probably okay. But I've had cats like walk on your plates. They don't give a shit. They'll take a seat on your plate.
Yeah, like
you're like, I have to get a new plate now. You fuck. What are you doing? Get out of that.
Yeah, they're funny, but every time I see them like get out of the litter box and walk across people's countertops, I'm like, dude,
it's funny. I've always had them though. I don't have them now because my kids are allergic to them. When I was younger, I had them, and they are fun. I like them. They're fun pets. They're cute. They come over to you and purr.
Yeah.
But it is weird that you have a box of shit in your house. And there's a lot of people, like, they're lazy, and you go over their house and they have a cat, they're not cleaning that litter box enough, and as soon as you walk in, they'll fucking waft of piss and shit at you. Like, bro, you're just smelling this all day?
So bad. I would need an outdoor. I used to let stray cats come in my house. After college, I lived in a house by myself in Philly. It was like a small house, and a lot of the houses on the street have been knocked down. So there's only there were row homes, but I had a standalone row home. There's a lady across the street had a standalone row home. They just knocked all the houses next to us down, and like two other people. And I would let the stray cat into my house, like, I'll just, you can come stay in here. But I'd be like, you can't, like, this thing can't get in my bed. And like, by like 3 days, that thing was like curled up next to my face. I got a fucked up eye infection. Yeah, it was called epidemic keratoconjunctivitis.
It's called shit in your eye.
It literally was. It was, but the eye doctor was like, goes, I haven't only seen this is like in third world countries. And dude, for 6 months afterwards, after it got cleared up, they had to shut the thing down and clean the whole eye practice. Afterwards, my eye at 10 o'clock would start to droop because the white blood cells would rush to my eye. So I would be out for 6 months after this thing had finally cleared up. It was viral. They're like, there's nothing you can do for it. I would go out, my eye would start drooping, and I'd be like, I gotta go home. I gotta go home.
It's your alarm.
I would feel like I had fucking sand in my eye.
Highly contagious, severe eye infection caused by adenovirus, typically types A, 1937, cause rapid onset of red, painful, watery eyes, often with light sensitivity, blurred vision, and swollen eyelids. Whoa.
Dude, I would wake up in the morning, my eyelid was stuck together, and I have to pull it open. And then I saw the movie Ray. Remember the beginning of Ray when his eyes get all globbed up? I was like, dude, am I going blind? This would suck.
That would suck if you got blind from a cat's asshole.
That fucking suck, dude.
Bro.
Yeah.
A friend of mine has shingles on his face. It's crazy. His whole face is all swollen up, and he's worried he might go blind.
He has it now?
Yeah, he just got it. He's an older guy. He just got it.
What is shingles like when you don't get chicken pox and it like comes and gets you
I
afterwards?
don't think so. I think it's a form of the herpes virus that affects older people
That
in
sucks.
particular. Older people are terrified of it. They
Yeah.
get shingles, vaccinations, and shit. Is that what it is? Oh, really?
I always heard that if you don't get chicken pox as a kid, you might get shingles
That's true.
as an adult. My uncle got shingles and it
Oh.
sucked.
Known as herpes zoster, a viral infection that causes a painful rash. It stems from the reactivation of the varicella zoster virus, the same one responsible for chickenpox, which lies dormant in nerve tissues after the initial infection. So after you get the infection, then you can get shingles. Now, after chickenpox resolves, the virus remains inactive in the body's nerve cells. Factors like aging, weakened immunity, or stress can trigger reactivation, leading to shingles. Most commonly in adults over 50, yeah. And my friend is like in his 60s. It sucks, dude. Yeah, that's rough. A lot of older people are scared of shingles.
Yeah, I mean, my uncle got it. And he was
Is the shingles vaccine effective? Does it prevent shingles? Is that one of the legit ones?
It says vaccines like Shingrix reduce risk significantly. Antiviral drugs shorten outbreaks. Start early.
Oh, you gotta get on it right when you see the first bump.
suck, dude. Somebody knows kids got MRSA from swimming in one of those.
Oh,
Dude,
that's scary.
We got the pictures. It was just like bubble. It looked crazy.
MRSA's terrifying.
Yeah.
That's all from taking antibiotics.
Or it was staph. Staph and MRSA. Oh, yeah, it was staph.
Staph is the more dangerous one. Oh, excuse me, MRSA is the more dangerous one because MRSA is medical resistant.
Okay.
Medicine resistant.
So this was just staph. So it's like a giant bubble on her hand. It looked crazy.
I've had staph.
Did you really?
I've had it a couple times.
Oh.
Yeah. I got it from jiu-jitsu. A lot of people get it. Yeah, it's real common. Like, a lot of people get it and they don't even realize they have it until it's too late. Like, Ari had it. He didn't even know he had it. We were in pool once and he was limping around. I go, why are you limping? And he goes, I got a spider bite. And he was doing jiu-jitsu. I bought him a year of jiu-jitsu for Christmas.
Yeah.
I forced him to celebrate Christmas. I didn't say it's Hanukkah. I got him a Christmas present. But I go, let me see. And he rolls his pants up. And I see this bubble on his knee with like a pus center of it. And I go, we're going to the hospital right now. He goes, are you serious? I unscrew my cue. I go, you have to go to the hospital right now. I go, right now. I go, that's staph infection.
Oh.
And he was like, why don't they fucking tell us about it? Why aren't there signs at the gym warning you about it? I'm like, that's a good point. Like, you kind of have to hear about it from somebody.
Yeah.
I found out about it from my friend Tate. Shout out to Tate Fletcher, my homie. We were at the airport once, and I had shorts on, and I had just like my foot sitting up like this. He goes, what's on your calf? I had like little pimples on my calf. I'm like, I don't know, nothing. And he goes, dude, I think that's staph. I'm like, what? They go, these are like little zits. You think that's staph? He goes, yeah, you should go get that checked out. And I went to the doctor. He said, yeah, that looks like staph. He goes, I'm going to put you on antibiotics right away, and we're just going to swab it and send it in, but I don't want to wait. And I got on it right away, and so I killed it quick. But I remember the antibiotics. Dude, you feel so weird when you're on.
Yeah, you're just like so tired. I hate taking them.
Some guys fight on them. I know guys that have got staph infections in the UFC, fought off the staph infection with antibiotics, and then fought on the antibiotics, which is crazy. Yeah, I don't know how you'd have any endurance.
No. I always feel weird. I also like they mess my stomach up so bad.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna end up my stomach's just fried.
Well, my friend Gordon Ryan, that's his belt up there, he's the greatest jiu-jitsu grappler of all time, and he has to retire because he got stabbed so many times and he was taking antibiotics so often that it fucking nuked his gut bacteria. And like he can't hold food down, he throws up all the time. Yeah, it's crazy. He's been dealing with it for years. And he just announced on Instagram really recently that he has to retire.
Dude, I got
He can't train.
that's fucking.
And he's the greatest of all time.
And he's
30. Ah, yeah.
That sucks.
Like unanimously regarded as the greatest grappler of all time.
And that's it.
Yeah, he's gone like 10 years undefeated, beating the best fighters in the world.
Can he take like time off? Can he just take like 5 years
He's
off?
trying. He's done that. He hasn't competed in a couple of years. He can't do it. He can't train.
That sucks.
It's like it keeps coming back.
Dude, I had eczema one time, and it came up on it was like on my legs, and it was on my dick. And I thought it was ringworm because it was like a perfect circle. So I go to the whatever urgent care, and I'm like, yeah, I got fucking ringworm. And they're like, that's weird. Yours doesn't go on there. But they're like, just put fucking Lotrimin. Or I think what like Lotrimin, that shit. So I put a Lotrimin on my dick, and it just dried like the whole thing. It was like it was disgusting. So then I had to go back to another urgent care, and it was like the second or third time I just showed like a fucking shriveled, flaccid, like chapped red penis. I showed this one nurse who goes like, I don't know. Calls in another nurse, and I'm like, fuck, all right. She comes in. I don't know what that is. They call him someone else. I'm like, oh, third nurse. Giant black guy comes in. I'm like, no. You know he's gonna laugh as soon as he leaves. Bro, he was probably, I can't believe. Yeah, it was bad. And then finally, I finally went to a dermatologist, and dude, you can look it up. It's Center City Dermatology. Run by just like a babe. Like it's on the website. Everyone knows this who's ever gone there. My friend, I was talking about it one time. My friend was like, bro, I know exactly what you're talking about. She comes in, checks it out. She was like, dude, you had, that wasn't even ringworm. And then she gave me this cream and it like cleared it right up. So I just show like my fucking like champ. It was like a leprosy, bro. Whoa. Yeah, dude. She saw me at my worst. Hilarious. So I just showed it to like 4 people. It was like a leprosy penis. And then eventually she was like, oh no, dude, take it was like a quarter steroid. Cleared it right up.
I know people that have had eczema that went on a carnivore diet and it went away.
I can't have gluten. That's the thing. I've been allergic to gluten for a while, and if I kind of backslide on that, it's like I'll get little eczema flare-ups.
A lot of people are allergic to it. And a lot of people don't think it's actually the gluten. They think it's actually how they finish the crops with glyphosate.
I've heard about that.
Yeah, which kind of makes sense because, like, why are all these gluten intolerant? Nobody ever heard about those in the 70s?
No.
There was no one gluten intolerant.
No, it was, dude, weird. The weird thing is my mom, she's always been a health person. She got this book because she had health problems, and like it might have been the 80s. My aunt was a nurse, gave her this book, and my mom self-diagnosed gluten allergy in like the 80s. And everyone's like, you're out of your fucking mind. Like nobody has this, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, then like when I was in college, I was like, dude, like I feel like every time I swallow food, it feels stuck in my throat. I have like gas, I'm burping, my stomach's fucked up, I'm not sleeping. I was having like racing thoughts and shit. And she was like, oh, try not eating gluten for a while. Dude, it cleared it up. Like it was insane.
I wonder if that's the same with like gluten that you get in Europe where they're not using any glyphosate.
No, that's what I heard. You can eat it. Apparently you can go eat it, in Europe and it's fine. I remember I took a test finally and it was like one of those like internet blood test things, and I came up like allergic to not even the gluten. It's like gliadin, which is like another protein inside of wheat, which I don't know if it's the same thing or what. It's just like an allergy to it. I showed it to Shane. It was moderate. He goes, moderate, you're a pussy. Have a pizza. I was like, fuck. Why did I show you? He was always like, everyone's like, it's fake, it's in your head, you're full of shit. So I finally have proof. I'm like, what are you gonna do about it now? He goes, moderate. Pussy. Like, fuck.
It's one of the worst intolerances to have because the food is so delicious. Mm-hmm. Like, think about it: spaghetti, lasagna, bread, sandwiches.
Eating the gluten-free bread is like not. It's not. At that point, you just go like, I'm not eating bread. It's not really good. in order to make it good, you have to put so much shit in it that you're like, I might as well not eat it. I've been off gluten since I was like 21.
Wow.
And then anytime I would like backslide at a restaurant where they cook with it and stuff, it would, fuck me up. Weirdly enough, though, if I get enough sunlight, I can tolerate a lot more stuff.
I guarantee that's a vitamin D thing.
I don't know. It's weird, man. Every time I go to a doctor, they're just like, bro, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, vitamin D is good for your immune system, and these are autoimmune issues.
Yeah.
It makes sense that they would kind of be connected somehow or another.
Yeah, because I couldn't eat, after the gluten, it was like, then I couldn't eat dairy, and then every time I'd get sunlight, I could eat the dairy. It was fucking weird.
How nuts is the sunlight thing? Like, for so long, people are saying, stay out of the sun. The sun's going to kill you. It's crazy. And then now they're going, no, you need to get in the sun or you're going to die.
I know. What's the new? We got the new food pyramid now.
I know. Well, a lot of people are so angry. They're so angry at RFK Jr. for flipping the food pyramid, but there's so much evidence that this is the accurate way to eat. This is the way people are supposed to be eating. It's like whole foods, like actual food, like vegetables, meat, fish. Like that's what you're supposed to eat. Like actual food that people have been eating for thousands of years. That's how you're supposed to eat, dude. That's the one. That's the stuff, the backlash against them that I'm like, I don't get it, man. It's like getting like the weird shit out of foods that they don't have in Europe for like schools and stuff. And it's like that was always the left wing's position. It was like no preservatives, no additives, natural food.
I know that's the thing too. Like I love because I have all these food allergies, so like I gotta go to like a hipstery kind of like rainbow flag restaurant. That's the only place I can eat from. So I'm like, I know you guys like this. Why are you pretending to not like getting rid of like Red 40 and all that shit?
Because it's connected with Trump. Because RFK Jr. is a part of this party, part of this administration. And so it became a political thing. People are just so silly. They'd rather commit suicide. They'd rather poison themselves than admit that he's right.
It's insane. It's like, dude, just give him one and be like, all right, that's actually a good one.
But it's that resistance to recognizing maybe this person that I don't agree with because he's connected to this other person that I don't agree with. Maybe he's got some good points. Yeah. Maybe if a person that was like someone that I aligned with ideologically had the same points, I would be like, yes, thank you. Yes, these preservatives are terrible. Yes, these dyes are terrible. Yes, this is bad for you. Yes, you should have warning labels. Yes, other countries have banned these products. Why do we have them? Yes.
Dude, and especially like if you have kids, it's like, dude, you worry more about that than like your kids not eating a bunch of crazy bullshit.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, just let it go. You can be like, all right, like I don't like this, but that's fucking raw. I like that. Let's let them cook on that. And it's like,
so many people that aren't religion, don't have religion in their life, they worship science. Like science, they treat it as if this is like a doctrine and a dogma, and if you don't support it, you're a heretic. There's something wrong with you. It's like, well, do you know those people? These scientists, like a lot of them are fucking severely compromised. They're compromised by financial incentives. They're compromised by academic incentives. They're trapped in these systems where you're forced to have groupthink.
Yeah.
You have this top-down control. The people that are at the top are controlled and connected to these pharmaceutical drug companies. They're pushing these ideas like, this isn't all clean.
Yeah, they're hanging with Epstein too. And
I know, they're crazy.
He loves scientists, man. Thank God I wasn't a scientist.
It's so weird.
That's so fucking creepy. Yeah, and the science shit is like, I do know this from going to a master's. I know you need to understand statistics. You need like a very serious understanding of statistics to actually make sense of those studies. And I never was able to do that, but it's like, you can read those studies, like, oh, look at this, it's a graph, everything's going up, and it's like, yeah, but like, what was like the percentage of the what this and it's like statistics is for real like magic to me, where it's like it's so slippery and weird, and like you can make one thing look this way, and it's you can arrange the data in a different way, and you're like, oh shit, the fucking thing went up, and now this is better. It's like,
well, that's what pharmaceutical drug companies do for sure. They'll run multiple studies and then throw out all the ones that show no efficacy, and even hide dangerous side effects. They hide them.
Yeah, I think they're allowed to do as many. I remember reading a book on antidepressants like years and years ago, and I think they were allowed to do as many studies as it needed to like show basically what they wanted to say, which wasn't even good. It was like 50%.
A lawyer in here that he'd worked on cases with pharmaceutical drug companies, and one of the things he said that was really crazy was he found out that the pharmaceutical drug companies don't, when they get peer reviewed, when their papers get peer reviewed, they don't have to give data to the scientists. They give their review of the data to the scientists, and then it gets peer reviewed.
Damn.
Yeah, it's like rigged.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's so rigged.
Remember the study that was like, if you drink one glass of wine, you're going to be healthy?
Yeah.
That was complete bullshit. That was made by a body of science that was like promoted by the big alcohol companies. It was completely false. I know so many people who were like, dude, it's good for me. I need alcohol every day.
They were also saying resveratrol. That was one.
Yeah, grape shit. And it's also just like, eat a fucking grape then.
Well, also, you take resveratrol. It's a good supplement. And the amount that you get in supplements is like far exceeds a glass of wine. You have to drink the whole bottle.
Yeah,
And then you're hammered. Your liver's destroyed.
Yeah, that shit always threw me off. And I remember at the time being like, there's no fucking way that's true.
Yeah.
No, you hang out more, you're less lonely. And
I think there's something to the relaxation of alcohol that like, at least it makes you feel better. And I think feeling better is a part of like having a better life and having a healthier mind. Because there's something about people that are just riddled with anxiety and thinking about things all the time. There's a lot of people out there that are just, they don't have the tools to navigate this fucked up world. And so they're all like, drinky poo every now and then. Maybe not bad for them. Maybe a little just fucking juice, like
yeah, true. If you drop the cortisol at night,
just a little bit, a little relaxation. There's a lot of people that like one of the only things keeping them hanging on is a drink at night. You know, just a little drink, just nothing crazy. Not killing yourself.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to take that from somebody either.
Yeah, I don't want to take that from people.
That's true. I wouldn't want to take that, but it's just nuts to be like, this is actually really good for you. It's like, well, it's lesser of two evils for sure. It's like,
or weren't they trying to say that like Fruit Loops were healthier for you than ground beef? Wasn't that one of the studies?
Was it really?
Like they had comparisons, like they had a chart, like where things fit on the healthy versus not healthy.
That's fucking insane. Well, the old food pyramid was the best. It was like cereal, bread, and pasta. That was what you're supposed to eat, like base, not
supposed to be food.
You're supposed to be charged on just fucking like elbow macaroni. It's like, that was for real. Growing up, that's what it was.
I remember eating. Wow, people in France, they're eating loaves of bread and they don't get fat.
I know,
and they're healthy.
I know, it is fucking weird.
We're getting poisoned.
Yeah, everyone who comes here from other countries, like, I feel horrible.
I know. They have a hot dog and they're fucking vomiting in the trash can. All right, dog. Let's wrap this up.
All right.
Yeah, this is going around. Wexner's deposition from the oversight committee came out, like the full video did today. And there's this clip going around that I don't know what the context is. I'll show you. It's on the screen right now.
Okay.
I just want to play it and see.
He says, "I'll fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words." Okay. Okay. He seems like he's joking.
Yeah.
Like it, but
He wants him to answer questions very short answers.
I keep seeing people saying you're not allowed to be coached in a deposition.
Oh, that makes sense.
I don't know if this is.
I'll fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay? That's hilarious. And he thought he could whisper that.
That's crazy. That's so fucked up.
What is their relationship? Like, do they fuck around like that?
Yeah.
It's hard to say what that is.
That almost was kind of charming. I'm like, that was kind of like sweet, actually, in some weird way. Fucking killing it.
His answers in this are picked up already. I can see. He's like, I had no idea. They're like, you stealing money from your ABC reported this 5 years ago. I was like, no, fucking crazy. That's news to me.
You didn't know that Epstein was stealing money
That's
from
what
him?
he's saying in some of these clips. We'll see how where this goes.
Yeah, true.
If nothing ever happens, people are going to lose all faith in everything.
Yeah.
Nothing happens from all this. If Prince Andrew's the only one that goes down, what if he just gets a slap on the wrist?
He's completely gonna get slapped on the wrist. He's not going to like fucking maximum security. He's not going to like Oz. He's not gonna be in there like doing burpees and shit. He's gonna be in protective custody.
I never thought
He's only in jail for 11 hours. He's technically out now.
right, but he's going to be tried, right? Well, see, the thing is, like, I never thought he'd be arrested. I never thought that would happen. I thought, like, they'd strip him of his friendship, whatever it is. That's it. Banishing him to and then they kicked him out of the estate. I was like, whoa, things are getting serious.
Yeah, I think they saw. I think they got to see the stuff, man.
They
Bro,
must.
what the fuck?
They must.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's wrap this up.
Thank you,
It's been
man.
a lot of fun. hanging,
Hell yeah.
club.
Yeah, man.
Good times, dude.
It's been awesome.
It's fun watching your act grow too. It's really funny, man. Thanks, really great. And you're where this weekend?
Salt Lake City, and Boise, Idaho.
Go get some tickets, folks. Go see him. Matt McCusker, fucking hilarious. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Very funny. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What are you doing?
What do you mean?
Your face.
I have Kaposi sarcoma.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to have a fun look. It's my 10th time.
And what is a Lichtenstein? Is that what you said?
Roy Lichtenstein.
Who's that?
He's the.
Do you know who it is?
You know the picture. Pull up Drowning Girl. Jamie, pull it up. I get this thing. This guy.
Who's a comic book artist?
No, he's a pop artist.
art.
He drew comic books into paintings in the
okay.
60s. You've seen his stuff.
Oh, I'm sure. I have now. I've seen them in memes.
Exactly.
Like a man backhanding a woman.
No.
No? That's not the meme?
No.
No? Well, he's stepping on her hand right there.
That's his hand. It's a guy's
Oh,
hand.
it's a guy's hand.
Cop it.
It's feminine. Oh, Jeff, I love you too, but okay. The dots, I get it.
This was a lot of what I wanted to do, which I couldn't do. I wanted to do an Uncanny Valley look and look like a mannequin with like lifeless eyes and like kind of like legs, right? But that was a lot of money.
Like CGI from 10 years ago.
Yes, or like yeah. So I just went with this.
Okay.
I was on. No. This is. I was on Jordan's show last January 6th, and I had the QAnon shaman paint my face with his look, and I had a Russian fur hat, and I had the boots and everything, and Jordan Peterson had to sit and talk to me for 3 hours looking like a complete mental patient, and you're going to forget in a couple minutes, when someone's looking like this, but for anyone tuning in, it's just like, and see the clips go wide, it's a lot of fun.
Oh, I know. I've done dozens of podcasts with Duncan.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Like clowns and
it's
furries.
Like, why are they dressed like astronauts? Yeah, I think the internet it's going in a yeah. Wait, isn't it saying like the face of evil? There's the one that's the psychology of pure evil, Michael Malice.
How is Jordan doing? Is he okay?
I think he's doing better. I just talked to Michaela a couple of days ago. I think he's out of the woods. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say. Or what's my
say what happened to him?
I don't really know. I think you'd have to talk to her. This is really something I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
He just keeps going through the series of ongoing health crises.
Yeah, and it's what bothers me a lot is how much glee people seem to have with this, and I think like I was just saying a second ago, I think the internet's going in a dark place. People are going in a dark place. The internet's leading them there, but it's people. Well, I think it's like a snake eating its own tail, don't you think? I think, and when AI starts validating, your preconceptions, I'm very scared about the near future.
I'm very scared too, because so many people are so easily led and so prone to whatever the ideology is at the moment, just full scale adopting it.
I was on Gutfeld a couple months ago, and they were talking about how Sam Altman said ChatGPT is going to have erotica now. And everyone's like, well, what's erotica? They're making jokes. And I go, listen, I said, not that long ago, John Hinckley shot, in 1981, he shot President Reagan because he thought Jodie Foster was going to fall in love with him, thereby turning her away from men forever, right? And I said, what happens when ChatGPT, you really hate Trump, or you really hate Joe Rogan, or you really hate Fauci or Kamala Harris, and your AI friend is ginning you up, being like, yeah, they're terrible. Like, if there's 350 million people, you're saying out of those, 350 aren't going to try to do something?
Right. I mean, they've already had ChatGPT talk people into killing themselves.
I know. And that's
Whether it's ChatGPT or whatever
AI, right.
large language model.
Yeah, I am, and I don't see any breaks on this, and it's happening, I think, faster than we can. The whole point of the paleo diet, not the whole point, but a large part of the paleo lifestyle is, our biology has not kept up with our technology, right? And that kind of makes sense in the food thing. Push comes to shove, processed food you should avoid, whole food, natural food is probably better for you. That's just a good heuristic for anyone. But when you're talking about the mind, people argue, are human beings basically good? Human beings are basically bad. I think human beings are basically animals, and animals can be enormously collaborative and wonderful and work together. Even across species, you see these videos of like a dog saving a cow or whatever it is. But animals are also, I need to tell you, there's that chip in all of us.
Yeah.
And when that mob starts fomenting, like, people want blood and they love it.
Yeah, you also get all this powerful reinforcement from other people in the group that tell you that you're doing the right thing and they support you.
And if the thing with the Epstein stuff online is just really kind of like, I remember 5 minutes ago, right, for the blue pill people on COVID. If you don't care about COVID as much as I do, and if you aren't informed as COVID as much as I am, you want to kill grandma, right? Like that, you're told this explicitly.
Your kids should be taken away from you, should be banned from society.
Right. And my buddy, Lou Perez, is a great comic. He had a great tweet. He goes, if you don't have COVID, you can't spread COVID. I can't give it to you just because I'm a bad person, right? But that was the mindset. And now there's so much, there's 3 million Epstein docs. If you are not as invested as some people, you are a kid toucher, you're covering for them, you want this to happen, you're complicit retroactively somehow.
Yeah.
And I can't make heads or tails of it. I had Luke Rukowski on my show, who's been a conspiracy, I'm not saying in a negative way, conspiracy guy for a very long time. He used to work with Alex. He broke it down. Then I had Michael Tracy on my show, and he said, look, a lot of this hysteria, I don't know who is right, who is wrong, but if I have any kind of skepticism, I am somehow wanting children to be abused. It's insane.
Well, it's like so much of it is cryptic. Like, we don't necessarily understand what they were talking about.
Right. And if you say, what's beef jerky? Here's the thing. It's obviously kids. It's not just that it might be kids, or probably it's obvious. And if you're denying that jerky is obviously kids, you're denying that people are children. I'm not denying people are children. I'm just saying, what if it's heroin? What if it's weapon? I haven't read all those emails, but the idea that it's definitely literally infants, it seems like I want to see some receipts.
Yeah, it could be many things. I mean, it certainly is a code, which indicates, at least to me, that they were doing something they didn't want people to know about.
And I remember with the Pizzagate stuff, I talked about this in my book, and you're right, I had to get through this legal, because there was an email where it's like, oh, the maps or the flags are really angry today. So they're obviously not talking about maps or flags. It's obviously about something. We don't know what.
Right.
But to pretend that there was nothing there is also disingenuous. It's clearly code. But how do we know eating is not code also? Like, eating jerky could be like beating off, right? Or it could be killing someone. Right. But the idea that, the eating part is true, the jerky part is kids. Frankly, what bothers me is, don't you want to hope that they're not eating kids?
Yeah, well, it's like people just want to know. And if they already were and have been doing it for a long time, that seemed outrageous before a gigantic ring was exposed where there really was a sex trafficker who was compromising people and really was doing it at the behest of at least an intelligence agency, whether it's ours or the Israelis or whoever it is.
Or the Russians.
A lot of people want to say it's the Russians. Is there any validity to the Russians?
I have no idea. The reason I said the Russians is because I was on Drudge, and the headline was Epstein was Russian operative. So it was presented on Drudge. Don't take my word for it.
Right.
As, there's the receipts. This is why I'm saying there's Mossad connections with him, obviously, especially with Jelaine. CIA is a no-brainer, because why didn't they bag this guy for years?
Right.
I talked to Kurt Metzger about this, and broadly speaking, and he makes the point, like, these are all interconnected. this idea that we're going to separate out like the CIA from MI6 is they're buddies with each other, and,
Right.
and frankly, that's in many cases a good thing. You want to be working with other countries if you have international trafficking or terrorism or crimes, but I don't know. We don't. I can't even finish the sentence.
Right. No, well, you're honest. That's why. Now, the Russian thing, is there anything that makes sense to you to that?
What did you?
What's going on
Okay.
here? New documents show Justice Department documents mention Russia thousands of times, Vladimir Putin over 1,000 times, reflecting extensive Russia-related communications and contacts in Epstein's network. Emails, travel records indicate, okay, so there's real something to it. Epstein made multiple trips to Russia, obtained business visas, had scouts there recruiting young Russian women for him, of course. Similar to his operations elsewhere, the files describe Epstein cultivating ties with Russian political and business elites, acting as a facilitator in deals and introductions, not just sexual encounters. Epstein repeatedly sought a meeting or back-channel communications with President Vladimir Putin, at times suggesting he had advice or insight to offer about dealing with Donald Trump. He had documented ties to at least one former Russian official with a background in the FSB, whom he used to gather information on a woman he claimed was trying to extort his business partners. Well, for sure you're going to have that. You got a bunch of Russian hookers that you're bringing over there. Some of them are going to try to extort you.
Putin was ex-KGB. The
Right.
KGB for decades, for like almost a century, was blackmailing Americans. This is one of the big reasons why you couldn't be, there were restrictions against gays, because if you were gay at a time when it was socially unacceptable and the Russians found out about it, they flipped you. Because they would sit you down and they'd be like, look, we know we're going to out you, or you're going to play ball.
Right.
And in those situations, you're going to play ball. This is a huge scandal for them.
And that's there's a lot. There's a large percentage, I don't know what the population is, of these undercover gay politicians.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
There's
politicians,
a
I mean the
lot.
bureaucrats, like people working for Johnson and FDR. This was a thing, and they would know.
Yeah.
And they would have honeypots.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't be hard at that time.
Right. And for men, it's so easy to get us. Like, God, it must be hard to get women.
Yeah, how would you blackmail a woman?
I mean, why do you trick them into fucking some guy they shouldn't be fucking, and why would anybody care? See, no one cares. Like, if a woman has an affair on her husband and has sex with some hot guy on an island, everybody's like, you go, girl.
Yeah, Stella got her groove back.
Yeah, Stella got her groove back.
How would if I wanted? Okay, let's walk through this. If there's a CIA lady and I want to flip her,
Right.
how do I?
You got to get her to fall in love with you.
No, or you gotta get her husband to cheat. Or go threaten her kids. You gotta threaten her kids.
Yeah.
Threaten the kids.
Yeah.
But that's a hard one.
But that's a different thing than getting her to do something that she shouldn't have done out of lust.
How do you blackmail a woman?
Yeah, you don't have a. That's probably why a lot of women aren't in trouble.
Why they are in trouble?
Aren't.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Right, because like I would imagine you would want them too. There's plenty of women politicians you'd want to compromise. I mean, they did get Stacey Plaskett. She was cooperating with Epstein, going back and forth during Trump's administration.
Did you see also Kristen Sinema, that lawsuit?
Oh no. I didn't
So
see
she
it.
was the senator from Arizona. She was a centrist and
Right.
ran out of town, and she broke up a marriage basically. And in North or South Carolina, where she's being sued, you can be liable for damages if you're like the side piece.
Oh, I've seen that.
And in the lawsuit, it's
That's
like,
a crazy law.
I know.
That's a bitch ass law.
And you're suing a senator, and the thing, and I believe the filing completely, because the filing said he had PTSD, so she was offering to give him psychedelics to help him heal, which I'm sure she did. And basically, they just started a relationship. He left the wife, and it's like, this is unfortunate, but it happens. But she's facing damages now.
That's so wild that that's a law.
Yeah.
Like, what if the person was on the way out anyway?
That's his argument.
Yeah.
He said, oh no, we were a loving couple. We never had any problems. And Cinema shows up, and now look at me.
How is that not the man's fault?
I don't. I think it's probably both. Well, I know she's suing Cinema. She's not suing the guy.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
What a stupid fucking law.
I don't know, North or South Carolina.
There's some of them old school laws that are so dumb. How is that a law that people have to be together? Like, people change their minds on people all the time and don't want to be with someone anymore. You meet someone you really like, and you go, I can't imagine living the rest of my life without this person, and I've been trapped in this fucking horrible marriage. I'm out. And then that person gets sued.
She had some other funny thing about like, no, the guy texted her like, I think it was fuck the military, and she writes back only the hot ones. So there's like, so she got all the texts out of his phone.
That's funny.
It's funny. It's a joke,
Right.
So, but I also, it's like, I think when the feminists talk about the kind of misogyny here, I think there is a bit of misogyny that you're blaming the woman and you're not blaming the guy.
Oh yeah, for that, like the lawsuit, that's crazy. That is such a bitch ass lawsuit. North Carolina is one of a handful of states that allow jilted spouses to sue for alienation of affection,
It's just her.
to seek damages from a third party responsible for the breakup of their marriage. You should only be able to pay them in tissues. You should pay them in just crates and crates of tissues. Oh, you get $500,000 worth of tissues.
I
Just bring up fucking semis filled with tissues.
I just think it's so salacious.
Stupid.
You shouldn't need to know this.
Well, even if we do know it, the law itself is fucking preposterous.
Yeah.
Alienation of affection. Well, how people decide they don't like people all the time. That's why divorce exists.
Yes.
And one of the reasons divorce exists is people find someone they like more, and they go, "Oh, I fucked up. I have to get out of this marriage. I'm in love with this other person."
And you don't always have to get divorced. There's plenty of marriages that survive shit like this.
Yeah, that's true too.
So
Yeah.
what's the counter to that? Fuck you, you're a bitch. Like he doesn't like you anymore.
But the lawsuit thing is, Curly, you get money for that?
What's
Kristen Cinema has to pay this lady money
I
because she
think it's
sucked that
really,
guy's.
I think it's
Millions?
I think she's suing for a lot.
How much?
Do you know what the damages are, Jamie? Can
Well, you
look?
go high just to settle.
Yeah, but
right?
the fact that there's no I don't know what the ceiling is. I'm not an attorney, North Carolina attorney, but it's not cheap. It's like, I think the side piece is she's not a hoe. She's basically paying the wife alimony.
Oh my God, it's real money.
Yeah, it's no joke. Does it say?
Who would fucking?
That's it.
She gave $9,000 to a man she's accused of.
Wait, if it's 75 grand, she would have paid it to shut her up.
Maybe she just doesn't want to out of principle.
It's got to be more than 75 grand. There's no way. If you're a senator, you're just gonna.
Maybe.
This
Maybe because most people have the reaction that we're having. Like, no one's outraged. No one's angry.
I think the response is that. Oh, that's
Yeah,
it.
it's just alienation of affection.
That's it.
Nicknamed the Homewrecker Law and is seeking $75,000 in damages per her lawyer. She argued that in a complaint that Cinema engaged in numerous unlawful acts with her ex-husband, including, but not limited to, having conversations with him. That's unlawful? Meeting him under emotionally and physically romantic and sexual circumstances. Having sexual encounters with him and encouraging him to leave his wife.
She took him to some concert together. I think it was like
So they went to a bunch of concerts.
They went to Coldplay.
I think it was like
Green Day,
Green Day.
U2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, is that a physically romantic and sexual encounter? Is that what that is?
Well, I think it's romantic.
Put that back up, please. I mean, the lawsuit alleges that in the fall of 2023, when Cinema's then head of security resigned, the head disclosed to Matthew Amell concerns that Cinema was having sexual relations. What a bitch ass security guard. Sexual relations with other security members. The security head urged Matthew Amell to leave, but Amell refused,
Wait, I love that.
citing the job's
I
financial
love the
security.
idea. Like, you don't want this gig. She'll fuck you.
She's fucking her security guard.
Yeah, more power to her.
She's a wild bitch. While on the job, Matthew Amell had at one point informed his ex-wife, according to her complaint, that should he and Cinema be together on a work trip to Napa Valley, California, it would have appeared as if they were on a romantic getaway. 2024, Heather Amell discovered that Cinema frequently messaged her ex-husband on Signal, which included a picture of the former senator wrapped in a towel and a suggestion that he bring MDMA. Yeah, let's go, Kristen. The drug commonly known as Molly or ecstasy to a work trip so that Cinema could guide him through a psychedelic experience. Wink, wink. In March of 2024, Matthew Amell informed his then wife that while he was serving as Cinema security at an event, the former senator was getting handsy, and that she held his hand and touched him. According to the complaint, Matthew Amell expressed that he didn't know how to get out of the situation without offending Cinema.
She was also the first bisexual member of the Senate ever.
What a good kid.
So you know she's a freak.
What a good kid. Molly, towels, pictures. Let's go.
She's got my vote.
I'm voting for again. She should run for president.
She should run Cinema for president.
Let's go, Cinema. Come on, she's a centrist. That's what America needs.
Yes.
You want a woman president? Yeah, let's go. Let's get a freak in the office.
I think we have a freak in the office.
He
Right now.
struggled to admit to the affair, the complaint says, but expressed that he wanted a divorce. Oh, he struggled to admit to the affair, but expressed that he wanted a divorce. After a November work trip, Heather and Matthew Amell separated. Her complaint alleges that her ex-husband and Cinema remained romantically involved. Cinema and Matthew Amell both appeared at a forum in October. Are they still together?
I don't.
Those don't last.
It's only 6 states.
Chicks get bored once they win. Once they win and they get you, I'm like, yeah, who's next?
Who the hell knows what's
Yeah,
the
they're
attention?
bored.
She's a
They're
senator.
bored. This episode is brought to you by Athletic Brewing. Athletic Brewing Company's non-alcoholic beer is a total game changer. The first time you try it, you're like, wait, how is this non-alcoholic? They've won 185 global taste awards, and they got a ton of different styles. You get the ritual, you still get the taste, just without the hangover. They've got everything, Goldens, IPAs, light brews, even this new lime and salt one if you want something refreshing. Whatever the mood calls for, they've got the flavor. You can find Athletic Brewing at over 75,000 grocery stores or liquor stores, bars, and restaurants nationwide. Or you can grab some of their limited release stuff directly from their website. Go to athleticbrewing.com/Rogan to find stores near you or get brews shipped right to your door. Use code Rogan to get 15% off your first online order. Near Beer. Terms and conditions and certain limitations apply. Athletic Brewing Company, fit for all times.
Yeah, well, the security guard said explicitly if she's boning all the security guards.
Yeah.
It's like, she go through.
She's a freak.
Yeah, more power to her.
Yeah, like, look, we don't have any problem with men that do that.
I think we do.
Well, we do now.
I think
some
this is-
people do. I don't.
If there was
There's two types of people that want to be leaders: warmongers and pussy hounds. I prefer the pussy hounds. Don't leave your wife alone with them, but I prefer them because at least they're just trying to get sex. They're not trying to blow up the world and conquer and like they want to be Genghis Khan.
Is
well, actually, Genghis
Is
Khan's
it your
pretty
position
much
that
a
Lindsey
pussy.
Graham is not a pussy hound? Is that
That is my position. That Lindsey Graham is allergic to pussy.
Yeah, wait, are they?
Remember when they asked him if he was going to run for president?
He ran.
He's single. Yeah, but he's single.
Yeah.
And what about a first lady? He's like, maybe I'll have a bunch of first ladies.
Oh my, did he say that?
He said something along those
I
lines.
remember
Which is never something a man would say who's into women.
Barbara Mikulski, who was the senator from Maryland for many years, who was like 4'11" hobbit creature, clearly gay, no disrespect to her. She was asked about it, and she turns to the guy next to her, is like, hey, good looking. It was something like that. It was so cringe and awkward. Yeah, so.
What did Lindsey Graham say about having many first ladies?
Oh my God.
You mentioned his sister as someone who could fill in for the role, it says.
Oh, okay.
You would have a rotating first lady.
Because like what Dolly Madison did that. Like there was one of the first early founding fathers was a widower. So the daughter.
His sister first, and then rotating first lady. What year was this when he was running? 2015.
Do you remember the thing I remember about his campaign is Trump had a rally and he gave out Lindsey Graham's phone number, right?
He did?
Oh, you don't remember this? So Trump, this is the best part. No, this is so insane. So Trump is like, because Lindsey would call him for campaign donations, and Trump's like, if you guys don't agree, let's give him a call. He also goes, 345, blah, blah, blah. And Lindsey, yeah. Look at face.
His face. What is this world we're living in?
No, but hold on, it gets even better. So Lindsey, like, how do I reclaim the narrative? Lindsey filmed a video of him taking his phone and breaking with the hammer, and I'm like, but you still have the same number. You just broke your own phone. You're not trolling Trump at all. It's like if
I
I
just broke a device.
Right,
You could have gone to Verizon and had your number switched.
if
you
you
fucking
give out
moron.
my license plate, and I wreck my own car. I'm not trolling you. I'm trolling me. I'm like, does no one realize this doesn't make any sense? It was so crazy.
Everyone's so performative.
Is there someone who's a warmonger? Well, Bill Putin's a pussy hound.
Is he though?
Yeah.
Did you not see?
He's more of a warmonger.
But he's both. Did you not see
Right.
Topless Girls?
Oh, really?
He was.
Here he goes. He's throwing it in the blender. He's hitting it with a hammer, a golf ball. Oh, lighting it on fire. Oh, let me see that swing. Let me see that bad shit. You put Red Bull in with the phone? What's that about?
I think it's gas lighter fluid. No.
You didn't even get
Oh, it is Red Bull. Why is it Red Bull?
He hit it with a golf swing, lit it on fire. Like, this is so cringe.
But it doesn't make any
You
sense.
put it in a fucking
Bagel oven. Is that pizza bagels?
Oh my god, what's wrong with this dude?
But your number's the same.
What a silly bitch. That's back in the old flip phone days, too.
Yeah, 2015.
Wow. He was still rocking a flip phone back then. No iPhone.
People are wrecking them now again because of surveillance things. My friend Dave has one.
Does a flip phone help you?
I think so.
How so?
I don't know. I'd have to ask Dave.
You can still get all those text
But
messages.
I think I think you're spending less time on the internet.
That's true. Yeah. But you could also just spend less time on the internet.
Yes, that is also an option. I think that's a healthy option. I think
You could do.
Do you know what I want to hear your thoughts on this. So during COVID, there was a huge amount of time that everyone's spending online. Everyone's
Yeah.
suffering with COVID. Everyone's constantly agitated.
Mhm.
And my concern is that the social media, Mark Zuckerberg's job is to keep you on Facebook as much as possible, right?
Mhm.
All that data that they had during COVID is still there.
Right.
And I think all these social media companies are still keeping us in a constant state of agitation. So you're stuck watching these screens and it's really doing harm. And it's not getting better.
That's a fact.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a fact.
But I don't
well, isn't he testifying? They're testifying soon about whether or not they set up their algorithms to harm children. They set up their algorithms to addict children to their social media
Well,
platform.
you remember ElsaGate?
ElsaGate,
Yeah, that was the whole thing.
yeah. Explain that to people.
But ElsaGate was this. I still don't think we have an answer. People made these. They don't even know where it came from.
Right.
Overseas, there are these bizarre YouTube videos with millions of views where it'd be like the Hulk, but he's like sniffing kids' feet, and Elsa's just doing like putting in a cage, like bizarre things that is kind of sexual but not really, and you don't know what the purpose is. But because they were like gaming the algorithm, YouTube. Trump got in trouble with this. When Trump was sharing that video, the very end of it went to a Lion King video making fun of the Democrats. There's that 1 second of the Obamas as apes from the beginning.
Right.
They cut there and it looked like he was sharing that. It was just the next video that was queued up, and it looks like Trump shared a video of the Obamas as apes on purpose.
Well, they were all in it.
They were
the
all
same
in it.
video.
But I think
But it was like Hillary was a warthog, Obama or Biden was also an ape, and he was eating a banana.
Pritzker
It was the
an
Lion
elephant.
King,
Right.
And Trump came out as a lion.
Right, but the point is, I think when he posted only for a second.
I don't think he posted it.
Yes, he did.
I thought it was an intern,
Well, the point, I mean, it's from his account.
but someone reposted it, right? That's what it
No,
was.
he reposted somebody else.
I think so. His intern.
Right, but the point
reposted
is,
it.
anyway, with ElsaGate, kids start watching one video, and the algorithm just snags them.
Yeah.
And 1 hour later, they're watching completely deranged stuff.
The ElsaGate thing was weird too, because a lot of it was like old cartoons. And what people are saying is that if your child, like say if you give your child an iPad and it goes from one YouTube video to the next and it should suggest, those got lumped in there and you would click on it and it was all of a sudden like someone would get a bottle broken over their head, there'd be blood everywhere. It was really weird.
Right, and it's
like a Mickey Mouse cartoon.
And there was no utility to this.
Are those still available?
Wikipedia says it's continued, but it's switched from it's whatever's popular at the time for kids. So back then it was Frozen or whatever, and now it's like Minecraft.
What are they doing though? Like why are
makes
they
sense.
like why would they have these cartoon characters get hit over the head with bottles? And because you remember that one, like a lot of them, they would get drunk and fall and break their head on a fucking countertop or something.
Or they'd be covered. I think this was another one. They were covered in dots for no reason. I'm that kid.
Really?
It was just like, what is going on? Or they're eating weird stuff.
So does YouTube remove those videos? Because there's plenty of violent videos on YouTube. Like, is it because or do they put like an age restriction on them?
I don't think they did because what's the age restriction? There's nothing sexual. There's nothing.
Well, violence.
But some of them were just weird.
Yeah, some of them were just
Like lots
weird.
of shots of feet.
Uh-huh.
It was-
And there was a lot of ones where kids got left alone with creeps.
yeah.
Yeah. Cartoons. Very strange.
And there's
A
also
lot
live
of-
action stuff.
Oh, really?
Yes. And it's just like, who are these people filming this and for what? I saw another one. There was this channel which has millions of views for each video. And it's things like turtles vomiting up fish, like dead fish, like live action, or dead fish coming from the ground as if it's I don't understand what the point of this is.
Do you remember
Makes you feel
during
old.
Benghazi, they tried to blame the attack on
Oh, that's
this
right.
video? You remember that?
Of course.
That was the propaganda, was that there was some video that no one had seen,
right.
like some terrible video. Some really
Oh, that got
bad-
everyone all riled up. Right.
Yeah, that got the Muslims riled up, and that's why they attacked.
And there was also she was also blaming the 2016 election on ads on the dark web. It's like, how many people on the dark web? Do you even know what it is?
Right.
Talking
Ads on the dark web flipped the election. That's hilarious.
That's insane.
50 incels
Right.
in a chat room.
Like, but she says this all the time, Hillary. To
Yeah.
this day.
Well, she just says it, you know? Like, she doesn't have to be credible anymore. It's like we just know that kind of community. Like, if you're having a one-on-one conversation with her, just privately, and she started talking like that, you're like, what are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense.
Did
You
not
really
see
believe that?
She got clowned in Europe this week.
I did, with the Czechoslovakian guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was funny.
It was very
It
fun.
was like, but the way she was interrupting too. You want women to have their rights taken away? Like what? That's not what he's saying. He's literally talking about all this crazy shit, these gender transitions, and people were really like they'd had enough with the immigration. People had enough. You're pretending that's not real. Like this way forward. Like if the Democrats want to have a way forward where they connect with people, you got to admit that there's some reason why people were responding the way they did to a fucking open border, to men playing in women's sports, to all this shit, gender transitions of children. Like people were freaked out, and not just fucking Republicans. A lot of people.
Yeah, Karen's a swing voter. Karen doesn't like this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw. Did you see Nancy Pelosi's retirement video?
No.
Well, you laugh, but Nancy Pelosi's probably the smartest politician in Washington in terms of being crafty. Like, she knows how to fucking get a bill passed. She knows how to make people walk the plank. So she's retiring from Congress this year. She had this 10-minute long video about, saying goodbye to San Francisco. 10 minutes. She talks about AIDS at length, right? Because obviously it affected San Francisco. Doesn't mention the word gay once, even in the context of AIDS. Doesn't mention LGBT. Doesn't mention black people, people of color. She mentions how much she loves going to church, St. Thomas of Assisi, and Veterans Day. So I'm like, she knows what you're saying.
Yeah.
You got to pivot and start talking about pocketbook stuff. But then Gavin Newsom recently undid his, he backtracked with Charlie Kirk, where he's just like, yeah, I know about men and women's sports. And now he's doubling down on trans kids, which is
he really?
Oh, yeah, he just started doubling down.
God, how does he think that that's going to work now?
I think he thinks he's got to get through that primary.
Right, but does he not know that people are done?
No, because I'm sure he has better polling than you or I. And I'm sure,
maybe I'm just naive about California.
Well, it's not California. It's the Democratic base who's going to vote for him. He's also killed his mom.
What?
Yeah, he did assist suicide on his mom. He bragged about it to the Washington Post. You didn't know this?
No. What was wrong with his mom, though?
I'm sure it was something awful, but when I hear a politician talking about something that personal, that publicly, I am not going to look at it through a positive vein. And this MAID stuff is in 14 states now. Do you know this?
Yeah. Well, in Canada, it's off the hook.
Kelsey Sharon, I've been talking to her about this. She completely blew my mind. So first it used to be, because it's always, 55.
Long battle with breast cancer, deeply personal event he has described as a complex experience involving assisted suicide. The Washington Post report in his memoir expressed deep grief and remorse regarding her death.
Remorse is a very dark word in this context.
He was 34 and a San Francisco supervisor at the time. Yeah, but maybe it was his mom's decision and he helped her.
Sure, but
look, if you're dying of terminal cancer and your body's rotting out, I feel like just like you put a dog down, like there's times where I think assisted suicide is probably a good option. If there's no hope and you're just going to be in agony for months.
And there's times where people have gender dysphoria, and it's a good thing.
Right, that's different.
Hold on, it's not. My point is, people like Blair White, Brianna Wu, they have gender dysphoria.
Mm-hmm.
It's perfectly appropriate to call them a she. They, it's otherwise very disturbing. 5 minutes later, once it becomes a political issue, it's anyone who just puts on a dress.
Right.
So the point that Kelsey's been going on with Canada is now they're going after people who are depressed.
Right.
They're going after people who are disabled. They're going after kids. Mm-hmm. And the darkest thing that's happening over there, which they're importing here, is that old people are extremely expensive for the system, right? If you have socialized health care, I don't know what the number is, a huge number. Towards the end of your life, you're racking up those bills. So there's a huge incentive for that government to get you off of their ledger. So now they're having this movement where let's all get together and have we're all going to go kill grandma. 5 minutes ago, if you don't wear the COVID mask, you want to kill grandma, you're a bad person. Now, if you don't want to kill grandma, you're a bad person. You don't want to end this way. You were such a strong person, died with dignity, blah, blah, blah. It's not always terminal stuff. And in Europe, they're having it with teenagers who are depressed. And perfectly well, I've been listening to this, knows it's not a slippery slope, it's an elevator shaft.
Is this
is the back door.
Is it financial incentive?
There's huge financial incentive. Think about it. If you're old and you're $1,000 a day and the government's paying it, if I get rid of you, look how much I'm saving.
Right.
And you don't want to get burned to your family. You don't want to have them sitting by your bedside. Come on. It's happening here. New York just passed it. It's 14 states. And no one's not passed it. New York just passed it.
Oh, you see, Mandami is he's trying to figure out a way to use his budget. His budget is higher than the entire budget of the state of Florida, which has 3 times more people.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
No
budget for Look it up. The budget for New York City is larger than the budget for the state of Florida.
Holy, I did not know this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is true. We should look it up.
Yes.
But, I was reading an article about it today, unless the article's completely full of shit. They were saying that it's several $billion more for New York City than it is for the entire state of Florida, which has roughly 3 times as many people living in it.
Oh, is that true, Jamie? I go back, once a month to do Gutfeld, and I can't believe I'm saying this as a former New Yorker, but I like LA better now than New York.
Whoa.
It hurts me physically to see.
What's wrong with New York now?
There's no.
Here it is.
100.
Eye-popping amount. Insider called Insanity is up around $11 billion from the current
That's
year.
9% up.
Yeah, a record $127 billion budget proposal on Tuesday. The socialist city leader's plan includes a whopping 9.5% proposed property tax hike. 9.5 hike on New Yorkers, which he claims would be a last resort, while allocating another $1.2 billion for migrants.
What's the Florida budget, Jamie?
Scroll down a little bit. Oh, okay. Wow.
That's what.
Oh my God, it's the same. It's about the same.
Yeah, the New York one would have been not this year. I think.
Yeah, but it's comparable. Holy crap!
So it's not 3 times more, whatever the fuck it is, more. No, 3 times more people, right?
Right. So that is triple per capita.
Yeah, triple per capita. So the budget of Florida House is 113.6 billion to 115 billion, and the New York proposal is 127 billion. So it is more.
Holy.
So New York City their budget is more than the entire state of California with state of Florida with 3 million more people, or 3 times the people.
But for this year, it's going to be about the same, because if it's 11 million, that's 116. That's
Sure. But the point is,
it says it's up 11 billion from the current year.
It's still proposed. He hasn't passed it.
Well, he's not. He's a fucking psychopath. The amount for migrants is crazy. There should be $0 for illegal immigrants.
I don't think you can have 0, because if they're going to be there, they're going to be. You have to feed them. You have to do something with them. Like literally, if you don't feed them, they're going to be robbing stores. They have to. Human beings need food. What are you going to do?
Get them jobs.
How are you going to get a migrant a job?
Get them a job in Guatemala.
Wouldn't you rather give them food than a job? I don't want them taking American citizens' jobs.
Well, the whole thing's a mess.
So the whole thing's a mess. Well, the point is, you can't just throw them away.
Right.
That's the
Unless
problem.
you're going to remove them from the country.
Right. Unless you're moving, even if you want to put them in jail, that's not cheap.
Right. That costs a lot of money.
Right. So
Yeah.
what are you going to do? I remember Piers Morgan had this amazing interview with my favorite British politician, Diane Abbott, who is really special needs, clearly. And in the UK, you have the government, which is members of parliament from the majority party, and then you have the minority party, which has a shadow cabinet. So if there's Secretary of State, Rubio, the Democrats would have a Democrat equivalent who would deal with those issues. And she was their shadow home secretary, which deals with immigration. And he goes, Diane, if the Labour government wins the next election and you have illegal immigrants here, what do you do with them? Do they get to stay? Do you have amnesty? You're going to deport them? And she goes, Piers, the Tory system is not fit for purpose. It's terrible. We'll be more efficient and more fair. And he goes, right, gotcha. There's an illegal immigrant. Do they get to stay or are they deported? I've explained this to you. And it was just this amazing thing.
Circular.
Yeah, I love her.
How much money do they give to poor New Yorkers?
Oh, it's going to be a lot.
But is it the
there it
same
is.
amount?
Look at this.
Okay. So 7.54 billion to fill cliffs across 6 major unbudgeted needs.
This is, they haven't raised property taxes there in over 20 years.
Is that true?
This says 25 years in September.
Well, the property taxes are high,
I'm just a point.
but I understand they haven't raised it, but they shouldn't raise it.
Because it goes with as property
Yeah.
values go up, the
Exactly.
percent's going to go up, the revenue's going to go up as well.
Exactly. There's
It's
no
a
reason to
percentage,
raise it, but like this idea that they haven't done it, so they should do it, is crazy.
And look at that. So if your condo's 120 grand, which is no condo's going to be that cheap, you're paying like 15% every year in property tax.
Yeah,
That's not nothing.
that's not nothing. I think the idea is that rich people are just going to pay it, and this is what they're trying to push. Meanwhile, people are going to flee, just like they've done in other countries when they've
Of
done
course,
these sort
yes.
of wealth taxes.
That's $1,200 though.
A month, but just $1,200 a month, yeah.
$1,200 for the year.
A condo
No, it's
assessed at $120,000 would
$14,000
go
per
from
year.
paying $14,000 to $60,000. But that's a condo that's assessed at $120,000. Good luck
How's it-
finding
wait,
a condo assessed at $120,000 in New York City.
14,000 divided by 12 is
Well, for that particular condominium unit.
Right.
From 15,000 to 16,300. That's a difference of $1,300.
Oh, I see. That's what you're talking about.
Right. That's 12% on $120,000. Now to a $55 million condo. The really wealthy people are responsible for a large percentage of the tax income in New York City. I think it's the upper 1%. I think the upper 1% of New York City are responsible for 50% of the tax revenue. It's something crazy like that. See what the actual number is. So the thing about that actual number is those are the people that are going to leave. Because those are the people, if they own multiple properties in New York City and then he hits them with this tax and it winds up being an excessive amount of money. And then they're planning on taxing people if they leave. This is like what they proposed in California. They've also proposed this, I think, in the Netherlands to try to stop people from leaving, where you still have to pay taxes.
Well, France was doing some weird thing. I remember when Depardieu was leaving, they were trying to do something.
They're all just trying to steal money. Top 1% of New York City
49.
income, earners paid 48% of the city's personal income tax liability in 2021, the most recent year with detailed data. Why is the most recent year 5 years ago? The PIT share equates to roughly 11% of New York City's total tax revenue. PIT accounts for 23% of overall city tax collections. So it's a lot of money. 48% of the city's personal income tax liability is an enormous amount of money.
So property tax is 45%. That's where they get all their money from, which you can understand because you can't take the Empire State Building somewhere else.
Right. But if you're jacking all that up, top 1% paid 40% of PIT. Shares may have declined post-2021 due to lower capital
But he
gains.
did do something I like. So him and Kathy Hochul had this thing where now they're trying to streamline, I'm sure there's some catch, to make it easier to build. because they're understanding if the rents are high, demand increasing supply is going to lower costs. So if they do that, I think that's a great thing, obviously, which I never saw coming.
Right. That's definitely good, but there's still people who just they don't like that kind of leadership. It's spooky.
I'm much more concerned about he has someone on his or proposed to be his cabinet decarceration, and the principle is we got too many people in jail. Now maybe that might be true broadly speaking, but when you apply that en masse and on a case by case basis, who are you going to be letting out? Because I don't think this claim people used to have that like, oh, all these people are in jail because of weed. They're not. And certainly not in New York City. When I was on a grand jury and these weed cases came along, people wouldn't even indict them. They're just like, we're not taking part. This is BS, and that's legal.
Right.
So for you to get to look at what's the guy who was on the Gordon Neely? Was that his name? He had 40 arrests. He wanted to punch that girl in the face, the old lady in the face, tried to kidnap a girl.
Yes.
So for you to be in jail in New York, it's not nothing.
Right. Yeah. And why? Why would they want to do this?
Because their principle is the system or society, whatever you want to call it, whether you term for it is making people who are marginalized desperate. So they act out. So instead of putting them in jail, which helps no one, is the argument, we should be working with them systemically to kind of normalize and make productive citizens out of them.
And what's their plan for that?
You have welfare programs, different training programs, just throw money at it.
Oh.
And here's the thing, I can understand that argument maybe if someone's stealing bread to feed their family. I've never understood how I'm really poor, so I'm going to hold a woman down and do bad things to her.
Right.
That's not a thing.
Or just randomly punch people in the streets or throw people in front of trains.
Yeah. That's right. It's like it's not because you're late to your job interview that you shove somebody in front of the 6th train.
Right. Yeah. It's dark, man.
It's very dark, but LA is not as dark as this. From what I think in LA, there is still this sense of hope.
Really? Because people I talk to in LA, everyone I know knows someone who's been broken into. Like the home invasions.
That's right. That's the thing.
They're up in a huge way.
I'm just comparing 2 different kinds of cancer, and I'm saying the cancer in LA
is better than the cancer in New York.
Yes.
Oof.
Because I remember growing up, and not that long ago, with New York, there'd be this. You could find some new neighborhood, and there'd be some, cool ice cream store, some sock store, whatever, one button store, cool, fun little spots, and it would be a fun adventure. Just walk around and just walk into places, and that's gone.
Is it?
Yeah. You can't open up some weird little store in New York anymore. The rent's through the roof. Like the crime is through the roof. It's miserable. LA has these little pockets, which I enjoy seeing.
So what's the solution for New York after this guy's out? Do you think that it ever turns around, or do you think it keeps going in the same general direction? And do you think the powers that be want it to go in this general direction?
It always turns around. So John Lindsay was mayor in the late 60s during like the Summer of Love stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You had sexual assault through the roof. You remember New York was going bankrupt under Abe Beame when Gerald Ford was president. And Ford, the headline, I think the New York Post was Ford to New York City dropped dead. And that, cost him some votes and possibly the presidency. But New York has these, I don't know what the cycle, for Giuliani to win, you had to have a Dinkins. For Obama to come in, you had to have a Bush.
Right.
So here's the other problem. There's 2 issues. One is a lot of people who could left. There didn't used to be a plan B for New York because New York was its own thing.
Now it's Florida.
Now it's Florida or Austin.
Yeah.
And New York isn't New York anymore because Fran Lebowitz, my second favorite public speaker, she had this point. She goes, look, there's a lot of things you could say about a city that's full of rich people. You could say it's good. You could say rich people are bad. You can't say it's interesting. And unless there's a space for young people who have nothing to lose, who are going to bring culture and innovation, artists, broadly speaking, not just little painters, but artists. It was Williamsburg, it was the Bowery before that. There were little pockets of magic. And I Red Hook, I remember there was a bar called Lily's, and all of Red Hook was deserted. There's just one light open. I came to this bar, and there were just amazing singers. And it was like a mystical experience. And there'd be street art, but you can't do that now.
A friend of mine's girlfriend used to work in this place called Den of Thieves.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And there's no sign.
Right.
You go in there, it's this dingy little hole in the wall.
Or Milk and Honey.
This place is so cool.
It's so cool, but you can't do that anymore.
No.
So, and I don't think under this guy, there's gonna be that return.
So do you think he's just appealing to this base of disenfranchised young people that have been told that the reason why they have all these problems is rich people are greedy and they've ruined everything and we should tax the rich and we'll feed the poor?
I think he is speaking to a lot of people. So people on the right think everyone on the left is like a big monolith. They're not. And I think there's a lot of lefties, especially young lefties, who don't think the Democratic Party is an effective mechanism toward resolving their issues and concerns. And he's just like Trump wasn't really a Republican. He's a Republican on paper. He had no allegiance to the Republican Party. He took them all out one at a time. This guy's a Democratic socialist. He has no, in 1934, when Upton Sinclair ran for governor of California, after years of running as a socialist, he goes, people vote for the party their grandparents voted for. So he's a Democrat on paper. He's a leftist, obviously, but he's a Democrat on paper. Cuomo was the establishment hack. And he's like, look, it was like Obama in 08. Do you want to go with this old party hack or this young guy who's got a different vision? And he definitely does have a different vision. This isn't how Hillary would govern New York City or even Eric Adams or some of these others.
Well, I think one of the big reasons he won was that debate where he said that he wouldn't go to Israel.
You think that's a big one in New York?
100%. I think that was an enormous shift.
I
would say that's a 10-15% shift.
10-15?
Huge.
We have the
absolutely huge. I think the polling's horseshit because it's only people so fucking stupid they answer polls. Like, who are those people?
I think
there was a giant cultural shift where people are like, right, shouldn't we be paying attention to New York? Why are all these people saying they want to go to Israel?
Sure.
Why are they saying that? Who's paying them? Why are they saying that? That's an odd thing to say.
Sure.
No one's saying the first thing I'm going to do is visit Belgium. They're not saying that. They're saying we're going to go to Israel.
Sure, but there's also a huge Jewish population in New York City.
Right.
So when Cuomo tapped into that, I don't think Mamdani was somehow outed.
Right, but
as an anti-Zionist.
Politicians, like, the percentage of people that are Jewish in New York City is small in comparison to the people that think that New York City should be the main focus of attention and not Israel.
Sure.
And I think when you have all these politicians that are doing things that don't make sense to most people, like saying the first thing I'm going to do is visit Israel. Like, what are you talking about? The city's a mess. And then this guy comes along and says, I can serve the Jewish people of New York City better in New York City.
And he had a large Jewish percentage of Jewish vote.
Right.
My point is, I don't think that number happened because of the debate. I think that was part of his appeal from the beginning.
Well, I think for fence sitters, though, that debate was big because you got to see one guy who's like, this is a solution to this system that we have been just replacing the heads of the people that are in charge, but it's the same exact mechanism.
No, that's what I was saying earlier. That he's not a member of the Democratic Party. Cuomo is this old party hack, and he's like, look, let's throw all that stuff in the garbage. This is something innovative and new. This is the argument Obama made in 08. And he's not wrong.
Right.
Like when he had his inaugural speech and he said we're going to get rid of the cold whatever grasp of capitalism and be embraced by the warmth of collectivism, no Democrat is saying things like this. This is something completely new and completely innovative. So how it's going to look in practice. Here's the other thing, though. The mayor of New York has a ceiling to what he can do. So I would not, he's 34, I think.
Yeah.
He's young. If I'm sat in that office and I'm up against the New York City real estate industry, it's not going to be an easy fight for me.
Right.
Trump had to learn this the first term. It's like, just because you're president doesn't mean people are going to bend the knee and play ball. So who knows what this is going to look like.
And it's not just New York City. Seattle's doing the same thing.
What are they doing?
Seattle, they elected a full-on communist.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Who lived with their parents and hasn't had a job. Lives off her fucking parents.
Well, this is also a big concern with the Democrats in general, with both parties. When you have the base and the establishment, who are basically just gangsters who are doing money laundering, and you have the kids who are like, we've been screwed over hearing this shit for bullshit for decades. Let's have an alternative. What do you do when you're Nancy Pelosi and you're Chuck Schumer and you're, to a lesser extent, Hakeem Jeffries, and these people are coming up, the kids, wanting democratic socialism? I don't mean kids, I mean young people who are idealistic and are like, we tried your way. It didn't give us shit. It gave us Trump. What do you tell them?
Yeah, what do you tell them?
There's no answer. You like vote for Steny Hoyer for another 10 years? Like it's ridiculous. Amy Klobuchar is not going to be your candidate if you have this democratic socialist vision. She will not deliver that for you, and she'll tell you that to her face. To your face. So I think that so I think that's the dance Newsom is trying to do, and I don't see who. I think he'd be the perfect VP because he's a great attack dog. He doesn't have to worry about defending. He doesn't want to be the VP. I've heard that too, but he was Jerry Brown's number 2. He bided his time.
Yeah, but he was Jerry Brown's number 2 when he was young, and he'd never been the governor.
Sure. I'm just saying, like, he would be the perfect VP for the Democrats.
I don't think he wants that. I think he wants to be the king. I think he wants to ruin San Francisco, ruin California, and then go on to become the president.
You don't think he'd have a good shot
at being the president?
Yeah.
I think he does.
He does. It's a great shot.
I think he does. Yeah. I think people are that dumb.
I don't think it's that dumb. I think
they're that dumb that they're willing to vote party line no matter what. And the guy who's just a good speaker, who's a good bullshit artist, that he could be able to sweet talk his way into that position and just fudge data, lie about stuff. Nick Shirley is in California right now doing the same thing that he was doing in Minneapolis. Yeah, and they've already uncovered fucking billions of dollars of fraud.
Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, he's making videos about it. Oh, same kind of fraud, Medicaid fraud through the roof, all kinds of crazy shit. Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know how much that Minnesota stuff permeated. I mean, it took down Tim Walz, which is one of the biggest scalps. Like, no one saw that coming.
Right.
But the same thing, you take out Tim Walz, he was Klobuchar's governor. It's a hydra. You're not. Frankly, you'd rather have him. He's more defeatable than her.
Does it depend upon how much if fraud gets exposed and who gets connected to that fraud and what the investigation unveils?
You're gonna have people who listen to NPR tell you with a straight face that this fraud happens under any. They'll have a list of excuses. It's been investigated and resolved. This happened. What? There's no fraud in Florida and Texas, or what are you saying? Or why are you targeting the Somalis?
Right.
So you're not going to get. And at the end of the day, I think people expect government to have fraud. And if it's in Minnesota, you're not really going to. If I'm a Democrat in Minnesota, I'm voting Democrat. And if I'm a Republican, it's not. How many votes is this going to sway?
Well, they've done an amazing job in Minnesota of distracting people from the Somali fraud by organizing protests against ICE.
Right.
And that's, people need to understand, like, yes, people are upset about ICE. In fact, unquestionably, just regular people at home that aren't protesting. But that protest is not just organized, it's funded. It's heavily funded, organized. They had signal chats with Democratic congressmen, or Democratic politicians rather, that were involved in this. They knew what they were doing, and they did it because they wanted to distract from the fact that this fraud was being exposed.
Well, I think they would do it regardless, but yes, it certainly serves that purpose.
They totally shifted the narrative.
Yes.
Nobody's talking about the fraud anymore. Everybody's talking about ICE being murderers.
Right.
Yeah.
So it worked. That's what I'm saying. If there's more fraud exposed, I don't know that it's going to work against Newsom.
Well, it depends on how the trials lay out. So if people wind up going to trial over this, and people wind up getting indicted over this, that could get more interesting. Because then you remove it from Minnesota, and then it becomes this federal court thing. And so then it becomes mainstream public news if they do this correctly. But if there is something there.
But the thing is, you have to worry about if the judge is going to be complicit, and if the prosecutor is going to be complicit, like, and the media is also. You got to kind of fly that arrow through 3 hoops.
Yeah, you got to go through the bushes and make you got a small hole
right
through. Yeah.
And then to try to make it indicate, and then it'd be very easy for Newsom to be like, I'm so glad this got exposed.
Right.
I promise you, as president, this won't happen in America. And if you want to talk corruption, look at Trump and all his sweetheart deals, blah, 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 blah. Hillary's already throwing him under the bus about Epstein. They don't have shame.
What is she saying?
Hillary's like, Trump's in the files thousands of times. Like, let's have this conversation. She started already.
Right, right. What does that mean, though, when you're in the file thousands of times? Because he is the guy that was in contact with the FBI about Epstein. He did contact the FBI after Epstein was arrested and thanked them for arresting him and getting him, because that guy was a real problem.
Right.
And he did kick him out of Mar-a-Lago in 2005.
But she's being factual but not truthful. So it is factual that his name is in the files thousands of times. And then you leave it for the person listening to make that conclusion.
Right, that's all you have to say.
That's all you have to say.
We were talking to Donnell Rawlings yesterday. He's in the files.
Okay.
Because Epstein went to visit his show, went to watch his show at Improv in West Palm Beach.
I did a search for the word retarded. And the one email I found was someone like, can you mail me that photo where I look fat and retarded.
That's it.
And it's not clear from who. It's to Epstein.
Oh, it's redacted.
Yeah.
No one wants to know if they were admitted they look fat and retarded.
Or the N-words in there a fair amount also.
Well, there's a lot of references to pizza. I think there's thousands of references to pizza and jerky. The jerky
And grape soda.
And grape soda, yeah.
So I
Well,
thought
the thing about grape soda is grape is like what people do to get around the algorithm when they're discussing rape. When he graped them.
but this was like 2011. I don't think people knew about that stuff.
Right.
And I don't think Epstein is a boomer knows how to get around algorithms.
Right. That's not an algorithm thing.
Right.
It's just a code thing.
So I thought maybe it's a black thing, but then
Grape soda? Oh, right.
yeah,
Okay.
but then he's racist. There's like things about don't bring black people.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah,
He says don't bring black
something to
people
that
to parties?
effect. Yeah,
Whoa.
it's something to that effect. Please double check me on this, but it was something that he was not no black girls.
Oh, no black girls. Interesting. Huh.
So yeah, I don't think we're ever here. The other thing that I'm kind of stunned at is there's this belief online that if there's enough agitation, like QAnon, we're all going to have these mass arrests, and I don't see that happening, and I don't think you can do anything to force them to release that stuff if they haven't.
So what else is left? There's 3 million files.
Right?
They have.
They said they released everything.
Well, they also said there wasn't anything.
Right.
When Cash Patel was on here, it's like there's no videos, there's no evidence, there's no
The
nothing.
craziest for me was when Pam Bondi said, I've got the list. And I said to myself, and I talked to my friends, they all agreed with me. I'm like, I really don't think he had like clientslist.doc on his desktop. That's not a thing, right? So I believe he doesn't like have a literal list. And later she goes, when I said list, I meant blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, but you said list.
Right. Well, they had those binders. They were all performatively holding those binders.
Right.
We have the files. We're going to go through them. Heads are going to roll. Nothing happened.
Right.
And then Les Wexner, what did he say today? Jamie, you were saying that he said
He was conned or something.
he was conned for so many years.
I've been seeing online, I don't know the accuracy, that there's a bunch of missing files from specifically 1999 through 2001.
Right. And that people are connecting that to 9/11.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Wait, 19.
Pre and post 9/11 are all missing.
Wait, so Epstein might be involved with 9/11? But I mean, what's the thumbtacks and string? I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just
Well, there's
saying.
a lot of people that believe that Israel was involved in 9/11.
Right. But I don't think Epstein was high up in the Israeli decision-making process.
But I think they're just looking for financial records of things, and those are all missing. People's names.
Pop up. If I found out Muhammad Atta was a pedophile, I might actually start to dislike that guy. That would really change my opinion of him.
Epstein files surrounding 9/11.
Wow,
Completely
coincidence.
withheld.
Oh, this just came out.
Yes, I mean, people are still digging into this stuff every day.
Holy
That's
crap.
why people keep finding new shit all the time.
Oh my God. Scroll down. This is fascinating.
That fucking cryptic George W.
What about
Bush
the
photograph
No, the Clinton one's
of
worse.
the art? Yeah, the dress. We have that outside.
Yeah, I saw, yeah.
Yeah.
They stumbled across something where there was redacted photos. If you look through the files and typed in something like "no photos rendered," you
Yes.
just change the .pdf to .mp4 or .mov.
There's thousands of
Tons
videos.
of videos popping up.
Wow.
People are
Yeah.
starting to watch all those videos. Some of them are from the prison. Some of them are from the island.
Flight logs starting. Okay. So
Have they found anything in those videos?
That's
You got to go through them individually.
Yeah,
right?
I know. People are now. Again, the accuracy, I don't know. I've seen a video where someone said this was from the video, and there's like a girl crying in it, but I don't know.
Adderall and autism, do your job. Find those videos.
that should be the subtitle of this show. If you're broken experience, Adderall and autism, do your job. Holy crap. That's hilarious.
Oh my God, what a world we're living in.
Do you want to talk about? I want to talk about Scott Adams.
Sure.
I was just at his memorial. Was he ever on your show?
Yes.
I got invited to speak, and it was really a great experience. I got because I'm a mental patient, I got a Dilbert mask. And the thing with the Dilbert mask is there's no mouth, right? So Dr. Drew was supposed to speak, and I was going to go there and do my little terrorism where I was going to have my little phone and say, "Nice to meet you, I'm Dilbert," and wave, and then swipe and be like, "Can you take off your glasses, please?" And he takes off the glasses and be like, "Nice eyes, I'm going to take them," and just fuck with people at the funeral, and like Scott would have wanted. It was really great. because it was very upbeat. And I was kind of honored. Gutfeld texted me. He goes, "Hey, do you want to speak?" And I go, "It'd be a huge honor." And he just goes, "Great." And I'm like, "Am I actually speaking or you're just, quizzing me?" I got to see Cernovich was there, Posobiec, a few other people, and then afterwards went to his house. And there's something really kind of eerie about walking into the house of someone who had just passed. His ex-wife Sherry let me take 2 of his markers, which I will, always treasure and kind of hang in my house. There were 2 lines I couldn't say at the memorial because I knew the fans would get salty, which is, Scott is in heaven right now doing what he loved most, avoiding black people. And the reason Dilbert was a black and white comic strip is because Scott didn't really like the colors. Right. Because Scott was a humorist, just go for the joke.
Right.
But it's weird how much he still resonates, I think, with people. And I don't really have anything else particularly to say, but I just felt it was important to kind of, commemorate his passing because he's really helped me out a lot in my thinking.
Yeah, it's a real bummer, man, because it happened so quickly. His cancer, he got turbo cancer.
Well, he had it in January 2025. And he said, "I'm going to wait for my stepdaughter to get married." She was there, and I got to meet her. She was a lovely kid to get married, and then I'm going to do it. And then he tweeted something out. RFK jumped in. Trump jumped in. They got him this medicine, and they got him a few more months. And, so he got 6 more months. Point being, with the MAID stuff, just because someone's terminal doesn't mean they don't have months left.
Yeah.
You can do a lot in those months. It was funny. There's another cartoonist. I apologize, I'm blanking his name, and he was friends with Scott for a long time. Scott had promoted his work once, and he went from like obscurity to like a big name. And Scott asked him, "Hey, can you write the foreword to my forthcoming biography?" And the guy's like, "I'm not really gonna have time." So Scott was that kind of person where he's just like, just because I'm about to meet my maker, I don't want you to be morose. His book Reframe Your Brain is a complete masterpiece.
Yeah.
Because what he does is he goes through mindsets and instantly recalibrates them. One of them is the regular framework is I should do great at my job, and his reframe is my job is to prepare for a better job. And when you think about it that way, having that shitty job is not rough because you're just laying the groundwork for something better. So when I spoke, I said the framework is we're having a memorial for Scott, but the reframe is we're having a party and Scott's really late. Right? So if you think about that terms, hey, we're having fun. Where's this asshole? Because he didn't want us to be there like moping. He always was positive, always was fun, even during that day. So I thought, I just owe him a lot.
Did he blame his death on the COVID shots?
So he got a lot. This really bothered me because he'd be tweeting about stuff. People like, shouldn't have got the shot. It's like, this guy's about to die. Like, this is your gotcha moment. This is your like, I told you so moment. It's just, so he did not blame it. I would be surprised if that was you saw what just happened. I met James Vanderbeek through you. I met him at the mothership in the green room. 48, 6 kids. The wife seemed very sweet and charming too. He seemed like a real chill dude. I haven't seen one person.
Like a super nice guy.
Not one person's had anything bad to say about him, which says a lot from that kind of era.
Yeah. No, he was a sweetheart.
So 48, man. That's scary.
I know. And there's an unprecedented number of young people that die of cancer. In fact, was it Time Magazine that had a cover of it? I saved it because it was kind of the cover's kind of crazy because it's proposing like what is causing these things and why is this all happening, as if no one knows.
Yeah, right. Like, what could it be?
What is this? Some fucking mystery. Could be anything. I know I saved it. Race to explain why more young adults are getting cancer.
Holy crap.
Yeah. What do you think it could be? Anything weird happen? Do you guys know what SV40 is? Should probably look it up.
What's amazing about articles, like, does that article make it a point to do they ignore the vaccine, so-called vaccine, or do they downplay it as the cause? Like, those are the two options.
Right. What do they say in that article? Do they bring up? Love to hear that.
Couldn't possibly be. Do you know what really fucked me up recently? And you're going to laugh at my face, and every Maha person listening to this is going to laugh at my face.
What?
And you can feel free to laugh at my face because it's covered in polka dots. Aspartame. I would drink, my main method of hydration was Dr. Pepper Zero. It's warranted. I know. This is why I have the polka dots. And I go to New York, and I'm low on calories for my macros. And I switched to full sugar Dr. Pepper, so it wasn't the caffeine. And my thinking changed. And I'm like, and I go online, this has been known since
Thinking change how so?
I was quicker on my feet. I was having trouble remembering words, remembering names, remembering just being my verbal cognitive speed, how I speak is something that is part of my job. And I was having issues with that. I had to workarounds when I couldn't think of someone's name or someone's word. Or I was having this false, there you go.
Research has linked high consumption of aspartame to impaired memory, spatial learning deficits, and faster cognitive decline in adults under 60.
Yep.
Neuroinflammation, oxidative stress. Aspartame metabolites can trigger chronic microglial activation and increased oxidative stress in the brain, leading to neuronal damage and potential neurodegeneration. You know who pushed that through, right?
Who?
Aspartame? Rumsfeld.
No.
Yeah. Search that.
So here's the thing.
Throw that into perplexity.
If you're listening to this and you're someone like me who was living on it, just try for 2 days. Right?
Really?
And you'll know right away because I also had this low-key anxiety all the time. Like it was like a 1 out of 10, but it was there. I thought, okay, it's just whatever. I thought it was just life. Nope, it's gone.
Donald Rumsfeld, CEO of GD Cereal in the late 1970s, early 80s, played a pivotal role in the FDA approval of aspartame, the artificial sweetener, in products like NutraSweet.
Totally.
Yeah. So there was studies back then showing approval due to potential carcinogenicity risks. Hayes approved aspartame for dry food shortly after, expanding it to beverages by 1983. There was studies on, I think there was rat studies.
And it gave them like Alzheimer's. So I am just warning people as much as I can. Pretend I'm a quack. That's fine. Just give it 2 days.
Lay off aspartame.
And see what happens to you.
Okay. Well, it makes sense. I mean, there's no biological free lunch. If you get something and it does something positive, it's probably doing something negative. If it's some novel potion that you're pouring into your body, there's probably some negative aspect of it.
I was talking to Dr. Mike about this, about Ozempic and all
brain tumors in rats.
Yeah.
Led the FDA to stay aspartame 74 approval. Brain tumor, fucking rats, man. Highlighted high brain tumor incidence in rat feeding studies and risks from phenylalanine causing convulsions or mental retardation. Isn't that what they think killed Tammy Faye Baker? Didn't she drink like a fucking gallon of Diet Coke a day?
Really?
Yeah, just find that. I think that's what a lot of people, because Tammy Faye Baker, I think, died of brain cancer. Colon cancer? Oh. Okay. What's that?
Oh, that's awful.
Went from her colon to her lungs.
That's what is she doing? Ass to mouth stuff? She should call Kristen Cinema.
I don't think it's contagious.
She should call Kristen Cinema. Having some weird orgies down there.
But wasn't she like a prolific Diet Coke drinker? I think she was. I think people were trying to link it. Look, it can't be good for you.
Well, I
tastes like sugar. It's not sugar. It can't be good for you.
It did a number on me, and I'm happy to be able to warn people. It scared the fuck out of me.
I like stevia. Like, I like these drinks called Zevias. They're stevia drinks, and the 0 calories, taste good.
Right.
Doesn't quite taste like sugar, but it tastes good enough.
I'm just thinking of my water and my full sugar sodas.
But my daughter's like really good at reading labels and finding chill. Like, you're always supposed to drink one of those a day.
I
was like, are you sure?
I was eating a protein bar this morning while getting my face did. And I just look at the label, and one of the ingredients I see is titanium dioxide. I'm like, do I really?
Titanium. Interesting.
Like what?
Yeah.
So that's in me now.
Yeah. There's other protein bars. You don't have to eat that shit.
I think they all have that.
No, I eat carnivore bars. You ever had carnivore bars?
No,
it's just like fat and meat.
I use MRE Light is the brand I use.
The carnivore bars are great. They just taste like you're eating fat and meat.
Like, okay. But is that all the ingredients are?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything bad in them at all. I think it's like, pull that company up, carnivore bars.
I'm happy to switch.
Yeah, I think it's pretty natural. I don't think there's anything in there.
This got to have a lot of salt or sodium.
Yeah, there's some salt in there, but salt's not bad for you. That's all horseshit.
Well, like when you're eating TV dinners and those numbers, that's not bad.
That's different.
Okay.
TV dinners are filled with preservatives.
Yeah.
Oh, the carnivore snacks is great. This is something that I eat all the time. This is my go-to snack. When I go to the UFC, that's the stuff I bring.
Okay.
I bring that, and
you bring it. They don't have it for you.
No, I bring it. I bring it because I
Dana, get this.
I work with this company, so they send me a bunch of it. It's fucking great. That with the carnivore bars, this stuff.
Okay.
Purest meal on earth, 2 ingredients. 20 grams of protein, 35-gram animal-based fat, 400 to 420 calories from grass-finished beef, shelf-stable, no refrigeration.
Okay.
That's what I eat.
Okay, send it to me. Send me some, guys.
I have some.
Oh,
They'll send you some.
Hell yeah.
But if I had some here, I eat those all the time. I take them with me. I throw them in my car. It's fucking great. If you want to eat something,
that is what I need.
It's protein. It's got grass-finished beef tallow, so you get the fat from beef tallow. Some people don't like the taste of it. I like it.
What are they? I like.
It's kind of mild or bland.
That's fine though.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to get food.
Right. Yeah. Nutrition.
Yeah, but it doesn't make me feel bad at all. It feels like food. Like I've tried some other stuff. Like I tried those David bars. Oh my god, I never heard of that. Farts I was having. So David bars, they have some weird fat in it that your body doesn't digest,
like those lean chips,
something like that, but a new version of it. And so when this company, when they were purchased, they got a monopoly on that kind of whatever this ingredient is, and all these other companies, they blocked it. These companies that were using it, they couldn't use it anymore. So a lot of people were like boycotting David bars. They taste good, and they have like a lot of protein. I think it's like 30 protein for like 150 calories. But good lord, the farts I was having. I was like, this is because your body's like, what is this?
I had that same thing with protein Cheerios.
Protein Cheerios?
Yeah, it wasn't farts. I was having the trots.
Oh, like, really?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, where your body's like,
good.
hey,
right.
the fuck are you doing?
Just eat some meat.
Yeah, but eat something like carnivore bars, or those carnivore snacks are delicious. It's just beef and salt. That's all those carnivore those snacks are. It's like a beef pastry. It's not even like jerky. It's chewy. It's delicious. So this is a lab-engineered fat substitute called EPG, manufactured by a little-known Indianapolis-based company called Epig. After tinkering with the product formulation, the food will set up a website in 2024 and began promoting the bars at local bodybuilding shows and farmers markets. Right, so what does it say that stuff does? So find out what that stuff does. But it does something where your body doesn't digest the fat, like it doesn't turn into calories.
This is promoting them. This is making it sound great. Yeah, this is making it sound like, oh, it's the best thing ever. And then I mentioned the farts.
Well, yeah, this is probably promoting it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh, no, this is about the lawsuit.
Oh,
it's essentially a better Olestra. At the time, fat was the big culprit for heart disease, which it's not. Undigestible. Olestra was undigestible. That was its key attribute. It passed right through the digestive tract, therefore wouldn't result in body fat. The problem was its low melting point in the body, which led to an infamously polite phrase printed on the WOW labels, may cause abdominal cramping and loose stools.
Yeah, people were shitting this stuff.
Yeah. Well, this stuff didn't give me loose stools, but it did give me like the devil was farting out of my asshole.
But I gotta tell you, is that sometimes fun?
Farts?
Yeah. Like when you have a fart that sounds like a symphony. Like when you're old and you start having new farts, I kind of like it. I'm just like, I still got it.
Well, this was just like, for me, it was a warning sign. My body was like, hey.
I think it's a warning sign for other people too, Joe.
Yeah, right. Anybody else hear me? So, what is the problem with that stuff? Okay. Ooh. And problems. So that was the thing. They were trying to block other people from using it.
Bloating, gas, and diarrhea.
Yeah, bloating, gas, and diarrhea due to sugar alcohols.
Wow.
And the non-digestible fat substitute. That's it. Which are poorly absorbed and can have a laxative effect, especially in larger amounts. The company recommending limiting intake to 2 bars daily to minimize discomfort.
Wait. Give me some comment. I love that they say minimize, not eliminate. There's no food where you're like, if you eat too much,
minimize it.
You're going to definitely have discomfort.
Who's eating 2 of these fucking things a day?
I'm sure people.
I know, but I mean, like after the farts, wouldn't you be like, hey?
But it's not only the farts; it's the distension.
The inflammation.
Yeah, you have that bloated feeling.
For some people, but why they would choose something like this is they want all that protein with 150 calories, and they'll just take the farts.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at whey. Whey's not digestible. That's the standard protein for bodybuilders.
Yeah, but it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, but a lot of people, whey is not
For a
easy
lot
to
of
break
people.
down.
Yeah, I have zero problem with whey.
I can't do whey.
Really?
I was getting brain fog.
From whey?
A little bit.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
Maybe something's wrong with my brain. I don't know.
Well, you might have like some sort of a milk allergy or something. That's possible.
Hell knows. But the point is, I switched to the whole meat.
Yeah.
And that's
Something like carnivore snacks or those carnivore bars. That's the solution. Get those, and that way you don't have to even think. It's just food, and your body treats it like food. It feels like food when you eat it. It doesn't feel like.
It's just hard for me to get enough calories in a day for what I need.
What are you trying to do?
I'm doing lean gains.
Lean gains?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So you're keeping the same body fat, but you're slowly putting in weight. So it's really a tightrope.
Okay. So you're involved in that again. I know you bailed on bodybuilding type activities.
Well, no, I still go to the gym.
Yeah. You're trying to get jacked.
I think I'm in good shape.
Are you trying to get jacked?
I know. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know why you're doing that. I didn't do that.
What do you mean?
I'm just asking. Are you trying to get jacked?
Okay. That seems like the kind of question that you cornering the gym.
No.
Say. What do you mean by trying to get jacked?
No. It's a normal thing for people that are trying to get swole. You're trying to get like big muscles.
I am trying to put on as much mass as I can while maintaining a somewhat lean build.
What are you doing, like as far as your workouts?
I go to gym 4 days a week.
What are you doing with your workout? What kind of workouts?
I do a bro split. Don't make fun of me.
No, there's nothing wrong with a bro split.
There's something wrong.
Nothing wrong with it. It works.
Yeah, but I'm not doing legs because my legs are already too big for my jeans.
What? Get stretchy jeans.
I have 30 pairs of jeans. I don't need to get more jeans. Point being,
But do you have regular jeans that are made out of cotton, or do you get jeans that have flex in them?
I have 30 pairs as a mix. The point being, my legs are great. I'm Russian. Russians have great leg DNA.
So you don't work out your legs at all? You're going to get an imbalance.
How?
Also, if you work out your legs, your whole body will grow.
That's true. And you'll put up more pounds on the scale. But point being, I'm already at the point marginal with most of my jeans. And they're not skinny jeans.
Let me see your legs.
I'll show you. How am I going to show you my legs?
Just stand up. Let me see your legs and your jeans. Those are not too big. That is ridiculous.
No. I don't need to. No. Hold on. I will send you a photo of my legs and you're going to apologize. My legs are great.
Okay.
They're not chicken legs.
I believe you. They don't look like chicken legs.
They're not chicken legs.
But I don't think you should be concerned about them getting bigger. First of all, it takes a lot to get your legs much larger. It takes a lot. Like you're going to have to really push past like some severe discomfort.
I'm not disputing that, but point is they're already marginal with my clothes. And I think
get new clothes, you got money. Listen, you gotta balance, you gotta keep your body balanced. Like that's why you should do legs. Like, you should never just do upper body.
Joe, I am nowhere at the point where my upper body is too big for my legs.
Well, it's not that. You should condition both of them together.
Okay.
It's like you want to have a body that works together.
My body is fine. I'm not going to be body shamed on this show.
I'm not body shaming. I'm talking about functional.
What function? Going up the stairs?
Anything you have to do. If you have to pick something up and move it. If you're not working your legs, then all that stuff in your hips, all that stuff, all the surrounding tissue, all that stuff is not getting the exercise it deserves while you're working out your upper body.
Fine. Point being, my legs are perfectly fine and strong. And it was hard for me to get the calories I need. That's all I'm saying here.
So how many calories, what are you trying to do a day?
I think it's 3,200.
Okay.
Which is not nothing.
That's a good meal for me.
That's a lot of calories.
Yeah, I guess.
What do you mean? You don't think that's
I eat a lot?
If you're eating clean, 3,200 is a lot.
Okay.
So
yeah, I guess. Yeah, so 3,200 calories. So, but you're trying to stay lean. And are you on testosterone replacement or anything like that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you are. Good. That's good. Peptides? Any peptides?
You know what I tried?
Okay, good.
I tried Glow.
What's Glow?
Oh, well, Mr. Doesn't Skip Leg Day. He doesn't have polka dots on his face. So much does. You call yourself a bro and you have polka dots on your face. Glow is this new peptide. It's a combination of 3 things, and it's called Glow because it has heavy copper, so it's blue.
Glow. Huh.
You are welcome.
Interesting. Most people combine BBC 157, TV 500, and GHKCU without addressing sequencing or inflammation first. Here's what determines whether Glow truly works. Interesting. Oh, okay. So it's a combination
Yeah,
of all
3 things.
those things together.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because I pulled my shoulder pretty bad.
With your heavy lifting?
It wasn't. I don't think it was heavy. It's just probably. I don't know what happened.
You don't lift heavy?
I lift somewhat heavy, but not enough. I'm not going to lift heavy enough to provoke injury.
Okay.
I think that's kind of foolish, especially at my age.
It is, but if you want to gain weight,
But I'm gaining weight.
what kind of, you're not doing bench or anything, are you? You do bench press?
Why wouldn't I do bench press?
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Because it's terrible for your shoulders.
Well, I do dumbbell bench.
That's slightly better for your shoulders.
Okay.
But that activity of having a lot of weight down here,
I'm only putting up 70s. That's not that much.
it's a lot for you.
Okay.
When you, all that weight back here, when you're right here, it puts tremendous strain
So what should I
on
do
your
for
body.
pecs?
You could do dips. Dips are fantastic for it. Don't go past 90 degrees. You can, once you condition your shoulders to like be able to do it, but dips are good. Weighted dips are really good. There's stuff that you could do, like just kettlebells. Well, I don't do any chest exercises other than dips.
Really?
Yeah, I do a lot of kettlebells. Most of my exercises are full body motion stuff. Yeah, almost everything. I do a lot of snatches, a lot of cleans, a lot of alternating cleans, a lot of renegade rows. Everything I do is kettlebells.
All I do is I know someone who's really knows this stuff, and I follow orders. Like
That's good too.
literally it.
That's good too. My concern is always functional movement. My concern is always I want my body to work as one unit. I don't like isolating things.
I think I do a lot of compounds, like incline dumbbell, incline bench is one example,
Mhm.
or I don't remember the other kind of stuff.
But if you have shoulder problems and you're benching, there's a lot of people I know that just have completely eliminated benching.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Especially heavy benching.
It only resolved this week, thank God.
But you know what? It won't if you're doing kettlebells, that's the weird thing about kettlebells. It increases the strength of all your activities. Like I found that people that do snatches, it increased their VO2 max and it increased their ability to do chin-ups.
I used to do kettlebell. I had one of the lifts in my workout, and I pulled out my back once. Something so fierce. It was a temporary, like it was like a cramp, but it was very, very scary.
Do you remember what the exercise was?
Yeah, I was doing when you're bending over, you swing it over your head.
Snatch.
Yeah.
Yeah. The key to that is warm-ups. Do you
Okay.
warm up a lot?
No.
Well,
No, I do warm-ups with the weights. Like my first set will be 40% of my working set.
What I would recommend is you gotta, especially as you get older, you really have to warm your body up. And one of the things that I do is I always do 10 minutes on the Airdyne bike, get everything like slightly sweaty. Then I do a lot of jump rope. I get everything fired up, and then I do a lot of mobility exercises. I do like body twists. I do these things like you wave. I get down to the bottom and I wave all the way up, and I bend backwards and I go forward. I do a lot of twists. I get everything loose, and then I start with push-ups and bodyweight squats. I do 100 push-ups, 100 bodyweight squats, and that's my warm-up. So all that stuff, by the time I'm done with all that stuff, now everything's warm, and now I can start working out.
How many days a week do you work out?
Well, I work out almost every day.
Oh, okay.
Occasionally I'll take a day off, but I work out almost every day. And then with lifting, generally I don't lift weights the days I hit the bag. So that's like maybe 2 or 3 days a week. So the other 2 days a week, I alternate between stuff like bodyweight stuff, like pull-ups, chin-ups, dips. I do L pull-ups where you stick your legs out straight.
Yeah.
So you're working your abs at the same time you're doing that. I do a bunch of different things, lower back stuff, a lot of back extensions, reverse hyper stuff, sit-ups on that GHB machine where you're going all the way down. And, yeah.
I'm just happy with the results, and I'm of the if it ain't broke, don't fix it mindset.
That's good. Yeah. Well, as long as you're happy with the results. I would just avoid a lot of heavy lifting. with bench press. I think bench press is so many people I know that have fucked their shoulders up through bench press. I know a lot of bros are going to get angry.
I know. That's what I'm waiting for. It's
How much do you bench, bro?
Yeah.
But here's the thing, like we did this Sober October thing where we had these stupid fitness challenges, and then after Sober October was over, we all got drunk. And so then we went out to my gym, and Ari, Tom, and Bert were all trying to bench 225. And I don't bench at all, and I did it 13 times. Like I don't bench, and I just
Ari could pull up 2 plates.
No, he couldn't.
Okay, that was
No, they all got pinned.
Yeah,
Everybody got
225 is no joke.
Yeah, Bert can do it now, but back then he
You
wasn't
can't
lifting.
you can't casually do 2 plates.
Yeah,
No one can.
yeah, but I did without ever benching.
No, but I mean, like you're someone who works out or does. So,
Right.
like if you're
No,
you're
no,
casual,
no,
you're
you're
gonna
gonna
get
get they all got crushed.
Yeah, of course. Wait, they thought they could do it.
Bert did. Bert definitely
Bert's
did.
heavy, right? How much is
Yeah.
Bert? He's like 250.
Bert's
probably.
like 250. Yeah,
Right, so
for
you
sure.
think, okay.
Tom was bigger at the time too.
Okay, it was. I mean, it must have just collapsed. There was no.
Yeah, they got crushed. But the point is, it's like doing kettlebells will help all
Yeah, of
those other
course.
things.
Of course.
Because it just your whole body gets strong, and it's not an unusual motion to do that. You know, you could do it.
Yeah, I like the weights.
No, weights are great. There's nothing wrong with weights. I just would be careful about benching.
Well,
I think dumbbell benching is probably better than barbell benching, and I just think there's other ways to work your chest.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll talk to Monster Russ. That's my guy.
And there's a lot of people that don't even agree with dips. Like my orthopedic surgeon that told me that I need to get my shoulder operated on 15 years ago, and I never did. He was like, "Gotta stop doing dips." I go, "Why?"
Really?
Because everybody I know that fucked their shoulder up did it through dips. I go, "Well, that doesn't mean anything."
Right.
I'm looking at him. I'm looking at him and his body. I'm like, "Look at you! Shut the fuck up!"
And look at all these gymnasts.
Yeah.
They do dips 24/7.
Exactly. Just build up to it. Don't do too much. All of it is like overworking your body. You have to like slow progression is the key.
There is something fun about. I do love doing dips because you feel like you're flying. There's something about it when you're just. Yeah. What can I say?
But that's a great chest exercise. Dips are. Yeah, along with the push-ups. Do 100 push-ups a day and then do dips.
But you're okay. We can talk about this also. You're the one. Can I tell you what you said to me at the mothership about this?
What I said?
You said you can't be jacked and be funny.
Well, you can, but you can't show it.
No, but that I meant like you like at a certain point you're too jacked. There's a cost.
Well, there's definitely a cost to the way you look. Like you look intimidating.
Right.
And that's not that funny for people.
Right.
Yeah.
And Roseanne was telling me, or not just she, when she was starting out, she lost all this weight. People stopped laughing.
There's plenty of skinny, funny women.
Not in 1981. You think? Are you calling Roseanne Barr a liar?
No, I just don't think that's what it was. I've seen people lose weight and still be hilarious. It's just
I
like,
think
but there is a mentality that people have. Like Kevin James, his fucking agent said this to him once. I got furious. Kevin was losing weight. He was trying to get in shape. He was really self-conscious about his weight. And his agent said, "Kevin, when you lose weight, you're losing roles."
But that's true though, because he's very much a specific character.
So what? He could fucking do anything. He's a talented guy. It's not like if he lost the weight, he wouldn't be funny anymore. That dude's fucking funny.
Hold on. I'm not disrespecting Kevin James in any way. Mad respect for him. Mall Cop, the greatest comedy of all time.
It's a funny movie.
I believe you. I haven't seen it. Point being, he is very much in people's mind a certain specific thing. Right. So if Kevin James stopped being that thing, I think it's going to be a lot hard for a lot of normies to come over with him to a different paradigm. That's all I'm saying.
Perhaps.
Come on.
It would be a challenge, but I think he'd still be hilarious. I do not think that he is limited by his weight.
You don't? Okay. If Will Ferrell got like Hugh Jackman, do you think he'd have the same roles?
He wouldn't necessarily have the same roles. He would still be very funny.
Yes, he would, but you know perfectly well that there's lots
it would be weird because he would be super jacked. Like if he got The Rock jacked,
right?
It would be weird.
People don't know how to deal with that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So the agent's not wrong.
Well, the agent's still not looking out for Kevin's health.
How big was he? That big?
Big.
Okay.
He was big, and he didn't like it, and he was worried.
Yeah. Okay, that's very fair.
Yeah.
But you don't have to go from. You could go slim, or you don't have to go to running peptides and stuff.
Right. You don't have to get jacked.
Yeah.
But maybe he wants to. You can. It could be done.
I mean, what's that guy who claims he's natty? That Indian guy who was in, I think, the Avengers or something.
Oh, Camille?
Yeah. Was it him?
I don't think he claims he's natty. Does he?
They do special. It's special exercises, Joe. They just
come on.
Does
he really? He doesn't even claim he's on testosterone replacement.
Don't you know that if you just do lateral raises, yeah, he claims natty. He has to. They all
I
have
don't
to.
know if that's real.
Yes, it does. Look him up.
He did a very funny bit about people being angry at him for getting in shape.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he did a funny bit in his stand-up, his recent stand-up special about that. Does he claim that he's natural? That's a weird
Wait, the one I'm
thing.
thinking is in a stand-up. The one from the movies.
Yeah, he's a stand-up.
Oh,
He
yeah,
started out as a
Oh,
stand-up.
good for him. Okay.
Camille Nanjiani.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, he started out as a stand-up. Yeah. And he's doing stand-up again. He just released a special.
What's his name? Claims
funny.
natty too. The Thor. They all do.
No, that guy claims daddy.
They have to.
Chris Hemsworth?
I think he does.
Get the fuck out of here. That guy gained like 60 pounds of solid muscle.
Well, that's because he's doing lateral raises, you fool.
Oh, I didn't know.
And how do you know? You've never seen him put a needle in his ass. He has personal trainers that teach him second exercises.
You're right. I've been on testosterone replacement for a long time, and I highly recommend it to anybody who wants to stay in shape.
How long have you been on it?
Since I was like almost 40. I started with like the cream, and then I noticed I was training a lot. That was back then. I was doing jiu-jitsu 4 or 5 days a week, and I was lifting.
That's hard on the body.
It's hard.
Yeah, of course.
And you're always tired. And I had a doctor that specialized in that stuff. It's one of those things was hormone replacement therapy, and doing a lot of it for people that had head injuries. Because people with head injuries, people that have had CTE and a lot of you have damage to your pituitary gland. A lot of times your brain is not producing testosterone at the level it's supposed to.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah, your pituitary gland gets damaged from repeated head trauma. That's one of the things that causes depression in a lot of people that have had head trauma. Is your body's not making hormones anymore, so you're fucking lethargic all the time. It's a factor. His statements. He described a year-long process with professional trainers, nutritionists, funded by Marvel, daily workouts, precise calorie tracking, no refined sugar, and minimum fats. In his 2019 Instagram post, he emphasized the resources required, but never mentioned PEDs, steroids, or denied their use. So he never denied it.
Okay, he didn't deny it. Okay, I take it back. I apologize.
Yeah, from a softer build at age 41, for fucking sure he got on testosterone. There was a lot of people that were giving me shit about being on testosterone 15 years ago, but are on it now.
No disrespect to him.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. I just said I do it.
No, that's the point. No,
but at a certain point.
People, it's just really funny. People yelling at him, "Oh, you're cheating." It's like, cheating for what? Where's the test?
People are silly. And they're mad that he didn't look like, he looked like them. He was doughy, and now all of a sudden he looks like a bro, and they don't like it.
Yeah, but the thing that's kind of crazy is now the kids in high school are hopping off.
That's crazy, because you're going to destroy your endocrine system.
And also, if you're peaking at 18, that's not going to be good for your mental health.
Well, it's not just that. It's just it kills your dick. It kills your when you put a bunch of exogenous testosterone in your body stops making testosterone. And so say if you're on a cycle for like a month, 2 months, it will take you 4 months for your body to get back to normal. I think that's the ratio most people, if you're not taking like clomiphene or any of these other things, or HCG or something that naturally ramps up your testosterone, I think they think that the number is like double the time that you are on a cycle.
It's also
before you
harder
get
and
back to
harder.
normal.
After you keep running cycles, it gets harder and harder.
100%, because your body starts relying on it, and your endocrine system shuts down. And it's like, why do we have to make testosterone? This guy's got more than a normal human ever has.
Right.
And so we just stop.
And I think these numbers are through the roof for the kids now.
Well, they all want to be like an influencer. They all want to be jacked. It's just like, you don't understand the harm you're doing to your body.
But it's also the kind of thing where it's just like, you shouldn't be comparing yourself to the guy on Instagram,
right?
Or the gym, and compare yourself to the guy on the plane. Next time you're in an airport, that's what I do. That's what kind of helped me. When I get on a flight, I'm like, how many of these people, especially my age, are in good shape, it's going to be 1 out of 100.
Well, the other thing is there's, especially when you're young, there's plenty of stuff that you can do that's natural and super beneficial and not dangerous, like creatine.
But you're not going
Creatine
to
is tremendous.
But you're not going to be a name. No one's going to notice you on Instagram. That's the thing. They're chasing the fame.
Oh, that's so sad.
It's very sad. I mean, some of these guys look better than Schwarzenegger and they're 17. It's insane. But it's just like, what's your future gonna?
Well, you're not gonna have kids, right? You're gonna be sterile. You're not gonna have any sperm.
So, there was that thing about they asked Olympians, would you give up like 20 years of your life and you're guaranteed a gold? And like 90% of them said yes.
Yeah.
Like,
I know. Well, look at Lindsey Vonn. I mean, she knew that she had a blown ACL and she still skied.
Is that right?
Yeah, she blew her ACL out like a couple of weeks before the Olympics and still decided to compete and then shattered her leg with this horrible compound fracture.
Oh, my God.
Oh, you didn't know about that?
No.
Oh, yeah, she had to get airlifted. She's had multiple surgeries. She's fucked for a long time. Her leg broke in multiple places. She's got rods and stuff in it. And leg breaks are really scary because your body doesn't necessarily always heal from those. Like sometimes the blood flow's not appropriate. It's not what you need. And people get their legs amputated from those things.
Jesus.
Yeah, femur breaks are super dangerous.
I've never broken a bone, and I'm part of
Ever?
I know, right?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Nothing?
And part of me is like, is this something I want to try before I die? Like,
No, it sucks.
Does it? But it's not. How bad is it?
Yeah. Well, I broke my arm when I was 7. I broke my forearm right here. I fell off a monkey bar and snapped my forearm in half. That healed perfect. But when you're a kid, they just put me in a cast. And like 6 weeks later, I was good to go. I broke my fibula, the small bone of my tibia, in sparring. A friend of mine threw a back kick at the same time. I was throwing a kick and his heel hit my fibula and it cracked that. But that was only a crack. I actually competed with that. I put soccer pads on it. Those plastic soccer. I taped soccer instep pads.
That was allowed?
That part of my. I didn't tell anybody.
Oh, okay.
Because it was a Taekwondo tournament, so I had pants on.
Yeah.
And so I put like a regular, these soccer pads, I taped them to my calf, and then I put the foam one on over that, and I competed.
Huh, okay.
I won the states that way.
Okay, great. Were you a national champion?
I won American Open, and I came in second place in the U.S. Cup against the national champion, and I think I should have beat him. I got a bad decision. But I never won the national championships. But at the time that I was getting ready to try to win the national championships in '88, the problem was I had already been disillusioned because I had started kickboxing.
Okay.
And I'd already started like realizing there's a lot of holes in Taekwondo.
Well, Taekwondo is like, with the rise of UFC, it's really not good.
Well, it is if you know all the other stuff.
Right,
because those kicks are devastating.
Right.
They're devastating. And a guy who's a really good kicker, like a Michael Venom Page, for instance, who's a karate specialist, who learned how to defend takedowns, they're really dangerous because they have the ability to cover distance and kick at range. And if you're not a good kicker and you don't recognize what this guy's doing, they can fuck you up.
Right.
But there was so many holes in Taekwondo when it came to like punching to the face and then leg kicks. I didn't realize like how many holes there were in it until I started really getting into kickboxing. So I was, by the time '88 rolled around, I was already disillusioned.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. And then I was already starting to do stand up. So it was like, what am I doing with my life? You know?
Oh, I got a bone to pick with you.
Ooh. I'm excited.
Oh, you set me up perfectly.
Okay.
You set me up perfectly. Thank you, Joe Rogan. Bridget Fedesi sat in this very chair.
Right.
The chair I'm farting in right now because I had some vintage Olean chips from eBay, and this chair's going to be a disaster.
That's the Trump chair.
I know. And she told you that I'm starting to do stand-up. And you said, that's great. He's so funny. He could open for me. And then I was all excited about this opportunity. And I waited a few weeks because I was scared to, like, whatever. And you text me about some meme. And I go,
first of all, I don't think I said you could open for me. I highly doubt I said that.
You did, but that's fine. I'm not holding you to it. I'm just saying you said that. That's fine.
Maybe I was joking.
I'm not holding you to it. You were just encouraging me. Okay? Let's just leave it there.
I think you're very funny.
Okay. You text me about some meme. And I go, hey, I'm going to do stand-up. You go, you absolutely should. You're very funny. I go, I have my set. What should I do next? Do you know what you said?
What?
Yeah, you left me on a rant.
You're on your own, bitch.
What do you mean?
Because you got to figure it out. It's like, I want to start fighting. What should I do? You know what to do. Go to the fucking gym. Figure it out. Start training. I can't hold anybody's hand. Stand-up is too hard for you to help someone in the beginning. You've got to actually want to do it. Sure. So you got to go to open mics. You got to do stand-up. You got to get ready, put a set together, record it, review it.
Done.
Okay. Yeah. So you're doing stand-up all the time.
Not all. You saying I should do it all the time?
You have to do it all the time. It's like if you want to spar, you have to spar every week.
Do you know what everyone told me who I asked? I asked 10 biggest people who are names, and they all said the same thing. You have to bomb.
Yeah, well, bombing is good because it lets you realize how difficult it is, and then you don't like the feeling, so you work really hard.
And also, you have to be ready for that moment and how to recover from it.
Yeah, failure, I think in everything is good. Losing is important. It's very important. It motivates you to do better. People don't like that feeling, but a lot of uncomfortable feelings lead to growth, and that's why they're important.
That's true.
Heartbreak, losing a job, getting fired. All those things are important.
Okay.
Well. Yeah, stand-up's important too. It's important to have bad sets.
Oh, I think you said bad sex.
Bad sets.
Yes.
So when was the last time you went up?
I haven't done it for a while because I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, you got to do it a lot. Okay. It's got to be something that you're dedicated to. That's why I'm saying you can't just say what do I do.
Okay.
That's
fair.
You got to do it.
That's very fair. Technicality has been very helpful.
Yeah, there's plenty of places we could perform. I mean, Austin alone, on my street alone, on 6th Street, there's within a 1 block radius, there's 7 clubs.
I'm not arguing that.
I mean, this is the place. If you want to do stand-up, this is the fucking place, man. I mean, it's incredible right now.
Okay, fair enough.
So my club alone has 2 nights of open mic nights.
Is that true?
Sunday and Monday night are both open mic nights.
Okay, then I'm going to sign up.
Yeah, we have a real development program. The whole idea is to make it so that we have a real foundation of people that are coming up. And that motivates all the people that are already doing well. It's these guys are really working hard. And it gets everybody excited about working hard. And then it motivates the people at the top saying, hey, these young guys are really good. And then guys start getting specials. And Cam Patterson just got an SNL. All these things are happening for people from the club. So it's it's a great place.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's very fair.
Yeah, but it's not something that you can kind of casually do every now and again. You can, but you won't be as good as you will be if you do it every week.
That's Callan said that as well.
Yeah.
You have to put in the time. This is not something that you could do just on weekends.
Yeah, you can't run around your block once a month and think you can go do a marathon.
Right.
Yeah. You got to get in, and you got to, the thing about stand-up is you're making a mountain 1 layer of paint at a time. It's not a quick process. To become a stand-up, most people agree there's not a hard, fast rule because depending upon how much actual time you do and how much focus. But the general rule is 10 years.
Really?
Yeah, the general rule is 10 years. People don't really think of you as being legit until you've been in it for 10 years.
I don't know that I have 10 years.
I don't know if anybody has 10 years. I don't know if the human race has 10 years. You see those robots in China that are doing fucking kung fu?
Are they already?
Oh my God, they just did this demonstration, this martial arts demonstration with these robots on a stage. It's crazy how they move.
I'm more worried about if anyone can use AI to engineer a bioweapon.
Oh, that's real.
Because there was a piece, a guy, I forget his name, I apologize, where he's one of these big AI people, and he goes, if you use the paid for AI, he goes, I can tell it to write me code, and it also knows idiosyncratic preferences. So it's better than hiring a person, and that's today.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen in 2 years, 3 years? How do you put guardrails on that? I don't think you can.
I don't think you can. And there's a lot of people that are resigning from a lot of these companies that are saying we're doomed. Yeah.
I'm not a doom and gloom kind of guy, but that I think is a much faster path toward something happening than, robots, kung fu robots.
Well, there's also automated weapon systems that are totally autonomous. That's right. Yes. The government's working on that. And I believe there was an issue, see if you can find this, with one of the AI companies not willing to partner with the U.S. or not willing to do something with autonomous weapons programs. I think it's Anthropic.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think Anthropic was we don't think that's good. And all the other ones let's go.
Holy shit, yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing is China doing that? They probably are. Anthropic is clashing with the Pentagon over AI use. Here's what each side wants. Anthropic's relationship with the Department of Defense is under review as the two sides negotiate over how the company's AI models can be used. Startup wants assurance that its models will not be used for autonomous weapons or mass surveillance. Oh my God, these pop-ups are brutal. Fuck you, CNBC. The DoD wants to use Anthropic models for all lawful use cases without limitation, according to Emil Michael, the Undersecretary of War for Research and Engineering.
Holy crap.
Yeah, so this is what they're doing.
So which is worse, autonomous weapons or mass surveillance? I think it's mass surveillance.
Both of them are terrible.
Yeah, which is worse, though?
Because they work hand in glove. Both of them are terrible. I mean, did you see Alex Karp, that interview that he did, where he was talking about Palantir, and he's like, we're going to, and occasionally kill people. We're going to use it to kill people.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Right. Right.
But he was like openly saying, kill people. Like, this is what we're doing. Like, what?
But did you see that big leak from Palantir, which I don't know if it's been verified or not, where they were talking, Kim.com was the one who dropped this.
Yes, I did see that Kim.com tweeted about it, but I didn't see if it was verified.
Right.
What did he say exactly?
If you could put, it was a long thing, and it was very, because he said Palantir. He said he doesn't have. I don't think it was verified that this was legitimate, but these were the bullet points he laid out, and it was extremely disturbing. It's not surprising that a private company is going to be more effective and efficient than the government at implementing what the government wants. A lot of the things during COVID wasn't literally the government. These corporations were more than happy to impose these kind of, if you don't get the vaccine, so-called, you're going to get fired.
Well, they were all having backdoor deals.
Exactly, yeah. But they were more than happy to do it.
Yeah, they were being incentivized.
Right.
Which is fucking crazy. But the thing about this AI stuff that no one realizes except for the engineers that are deeply invested in this is that it's accelerating at this tremendously rapid pace that they can't really control. ChatGPT 5, I was reading this article, ChatGPT made ChatGPT 5. They essentially tasked the AI to make a better version of itself. Make sure that's true. I'm pretty sure that's what they're saying.
Right now, for free, if you put any photo on Grok Imagine, it animates it, and it looks realistic.
Yeah.
Like instantly.
There's a video of me and Keanu Reeves doing kung fu in this room. Like he's dressed up like John Wick.
But it looks real, I'm sure.
It looks very real. It's like a scene from John Wick. It's like we're doing like movie style kung fu in this room.
And the average person can't distinguish between what is on their screen and what is outside.
Right.
And for the human brain, they're going to remember it and perceive it as something that they had seen before.
Right.
It is a very scary thing. I remember something that clicked in my head, Survivor Season 1. So that was like 2000, I think it was. 2000.
Yeah.
They had the second to last episode. There's 4 contestants left. And they go, next week on Survivor. And Sue turns to Kelly and she goes, we got to vote out Richard. And I was on a message board at the time, and one of the people, they're like, who do you think is going to be eliminated? One goes, oh, I think they're going to vote out Richard. Did you hear what Sue said? We all heard him. This wasn't eavesdropping. This was a sound clip that the editor left in. There was nothing else to hear. In fact, you could only hear what Sue said to Kelly. And that was such a wake-up moment for me, like, holy shit, people really think they're on that beach and they heard something they weren't supposed to. But you laugh. But there will be people who tell you right now with a straight face, and I think they can pass a lie detector easily, that Trump said we should inject bleach, and Trump said, I'm praising very fine people, white nationalists.
Right.
And you can play the tape, they will not perceive it. They're not lying.
Right.
And I think that's a big hurdle for a lot of people to accept. People honestly are perceiving things that you're not.
That's true. Yeah, and they're also only looking at headlines or only looking at narratives. They get a tweet, they read the tweet, oh my God, I can't believe they're doing this. And then they put it down. They're too busy. They're not going to do deep dives.
It's not that they're too busy, it's that their preconceptions are validated. They're not running a true-false filter, they're running an us-them filter.
Right, that's right.
Trump's thousands of times the Epstein files. There you go. What else do I need to tell you?
That's it. Yeah, very fine people on both sides. I mean, Obama said that during the campaign. When he said that during the campaign, I'm like, that's crazy.
Well, Biden said that was his reason for running. You don't remember that?
You see in the Epstein files, someone said that Biden's dead.
Well, they're also saying that Epstein's alive.
Yeah, That might be real.
I don't know how they pull that off. Here's the thing. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Whenever I hear something that's out there, I'm not saying it's ridiculous. I always say to myself, what steps would need to be taken for this to be true, right? So if you're going to keep Epstein alive, and he's obviously extremely visible, his face, and very known, how do you keep that guy under wraps? It would be the question I would have.
You move him to Israel,
Sure.
and you get plastic surgery.
You think so? That's it?
Yeah. Look, Renee Zellweger looks different.
That's true.
And she's a fucking movie star.
So-
Like, she kind of ruined her career by making herself look prettier.
So,
right?
She looks Asian now. She's got all those
She
big
did something
cheeks.
weird.
No, she got all those big cheeks. Her eyes are all like small now.
What did she do? Let's take a look.
She's
at
all
what she
puffy
did.
faced. Yeah.
Like, people said that Bradley Cooper did something, but he came in here, he looked fucking completely normal.
Yeah,
Like, it's
okay.
just weird pictures online. Like, maybe one day he was tired, one
Renee
day he
Zellweger
wasn't.
really did.
She did something.
So did
Bradley Cooper looks exactly like Bradley Cooper to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Like, she did something weird. God, she
oh
was
my
so
God.
cute.
She looks like that.
Look at her in 2009. She was so cute. And then
Who's that annoying lefty lady who's a podcaster?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. The one who was a real housewife and now she's.
Oh yeah,
That awful
I don't know her name, but she's awful.
She's
Yeah.
a heel. Does a great job being a heel.
She's great at that.
Yeah.
Everyone fucking lock them all up.
Right, yeah. She
No
looks,
one
that's
wants
who
to
she
fuck
looks
her
like.
anymore. She's very angry.
That's who she looks like now.
Let me see that again. Other photos. Okay, the one on the far right. She's still pretty, but there's definitely a change in her face.
So look at that fifth photo. She looks
Jennifer
Asian.
Grey is a better example.
Well, she's got a nose job.
Right,
So
but after that nose job, her career kind of fucking stopped.
Well, no, Linda Evans is the worst of this. Can you pull up Linda Evans?
Linda Evans from The Terminator?
From Dynasty.
Oh, Linda Hamilton, Terminator.
Yeah, Linda Evans is.
Linda Hamilton is fucking awesome in Stranger Things. What did she do?
I mean, she looks horrific.
Well, she's old, man.
Yeah, but there's plenty of old people who don't look like that.
She doesn't look like she did anything.
She sued.
She sued for a plastic surgery?
Yeah, look at that one right there, Jamie. Here, pull that up. It's bad.
Well, that's just, I don't see, where does it say?
The one right under that, the red one. See that? Yeah, pull that up. See?
Finding peace and happiness growing older in the Northwest. Well, that just looks like an older lady.
But she doesn't look like herself at all.
But she's older.
But she had a lot of effed up work. Maybe she had something reversed.
Maybe.
You're saying that's not.
That one's not that shocking to me. That's just an older lady.
I think it's quite shocking because I think it looks bad. No disrespect to her.
I mean, that's the difference between a 30-year-old lady and a fucking 70-year-old lady.
There's plenty of 70-year-old ladies who don't look like protein bars.
But I don't know. I don't think that's the best example. I think that Renee said, okay, what has Linda done to her face? Right. Okay, so it might not be true.
There's a lot of cases like this. You know, it's whatever.
Yeah. What was the point? How do we get on
We're
that?
talking about Keanu Reeves, Renee Zellweger.
I was on chat. I was looking up ChatGPT stuff, and then switched to that.
Okay, yeah. ChatGPT 5. Did ChatGPT code ChatGPT 5?
I don't even know how to search that. I don't know the right search term to look that up. I'm not getting anywhere.
If you ask that question, it doesn't.
ChatGPT 5 makes itself better. You know, I don't. There's something that I was trying to dig into.
What's that singularity
It's
stuff?
called like self-correcting loops or something like that. But I'm not getting anywhere with that. That's not the right.
This was the concern about AI, was that eventually AI would become sentient and autonomous and would
Right.
create better versions of itself.
Right.
And it would do it very quickly.
Right.
And I think we're in that right now. I think what we're getting from these engineers is an indication that the people that are deeply involved in this are fucking disturbed by the power of this stuff. They essentially say that they don't have a job anymore. They just kind of show up and it does the work for them. And that this is far more potent than what the general public is aware of.
So
And getting better all the time.
we're at the point now where Grok is a better conversationalist and better at perceiving nuance and humor than the average person. A lot of times, if I have a tweet and some cretin comes in with some response, I will just say, "Hey, Grok, explain to this person such and such and such," and I leave it for Grok to be like a chart handler. And I do this every single day. But the point is, if I'm being humorous, maybe my jokes aren't that funny. Point being, Grok understands that I'm being humorous,
Right.
even if this person isn't or is pretending not to. So what happens when the average person what are they bringing to the table?
Right.
And
What
this-
are they bringing to the table?
And what about artists too?
Right.
The AI art's getting better every single day. Like I did a book where I used AI for the cover. It's like, what are you going to do with? You're going to have a certain number of people who are good at like massaging it and having great ideas, but at a certain point, there's only so much you can do.
Did you see what the Door Brothers did?
No,
They just they're these really good AI artists. They're the guys who do all the intros to the Kill Tony videos.
Okay. Yeah.
They're fucking awesome. And they just made like a Hollywood movie. And they did it in like a day.
Right.
With AI. See if you can find that clip because it went viral and everybody's kind of freaking out. They're like, Hollywood's done. Because this clip is insane. But it's so realistic looking.
The other thing is, by the time we're all wrapping our heads around it, it's already 6 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's crazy.
And it's far better than it was then. Let me see. Put the headphones on.
All right. Yes, sir.
Go full screen. Back it up.
This is all AI?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Whoa. What the fuck? Holy shit. Wow.
I don't think it's a good idea for humans to cash.
This is the other one they did.
I'm really busy. Can you get Sophia today?
What? No, I have a meeting. I can't.
Oh, shit.
This is all AI?
Yeah.
Reporting what is being called a geomagnetic storm. This is a phenomenon caused by a massive mutation
Holy
that
shit.
becomes available. Stay tuned to this channel for
God, look at her face. It looks so realistic.
I don't like this.
I love you. I'm on my way.
Oh my
I
god.
need you to hide. Get underground.
I can't watch it.
Oh my god. It's a great Cybertruck ad.
No, people might not want to hear the engine.
No, but you can hear the engine when it does that. It makes a weird humming noise.
Good morning, Sleeping Beauty. Why don't you get the president on the phone?
We have her.
I'll be right there. Oh my God. I don't like this at all. I don't like that at all.
I don't think the sound was AI. Some of it could have been, but
Point being,
makes too good. And all that
I don't think it's a good thing for people to casually be seeing footage of people being shot in the face. Like, I'm on YouTube.
Well, they've already got that.
I'm saying it's not a good
Check
thing.
out this video that I just sent you, Jen.
There's a lot of, I watch a lot of these body cam videos on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
And you see
Oh,
people
the
get
real ones.
killed.
Yeah.
And it's just like,
No.
are we not having a conversation the effects of the human mind of just watching real people getting killed left and right all the time?
Oh, I know.
Especially young people.
There's a lot of that.
Like, I don't like seeing, I mean, watching.
Check this out.
Okay. Oh, Jesus.
I was just asking about the pencil trick.
This is crazy. This is crazy. No, they're saying, okay, wow. But I don't, like, you don't see anything wrong with just casually showing planes flying into buildings?
Yeah.
It's,
Well, all movies do that, though.
I don't think that's, yeah, but the thing is, this is how you kind of boil the frog.
But they've always done that in action movies.
I don't think to that level is to have anyone be able to make this the drop of a hat. I'm not saying
No,
it should be
that's
banned.
true.
I'm just saying, I think at a certain point, if 24/7 we're seeing
Right.
dozens of people getting killed,
Yeah.
it's going to have an effect on people's psyches.
No question.
And I don't think that's a good effect.
Well, it's what we have now before this. Not good.
Do you know what else is fucked up? We're not even talking about what this kind of porn is going to look like.
Right. Right. And porn with any, like you or Jamie. You and Jamie could be fucking in the video.
I'm talking about. Look, I'm talking about snuff films.
Oh, right. Right. Yeah.
You can make one
Yeah.
right now where
100%.
you're doing the girl, then you cut her head off or cut body parts.
Yeah, just pull out a shotgun. As soon as
No,
you
pull out a
climax.
knife.
Yeah, anything. Yeah.
And it'll look really realistic, and you have no way of. We're still apes. You have
People probably already making that.
Of course they are.
Porn, you're probably
Well, no,
already
that I
making
know. The investigators already don't have the tools to distinguish between real videos of infants and AI videos of infants. And this is, again, this has been a bridge that's been crossed, and like no one knows what to say or do about it. It's just like we're kind of just bad at blinking, and it's here.
Well, it's not just here, it's here and growing,
Right.
and getting stronger all the time, and we're all just plowing head first towards the cliff.
And what's going to happen when this started kind of stuff gets matched up with psychedelics?
Well, it's not just that. It's like what happens when this stuff starts running all of our resources, running our economy, running everything.
Right.
Because that's what's going to happen. It's going to be our government.
Well, I mean, right. Who was that? The Creepy Line guy?
Creepy Line?
There was that documentary, The Creepy Line. Robert something Malone, I think his name was. He's an academic. His point. He went through Google, and he goes, "Look, if I'm Google, right, and I'm on Facebook, and I have people who are like Trump and people who are like Hillary. So if I just put out, hey, you should vote, and send it just to the Hillary people, I'm not on paper endorsing Hillary."
Robert Epstein.
Robert Epstein. Thank you.
That guy.
Yeah,
we've had that guy multiple times.
Right, but then you're going to be getting at that vote in the direction you want.
Well, his concern is Google searches.
Sure.
So, like, if you search Trump, it's all negative stories. If
And you search Hillary, it's
Hillary,
all positive. It was also,
stories.
I talked to him
Yeah.
also about the Facebook stuff. If you're promoting
Yeah.
go out and vote, and you have this group versus that group, it could nudge it very easily.
Right.
So it's that technology is already here and been used.
And been used.
Right,
Yeah,
so that's 10 years
that's
ago.
real election manipulation.
Right.
That's already legal and being used
Right.
for
So,
whatever reason.
well, you know what reason, but
Curated search engines are a real fucking problem if
Right.
you're hiding certain information. Like, I noticed that during the pandemic, there was a story about a doctor in Florida that got vaccinated and then really quickly afterwards had a stroke and died. And I read the story, and a lot of people were concerned about it. And then I tried to find it on Google. I could not find it. I looked everywhere. Then I looked on DuckDuckGo, and I found it immediately. And then it was in the first page. And then somewhere along the line, DuckDuckGo got weird too.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Yeah. So it's like they realized that people were finding things on and then I believe, is DuckDuckGo curated? Or did they just have open source? What are they saying? And then I started using Brave, and Brave was showing me things that other search engines weren't showing me.
But then, on the other hand, you have the problem of, is it showing you things that are just not true?
Right. But I was searching for a very specific story, and I couldn't find it. Right. You're definitely going to get a lot of that, especially if there's look, the Hunter Biden laptop story. They got 51 different former intelligence agents to say that it was Russian disinformation. Not curated in the sense of building a personalized filter bubble based on user history, but it does curate results by ranking.
Yeah. I know how you can really avoid that, though.
That's curating, indexing, and filtering from hundreds of sources, including Bing. Bing's not good.
But it has to put things
to
in order
provide
somehow.
what it deems relevant. Unlike Google, it avoids user tracking and personalization, providing more neutral, non-personalized search experience, but also curated by ranking. No user profiling, does not store search history or all I know is that there was a difference in the way it worked for me. It doesn't mean that
there has to be some ranking process.
Yeah.
You can't just, it's going to have things in order no matter what search engine.
Right. When you're looking for something very specific.
That's obviously
Google would not show me that article. I put in all the facts of that article. I could not find it. All it was saying was the benefits of getting the COVID vaccine.
Has it gotten better or worse? I don't know. We don't know. How would we know?
I don't know. I mean, but you should be disturbed at Robert Epstein's work, because Robert Epstein's work shows that with just this curated search result, you can shift all these centrist voters, all these middle of the pack voters, these swing voters. You can shift them by
I think it was 2%.
I think it's larger.
And point being, Trump won.
It was 9% or something crazy.
Even
like
if
that.
let's be conservative, say 2. Trump won 1.5.
Yeah.
So and I don't think things are looking good for the Republicans going forward.
Well, it doesn't look good for the midterms, right?
No, that's.
I mean, this ICE stuff is doing a great job for that, because a lot of people are like, hey, we're moving towards fascism.
And the perception of the economy.
Yeah.
The thing with the ICE stuff, it's like people, voters can have contradictory perspectives. Like they want to get rid of illegal aliens, but don't force them out. It's like, what are you going to do? Send them a strongly worded letter?
Well, I think the real problem is they're not willing to address the fact that these are paid protests and agitators.
Sure.
And that these people, this is not an organic thing where people are taking to the streets. They're literally being paid. These people have come out and said, you get X amount of money, you get $100 a day if it's cold out, you get more money. One of the things people were saying that I don't know if is true at all was like, this might be horseshit. They were saying they gave them decibel meters to see how loud they were yelling. Protesters.
Really?
And they were providing protesters with these decibel meters, and for them to, in order to get paid, they had to be yelling at a certain decibel. I was like, this sounds like disinformation.
Yeah, I feel like
sounds like. How much are those things? How much is a fucking decibel meter? That sounds like very, a problem in terms of cost.
Right. If I had that, I'd sell on eBay. Right.
Right.
If I'm a protester.
Thousands of people, and you're providing them with these decibel meters.
I would think.
Right. Yeah, it sounded like horseshit, but there's a lot of horseshit out there. There's a lot of people that they do interviews and they just make up fake stuff just for clickbait.
But the thing is, I think people I agree with you, are over ICE, but it's like, what's your plan B?
Right.
The amnesty? If that's your argument, that's fine, but it's just it's not a tenable situation. I mean, look what's going on overseas.
Right.
What are you going to do? Right now, there's a guy who's running against Farage from the right of him. And it's like, you're going to break up that vote. It's called Restore Britain.
Oh, what is he saying?
He's like, Farage is too soft. We're going to deport them all. Blah, blah, blah. It's just how, fine. I understand that's your argument. Literally, how are you going to do that without mass enforcement? I'm not saying I'm for it or against it. I'm just saying, what is your plan? It's easy to promise. If I'm in a country that's awesome, I don't want to go back to my shithole. Right. I'm going to do whatever I can legally and sometimes extra legally to make sure I'm staying.
Especially people over there that have been encouraged to go there.
Right.
And then they bend the laws in order to kind of hide their crimes.
Right. One of the best things that happened to me was December 31st, 2024. So it was the beginning of 2025. I was on Twitter
and you heard about these grooming gangs overseas. And even me, who writes a lot about the nature of evil, was naive, because when you hear the term grooming, I thought, okay, these high school girls have these, boyfriends from different countries and like 30, whatever, and it's gross and whatever. And then someone posted the receipts of the legal cases. These were girls, children, 8-year-olds, 10, whatever, being violated and beaten with baseball bats. They were complaining to the police. The police said everything's fine. Like really graphic stuff. And I'm like, how stupid I was to think grooming meant what anyone else thinks of grooming. These were rape and torture gangs. And then Elon saw my tweet and he blew a gasket. And then they kind of talked about it in Parliament. So it was a great way to start 2025. But like, where is it all going? Like people are upset, but Keir Starmer's not in jail. Like things he's in trouble for aren't stuff like this. The entire Labour Party voted against further inquiry. It's like some of these guys got prison sentences, but they're not anywhere near proportionate. Why are they still in the UK?
I just don't understand it. I just don't understand what's the end game there.
Right.
Like what is is it just the destruction of the UK? Like what's the end game?
That's sure what it's. That's sure. Well, if that isn't their goal, that's sure where they are headed toward.
Right. If you were trying to destroy the UK, that's how you would do it. Bring in violent migrants, let them do violent crimes, don't prosecute them, and prosecute people for complaining about it online,
and don't bring them into your country and kind of assimilate them.
Right.
Like encourage them to not assimilate.
Yeah.
So I was just there in August. As bad as people think it is, it's even worse.
Really?
There was a theater a block away from, and they were bragging shows are safe. Not for the whole family. Not this is educational. You're not going to get murdered if you come see a play here. That really shouldn't be a selling point. You're going to the movies.
It's so crazy.
Yeah, and it's only getting worse. So it's but here's the other thing. Let's talk about America, right? If you want to get rid of all these illegal immigrants, what is your mechanism? Because what Trump is doing is too much. There's no the alternatives make it difficult for them, so they remigrate. But there's plenty of people who I can certainly understand it. I'd rather be an illegal immigrant in America than go back to whatever hellhole.
Right.
I found the video talking about decimeters. They were fucking around.
It was a joke, okay.
They were satirizing.
Paid protesters with the
decimal meters.
Yeah, the decimal meters. That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Yeah. That makes sense. Because I was like, there's no way they're giving people decimal meters. But that's also just clickbait.
What would you do with the illegal immigrants?
It's a good question. The real problem is that they let 10 million people plus in over the last 4 years. And that's the thing that no one wants to address. Like, the only reason why there is this problem is because we had a fucking open border for 4 years where they actually encouraged people to come in, and they let in a bunch of violent criminals, and people have been killed, women have been raped, children have been killed. And they want to hide that data because they don't want to be held responsible for what they did over the last 4 years. The fact that doesn't get the kind of outrage that it should, but then an ICE protester shooting a guy who's armed. Do you know what really is going on with the gun community about that guy who got that Alex Pretty guy?
Right. What about
Do you know the story?
Well, I know that what's his name got fired correctly for saying, well, you shouldn't bring guns to fight the police, and all the 2A people like, are you crazy? The whole point of the 2A is against the police.
Right. But that guy, so they disarmed him. He was carrying a SIG P320.
Okay.
SIG P320s are notorious for accidentally discharging. It appears, at least in videos that I've seen, and some people seem to verify this, that as one of the officers pulls the gun from him and walks away with it, it accidentally discharges.
Okay.
They think this guy has a gun still.
Okay.
They just pulled a gun from him. A gun went off. They think they're in a gunfight. Everything's happening split second. They empty on that guy. The two guys who killed him, both of them Mexican guys.
Right. Did you see? They look like those people. Did you not see them?
I didn't see. They showed their actual faces.
Oh yeah. It's on my Twitter. If you scroll back a few days, Jamie, they look like I said the village people. It looks straight up village people.
But what's crazy is how many Latinos are in ICE.
Why is that crazy? Trump got the Latino vote.
Well, it's not just that. It's like it's a really well-paying job.
Sure.
And they give you a big bonus to sign. I think. What is the bonus when you sign for ICE? I think it's like a great incentive.
But here's the other
I think
thing
it's a lot of money.
why that debate drives me crazy. If there's a hospital, right, and there's a nurse who's killing patients, which happens, you have these like Black Widow situations.
Right.
No one's going to say shut down the hospital or stop medicine. So even if this was a first-degree murder, let's assume for the sake of argument, that doesn't mean you should abolish ICE. It just means that guy should go to jail.
Right.
One thing after the other.
Look at this signing bonus of up to $50,000, $60,000 in student loan repayment, up to 25% in premium pay. I don't know what that means.
Probably overtime, maybe.
Premium pay, 25%. What does that mean? I don't know. Either way, just the $50,000 bonus. How many people are willing to take that job just for that? And then $60,000 in student loan
And it's great
repayment.
on your resume.
Yeah, well, you get your student loan paid off and you get a $50,000 bonus. Holy shit.
Right.
You can get a lot of people to do that.
And job security.
Yeah, and you can
And
wear a
it's
mask.
also, it seems like a job like macho guys would enjoy.
Sure. And if you're desperate for work, and if you can't find work, and then all of a sudden this is like an answer to all your financial problems, a lot of people are going to do it.
So, but again,
You're also like very undertrained. Like they only train for 7 weeks.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So what's the answer then? No one has an answer.
Right. That's a good question. Because, well, there are a lot of violent criminals in this country that did get in over the last 4 years that do need to be removed. So what are you going to do?
But what do you do about the nonviolent ones?
Well, here's the thing. Well, there was an interesting statistic. I think I sent it to you, Jamie, where they were saying only 14% of these people that they've arrested are violent criminals.
Okay.
But that's what they didn't say is that 60% of the people that they arrested had criminal history. And when you say non-violent meaning what? What about strong arm robbery? What about a guy pulls a gun on you? How are you classifying?
That's not violent.
I bet it's not if you don't cause violence.
No, there's no way armed robbery isn't a violent crime.
If you do not cause violence, I wonder if they're categorizing it as violence. Like if you do not shoot someone, stab someone, beat someone, so you're not convicted of a violent crime. You're
Here's why I know
convicted
you're
of
wrong.
robbery.
Because they're doing everything in their power to make the gun violence numbers as high as possible. So if there's any opportunity where a gun is involved, that will be counted as gun violence.
Perhaps, but you could rob people with a knife. You know what I mean? Does that count? If you pull a knife on someone and you rob them, is that considered a violent crime?
I bet you it is.
I wonder. But either way, the misleading aspect of the article was that only 14% were violent criminals. But is that okay that the other fucking 46% are breaking into people's houses and robbing cars? And what about that?
But what about the 40% who just shouldn't be here?
Right.
Like that's the question.
Right. They all shouldn't be there.
Right. So what are you going to do?
Right. Okay, so here it is. 400,000 ICE arrests in Trump's first year. About 60% involved individuals with some criminal charges or convictions. However, only 14% had violent crime records, including as homicide, 2,100 arrests, sexual assault, 5,400, robbery, 2,700. So robbery. Nearly 40% lacked any criminal record, detained for civil immigration violations.
Wait, can we skip ahead? Look, this is what's so shameless. Arrests for nonviolent issues like DUI. I'm sorry. If you're doing DUI, you should be deported.
Right.
That is a violent crime.
Well, you definitely cause death.
Right.
And destruction. Drugs, 22,000. DUI, 30,000. Outnumber severe violent crimes. But those are fucking bad crimes.
I think this kind of is a distraction from.
Yes.
If you have 10 million people and they're all homemakers, like let's suppose they're the nicest people ever, are you comfortable with them just remaining here? I don't think most people are.
No.
Then what do you do?
Rand Paul thinks that you should allow them to stay, but not give them citizenship.
See, if birthright citizenship went away, a lot of this would be solved.
Right.
Right. If you're not eligible for welfare, you're not eligible for Medicaid, you can pay your taxes and income, but you're not getting the benefits. People can understand that argument, maybe.
Especially if you are illegal and then you come here specifically to have a baby, and then you can stay too. That's kind of crazy. That's a crazy law.
I think we're the only country that has that too.
Yeah.
So
China definitely doesn't.
So, well, I mean, no one's really banging on the door for Chinese citizenship, to be fair.
That's true.
Unless for North Korea, maybe. But yeah, so it
is a problem that doesn't have like a clear-cut solution that would make both sides happy. That's for damn sure.
Well, I think one side is against it entirely, and many Republicans don't think it's worth, kind of overturn our whole society to get these 10 million people out. Right. So if we had, if we had 10 million Canadians come to America, that's not going to change the country.
Right.
It makes no sense.
Right. Well, especially 10 million Canadians that could be violent criminals. If you just have an open door.
They're not going to be violent. They're Canadians.
There's violent Canadians.
They're not,
Sure.
they're all they're
drinking maple syrup.
Do you know about my enslaved Canada plan?
No.
Okay. This is. I want to get the exact. I have the exact numbers. Hold on here. Okay. So there are. I want to get this exactly right. 41 million Canadians.
Okay.
Now let's talk about reparations. Right. So if I wreck your truck and your truck is worth $10,000, I gotta get you a brand new truck worth $10,000. That's reparations is restored.
Okay.
How can you have reparations for something as horrific as slavery? A check's not going to do it because there's no amount of money where I can say, "What you know? What you owe my grandma? It's fine." Right.
Right.
41 million Canadians. They've already demonstrated repeatedly that they don't want freedom through every action that they've taken. 42 million African and Black Americans. So, slavery in the South was a horrific blot on America's past. So the opposite, slavery in the North, would be better. So we invade and enslave, hashtag enslave Canada, and every African American gets one Canadian, and that's reparations. And then you don't have to hear about slavery or racism again.
What a great idea.
And the big names can get the big names. So like Michelle Obama can get Gad Sad, right? Barack Obama is not African American, he's African. You don't get one.
Do you think that's real? The Kenyan thing?
Well, he was of African descent. He wasn't. His ancestors were never slaves. So
Right.
he does not do reparations.
Right.
In fact, his ancestors owned slaves. And
Right.
so did Kamala Harris's. Michelle Obama's ancestors weren't enslaved. So she gets Gad. Sorry, Gad. I'm not kidding. I think we should do it. It would solve Canada. It would solve a racism problem.
Canada just needs to be free.
Yeah.
They need a better government up there.
That's right.
Trump ruined that.
When he
was saying they were going to be our 51st state, he killed the Conservative Party because then everybody sort of united and said, "Hey, we've got to stop America from trying to turn us into the 51st state."
This Greenland thing. Okay. Let's talk about this. Okay, because I don't know if people know this. In the first term, we're saying Marie Fredriksson, I think, is the Prime Minister of Denmark.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to have a meeting, and Trump's like, "We want Greenland," and she's like, "Oh, haha, looking forward to meeting you, Mr. President." And on Twitter, he cancels the meeting. He goes, "Since the Prime Minister doesn't know her place, we're going to have to meet another time." And she's like, "What? Like, what are you talking about?" And now they're saying, you can have Greenland to do anything you want. You want to dig for the minerals? Please bring industry there. Nope, we need to own Greenland. And they don't know, and I don't know what to make of his. Someone I saw on social media thinks he must be on the spectrum because he's so fixated on this thing that no one who's neurotypical has this kind of fixation. But what do you make of this whole Greenland thing?
I don't understand it. Do you know they offered us Greenland in the 1920s?
Right, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Was it too much money or something?
How much was it? How much did they offer us Greenland for?
But I don't blame them for being like, what is going on?
It is crazy.
It's right.
So Denmark owns Greenland. Who's closer, Denmark or the United States?
To Greenland.
Then we should have it.
Why shouldn't Canada have it then?
No, fuck them.
This is what it must be like in Denmark right now, where they're like, what do we say?
Okay, did not offer itself to the United States in the 1920s. U.S. expressed interest in acquiring or basing in Greenland during that decade, but no formal offer came from Denmark. I thought there was negotiation.
That's what it's saying, yeah.
Okay.
A land swap idea.
Okay. For the U.S. Virgin Islands for $25 million. The U.S. bought the Danish West Indies, now U.S. Virgin Islands, for $25 million. What a deal. But affirmed Danish sovereignty over Greenland. 1920s U.S. Army General Billy Mitchell advocated for American air bases on Greenland and Iceland to expand air power, viewing them as strategically vital amid advancing technology. No purchase or secession offer emerged from Denmark. U.S. interest remained internal military advocacy without diplomatic action from Copenhagen.
We just got to give them a swap. We get Greenland, you get Puerto Rico.
So in 1947, go back to that. 1946, President Truman proposed $100 million in gold for Greenland, rejected by Denmark amid Cold War tensions. U.S. gained defense rights via 1941 agreement during World War II occupation of Denmark. How interesting is that? Like, we've been interested in Greenland forever. Oh, it's right there. That's ours. We should take it.
It's that fast route to Russia.
Well, yeah, because
Right.
you have those straits on both
North.
sides.
Across.
But
Yeah.
the thing is, they're already saying you could do whatever you want.
Mhm.
Like, take a dump on it. We don't care. Like, we're happy to you to exploit it, please.
That's
And
kinda
and it's
crazy.
like, nope, we gotta own it. It's like, but why?
I guess he got it in his head that he could make it happen.
But this is really I don't. The thing is, they're getting freaked out in Europe not because he's being this aggressive. I think not just, but also because it's like, what are we missing? Like you and I, like what are we missing here?
Right.
Like, what about Greenland? With owning it change,
Right.
You could do whatever you like. Put more bases, we love it.
I don't know, man.
You hung out with him. What's he like? Is he have a screw loose?
It's hard to say. I mean, I think anybody who wants to be president has a screw loose.
Sure.
And anybody who went through that guy, what that guy did.
Sure, of course.
What he went through over the last 4 years when Biden was in office, where they were trying to lock him up.
What about when he was president? What they went through?
Yep, the Russiagate stuff. Yeah, all that stuff. It's kind of crazy. You would have to have a little bit of a screw loose. And now I think he's on a victory lap for sure. But he also wants to get a lot of stuff done because he knows he only has one term. You know, and I think the Greenland thing, I understand the strategic implications, why you would want that, but I don't understand why you wouldn't just like accept a deal where we could have bases there and
We have bases there already, and we do whatever we want. Here's the other thing. This is the other one that I don't understand. We go to Venezuela. We basically teleport Maduro out. Right. Obviously, there's some kind of inside information, whatever, who knows. And then everyone just stops talking about it.
I know.
And
right?
it's just like,
well, the news cycle's crazy.
But
right
what
now.
is going on in Venezuela? Did they change the government? I don't think they did.
They didn't change the government, but they got rid of the one guy that was a resistance. And well, a lot of people, like Kurt Metzger, thinks that what's going to happen is during the trial, they're going to reveal that Maduro was involved in rigging the 2020 election.
The American 2020?
Yes, because there is some sort of a connection with Venezuela and the 2020 election and the voting machines.
Wait, okay. I love Kurt. I was one of the people at his birthday party. When I say I love him, I mean ironically and non-ironically, I think he's the best.
I love him too.
I don't see any route where they would need the theater of a trial to release this sort of information.
Right, I agree. But I think that having him in America and making a deal with him, like, bitch, we already kidnapped you. We killed all your guards.
I think if I could out Kurt, I would bet this. I would bet a lot of money. I would not be surprised. I'm not going to bet that this is already a deal. That they told him either you come to jail with us, wink, wink, or we will take you out. And he's like, you're not fine. I'll retire in America. That would make more sense to me.
They did some wild stuff over there. Like they used some sound weapon to like incapacitate everybody, and they went in and executed them all.
Is that all? How much of that's
not
confirmed?
a single U.S. soldier was shot.
Right,
and everybody was down. Like the people that are talking about it that were on the ground saying it was crazy. They shut off all the power.
Right.
They shut off all the radar systems, and then all of a sudden, fucking helicopters, drones, everything was there. This sound weapon was used. Everybody was incapacitated.
Right.
They came in, gunned down. Like, how many people did they kill? I forget how many people.
100, wasn't it?
They killed a lot of people, but they killed them with no resistance.
But I thought it was very clear that we had some kind of inside information.
I'm sure we have that as well.
Yeah, someone on the inside was like working with us in terms of where he is.
I'm sure there was that as well, but there was this
when I saw
narrative
that photo of him getting arrested, I thought it was AI. Because it looks so crazy and ridiculous. And if I went a year ago and said Trump's going to arrest Maduro, I'm like, arrest him for what? It's just like I don't know what's real in it.
Right.
It was an article from The Guardian from November 2025.
Okay. Trump's DOJ investigating unfounded claims. Venezuela helped steal 2020 election. Like, so how do you know it's unfounded until you investigate? This is these fuckers.
The Guardian's pretty bad with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they're gross.
This stuff is where it's interesting because this guy works for the CIA, I think, and he has a quote down here where he says he doesn't deal with bullshit, kind of. I don't dabble.
So he doesn't. He thinks it's bullshit.
Well, I was just trying to have you read it because
Yeah, he says I don't dabble in conspiracy theories.
Sure you don't. You're in the CIA.
Right.
We don't dabble. We make them. Okay. Who knows? This is what Kurt believes. This is not my theory.
Scrolling down, I want to see what he's saying that Venezuela did.
Yeah. What is the
Yeah,
accusation?
Yeah, keep scrolling down. I want to see there's nothing about what they did.
Well, that would be contributing to the conspiracy.
Yeah, I
theory,
guess.
Mr. Mouse.
Yeah.
They don't want to do that in The Guardian. Who knows?
But why would they even?
We'll find out. Another awesome chapter of Game of Thrones.
I mean, I still don't understand. It was a lot of people were butthurt correctly that we shouldn't be doing regime change, but the regime didn't change.
Right. We just got rid of one guy and kidnapped him.
Right.
And brought him to America.
But like, if you get rid of Trump, Vance becomes president. You're not changing the government at all.
Right.
So like, what are we doing here?
I don't know.
There's a discussion in the Journal of Democracy about how Maduro stole Venezuela's vote, and some of these,
That is very widely accepted as
Right,
That's
that's
accepted. I'm seeing these keywords that are popping out as like the same stuff I'm hearing in our election dispute. Ballot receipts, people checking voter polls. Later that evening, people saying that that's not what I did. I don't know, it's a lot.
Right.
The other question is what's going on with Iran?
It looks like we're about to go in.
Are we? Are you sure?
Well, they're preparing.
But I mean, that's always it's great to shake your fist.
Shadow, yeah,
Right.
Saber rattling.
So it's
Yeah.
it's like it's. I feel like all of us are like looking around, being like, "What's
What
up?"
the fuck is going on? Yeah, every day is what the fuck is going on.
Right?
You're just trying to like live a normal life,
Yes.
which is what everybody really wants, but they're preventing you from doing that with constantly being assaulted by new information that scares the shit out of you.
And it's
All day
also there's
long.
no context for us to understand this. Like we understand the Saddam situation, right? You go in, you conquer a country, you kill a lot of people. It's a nightmare bloodbath that was unnecessary. Saddam gets hanged. We know that story. Like we're just gonna come in, pull out one guy who's the president
And his wife.
and his wife, and everything will go back. It's just like I remember the Democrats were like, what do we say to this? This has never happened before.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just overwhelmed. I think I share the feeling that most Americans have right now. We're just every day like, what the fuck is going on?
But I feel like it's escalating.
Oh,
It wasn't this crazy during his first term?
No. The world is escalating.
Yes.
What is this? Venezuelan oil gets shipped to Israel for the first time in years. Oh boy.
That happened last week. So I'm just looking up. We assumed control of the country, I think. In some way.
Did we? I think we got their oil,
So
right?
they found a better way to have people run it, but I don't know that.
Well, that was the other thing that Trump said. What are we going to do with the oil tanker? We're going to keep it.
Yeah. It's like, what? Like, how do we get to do this? Like, if you were...
They're sending the oil to Israel.
So Venezuela is saying it's fake.
Venezuela plans to send its first shipment of crude oil to Israel in 17 years, part of opening up the country's exports following the U.S. abduction of President Nicolas Maduro.
Probably not a great source. The Middle East. I don't know.
Well, Bloomberg's a reputable, you know.
That's one I couldn't.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's the same story.
Jerusalem Post, yeah, they're not going to be lying about this stuff.
First shipment to Israel.
Well, I think all they're saying is they've restored relations between Venezuela and
Well, they
Israel.
probably control relations now. And it's essentially the U.S. is probably in control of their oil
Well,
distribution.
I think that's explicit, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but it's still like...
Well, that was the other thing. It's bringing in all these companies. They're all going to do, but apparently their oil is like very difficult to acquire.
Is that right?
Yeah, their oil is not like simple like Texas oil. Dig a hole in the ground, pull it out. It's like it's all. It has to be processed with all these chemicals. It's apparently like the consistency of asphalt.
Okay.
And it has to be broken down. It's very expensive. And this is why was it the CEO of Exxon? One of the companies said that it would never work.
Oh.
Yeah, that the infrastructure is not in place. You know, and then Trump was upset at him for being a negative Nancy.
I think anytime you start... Did you really? Whenever you start talking about regime change, that's something that's very scary.
Yeah.
Historically.
And always turns bad.
Yeah.
Like Libya and all these other
Iran.
places. Yeah,
In
Iran,
1979.
Iraq. Yeah.
So it's just like...
Never good.
Like, yeah, but then at the same time, we're like, what do we do? Like, what's plan B? Gavin Newsom? You know what I mean?
What's he going to do?
Right, right.
Senior Trump administration officials have vowed to maintain control over Venezuelan oil exports for an indefinite period. Indefinite, it's weird, in quotes. Secretary of State Marco Rubio claiming that the Venezuelan acting government headed by Delcy Rodriguez needs to submit a budget request before accessing the country's oil proceeds. Whoa. So we just took over Venezuela, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we just took over their oil.
Yeah, but also the country.
No,
It's
aren't
like
the people still being oppressed as hell?
yeah, but the government essentially is like we're running that government.
I don't think we are, though.
We probably tell them what they can and can't do.
No, I think that's the thing, that they're
It's
still
just the oil.
right. Can I talk about something fun?
Yeah.
I am finishing a project I've been working on for 25 years.
Whoa.
So I'm excited to talk to you about it.
What is it?
So there was this band from the 80s who were called Rubber Rodeo that combined punk and country, right? And I was looking at this compilation that I got in 1994. I sent Jamie the picture, and I was staring at this photo, trying to make heads or tails of this band. Because can you pull it up? It's you'll show you the photo, you'll see what I mean by it. Because there are a bunch of kids in these like kind of square dancing uniforms with no affect on their face whatsoever. And the singer, she's in this Dolly Parton wig and this big square dancing dress and just staring right at the viewer. I'm like, are they joking? Like, what's up with these people? And I met them, and they were art school kids. They were not joking. They were there. That photo. So you see, I'm staring. I'm like, are they kidding? Are they not kidding? Her name's Trish.
And this is from the 80s?
This is from the 80s. They got signed the same day as Bon Jovi by the same guy. And he said, I'm taking you both to #1. So I wrote a screenplay about them because it's kind of like a Spinal Tap story, because they're on stage at punk clubs doing jokes like, hey, Bob, I'm exhausted. Why are you exhausted, Bob? Oh, the couple in the next hotel room were up all night eating candy bars. Candy bars? Yeah, she kept yelling, oh, Henry, oh, Henry. Right? So it's this complete, like, what are you even doing here? But the guy who did the keyboards for the band did the animation for American Splendor. And through him, I met Harvey Picar, who later wrote a book about me in 2006.
Is he that guy that went nuts on Letterman?
I'm so glad you know who Harvey is.
Yeah.
So Harvey started the idea.
He's a comic book guy, right?
Right. He started the idea of writing autobiographical comics in the 70s. From Off the Streets of Cleveland, Here Comes American Splendor. It's an ironic title because his life was not exactly very splendid. He was a file clerk, kind of a miserable person. He hated being called a curmudgeon. And amazingly, when the film came out in 2000 and was it 2000? I think it was something like that. 2001. He flew back to New York to do Stern, and the producer of the film, Ted Hope, sent out an email that said, Harvey's in town with nothing to do. If you want to hang out with him, this is your chance. And I'm the only person who took him up on it. And I go there, and he's on his bed, and he, listen, spoiler alert, he died in 2010 on my birthday, which was not a funny email to get. Anyway, and he's got this really weird way of talking. He's like, I'm really fucked up, man. And I pointed out to him, since everything in his life was a disaster, his movie got a wide release the weekend of the blackout. There was this big fucking blackout. He's like, oh, God damn it. And that was the weekend I had a fish tank. And I'm trying to keep them alive with no electricity, and it did not work out. So he wrote a book about me, and that screenplay fell by the wayside. But because it's kind of like Spinal Tap, you know, it's this kind of funny story about, you know, when you're young, and anyone out there who's listening to this, when you're young, go for it. Be stupid. If you're going to fail, it's okay. It's still something exciting to try and to do, which they certainly did. And now I'm like, wait a minute, this converts to a graphic novel very easily. There's a guy named Eric July who has this whole kind of empire. He did a Kickstarter. He made like $1 million for his first one. It's called the Rippaverse. And now they're at a point where you don't have to go through DC or Marvel to produce your product. So I'm super excited about it. Again, I started this in 2000, and now it's finally 26 years later coming to fruition. So
awesome.
Unwantedbook.com.
All right.
I'm just really kind of, it's very intense, this, because here's the other thing. What I was at Gold's, and I had basically what was the opposite of a nervous breakdown, where all the parts of my brain slid into place, where I realized this story I wrote in 2001, what happens if you do all these things, try to be original and go nowhere? Like, those are my fears when I was starting out.
what if I end up like them, have nothing to show for it? And 25 years later, that experience been run, I can pay my rent as a kind of creative person. And if they were around today, they could probably pay the rent because it's much easier as a band to kind of build an audience. But it's a very funny story, but it's also a very dark one. And it's largely true.
All right.
So I'm just stoked that
We'll end it on a happy note.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Always good to see you.
Always a pleasure.
Congratulations on the face paint.
Wait till you see the next one.
Oh, no. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
The world is always changing. Now you can track what's likely to happen and trade on the outcome with Kalshi. From politics and economics to breaking financial news, Kalshi markets show real-time probabilities of what will unfold. And you can make what you think will happen.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
You're all suited up. You got a wild card boxing hat on, a Bruce Lee shirt. Come on, son.
Hey, we got the yellow and thing going on.
Yeah, you got it all going on.
Yeah.
What's happening? Great to see you.
Man, things are really well. This
That's
thing is a
good.
little loud.
Is it? There's on that thing there, there's a little volume.
Okay.
God, you can turn that sucker down.
There it is.
Last time I saw you was at Terry Black's barbecue.
Yeah.
Random run in.
That was crazy. That was crazy. Yeah, man. I was thinking about going there right after this. I'm like, what? Terry Black's? That place is no joke.
That place rules.
Yeah, man.
Are you still in LA?
Yeah.
What's it like?
It's cool, man.
Is it?
Yeah.
You like it? You're the only person that said that.
No. Yeah, well, because, okay, I defend LA in a way where, first of all, if you got a handful of good people with you, and your family, then it's so the fact that LA has all kinds of different things. You could be on a hiking trail in 20 minutes. You could be
geographically, it's amazing.
Yeah, and the weather. You can't be good people, good friends, but then it's all good.
You just run by crooks. It's a nice neighborhood run by the mob. It's run by the woke mob. But I mean, geographically, you can't beat it. You could be at the ocean, and then you could be in the mountains in 2 hours.
Yeah. So but that's even if you don't partake, it's still cool. It amps up the ante.
Oh yeah, like the spot itself is magical. It is a magical place to live. Although I am deeply concerned that
motherfucker is going to get hit with a big one soon.
It's about time, right?
Yeah. I was reading this article about massive earthquakes in California and how often they're spread out, and the possibility of one of them happening within the next decade. It's very high.
Yeah. Hey, I try not to think about that.
I try not to think about it too.
But now there's I think they have better detection of that stuff now too. It's better.
It doesn't matter. They can't detect. Do you remember what happened in Italy? A couple guys got arrested and went to jail. They were seismologists because the country didn't understand the ability to detect it. They had a big earthquake and a bunch of people died, and so they blamed these geologists or seismologists. They wound up winning in court on appeal, because eventually the science was revealed. Like, hey, there's no fucking way you can really tell. But they hung these guys out. They blamed these guys on not being able to detect it.
Man. Well, I mean, you just think about it. The last crazy one was 72 and then 94.
Yeah. Right. I think it was 93. I moved to LA right after the last big one. I saw one of the sections of the highway that had collapsed on the other one. I remember driving by it going, fuck this place.
I was in the middle of that one. I came into LA.
Oh, you were there?
Dude, I don't even like to tell the story about what happened during that 94 earthquake. Oh. Because it sounds like bullshit. But literally, I got up, ran out of my house, my apartment at the time, jumped off the balcony, and watched it happen.
You watched the house collapse?
I watched the earthquake happen from outside.
Oh,
it's like no bullshit. Everybody. So I thought, oh shit, I overreacted. I had a bad dream. I lived on the first floor of this apartment building. All I know is I wake up, I'm off balance, catching my balance in the parking lot, right? And like, oh shoot, I gotta find the guard to get me back in the apartment building, right? And I'm thinking, what's like I've lost my mind or something. The next thing you know, everything shakes and the lights go out. Just everything gets black. And so I'm backing, I retreat back because I'm thinking the building is gonna fall on me. And I'm like, wait a minute. Then I got the story from everybody else that experienced it. They said that the first thing that happened was the building shook and the lights went out. Well, I was outside watching that. So I'm outside when it happened. Like some kind of
what made you jump over the?
I don't know.
You had a feeling,
dude.
Or did you have like the first? Was it the first rumbles?
I thought it was. I thought I reacted to the like some kind of an aftershock or some kind of rumble. No, because the girl that was with me.
You left her in the apartment,
dude. All she knows is that you jumped up and you ran out of the house, and I heard the door slide, and that was. And then the next thing you know, everything shook. And she was trapped in there because there was a closet door that trapped her in the hallway. So when I got back into place, me and a friend had to try to pry the door open because she couldn't get out. But I ran out of that place before the earthquake actually happened.
How weird.
Yeah.
You have good instincts.
I don't know what the hell that was.
It has to be, because
I don't even like telling that story because it sounds like bullshit. Because it really happened that way. Because then I talked to the guard. I'm like, hey, when did the lights go out? Oh, it shook and the lights went out. I'm like, I'm watching that happen.
So you felt it happened before it happened.
Some kind of weird way.
Well, I bet humans have that. Animals definitely have that. They talk about Thailand, how they had that tsunami and all the animals ran up to the highest point of the island. They all just took off. It's like they just knew instinctively.
I don't know. Nothing like that has ever happened afterwards. But I gotta say, I've been lucky over the years.
Yeah, but you're a dude who's tuned in. You're tuned into your body. You're tuned into your environment. You're not going to get caught slipping. Like, you probably felt something and your spidey sense went off.
Yeah, I kind of have been like that growing up. Like, I've been on my own since I was 14. Been through crazy shit that you normally would see on movies.
And that's the type of shit that gives you those kind of instincts.
But yeah, and I was always the one that said, hey, let's leave. Let's get out of here. And then, hey, man, there was a shootout that just happened right after you left. Or I could detect, like, the predators. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I grew up kind of that way.
Right.
Because you have
nobody looking out for you. Yeah. Nobody was looking out for you. You got to look out for yourself.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was like always the junior of the group a lot of times because, like I said, I've been on my own since I was 14. I haven't grown an inch since I was 13, 14. I looked like a grown ass man, right? I was fighting in tournaments at 15 against grown men, like fighting heavyweight at that time. But I was always hanging with older people. Kind of like I got away with kind of living as an adult early on because, like,
did you work?
Yeah, well, I was teaching a karate class. What was happening? See, I used to hang out at this community center in the hood. At this time, I moved from Brooklyn to Bridgeport, Connecticut. Right?
Bridgeport's a tough name.
Yeah. It was
a lot of people don't know.
Yeah, we had the top murder rate per capita, man. Like,
Bridgeport's rough.
Oh yeah. So I was constantly. There's a community center that was like my haven, and I would go practice with me and my other karate nuts, And so I'd be in the paper for winning heavyweight, competitions or whatever. And so the people that was running the community center said, "Why don't you teach a class?" They thought I was an adult.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And so I was teaching like kind of like just under the table. I was getting paid under the table basically. But I had like close to 200 students early on, like when 15, 16.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, so it was kind of a trip, because, which is one of the reasons why I was a father at 15. Because I had one of my students' older sister, was like had a crush on her on his instructor. But I was kind of living the life of a grown-up, like early on. And so, there's a faction of people in Bridgeport who think I'm Satan, I guess, because they think that I'm probably in my 70s now.
You're a vampire.
Right. Yeah, so there's some people I had to admit, like, no, I wasn't the age you thought I was back then.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, so yeah, one of the things I'm really grateful for is growing up that early and having to, use my instincts, and being that street fighting and fighting was like my favorite thing to do, actually. And so when I got into the martial arts deeper and everything else, I really dug into it. I wanted to learn style after style and this, everything. I was just a martial art nerd, but I also like the realistic portion of it, even though I was doing other styles like wushu and everything else. But it was actually my haven.
Somewhere Eddie Bravo has to find this video. There's a video of us working out together at Legends.
Yeah.
Where we were talking about hopping sidekicks and different types of sidekicks, and you threw there was a bag that we had that had a shitty chain, but regardless, you threw a hopping sidekick on that chain, and the chain snapped and went flying. The bag went flying, and Eddie Bravo was like, "What the fuck?" It's a funny video, man.
Right. Yeah.
I know Eddie has it somewhere. I'll text him after this and try to see if he can put it up on his Instagram or something.
Yeah, man. Yeah, back then, man, we were training when it wasn't even popular. I used to see you in the gym all the time.
Yeah.
All the time, man. And you were, just think about this. Do you know it was 29 years ago the last time you interviewed me?
Yeah, that's right.
29 years ago.
That Bob Costa show. He took a week off and
Right.
I guest hosted it for a
Yeah.
week. Yeah.
And at that time, you were already training with Maurice Smith.
Yes, Maurice was one of the guests.
Right. You were training. I ended up training with Maurice Smith, every time I go to Seattle. We train together. So, we're like part of this like kind of karate martial art nerd culture.
Yeah.
When it wasn't even popular.
No.
I used to see you all the time. You and doing jujitsu, Carl Parisian and all these guys at Legends. Well, there was another place. There was Legends, and there was another place.
The Bomb Squad.
Yes.
The Bomb Squad was the first place that Eddie taught at, and then that place closed down, and we went to Legends. And then we moved to the other Legends that was like more East LA, and then Eddie started opening up his own place in downtown.
Right. Yeah, and that's where I would train with Josh Barnett at that place.
Yep.
Quite a bit.
Yeah,
man.
The old days.
Yes, man. Yeah. And the whole school would be coming through because I was training Bob Sapp at one time, and then that's how I got Frankie Lyles connected into that.
Wow.
And so
I remember Frankie.
Yeah.
Frankie used to be at the Bomb Squad first.
Right, yeah. Frankie was like my best friend in the world, and he was super middleweight champion of the world. That's who got me deeply into boxing. And so I would always be at his training camps, and I got to train with like Tommy Hearns and all these amazing people like Sugar Ray and all these guys, man.
Frankie's a great boxing coach.
Yeah.
He's one of the most technical guys I've ever worked with. Like, he analyzes every aspect of your jab. He's pulling in your elbow. He's tightening this. He's moving you here. He's like he's showing all the like various basic little tiny details that make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, and that he was my personal boxing coach. I trained with him, Joe Goosen early on, but Frankie I mean, we really kind of combined a lot of things because I started kind of teaching him things with the jab, like the untelegraphed type of stuff, and he started applying that. And he would bring me into stuff, and he would have me show people like Sugar Ray, like, oh, Mike, explain this jab, and I'm like, what? I'm explaining this to Sugar Ray? This feels ridiculous, right? But it was like this combination. It was like, I don't know, I'm very analytical, and I love technique, you know, and so I would just try to break things down. And my whole thing was always to pressure test things, you know. So if I could develop a tool or a skill, and you can't stop it even if I tell you what I'm doing, then it's a really good technique. Then it's legit.
The thing about no telegraph at all, it's so much more effective than a harder strike with a telegraph.
Oh God, yeah.
Because it lands.
Yeah.
But it's so difficult to teach people that because everybody wants to hit everybody as hard as they can.
Yeah.
And especially if you have power, your instinct is to load up on everything. I remember I first saw you teaching that to Kimbo Slice.
Oh yeah.
You were on a movie set.
Yeah, because Kimbo, oh man, what a great guy.
What a great guy
What
he
a
was.
wonderful guy. So that's one thing about fighting. You can't hide your nature. You know what I mean? People see who you are. He was a wonderful human being. But like a lot of people, almost like street basketball, as opposed to professional. You miss out on certain techniques that you need when you're trying to step up.
Right.
And so Kimbo, he would, like a lot of people, he would kind of telegraph. And so when we were shooting the movie, and we had a cameraman that did not really know how to shoot stuff, so I just had to do everything on screen. And so I just wanted to make everything very realistic. And so Kimbo had this rubber knife, and I was like, try your best to touch me with the rubber knife. And so he would try, but as soon as he would move, there'd be a little bit of an indication that I'd see, and then I throw the punch, and it would go really close to him, and I have him react to that. But he was going, wait a minute, how are you hitting me before I can get this knife out? And then I told him, I'll show you what that is later. Because, kind of like, not to be real nerdish about it, but like, why are like 50 and 60-year-old trainers meeting people's hands, like a 20-year-old guy's or contender's hands like this? You see the person with the pad moving just as much as the other guy because there's an indication they do this beforehand. They're always kind of flexing and going in reverse before they go forward. So just for over years, I wouldn't do that, and I would exploit that. So it's kind of like a cheat code that I'm like, hell, what the hell am I going to do with it? I'm an actor. So my thing is, just like yourself, when I see you, with George St. Pierre and how we're all always in the gym, we're kind of collaborating. We're it's about just getting better, not no ego or anything else like that. It's just like, hey man, we're like kind of like jamming on technique and getting better.
Well, especially if you run into someone who has a different style than you. Because there's always something in different styles that you could take out of it.
Absolutely.
There's always something. And we're seeing that now. There's all these different martial artists that are entering into MMA that have these different techniques that people haven't seen before. And there's a lot of them that people dismiss that you're finding are very effective, especially if you don't know how to do them. You don't know what they are. So you have like a database in your mind of movements. Like, I'm sure you see when a guy's loading up on a spin. Oh yeah, everybody sees that. But if you don't know that, you don't see it, right?
And if you're loading up, then you're not gonna capitalize on it,
right?
Because you don't, you're taking there's a millisecond that you're taking because your movement is not efficient.
This episode is brought to you by Threat Locker. Here's the truth. Reacting to cyber attacks isn't enough. You need control from the start. That's where Threat Locker comes in. With zero trust, you only allow what you need, blocking everything else by default. You're in control. What runs, when,
where, and how. Ransomware, zero-day exploits, block them before they can execute. And now with AI now increasing the speed and volume of attacks, a fast response isn't fast enough. Visit threatlocker.com/JRE to learn more. There's a move that still to this day people aren't doing effectively when someone loads up, because you can see the load up, and it's just a jam. It's just lifting your foot up and put it on the hips. And it's super effective in Taekwondo because everybody's fast. You know, everybody's trying to do that technique. But that jam of just lifting your foot up and just not trying to hit them hard, just putting that foot on the hip, it fucks people up. And I don't see anybody using that right now.
I tell you, man, like, I don't, like, as in life, there's always something that you can gain from the, you know, people want to, I don't know, people are in their own egos a lot of times, but like even wushu, me, it's hard as hell for me doing wushu against guys half my size. It's not against, but it's a performance thing.
Right.
But if I can do all of it, can go to these very hard techniques of like, good, I got to get down to the floor and I got and
body master
at my size,
right?
Well, then I'm better. So if I want to kick you in the eyebrow, I can,
right?
Because it's about, you know, having my body do what my mind's telling it to,
right?
And so, of course, people want to dismiss it because, oh, that ain't real. You can't use it. Yeah, good. Yeah, just like ballet is hard as hell. You can't use that either. But any heavyweight who put themselves through ballet would be a better fighter.
100%. Look at Lomachenko.
Yeah.
His dad taught him Ukrainian dance. Lomachenko's dad pulled him out of boxing for 2 years when he was young.
Yeah.
And said, you're just going to do Ukrainian dance.
Yeah.
He's like, what the fuck am I doing? But look at that guy's footwork.
Exactly. And so it's just that, as in life, man, I don't look at anything from one group and just discard any other stuff.
I used to when I was young.
Yeah.
And when I was young, I was pretty arrogant about certain things. I thought forms were stupid. All I wanted to do was spar and hit the bag.
Yeah.
Then as I got older, I realized, there's a lot of wisdom in all this shit.
Absolutely. But that's, like I say, I try to apply that to life, period. You know, I never look at anything from one perspective. I mean, I grew up in the hood, and my favorite band is freaking, the Eagles.
Really?
And yeah, I mean, like, and I'm listening to Jody Mitchell and all, and people are like, what are you doing listening? I'm like, what the fuck? This is my life, man. Fuck you. You hear these lyrics? You hear Jody Mitchell's lyrics, man? What the fuck? That's all for me, too. I mean, I'm just as passionate about, Aerosmith as I am about the Isley Brothers. But I never looked at life as I have to think in this parameter. I've got to be marginalized. That's just, man, come on. It's such a waste of life.
It is.
It's all for you, man. So
I agree.
With the martial arts and everything else, I look at every martial art, just like everything else. Everything has something to contribute.
Yeah.
Just like all people have something to contribute. Even an idiot, you can learn from an idiot.
You can. A lot of idiots say wise things occasionally.
Yeah, because everybody's going to have a quotient of legitimacy. Maybe it may be 20% as of right, and they don't see the 80%.
Right.
But until you acknowledge that 20%, they're not going to hear you.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's the thing. It's like, man, we're on this planet, and one of the things I don't envy a whole lot of people, but I do envy you, because you get to expand your world. You talk to so many interesting people, and that's what a great thing. What a great thing to just have all these type of perspectives and all that coming through. And I gotta say, man, I'm super proud of you, because I know you as Joe from the gym, and look what you've done, man.
Thank you.
Man, it's like that's a shot in the arm, because it's like people that you like and seeing them prosper, that's cool as shit. Like,
yeah, I've learned a lot, man. And I didn't expect to. When we first started doing this, it was just for fun. We just get together with our friends,
You knew what you wanted to do, man. You were pretty damn clear, because do you remember this? You remember me coming to, I think it was the Ice House?
In Pasadena?
No. Oh shoot, it wasn't Ice House. It was in Orange County. I came to see you perform, and I offered you the role in Blood and Bone. Do you remember that at all?
I do. Yeah, I do now. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because Blood and Bone, which is like actually Sony's most successful non-theatrical, that was basically a kind of a reimagining of Hard Times with Charles Bronson and James Coburn. And yes, well, that role was basically that I was offering you was the James Coburn role, right? But you was dead set. You was like, I don't want to do this acting stuff. I want to focus on what your interest, which was you stand up and you're getting together. I know you and Eddie were doing like kind of the early podcast type of stuff and whatever. And I'm like, man, you really kind of knew what you wanted to do.
Well, the thing about acting is, I admire it, especially good acting.
Yeah.
But it takes a lot of time out of your day.
Yeah.
It's a 16-hour day. It's a long day, and it will take away from other things you do.
Yeah.
And I saw that with a lot of comics that they started doing acting, and it would take away from their act because they really couldn't go and do sets every night. They couldn't really polish their material. You see the stuff getting a little clunkier. And it's just you gotta focus. You gotta find the things you enjoy and focus on them.
Yeah, that's why I say I'm so proud of being there and seeing what you did. Where you being a part of the UFC when it was nothing promised. You know what I mean? And
not only was it not promised, but people looked at you like you were doing like snuff films or something.
Exactly.
They looked at like I remember the early days, man. Dana White always says this: people would talk to you like you're doing porn or something.
Right.
Like I was on News Radio, the sitcom on NBC, and I was doing commentary where I was doing post-fight interviews for the UFC. And they were like, "Why are you doing this? Why are you flying to Alabama and doing cage fights?"
See, this is what good movies are made of shit like this. Somebody just on their spirit and doing what they want to do with no promise of anything and then accomplishing something. So, and kudos, man.
Oh,
seriously.
Well, for me, and I'm sure for you as well, when we were young, there was always the question, what is the best style? Is it Kyokushin? Is it Judo? Is it Kung Fu? What is it? What's the best style? And no one really knew. I mean, Benny the Jet fought in a bunch of those no rules fights early on, but they never really took off. There wasn't a lot of those. And Benny was obviously a very special fighter.
Oh, yeah.
But,
yeah, he was one of my teachers too.
Oh yeah. I trained at his gym. He was on the podcast with Blinky Rodriguez.
Right.
Recently, and I told him, I said, when I came to LA, there was two places I had to go. I had to go to the Comedy Store. I had to go to the Jet Center. And I was there in '94, right before it went under, because the earthquake damaged the roof.
Exactly.
And so when the rainy season came,
right?
Yeah,
it was on Friar Street.
Yep. And
right down from the Goosens.
Yep. Yeah, right down.
Yeah.
And that was an honor, man, to be able to train in that gym. That was incredible. It was incredible.
Oh yeah. I used to be there.
Yeah,
man. Those were some great times. Cause I connect with Benny because when I was in Bridgeport, my instructor Manny Malisi went to California and started training with Benny.
Oh wow!
Then early on, so he put that on the map about coming to the Mecca and training with Benny.
It was the Mecca.
Yeah.
For kickboxing, especially in the '90s, that was the Mecca. You had to go to the Jet Center.
Yeah, man, that was.
So we were always wondering, like, what is the style? What's the best style? And then the UFC came along. And we're like, oh my God, they did it. They did it. They figured it out. They put it all together. And for a while, it was jiu-jitsu because nobody understood jiu-jitsu. And Hoist Gracie was just running shit.
Well, you know how that was kind of set up a little bit.
It was a little set up,
yeah.
But I mean, look, he had some challenges. Like Ken Shamrock was a beast.
Oh yeah,
he had some really good fighters he was facing against. Kimbo Slice. Not Kimbo Slice.
Not
Chemo. Sorry.
Well,
Chemo was fucking huge.
He was a big dude, but he didn't really.
It was a 100-pound advantage.
Yeah,
he had 100 pounds over Hoist.
The Gracies were smart. They were very smart at that time, knowing the right people to kind of pick at that time, because there were some killers out there.
There were some killers out there. Yeah, they definitely set it up, especially the early ones. But it's like, it was good for us to see a guy like Hoist who wasn't jacked. He was a slender guy who weighed 175 pounds, and he was strangling everybody, arm-barring everybody. It was wild to see when he beat Dan Severn. Dan Severn was 260 pounds, and Hoist tapped him off his back with a triangle.
Man, what a story! That put
jiu-jitsu on the map.
On the map, big time. But you know, one thing that always broke my heart is people never knew about Hickson.
Right.
Oh my God.
I know.
That dude.
Yeah.
That cat was like, I always consider him like pound for pound the best because he had this, not only jiu-jitsu skills, but just his concentration.
Yeah.
And he was almost like, hypnotic.
Right.
You know what I mean? And just no waste of energy.
None.
Just unbelievable. What an amazing person to watch. I encourage anybody to pull up his fights.
Well,
Talk
here's
about
another
David
great
versus
example.
Goliath stuff.
Oh yeah, another great example of cross training too, because Hickson got really into yoga, and everybody's like, "What the fuck are you doing yoga? Yoga's for girls, right?" Hickson got really into yoga and got super flexible and really good at controlling his breathing.
Oh yeah.
And never got tired.
Yeah, you saw him in the Hulk.
Oh yeah, with that Norton. Yeah.
That's something, man. That's talk about a legend.
Oh, real legend.
Yeah, man.
Well, Hickson, there's a video of him, and he did this multiple times, where he would go to these gyms and he would teach a seminar, like a long seminar, and then roll with all the black belts and just tap them one after the other, world champions. Guys that just didn't understand what was going on. Like, how is this happening?
Oh, yeah.
Like Paulo Filho, when he was a WEC world champion, and he had won the Mundials, I believe. He'd won multiple jiu-jitsu championships. And he trained with Hickson. He's like, man, it's true. He goes, I can't believe it. He goes, that guy treated me like I didn't even belong in there. It was crazy. And Hickson, by that time, was probably like 40.
Yeah.
And is still just dominating guys on the mat and effortless. It wasn't strength. It was just pure technique and
basics and just mastering of basics.
Oh yeah, basics. It was like there's no barabolos and no X guard, nothing crazy. It's like everything he did is like jiu-jitsu 101, but to a masterful degree.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
And telling people that because everybody knows Hoist, and I'm like, you guys don't know who his big brother is.
He would openly say that my brother's 10 times better than
right.
you.
Yeah. So that love jiu-jitsu because it's held up the tradition that martial arts, so much karate lost because it became a business, and people would just put their time in and pay for their black belts,
right?
And it just watered it down. Right. And all these people running around saying that they're master this and grand whatever, and all these made up things. And it's like, oh yeah, the guy's a master in an Asian martial art. That's a English word,
right?
You know what I mean? How did master sneak its way into it? But anyway, male ego.
Well, the thing about martial arts, other than jiu-jitsu, is when you're sparring, it's very controlled. Like a lot of karate sparring is very controlled. A lot of taekwondo sparring is very controlled.
Yeah.
But in jiu-jitsu, the beautiful thing about grappling is you know how good everybody is because they all spar.
Yeah.
They're all rolling with each other, and they essentially go in full blast until the tap.
Yeah.
And so there's no hiding. There's no hiding your skill.
Yeah, I love what Eddie Bravo used to say. Basically, when you won, I killed you.
Yeah.
I just killed you.
Yeah.
So that's like, wow, that's a trip because it's like, it actually works out that way.
Oh, yeah. If he gets you in a triangle and you tap, it's because you were about to go to sleep.
Yes.
And once you're asleep, you can just stomp your head into a pancake.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, just hold on to that triangle and then you never wake up.
Yeah, what a humbling thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very humbling.
Yeah.
And what's really humbling is how quickly someone can do it to you when you don't know what you're doing. Like, that was shocking to me because I had all this martial arts experience, and I first started training. I was like, what's someone going to do to me? I wrestled in high school. I'm strong. I'm fast. I didn't know how to fight. I just got manhandled over and over and over again. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, see that, but kudos because a lot of people, because of we got an egotistical thing going, and you get that your little I don't know, your comfort because you got your black belt and all that kind of stuff. It means jack nothing. To everybody I know who continues and really to learn, real fighting, knows when you had a boxer beat the hell out you and you go, oh wait, there's a lot of this stuff I gotta toss out the window.
Yeah.
And because I never forget like times where a wrestler gets to me or a boxer like pieces me up like early on. I'm like, no, I got to learn this.
Oh yeah. I went through several of those. Mm-hmm. I went through one of them in high school because I had a friend in high school that was a wrestler, and I didn't think anything of wrestling. I'm like, that's not even a martial art. And then we wrestled on the grass one day, and he just took me down at will. Yeah. I was like, this is ridiculous. Yeah. Like he was pinning me down. I couldn't move. I couldn't get up. I'm like, this is stunning.
Right.
I thought I'm strong. Yes. I thought I could move. I thought I'll be able to get out of the way. No, I had no chance. Yeah. And he wasn't even a great wrestler. He was just a decent wrestler. Yeah. He just humbled me over and over and over again. So then I started wrestling. And then when I got into Taekwondo, I thought I'm really good at Taekwondo. I was competing on a national level. I won the state championships 4 years in a row. I was fucking people up. And then I remember the first time I boxed with a really good amateur boxer. I was like, oh Lord. And this kid was like 18 years old. And I was at the gym. And he went on, this kid, his name's Dana Rosenblatt. He went on to become New England middleweight champion. He beat Vinny Pazienza. He beat Howard Davis Jr. as a professional. He was a really good boxer.
Wow, yeah, he had to be.
But he was kickboxing at the time, and I was gonna get into kickboxing, and so I was sparring with him. But when I was boxing with him, I was just getting lit up. I was like, oh, and then also when we're kickboxing, the moment he got close to me, I was in trouble.
Right.
I was like, oh no, like Taekwondo had too many flaws. Exactly. The hand techniques. So I had gone through that, and so then I thought, okay, well now I understand kickboxing. Then I met a dude who went to Thailand a bunch of times and was training Muay Thai and fighting over there. And then I started learning leg kicks. I'm like, well, oh, good Lord. Now all they have to do is kick my legs? I didn't even think of that. And then I started really paying attention to WKA fights, like the old Dennis Alexio days, Don the Dragon Wilson. It was like, leg kicks, everything. Oh my goodness. And then I'm like, okay, well now I got a solid foundation. I understand how to fight. And then I started getting jiu-jitsu. Like, oh no, back to square one. I'm getting raped. I was just getting mauled on the mats. But I'd been through that so many times and restarted so many times. I was like, well, it's time to learn this now.
That's what I'm saying is everything has something to teach you. And even though there's that. It's a martial art. There's a fantasy world, which is I look at it as hilarious. There's this. There's sometimes I would say it like this. Like with martial arts, it's the Dunning-Kruger effect in the largest way possible because everybody out there has an opinion of martial arts, though very few people really know what it is. They want to look at the movies and everything, and they really want to believe that. They want to believe that this guy who kicks in the air and all that kind of stuff will be able to beat a champion. And in a way, hey, I benefit from that to some degree because they think that about me. But I'm comfortable fighting, and I just love fighting against anybody. But
you've had actual competition experience, like a lot of competition.
Yeah, but my best experiences is with like I got the chance to train against champions at their place. When they're at their best, and it's not an ego thing. It's just like I love to be able to test myself, and because I'm my biggest competition. And so that whole thing about just what the bow means to me is like, thank you for making me better, by providing me an obstacle. And the higher the better the person, the better I can become.
100%.
And so I loved it. So I'm, for years I'm in there with Kokan Saki and Maurice Smiths and you name it. I consider myself one of the luckiest martial artists on the planet because I get to train with so many people. Sometimes at my house, and I've got all these former champions training, and Rampage when he was champion. I go to his place, and you know, and honestly, like the things I brag about is when I get humbled, you know, because that's when I learn something. You know,
For sure.
My philosophy is I love to be wrong because every time I'm wrong, I learn something.
Absolutely.
And so, like, some of the best times for me is like, I know when I was, you know, Michael Bisping was getting ready for to fight George St. Pierre, and we were in Thailand. And it was like, yeah, you know, let's mix it up. What
were you doing in Thailand?
Oh, we were doing a movie out there.
Oh, wow.
But he had to train. He was getting ready for the George St. Pierre fight, and so, you know, I was like, yeah, let's do some rounds or whatever. And I got so winded the second round. I'm like, dude, just whoop my ass. I feel so like I'm embarrassed.
Bisping was a cardio machine.
Yes, he was.
He was a cardio machine.
I didn't expect that because we spent all day on a yacht the day before, and he was drinking nonstop. I'm a non-drinker, right? I'm like, this guy's gonna, you know, yeah, I'm gonna probably take it easy on him today.
He is one of the toughest motherfuckers that ever fought in the sport.
I swear.
And this is what I say about him. No matter what you think about watching his fights, you have to understand, not only did he accomplish so much, he accomplished a lot of it with one eye. One fucking eye. He had 11 fights in the UFC with a winning record with one eye.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yes. Yeah, that's, man.
He would memorize the eye chart so that when they covered his eye, he could sight it out like he could read it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How fucking crazy is that?
He's got a hell of a personal story, too. I was trying to encourage him to get that made. You know, like, honestly, man, I really look at these UFC fighters and, you know, the MMA guys as our modern day heroes. They're our gladiators. And so whenever I have a chance, man, I always like to put them in movies and try to expose them to another kind of way of, you know, getting paid. Yeah. Especially afterwards, because it breaks my heart that they're heroes and then they get discarded sometimes. But man, not by the union that they're with, but just by the fans. They're so fickle sometimes.
Yes. Well, the casuals, the people that aren't really martial artists.
Right. Yeah. So, you know, I
dismiss a guy when they lose a few.
Yeah, I just did my third movie with Cowboy Cerrone. You know, we just finished a little over a week ago.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he's doing really good, man.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's a guy that could really legitimately transition to become a movie star.
Yes, and he's got a lot more confidence. This is, like I said, the third movie. He did a Western with me. Outlaw Johnny Black. I wrote and directed it. But I had Cowboy. I had Randy Couture in it.
Oh, wow.
And then Josh Barnett.
Randy's done an amazing job of transitioning.
Oh, absolutely.
The Expendables, you know, and he's great at it.
Yeah.
He has a great personality. Very calm. I remember one time he was fighting Tim Sylvia for the heavyweight title, and he came out there and he had a smile on his face. He looked over at me and he winked. I'm like, how is this motherfucker so relaxed before his fight? But he had an amazing perspective. He said to me, the people who love you will love you whether you win or lose. And he said, what's the worst thing that can happen? You lose? He goes, you've lost before.
Yeah.
It's no big deal.
You remember him spanking Tito?
Yeah, he got on top of his spanking when he had him down.
Yeah,
Randy
man.
was an animal.
Yeah, well, when he had that heart attack while he was shooting my movie.
That's crazy.
And this came back to set like nothing.
How did he have a fucking heart attack?
I don't remember how exactly it was. And I think he drove himself to the hospital. Yeah, man. Talk about an American hero, man. I mean,
I was there for his first fight.
Really?
Yeah, 1997. Yeah, I was there for his very first fight.
Oh, shoot.
He fought this huge jack dude. Took him down, mounted him, beat the shit out of him. It was wild. It was like, that was the time where wrestlers had first started cracking this code. Right? There was this code of, there was a lot of people that thought like jiu-jitsu was the only way, and then the elite wrestlers got in there. The Mark Kerrs, the Mark Colemans, and then Randy, a bunch of these guys got in there, and then they realized, like, if a guy could just take you down and beat the fuck out of you from the top, there's not a whole lot you could do about it.
Right.
And then we realized, like, boy, that's the true cornerstone of martial arts. The ability to take a guy down.
My goodness, I mean, what's harder than wrestling? I don't think there's
It's the hardest sport in the world.
Yeah.
The hardest sport in the world, and the best sport in the world to get your kids into at a young age, because the discipline and the mental toughness that they get will carry them through for the rest of their life.
Yeah, tenacity, just the stick-to-itiveness, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, that's just like...
Even high school wrestling. I remember wrestling in high school, and I had already done martial arts, but I was like, I've never trained that hard. I was like, I can't believe... And then it carried me over into my Taekwondo career, because I realized, like, oh, I'm leaving a lot on the table. Like, I'm not training like these guys are.
Right, yeah,
so I started running. I started adding all these things to my training that I wasn't doing before. I started doing a lot more calisthenics, a lot more different things. So, like, I'm leaving something on the table because we were not training in the gym, and we were sparring hard. We did hard rounds, and you'd get tired, but it was not the same as what we were doing in wrestling.
Yeah.
No one trains harder than
that
wrestling.
anaerobic stuff, man. That's man. I got the wrestling bug when I was a senior in high school, and the football coach was a wrestler in college, and he challenged me. I think we did this 2 years in a row, my junior year and my senior year. At the end of the year, we wrestled. We just go like, he and I. And I was, like I said, I was big for my age.
Were you playing football?
I was for a very short time, but I ended up I wasn't designed for team sports.
Me neither.
I ended up beating up the football coach.
Oh no.
Yeah, I had the worst temper than anybody I'd ever seen. I mean, I used to go into fits of rage. I was so angry early on, man. It's like the Hulk is like, Mike, you should chill out a little bit, man. It's like I was just...
It's probably from being on your own at 14.
Yeah, what it is like I was growing up in a very harsh environment, and I didn't know I was an artist. I didn't know I was a writer, director, whatever. You didn't see those growing up where I am.
Right.
And so when you're a sensitive kid, man, what you do is you build armor. Like, I was to play Mike Tyson later on, and I understood him quite well. And if you're sensitive, anything that's precious, you lock it in a safe, and you become the safe. And it's like, I grew up, my brothers were completely different. They're engineers, so things rolled off their back. But like for me, I was just volatile, and luckily I had martial arts to kind of put my focus into. But like I said, like I was to play Mike Tyson, I understood him a great deal. And even though you take the moniker of this monster, it's only to hide what's really deep inside. And that's why you would see, if anybody's going to go into tears in front of a million people, it's people like Mike Tyson. And you go, how does that fit in the same person?
Right.
And so that's what I was growing up. And I don't know if you know this, but I was a school teacher before I was an actor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I taught EMD. I was a special ed teacher. So I focused on a lot of kids who were very much like me. I still do that. In a way, I consider that my real job. Whenever I'm off from work on a movie or whatever, I go into the inner cities. I go into community centers. I devote my time, because there's nothing that I could do. There's no better spending of time than something like that, because I was luckily saved. I had just at the right times in my life, just different seeds planted. And so I'm confident that if those seeds were not planted, I would not be here. Because like I said, I was been through some crazy stuff.
Classic story.
Yeah, bro, man. Like I tell you, like just under 2 years ago, a buddy of mine, who's a close friend of mine, he got out of prison. He was in prison for almost like 30 years. And he found me on Facebook. And so when I went back east, we linked up. And I know a lot of people who have businesses and everything. I hooked him up, got him a job, and we were sitting over lunch. And in the middle of him telling me like the third or fourth story, like back in the glory days of us or whatever, right in the middle of this story, I was I was, kind of getting myself set to kind of set him straight because I don't know if you want to call this superstitious, but I won't lie. I refuse to lie to my friends. I won't lie by omission. So I was getting set to tell him, dude, man, you gotta stop embellishing on these stories. Just because you were locked up and you made these stories sound bigger than life.
Right.
I get it, but that's not real. You gotta really, kind of not do that. And in the middle of me thinking that, and I'm listening to him, I go, holy shit, he's telling the truth. I started remembering what he was telling me. And I'm like, now I'm finishing his sentences. Not only was that story true, but the other ones were true too. And dude, like I swear, every time I think about this, I got these goosebumps. And I realized, oh my God, how close I was to being where he was, or just not being on this planet. Like, I better devote my time into helping kids the way I was helped.
Yeah, don't pull that ladder out.
No, hell no. Hell no. Even if I'm taken out, I accept that. Even if I'm in some projects where I'm not supposed to be and I shouldn't have been, I accept that. Because, dude, I am abundantly lucky. It doesn't even fit on the radar how lucky I am. And I can remember a lot of these crazy stories, aside from the ones that he made me conjure back up. But man, I'm like, wow.
Well, that speaks to your character, that you had downplayed it all in your mind so much that you thought he was exaggerating.
I swept it under the rug.
Yeah.
Because
you're not that person anymore.
No, but I mean, there was so much. There was so many events, things that I just call it on a Wednesday that I went through. That it's like, I don't know, like, I think I wouldn't trade it because I continue to be the happiest guy I know because of, I think, some of that.
Because you can appreciate the good times.
Oh my God, yeah. And I should be slapped if I complain about anything.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, what? And so, so I just, boy, I just know I'm so blessed. And you know what we do, what we're doing even right now, man, we're in the service industry, man. You're here to serve, in my opinion. That's what we're all here for. And, it's great that we get to serve and doing the things that we would like to do that inspire us.
That's definitely a lot of what we do. I mean, that's definitely a lot of it, right? You entertain, but I feel very blessed that I've been able to expose people to so many different ways of thinking, so much information, so many different human beings that have led completely different paths that can tell you about whatever discipline they're involved in, what they've learned, and what we're working on right now, and what you can learn about the human mind, the body, ancient history, fill in the blank, like whatever it is.
Yeah, man. I see you do that over and over, and you in utmost honesty. I remember, like, when you had to kind of pull Shab aside and tell, as a friend, some things that are hard for people to, other friends to tell him, and like
that was real hard.
Yeah,
that was real hard because I love that guy. He's a great person. He's a great human being, and I knew the path. I'd seen it too many times, but I hadn't seen it with someone I was that close with. I was like, you have to stop. Because not only you're in the heavyweight division, so the knockouts are brutal, and you're going to get 3 or 4 more in the next couple of years, and then you're not going to recover from those.
Oh, man, so many people, I hope they take a page out of that, because it's so non-manly, I feel, to just not say anything.
Right.
And allow somebody you love to go down the road. I mean, that might be detrimental for them.
Well, it was also Shab had another path. He was really good at podcasting. He's fun. He's a funny dude.
Right, yeah.
He's like, as a podcast, he's like, got a great personality. He's hilarious. He's silly.
You know, he's a big, giant, silly dude.
Yeah.
And, like, we would have so much fun, and he was doing really well. He was making more money doing that than he was fighting.
Yeah.
But his identity was so wrapped up in him being a top 10 UFC heavyweight.
Right.
You know, he'd beat world-class guys like Mirko Krokop,
Yes, yeah.
you know, and he
Yeah.
was legit, man. But that time had passed.
Yeah.
And I saw that he was 1 foot in and 1 foot out. And as soon as the guy's 1 foot in, 1 foot out, you're going to run into some guy who has both feet in and he's a fucking samurai. And then you're going to wake up on a stretcher.
Yeah.
You're on the way to the hospital going, what happened? And you don't remember the fight. You don't remember nothing.
Yeah.
And then you don't know where your keys are. You forget people's names. You tell the same story over and over again.
Yeah.
And then you struggle to put sentences together. When you start seeing dudes with the slur, nothing's worth that. Because I mean, at the time he was only 35 years old or whatever it was. Like, man, you got another 45, 55 years of life. You can't do this. You can't sacrifice all these years for glory that will never be achieved anyway, because you're not on that path anymore.
Yeah, it's not about what strangers say about you.
No.
It's about your friends, your family, people who really love you.
It's just so hard for people to abandon that identity. That's the hardest thing for fighters, is to abandon that identity. We've seen so many guys, even the greats, they come back and they shouldn't, and you see it, and you see them get humiliated, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, and when it comes down to it, these people, they don't love you, man. Like a lot of that,
they love you as the image.
Yeah, they live vicariously through you. I remember one time I was in a fight in Boston, and I remember when something completely changed. Usually, if anybody, because I did any kind of thing, I would do kickboxing or this tournament. I just loved my best. I think the thing I did best in the world was fighting. And I always had these cheat codes in a way, and I enjoyed the chess match of it. And anybody who was against me, I don't care if you were my cousin or whatever, you're gonna pay for all the angst that I've had in my life. But until there was this one time, I swear, I ducked the technique. I caught somebody with something that was kind of cool, and I just remember the audience just cheering. And in that moment, I was like, just angry. Kind of like, yo, this guy can really be messed up right now. You're cheering for me. You're living vicariously through me like I'm a pit bull or something. Right. And I got angry at the audience. I fucking hated them. And I said, because if I was down on the ground, you'd be cheering for the person that put me down. And something just snapped. And I go, no, this is not enough for me. This is not what I want to do. And just something snapped. And I much rather be skillful, test myself in a skillful way. And I'd much rather not try to peel your head off, but show I could, as opposed to, that triumph of the dominating. Right. There was nothing for me anymore in that. Just something just rubbed me the wrong way. And anytime I would do any kind of competition, it was for me and it wasn't for an audience. It's just something soured. I always thought at one time I'm going to be called out, and I thought, I'll rise to that occasion if that happens. And, kind of like, I remember the thing with you and Wesley, which would have been, oh my God, that would have been terrible. But I always thought, hey, maybe, something.
I think Wesley just needed money. I mean, that was one.
I don't think that was ever serious, but it's very much like I think
we were in negotiation for quite a while, man. We had lawyers involved.
Yeah, it's always easy to pull a plug and something like that. Just like John Claude's talking about fighting Jake Paul, right?
Is he talking about that right? He's 100 years old.
Yeah, I'm like,
he's 50 pounds.
I'm like, come on, man, come on.
Is he really talking about fighting Jake Paul?
I just saw something in the last couple of days. I'm like, okay.
I think Wesley was serious because I think they had hit him with that tax case. and he owed a lot of money.
No, this is before that tax period.
No. It was in the middle of it.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. I know it was. Yeah. Yeah, it was 2000, I want to say 5 or 6. It was in the middle of all that, and he was in trouble. It was serious, and he, obviously eventually wound up going to jail.
Yeah.
And so they were going to set up a fight with him and Jean-Claude Van Damme. That was the first fight. But Campbell McLaren from the UFC was like, no one gives a shit about you fighting Jean-Claude Van Damme. You got to fight someone who's current. And so he said, let me contact Joe Rogan. He called me up and he said, would you be willing to fight Wesley Snipes? And I was like, what? And I was like, come on, really? I go, what is this? And so I said, let me think about it. I thought about it. I called him the next day. I said, let's fucking do it.
Really?
Yeah. I was training with Rob Kamen in the mornings, and I was doing jiu-jitsu at night. I trained twice a day for 6 months. Wow. I was always tired. That's one thing that I realized, like, fuck, man, to be like, and I wasn't even a professional, really. I was training like a professional. I was like, I can't believe how tired I am all the time. But, I think Wesley had never really had a fight. I don't think so. I think he was an accomplished martial artist. He had good technique.
I trained with Wesley's instructors. Marcus Salgado was a good friend of mine, and also Lamar Thornton, who was Marcus Salgado's instructor. I believe that's the lineage I believe that he's through. But I mean, I've known Wesley since way before he was kind of Wesley.
I was a giant fan of Wesley.
Yeah.
Also wild for me. Because I love Blade. Blade was like my favorite comic book when I was a kid.
Yeah. I didn't think they were serious about it. I couldn't imagine why would Wesley. I always thought it was not real.
I think Wesley thought that I was just a grappler, and think he knew that I was doing jiu-jitsu. I don't think he knew my background. And so, like, Wesley was talking to them, saying, "Oh, he thinks he's going to be able to stop you from taking him down, and he's going to catch you with a knee where you're coming in to try to take him down." I go, "Oh, he wants to stand up?"
Yeah.
I go, "I'm way better at that."
Yeah. I was wondering how that even occurred. I didn't think that was serious. I was like, okay.
It was serious. Yeah, it was serious. It went on for a long time. It was a lot of negotiation to the point where I even talked about it on the UFC broadcast once. I said, "Come on, Wesley, sign the contract. I'm getting bored training. Let's do this. Like, I have to do it now." I was like 35 or 36. I was like, I don't have much time left. If we're going to do this, we have to do this now. Like, come on. Let's go. And then he decided not to, and then I'm like, that's probably for the better.
Yeah, I know Wesley for a while. I remember when he was first telling me about the being sovereign.
Yeah, that's where they got him with that sovereign citizen shit.
Yeah, and I was like,
I wish I was friends with him. I was a dude.
I'm protective of my friends. And with Wesley, I was always like, my thing is he used to have people around him that I'm like, we have like get-togethers at my house, whatever. I'm like, don't bring any of those motherfuckers, or it's gonna be a problem. Because there's people that just I felt like were hangers on, and that kind of a thing. And I was always like, yeah, man, are you good? And, are you staying healthy? I've always been that way, because the way I look at it, he's a big brother. If not for him, it may not be for me. He gave me some good advice early on. He always encouraged me that if I have a movie that's overseas, get there. Show up in those overseas markets and let them know that you're down. And I took that to heart, and that helped me out in my career a great deal. And so I look at it like that. I'll never say anything derogatory about him or whatever. So I just recently tried to reach out to him like a couple of days ago, just to check in, man, because I wish him the best, and I want him to like really start kicking ass again.
I would love to see him return as Blade.
Yeah, that would be cool.
He could do it too.
Yeah.
An older Blade, he could do it.
Yeah.
Fuck, he was good in the original Blade.
Yeah.
That's the opening scene. That's one of the best scenes in any action movie of all time. When it's that vampire party and the sprinkler starts spraying blood.
Yeah.
And they're about to kill that dude.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden Wesley shows up.
Yeah, man. What really gets on my nerves is that he saved Marvel, man. that movie saved Marvel. You know that, right?
Oh yeah, that movie was a huge hit.
Even Stan Lee admits that. They were like in trouble until that movie.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Superhero movies are the biggest fucking movies in Hollywood right now.
Yeah.
I mean, when they have a big budget movie, superhero movies are like the only movie that you can throw hundreds of millions of dollars and be sure it's going to kill it in the box office. Whether it's the Avengers or Spider-Man or Superman or whoever the fuck it is. It's the only kind of movie that Hollywood's like, yeah, okay, we'll throw $500 million at this one.
Yeah, you know, it's. I'm not a big fan of those things. I know it's not. They didn't design it for people like me, right? So it's for the fan base, and to me, it's like, ugh, you know, they tend to meld into each other as far as I'm concerned.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
There's only so many times you can tell the stories. There's only so much, you know.
Yeah.
But I still enjoy them. I still enjoy some of them. They're fun.
Yeah, I like when people are believable.
Right.
Believable.
Yeah, there's nothing believable about those.
Yeah, you know, I like the actors that are like, you know, having some quirkiness and some you know, edge to them, right? Yeah. So, yeah. You know, maybe I'm being unfair because I really hadn't seen it a lot. Maybe I can owe it to myself to give some.
No, I think you got it. It's simple entertainment. It's a silly release, an escape. That's all it is. It's not there's no great films that are superhero films.
Right, yeah, because sometimes I'm like, oh, she's 90 pounds and she just threw it. Okay,
yeah.
Let
like Charlie's Angels.
Yeah, I'm like, oh,
kicking
come
ass
on
and
now.
stilettos.
And it's like, anytime somebody lands in a 3-point stance and then looks up, I'm like, I just changed the channel. Yeah, I'm just like, stop. Just stop.
Yeah.
But, you know, when people love those things, I'm like, that's cool.
I don't know why they have so much appeal, especially in the American market. People, that is one of the only movies that you can make that's guaranteed to be huge.
Yeah, it's McDonald's, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's McDonald's. But
Right.
I remember when.
That's it.
Yeah, I remember when they, you know, you had, what was that, like the 300. You know, that was like, nobody knew anybody.
Right.
But that was just such a breath of fresh air. Because it looked like some badasses that were real.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'd like to see more of that kind of a thing. Like, you know, not the star power thing, but just some motherfuckers that you believe.
Right.
You know what I mean? That would, you know, that would attract me.
Also, the style of that movie was so unique because it blended fantasy with reality and blended like comic
and history
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, knock on wood. I got some things in the works.
Do you?
Yeah.
What are you working on?
Oh man, I've been blessed, man. I've got some really good movies coming out, and some things that I'm planning on doing. I'm getting to a place where I'm really shooting the things that I want, and I'm been producing and all that stuff. So I have movies that have their body count, but also have a little bit of like something to say.
You know what I miss?
What's that?
Spawn.
Oh man,
bro!
Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah,
people forgot about Spawn. You don't hear about it anymore.
Right? Yeah, man.
That was fucking great.
Yeah, I had my man. You didn't. Most people didn't see the first adaptation of it. The first. Well, I saw a cut of the movie before it. I mean, at this time it had like 71 special effects in. But Bob Shea at the time that was running New Line liked that version. He just gave the director carte blanche to just add whatever he wanted, and the director was a special effects guy, so he started throwing special effects in there that was really killing the story, which kind of drove me up a wall, because then, like, you didn't even see why my character wanted to get back. You didn't even see the life that I wanted to get back to, because there was so much special effects. And even when I saw the final version, I'm like, what the hell is going on? People that knew Spawn, they were fine with it because they understood the character. But for me, it was like the story got all convoluted. But like, you know, but I mean, people love it. I think it was a thing for its time. But unfortunately, I saw a version of it that made you care about it.
I understand, but I cared about the one that I saw. And I felt like I don't understand how Spawn sort of escaped the zeitgeist. You don't ever hear about Spawn anymore. You know what I mean? Like, there's all these
superhero films, all these different things, but Spawn was unique and it was really good and dark.
Yeah, I always said if they did another one, should do it just like the comic book. Make it hard R or non-rated. Because I mean, like to do a Spawn PG, how we did PG-13.
Yeah,
it's like, what do you want? You trying to go for breakfast cereal, like Spawn-O's or something? Like, come on, man, let's go hard, like the cartoon. Right?
See if we can find a clip from Spawn, because I feel like no one talks about it anymore. It's kind of weird.
They damn sure talked to me about it,
bro. It was good. What year was this?
97.
Wow.
Yeah.
They were fucking great, man.
The night is young.
Evil has a new enemy. Justice has a new weapon. And the world has a new hero.
The memories.
Bro, that was a fucking great movie, man. New Line Cinema Presents.
Yeah.
That was a great movie. How many did you guys do?
One.
Just one.
Just one.
There was nothing else? Wasn't there something else, like a series?
It was a cartoon first.
That's right.
Yeah, it was comic book, then it was a cartoon on HBO.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Keith David was the voice of Spawn on that one. Yeah. And so, yeah.
But that was a big hit.
I think so. Yeah, it made its money back. Yeah.
I mean, I remember it was very popular. Like, everyone was talking about it. People got excited about it. Especially people like me that like the comic books.
Right.
They were very into it.
Yeah.
I was always surprised. But it's weird to me that even the comic book Spawn doesn't get brought up anymore.
Right. Yeah. Every now and then, like I'm off doing a movie, whatever, I drive by comic book stores. I go and I just start signing shit, right? The Spawn stuff. So there's still stuff there.
Oh yeah, there's always gonna be a hardcore fan base.
Yeah. So I mean, there's people like there's still hardcore about that. And then Tom McFarlane has talked about doing another Spawn for the last 25 years.
It was huge.
But the weird thing is, it's like, okay, I wish you all the best of luck, bro. But you created the comic book. When he's talking about doing another Spawn, I'm like, you haven't done a first one.
Like the comic book.
No, he's not a director. Like, it's just like Stan Lee hasn't directed a Marvel movie.
Right.
And Tom McFarlane is talking about doing another Spawn, but I'm like, well, that would be the first time a person that created a comic book directed and produced a movie that I know of, right? Because even though he talks about he's going to do one, and he had this concept that he talked to me about, and he said he wanted, I guess he wanted to use Jamie Foxx. And he talked about this concept that Spawn would be, you wouldn't see him, and it's like Jaws, he would never be around, but just people would get fucked up. All of a sudden, they're, like a mist would come in, people are destroyed. I'm like, good luck with that. I don't know, but he's been talking about it for a while, and people say, oh man, I'm sad that you're not the next Spawn, that you're using Jamie. I'm like, when is it going to happen? He's been saying that for a long time, but I'm going, hey, maybe somebody is going to give him that amount of money to do a movie when he's never directed anything before.
Right.
He hasn't directed anything before. He visited set a few times because he created a comic book. Directing a movie is something completely different. You know what I mean? So I'm like, all power to you if that's happening, but it's like, I wonder why people believe it.
Yeah, that's a lot to bite off, especially a movie like that, which is probably a large budget.
Yeah, but but
and then you're gonna get the executives involved, and they're gonna fuck with it because they always have to have their say.
Yeah, man, it's a miracle that a movie gets done the way it's intended. Period.
Yeah.
I'm like, a lot of times when a movie works, I go, how did some executive not fuck this movie up?
Right.
I mean, I'm always like,
there's only a few guys that can get away with a movie where everybody just leaves them alone. There's a few Tarantinos out there.
Yeah.
Where just let them go. Just let them go.
Yeah.
If you tried to make Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and you weren't a successful director, you were just some guy with an idea, someone would come on. Fuck that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Luckily, people leave me alone. I've been directing and doing my own thing. They go, okay, you got this. Okay, like I say, I give you the body count, but now if I could put stuff in it,
What's going on with Jamie Foxx doing Tyson? Because that's been rumored for a decade.
That's another thing. It's like weird that Jamie Foxx wants to do a Tyson and a Spawn, but it's like I don't take it personally. He's a very talented guy, but yeah, I think Jamie does a very good impression of Mike Tyson.
Yeah, but you gotta gain like 100 pounds,
right? And then
Jamie's he's gotta pack on that meat at 50.
But then why? I just sit there and I go, why? When Tyson's life itself has been very, transparent,
right?
And so you can see the real guy in documentary form and everything else. What story do you have to tell?
That's true.
I'm not trying to be a hater, but I'm like, I'm just curious.
The only thing that would be interesting is seeing like Jamie do it, seeing him pull like he pulled off Ray Charles, like seeing him pull it off. That would be the appeal of it, I think.
Right, but yeah, in my personal opinion, I don't think that's enough. You gotta tell a story.
Right, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, you gotta. It's gotta be some compelling story. People saw Titanic. You know how it's going to end, but you had to present a story
right
there.
Jamie is so versatile.
Yeah,
there's very few guys that can do all the different things that he can do. He can sing, he can act, he can do stand up, and he can do all kinds of different characters. And he's so believable in so many different roles. You know what I watched the other day, which is a fucking great movie that I forgot was so great? Is Collateral.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh my God.
No. When Jamie had Collateral and Ray, to me, like there was, you couldn't have had a better year.
Right. Two completely different.
Oh my God.
beings.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. He became those people. He became Ray Charles.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as good as he can sing, him singing as Ray Charles was insane.
It's one of the best, performances ever.
Ever. Ever.
Yeah.
But so's Collateral.
Yeah.
He really played that dude in Collateral. You believed it. And fucking Tom Cruise. Oh my God.
Tom Cruise really proved something to me in that damn movie. Because I would never think I would ever be scared of Tom freaking Cruise.
Right.
And how convincing he was.
He's a bad motherfucker.
Yes.
He's crazy as bad shit, but he's a bad motherfucker. You have to be that crazy to do all the stunts that guy does. And he's 60 years old. He's jumping off buildings and shit, breaking his ankle.
Yeah, just like Johnny Depp. I'm like, Johnny Depp, when he did Black Mass, I'm like, oh, you had that in you?
Right,
Holy shit. And just like with Tom Cruise, I'm like, him having that character in him?
There's a scene in Collateral that tactical instructors play.
Yes.
The scene
when double tap,
yes.
He whips it back, double tap.
Knocks the guy's gun out of the way, pulls it out, and it's so fast, and it's so you didn't find that scene, Jamie. It's a scene where they're trying to take Tom Cruise's briefcase, and he's in an alleyway. Ooh.
Yeah, I played that over and over myself.
The amount of times that he must have drilled that to get that, unholster the gun, pull it out, shoot the other dude so smooth, and the way he did it, so professional. It looks like a legit hitman.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. That was that character. From start to finish, like to me, proved a lot.
Yeah. He embodied that guy.
And there it is.
And my briefcase? Briefcase? Yeah, it is. Why? You want it back? Want to what? What else you got for me? Huh?
Come on, son.
Yeah. I actually visited that set when they were shooting that. No, not that scene, but it was another day. And I remember it was weird because they were shooting something, and they were shooting Tom behind Tom Cruise's head, and they had 8 camera angles just behind his head. I'm like, and I'm looking at the video village where they made sure they had a choice of whatever perfect thing that they want. It was the craziest thing. I'm like, and I guess Michael Mann, he's known for like shooting a lot, but it was like 8 cameras that's just behind the dude.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, this is a whole nother like level. Yeah, it was crazy.
It's a great fucking movie. That movie holds up.
Oh yeah. That's prime Jamie, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's got that much range, that he can do this nerdy dude who's terrified, doesn't know what the fuck's going on, he's just driving a car, and all of a sudden he has his hitman with him, and then he gets wrapped up in this whole thing.
Yeah, but as a fan, I want to see him do something else like that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like something like that requires what he can do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not, that's one of the things. There's not a lot of things out there sometimes. So he's been doing things that I think show, certain parts, but like to where he was going in Collateral and Ray, it'd be nice to see that stuff again.
It's gotta be hard to find those roles, right? And when you find those roles, there's probably like 6 or 7 A-list dudes that they have like on a board somewhere, and they're trying to figure out who's the guy for this.
Yeah, but I believe
who's gonna sell the most.
I believe you gotta create some of your own stuff, man. Put it this way: nobody's gonna write that Black Dynamite.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
My thing is largely creating my own lane.
That was a fun movie, by the way.
Well, thanks, man.
Really fun.
Thanks, man. So, yeah, man. So, I luckily, like I enjoyed writing. I was always looked at everything from. I was always fascinated about this industry, and I sold a lot of things as a writer, separate from the acting thing. And so, just putting it all together is something that's like I really enjoy doing.
How do you dedicate your time when you're writing? Do you just like have an idea and say, okay, for the next X weeks, I'm going to sit down and dedicate myself to this?
Dude, it's all different. A lot of times, I will see the entire movie. Like when I did Black Dynamite, dude, I was in China, going to the set, and I was in Shanghai. I was listening to James Brown's Superbad, and I just started thinking about. I'm laughing. I'm in the back of this car, and there's a driver wondering what the hell is going on. Richard Nixon, and I'm laughing, and I started jotting stuff down because it occurred to me, man. Like I remember one day I was thinking like, wow, man, like growing up we had Shaft, and we had Superfly and the Mac and all that posters like that we idolized, and I'm going, those were pimps. There was something wrong with my childhood. Why am I? I'm like, the Mac? Like, that's a hero? And so it made me really think about it. And I'm like, I'm looking at these movies, and like Jim Brown and Fred Williamson are like killing like 60 people. And it's okay. Right? Everybody's like this. They have a club, and they got all these women. And I'm like, this is actually hilarious. If I do a movie that depicted it exactly like it is. Thinking about this, one of the biggest movies of that time was Three the Hard Way. I don't know if you remember that movie. Jim Brown, Fred Williamson, and Jim Kelly.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about Jim Kelly.
Three the Hard Way. What was it about? It had the 3 predominant blaxploitation stars, right? And the movie was about an evil Dr. Feather who had these liters of liquid that he was going to put in the water systems of LA, Chicago, and New York that were going to kill all the black people. It's not a comedy.
That's the movie?
It's not a comedy. It was going to give sickle cell anemia to all the black people. Now, the conspiratorial thing, I've been a black man for a long time, and it is really funny because in the community, conspiracy is a big thing, right? So it like that whole conspiracy, oh, they trying to get you, that kind of a thing. It really, its engine was that paranoia that this leader of Liquid was going to kill black people.
Well, there was so much evidence that those conspiracies were real, like the Tuskegee.
But of course, that's something that's like it's on its feet though. But
right,
come on, a leader, it's something this big in the water systems that was going to kill all the black people, and that's not a comedy. That was a serious movie. But when you look at it, that's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious to think that you can do a movie about that. So to do a movie, I thought that really talked about that time period where it was kind of this overcorrection because you had in the 60s there were like butlers and maids and all that kind of stuff, but now you had these super overcorrected badasses that could just do anything, right? And I thought it was hilarious to look at it and treat it as if it were like back in that day, like a lost movie. Actually, Tarantino was somebody I was talking to about that whole thing when I was putting Black Dynamite together. And he had certain ideas, but I kind of went my own direction with it. But yeah, man. So yeah, things like that. Like I've gotten to a place where I'm putting these things together that really interest me, and I'm finding that there's an audience that likes it as well. But yeah, man, so it just occurred to me that it was bizarre. Yeah. So I mean,
So for that movie just came to you.
Yeah, but it came to me just like the whole movie came to me in a ride to set.
Is that normal for ideas, or do you sometimes sit down and say like, I want to write an idea about blank?
Sometimes. Like I have a movie that the next movie I'm going to do is a sequel to a movie I did called As Good as Dead, right? And it became Samuel Goldwyn's one of the most successful movies. I wrote the idea. It was based off my brother. My brother, he went from Florida to Mexico and started a family. He just like fell in love with Mexico, and I kind of based my character on him. And he's basically a cop that's like hiding out in Mexico and trying to avoid this syndicate or whatever that's trying to kill him. But that movie just came to me. I wrote it. We're in production like 2 months later, and we actually got the movie done within a year. And it was.
How did you get it made so quick?
Yeah, I mean, they responded to the script, and it was kind of like a grown-up Karate Kid in a way. So my character, you don't know what's this black dude doing working construction in Mexico, and he's got his Wing Chun dummy, and he's training in his backyard, and this kid who's trying to avoid the gangs that he befriends, that he teaches this unique kind of martial art. And so one thing leads to another, this kid gets good at it, and they trace the style back to my character. And then, the bad guys are trying to kill me, and I have to fight back. So what we're doing, we're about to do a sequel. I start that in a couple of weeks, actually. So I wrote that one. But yeah, so I feel like, I don't know, I'm still a fan of movies. I wouldn't write something I wouldn't want to see. And I've seen a lot. I think I understand this industry. I understand there's a lot of stories that I think could be told with fresh ways. And with the action and the martial arts that can be new and exciting. Like I'm getting to a place where I'm trying to make fight scenes look very real, like including choreographing mistakes. You know what I mean? I think people have become so much more sophisticated watching UFC fights and all that type of stuff. I think you got to raise the bar to make something look real. And there's a lot of the stuff that's in the superhero movies or whatever that you just kind of go, okay, you're seeing choreography for choreography's sake.
Right.
and you're not invested because you don't feel like you're looking at a real fight. And so I like to try to, use my platform to step that up a bit.
Yeah, that's hard, especially as a person who's a martial artist, to watch fight scenes and go. You have to kind of suspend disbelief and go, all right.
Well, yeah, you kind of like, it's weird, but, kind of full circle. It's kind of going back to the way Bruce Lee did stuff. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's a little faster than the other person. He has a little bit more technique. And, if you imagine, like, even if I imagine you in a real fight, your technique's not going nowhere. And other people are not going to have that same technique. You beat somebody to the punch, you do things that would logically give you the edge. That's what you shoot. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, so it's not like you got to do a lot of camera tricks. If you're moving faster and stronger than another person, well, there it is. There it is. So, luckily, I can put things on screen that kind of resemble what things might look like, and you get the benefit of the doubt because you're in a heroic position.
It's just very hard to do that. It's very hard to make it look real. There's a real art to that.
Yeah, but like with the movie that you turned down, Blood and Bone.
I turned down John Wick 4 too, though.
I
turned down a lot of movies.
You do. You did the right thing because what you're doing, you could not, this could not be more, up your alley doing the things that you're doing. But like
John Wick was hard. I'm a giant John Wick fan, especially John Wick 1. And eventually,
there's going to be a John Wick 7, so you decide to do that.
They got kind of crazy. They're over the top now. But even John Wick 1 was totally unrealistic.
Oh, man.
Totally unrealistic, but so fun. I fucking love those movies.
Yeah, well, I got something that's kind of in that vein that I just finished. There's a lot of body count, but a lot of CQB. I've been studying that for a while. A lot of like
CQB.
Close quarter combat.
Okay.
Of course, close quarter battle. But I've been doing like a lot of like tactical training, and kind of getting myself. I may compete at some point.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm pretty into it.
Where are you training?
Well, a lot of places. I trained with a guy named Tyler Gray. He's Delta Force. I had a lot of friends who were like, special force guys.
You ever go to Terran Tactical?
Oh, of course, yeah. I go to Terran quite a bit.
That guy's the best.
Oh yeah, he's amazing.
You want to talk about someone who's very technical?
Oh my God, it's just he shoots from the hip like better than anybody is using a laser.
No, he's preposterous.
It's
always iron sights.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He uses red dots, but he prefers iron sights. He's like, they never fail, they never go wrong.
Yeah.
And he's so crazy accurate. It's wild to watch.
And then you think about like how fast could you just take out everybody in this damn room? It's kind of
spooky.
Yeah, it is spooky.
Yeah. Well, it's also he's so calm about it too.
Yeah.
It's weird, like almost like autistic, like weird, fucking Rain Man-ish.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck? When you watch him do it, like many times I've gone to his range and trained to it, like do a run. And he's like, okay, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna pull this out right here.
Yeah. It's crazy.
You're like, what the fuck did I just watch?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And then you see how many times he's won the championship?
Oh yeah, ridiculous.
And like, there's only a few people that won consecutive years, and he's got like 7 years in a row, and chunks. I'm like, this is crazy.
Yeah, he's a very unique talent.
Yeah.
Very unique talent.
Yeah, a buddy of mine, like Tyler Gray, he's been Delta. He's been decorated. Oh my God, his place in Vegas. He creates guns, and he's got like more in his arsenal than every gun store you can imagine. But like he's something else. Like he's one of the most mellow people you ever want to meet in your life. And he's been the guy, been the consultant and director of Navy SEALs for years, and but I got a lot of friends doing that. So my brother, he just retired from Secret Service, and you know Danny Hester.
No,
he was a former Mr. Olympia, classic physique. but he's gotten into, I shoot with these guys all the time. And actually, Flex Wheeler. A lot of the guys are, into the gun stuff, so we go set up stuff and,
But once you start training, you realize like how difficult it is and how long the learning curve is. Because you think, oh, you point, you pull the trigger, what's the big deal? But then you get into it, and then you see someone like Taryn or someone who's competing, and you go, oh, well, this is just like everything else, just like karate, like jujitsu, like there's levels, levels and levels and levels.
Yeah.
And you see people competing, and you go, oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'd like to do that someday.
Yeah. You're in a great place for it.
Yes. Yeah. Texas is a great place for it.
Oh, yeah.
There's a staccato range that you go to sometimes. It's awesome. They have all these different setups out there. They have this old West town with all these different like targets set up, and you run from doorway to doorway. It's pretty badass.
Yeah, John Jones, I see, is doing quite a bit of that.
It's a fucking scary human being.
Yeah.
And if you get past him, he's got his fucking dog Dutch.
Yeah.
Which is, he brings a Belgian Malinois everywhere he goes.
Yeah. I know my good friend, Josh Barnett. He's at turns a lot too.
Yeah, he's another scary human being.
Yeah.
And a very analytical, intelligent.
One of the most
very well read.
He is like Jeopardy smart. He's
Yes.
like ridiculous. There's not many things that he doesn't know.
Right, yeah.
He's amazing. I watch you guys on this show. I was very flattered. He mentioned out of nowhere, he started talking about how he was inspired by myself and my wife, and that it actually got me real choked up. I was like, what, man?
Josh is a great guy.
Yeah, incidentally, my wife is somebody that I don't know. You met her a long time ago. You last saw her sliding down the Luxor.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yep,
that's crazy. On Fear Factor.
On Fear Factor.
Wow.
Yeah, she was sliding down the Luxor when you last saw her.
That's
she
crazy.
slid right into my arms.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we've done our sixth movie together.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
So we've been, we got two our teenagers we got one left. We got two left in the house. We're going to college now. So,
that's awesome.
Congratulations. Yeah, man. So yeah, it's wild how these things kind of connect.
It is wild.
Yeah.
It is wild. Yeah. Josh is one of he's like one of the best examples to me of when people think of a martial artist or think of a cage fighter, former UFC heavyweight champion, and you think of a guy like, oh, probably some brute, some dude. Have a conversation with him.
Yes.
And you realize the depth of his intellect and the depth of his knowledge, like how much he knows about Nietzsche. He can quote Nietzsche.
Oh my God.
Like he's so well read. He makes his own whiskey.
Yeah.
He's a very interesting guy.
Man, what a Renaissance guy, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A real Renaissance
Yeah,
guy.
we have the same birthday, so sometimes we throw parties together.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, when he's in town, he's always in Japan and just all over the place, man. It's like he's an amazing human being.
He really is.
Yeah.
And again, one of the best examples, like when people have a stereotype of what they think a cage fighter is.
Yeah.
And Josh was the youngest ever UFC heavyweight champion.
Yeah, and man, that's probably like I've trained more with him than so many people. Like, and it's just what a great friendship and what a inspirational thinking person. So yeah, and he did Never Back Down 3 with me. We shot that in Thailand.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
What's it like training in Thailand? That's gotta be fun.
Oh man, kind of hot.
Yeah, but the motherland of Muay Thai.
Yeah. Again, like with every style, there's its strengths and its weaknesses. A lot of them, a lot of things are round, they go around and not straight. Of course, the quickest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So it's not a whole lot of, they could do with a lot more boxing technique and some of those things. But man, talk about toughness and that kind of a thing. But it's kind of tragic, like how they beat that shit out of themselves. By the time they're in their 30s, man, they're like
Yeah, they're busted up. Well, they start fighting when they're very, very young.
Yeah.
But it's also led to them training so intelligently. You know, one of the things about Thai training, they don't spar like a lot of Americans do, where they beat the fuck out of each other. They play spar.
Yeah.
And that play sparring allows them to not get beat up by the time they get into the ring on Saturday, because a lot of them are fighting every week. So they do touch sparring, you know, and a lot of people say, oh, you can't get good touch sparring. Well, you certainly can.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Especially when you're fighting every weekend.
Yeah.
That's probably the best way to do it, because you're you know, just working on timing, pattern recognition, and just getting your reps in.
Yeah, just like with jiu-jitsu, of course, when you don't muscle things, when the technique, you let the technique do it, it's that's so much better.
Right.
Yeah, and you maintain so much better as well.
Right. And I think one of the best examples of that is like Sanchai, because Sanchai is in his 40s and he's still fucking people up. I mean, it's crazy watching that guy fight, but you look at him, very unassuming guy, you know, he's not ripped. You know, he's an older guy, but he's just his timing and his smoothness and the way he moves, it's very playful. But he's just fucking people up.
Yeah. Man, it makes me. I miss Thailand. I actually we did our wedding ceremony in Thailand.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and you know who officiated part of it was Tony Jaa.
Oh really?
Tony Jaa did the Buddhist part of our wedding. He did the water blessing, and he also sang at the wedding. He's cool. He's like
Bach.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the greatest martial artists.
Ooh, what a great movie that was.
Yeah.
For martial arts technique, that was like one of the first times like real true Muay Thai was exhibited in a film, like
absolutely,
super high level.
Yeah. Tony, just my God, like he would do these incredible feats in front of you. Just unbelievable. He could do a somersault, hit you in the shoulder, and just tap you like that with his foot. Just he had that much control. It's unbelievable. Yeah. He was sick recently, but I think he's overcoming. I think it was a C word, man. And I haven't talked to him in a minute, but I just found out about it I don't know, a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I knew he got thinner, but I'm hoping that he's better now.
Yeah, he's a legend.
Yeah, he's something else.
It's so fascinating to me how different parts of the world develop a different style of martial arts, in Thailand in particular, because of the fact that there was so much gambling and there were so many fights that they developed this very heavy leg kick, clinch, elbow, knee style.
Yeah.
It was just very different than a lot of the other styles. You know, and for a long time was really dominating in kickboxing. But then you're starting to see other styles, like particularly a lot of Kyokushin guys now, specifically out of Japan. Have you ever seen this kid Yuki Yoza?
Is he Kyokushin?
Yeah, Kyokushin guy out of Japan who's dominating people. He fights very different, man. He's fucking up a lot of Thai guys with calf kicks.
Okay.
My God, dude.
No, I hadn't heard.
Oh,
I just officiated a Kyokushin tournament yesterday. What was Sunday? Was that 2 days ago? Yeah. I'm still connected in Kyokushin. I've been doing that, since I was a kid.
Well, you did the whole thing, like where you have to fight like 100 guys in a day. You did all that shit, right?
I did 30 man. I haven't done 100.
I'm exaggerating, but it's like a lot of people.
Yeah, which is the toughest. Honestly, I love it. It was the toughest thing I ever had to really face, because you come to a point where you want to give up and you have to just kind of walk the burning sands.
What is it like walking the next day?
Man, I remember the first time I did a 10-man, and I had several knees on my legs, put it that way. So because they destroy your legs so bad.
Yeah.
Right. I did a 20-man one other time and made the mistake of having I had like an energy drink beforehand, which is stupid because now my heart is racing higher than normal. And so it made it even harder. But somewhere around, like, inevitably you get to a place where I remember the 12th guy, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you here? But you have to dig deep.
And you got 18 more to go.
Yeah. So I'm like, man, but honestly,
it's such a hard style.
Yeah, but man, it's something about getting because you're going to be faced with yourself. You're going to be, you want to quit, and you have to just dig down and get through it. And there's nothing like it when you accomplish it, because you know where you can go. You know that most of the time you tell yourself you're done. You're not. What a valuable lesson it is to know that about yourself.
Yeah.
And you can't, there's no substitute for that. And it's just something that you just benefit. I remember the last time I did this, we had to train out in Banff, Canada. Because usually these things are in Japan, and people from all over the style, they come and they train. They're like training 8 hours a day. You got these little lunch breaks, and I didn't think it through. I just, like the last one was like about 5-6 years ago. I wanted to challenge myself. I want to do this, but I'm by myself. And most people come with family members and all that kind of stuff.
So you by yourself, you're a movie star.
Yeah, and I have the target on my back, but it's like,
of course.
Yeah, so it's like we'd have a training thing, and then you got a certain amount of time to go eat. But then people want to take pictures of me, and I'm the last guy to get into to the lunch thing. And then I was like, oh shit, I got 10 minutes to eat, and then I got to get back in the next training session.
And you have a full stomach.
Yeah, and then you got like, it kind of sucked, but I taught myself something. I said, you'd be 3 hours in, I tell myself, I just got here. And I dig deeper and whatever. And then the last few days, you're just fighting down to the last person. And, there's people that's like, they got their eye on you because, like, I've got the bullseye on me. But the great thing is, dude, like I say, I learned a lot. I'm doing footwork with Frankie for years. I'm a boxing technique. I've got Billy Urquidez. Bill Wallace was my instructor. I've got so many things in my arsenal, and to test myself, it's such a great benefit to and it was weird because I was thinking, like, am I insane? Because I had a movie that I was going to be starting like a week later. I could have just been messed up. I could have had a broken leg or whatever. A lot of times you leave with a souvenir, they call it. Like, when you trade in Japan, a lot of the Japanese want to give you a souvenir. That means a broken bone. But I had to try to, overcome that. So in life, it's especially in this kind of coddled life I'm living, I don't get a chance to test myself that much, right?
Right.
And, I had to, listen to my own complaints and shut the fuck up and get through it. Yeah, it's not fair because everybody's taking pictures and you're doing this and I'm by myself. No, that's not, the point is, get through it, Yeah. And I'm so glad to do that. And I always that's why I like to train with champions and stuff, because, that's, you want to get through things. You should be tested. I mean, if I had a religion, a large part of it, if I was the head of my own religious cult, would be that men go through something. There's a rites of passage.
Yes.
You got to know how to protect yourself and your family and your loved ones. That to me is paramount.
You also have to know what's inside of you. Like,
that's
the only way to find out is to test it.
Exactly.
Because otherwise you get these dudes that have their chest puffed out and they're talking loud. Why are they doing that? Because they want to scare people off.
Right.
Because they don't know what they're capable of. They're terrified.
Yeah, you can't hide from yourself.
Right.
And that's the thing. I'm not going to bullshit myself. I want to know, and it's great. There's no substitute for going through that. And that's the thing why I love fighters so much. You're basically naked to the world.
Right.
You have to dig down. You have to overcome things. Yeah. That's why I love them so much, because they're our gladiators. We live vicariously through them. And that's why I'm a little dogged about actors receiving those accolades where they haven't done it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Even myself included. I don't care if somebody says, "Oh, he's not a fighter. He's an actor." Fine, you should think that way.
Right.
But personally, it's something deeper for myself. And one person I think I identify with that is you, because I've seen you. I've seen you in the gyms back when it wasn't popular, and we're doing it for reasons that are not. It has nothing to do with glory or ego or anything like that. It's just for self-improvement.
Yeah.
And that's what it's about, because it's about overcoming obstacles. And your biggest obstacle in the world is yourself.
Yeah. My instructor, when I was very young, told me that martial arts are a vehicle for developing your human potential.
Exactly.
It's so hard.
Yeah.
And people need something hard.
Yeah. And what about Khabib's? What does Khabib say? Like, what he says about discipline?
Oh, that rant.
Man, I had to.
I don't know if that rant is real. Somebody told me that rant is AI.
What?
Yeah. Is it AI?
Damn it. What?
Well, who cares?
What? Yeah.
It's in Khabib's voice, and I bet Khabib would agree with every word it said.
Yes.
Find that rant, because let's pretend it's not AI. Or it may be one of AI's greatest contributions to martial arts.
Absolutely.
Because becoming addicted to discipline.
Yeah, every man addicted to something.
Yeah. It's such a great rant. Here it is. Give me this. It's such a fucking great rant. Start from the beginning, too.
Every man addicted to something. Some smoke, some drink, some chase girls, some waste time. But real man be addicted to discipline. To early wakes and day. To training, to silence. Discipline no need motivation. Discipline move without feeling. Discipline say, I go anyway, even when tired, even when lonely. Discipline is best addiction. You want strong life? Discipline build it. You want peace? Discipline protect it. You want respect? Discipline earn it. No shortcut, only work. Be man with control, not man with excuse. No cry, no blame. You want better life? Start with better habits. Discipline every day until discipline become you.
Fucking
yeah. I don't give a damn if that's AI or whatever. But I'm like, well, kudos to the AI person that put that together.
Yeah. That's how he lives.
Yeah.
So even if it's AI, he would go, this is accurate.
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what, man, that part of the world, Dagestan, you want to talk about a hard part of the world that is developing some of the baddest motherfuckers, even in Muay Thai. There's this cat coming out of Muay Thai out of Dagestan right now, Azadullah Iman Ghazaliyev, who's like 22 years old, and he is fucking everybody up. A Dagestani Muay Thai fighter who has his own style. He's this tall, lanky dude who's one of the most terrifying strikers alive right now. A lot of people think he's the best striker alive.
Oh, man.
But he's 22 or 23 years old, and he's just fucking everybody up. He fights for ONE FC. Give me a highlight reel of this cat.
The highlight reel didn't pop up right away, so it's about the first time.
That's it. Best technical striker in the world. That's it. Click on that. Just give me some of this. Just start it from the beginning. This dude, that tall dude with the beard, Azadullah Iman Ghazaliyev. Watch this motherfucker. What a style he has. I mean, it's just this long, tall, lanky dude, perfect timing and measurement. And he just starts piecing dudes up. Yeah, well, I don't think so. If you scoot ahead, I think he fucks this guy up pretty quick. I've seen this fight. This guy he catches with one shot, but some dudes not so lucky.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that was one shot, but it keeps going, and then give me the next fight. He just starts lighting guys on fire, including Thais, and they don't know what the fuck is going on because he fights different than them. I mean, he's a Muay Thai fighter.
He's got that straight, that he's exploiting the fact that they got so much round technique.
Exactly, a lot of front kicks up the middle, and especially to the face, but also his spinning attacks. He's got wicked spinning attacks, man. And also comes off angle a lot. His head's never on the center line. Super fucking technical. But just lighting dudes on fire. And just an attacker. Always attacking. And it has the benefit of that range. That long range.
Yeah.
I mean,
Nice.
dude is incredible. And again, 22 years old. Like, look at that. So he's combining like Taekwondo techniques, karate techniques, and precision Muay Thai. I mean, the problem with this not this style, but this form, is that a lot of people aren't seeing it. ONE FC is doing a really good job of highlighting a lot of like elite Muay Thai fighters. You know, they have Tawan Chai over there and Sita Chai and all these like high level guys. But in America, this, for whatever reason, has not caught on. And the only way this guy's going to get the kind of attention that I think he deserves is if he gets into MMA. But, yeah, look at axe kick, his spinning back fist.
Oh, man. And his straight rights are no joke.
He's a laser beam.
Yeah.
He's so focused. He's so good, man. So good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Dagestanis are now entering into Muay Thai, which is a terrible sign for all these Muay Thai guys.
Man, yeah, man.
Those are hard people,
man.
Hard people.
Oh, yeah.
Start at a very young age. I mean, a very young age. Like, and also Dagestanis now, because of Khabib and Islam, they all know that this is a pathway to greatness.
Yes, yeah.
And so there's heroes. And they're coming, Ankalaev. There's all these guys that have been world champions out of Dagestan now. So it's like you're seeing all these guys come out of there, and some of these young guys that are coming up are so good.
Yeah.
They're so good. But this is fascinating to me that you take a guy who's adapted this Thai style, but then morphed it into something that's different. And again, like you were saying, a lot of straight techniques.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when you're a tall guy like that for the weight class. I think he fights at 145. And when you're that tall at 145, you got those straight shots down the middle.
Oh, yeah. Like his right is just like you can't really see it.
Laser
beam. Yeah, right directly at him.
But it's also the hooks too. His hooks are coming around the guard.
Right.
Like everything is precise and his accuracy is spectacular.
Yeah.
I'm a student, obviously. I watch every fight I can. I watch kickboxing. I watch Muay Thai. I watch jiu-jitsu matches. I watch it all.
Yeah.
I'm always fascinated by these cats that stand out, and this guy just stands out.
Yeah. It's great when somebody knows how to use their length like that.
Yeah. Well, Yuki Yoza, the Kyokushin guy that I was telling you, totally different. This guy's doing is shelling up and getting in tight on guys and kicking the fuck out of their inner thigh, outer calf, lower. Like he's chopping at their legs. I mean, even Thai guys don't know what to do because they're not used to guys kicking their calves like this guy.
Right. Yeah.
So he's inside going shin to shin. And you know as well as anybody, Kyokushin guys have some of the most conditioned shins in the world.
Yeah.
They're always battering shin to shin. And this dude is just getting in. And you see in the second round, a lot of these Thai guys like, oh, fuck, I can't walk.
Yeah.
I can't move right. My calves don't work anymore.
Yeah.
So the calf kick, which is really kind of revolutionized MMA, it's changed MMA. Because 1-2 hard calf kicks, you're compromised, you're not moving right anymore, and you're not pivoting off that foot when you're punching, so your punching power is diminished. This Yuki Yoza guy is like putting it on Thai guys with it.
That's something. I mean, especially for a Kyokushin guy to. I mean, the knock with Kyokushin, I've been doing that ever since I was a kid. It's just that not developing facial blocks.
But this guy has incorporated Russian style boxing.
Oh,
he's got Russian style boxing with Kyokushin karate techniques.
Well, yeah, that with the Russian style boxing, they really kind of mastered the non-telegraph kind of.
Yeah.
It looks like they're not going fast.
Yuki Yoza highlight reel. There's a bunch of fights with him and Thai guys. And, the first round, Thai guys are doing their thing, and it looks, like a normal fight. But Yuki Yoza just starts chopping at those calves inside, and he's like multiple kicks to the calf from in tight and close.
Yeah, that's punishing.
And you see guys like playing at like, go ahead, kick me. And then after a while, like, fuck, don't kick me anymore. they try to get macho with him, and it's not working.
But what would it take to develop
this is Yoza?
Your thighs.
You see how he's chopping when he's getting tight. Look at this always. Look at how much he's utilizing all the karate techniques, but also in tight just destroys guys' legs. But also spinning back kicks, all that other stuff. But look at his boxing is excellent too.
a lot of Muay Thai stuff, dumping people. But look at it. He's constantly kicking the inside of the leg. When they're committing to kicks, he's taking their legs out. This dude, one of my favorite guys to watch right now. Like, look, that's a Thai guy, man. He's just destroying their legs, man. And excellent movement.
Yeah.
And he comes out of a very high-level gym in Japan that's produced a lot of really Masasaki Nori, another guy who's like that, is a very similar guy who beat Tawan Chai recently. Like, these guys are just destroying people's legs. So they're utilizing a lot of the question mark kicks, a lot of the stuff that evolved in Kyokushin, but putting it into kickboxing, also with the toughness that is in, a lot of the Kyokushin fighters.
Yeah, I see him slip into a Superman.
Yeah.
Everybody's gonna be susceptible for that. If you got a leg kick, that's that legitimate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're gonna bite on that. They're just gonna be open for it.
And then he uses a Superman punch. Yeah. And another very young guy. So there's these people that are exploiting like these holes in these styles, because some of these Thai guys are so hard to beat. They have, by the time they're competing and they're 25 years old, they might have 150 fights. So much experience, but this cat's figuring them out, man. It's really interesting to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would love to see. I wish there was like some kind of governing body that would get it, all the some superstars, whatever. Get this guy versus this guy from.
Well, one is doing that a lot, but one unfortunately is not that popular in America. What I love about one is they'll have grappling competitions, they'll have kickboxing, they'll have Muay Thai, and then they'll have MMA. They'll have them all combined on one card.
What is the one with that Michael Chevelle is on, right?
Well, he was on that. Michael Chevelle's not with one anymore. Michael Chevelle is one of the best commentators.
Oh, yeah.
He's excellent. Great guy, too.
I'll probably be seeing him in another 3 weeks.
You going to Australia?
Yeah, going to Australia.
Nice.
My wife and I, we were going to, we did a tour. I do like seminars over there and, meet and greets and stuff like that. We haven't done that in a while, but yeah, got some really good fighters out there.
Oh, yeah. John Wayne Parr.
Yeah.
Some great fighters have come out of Australia.
Yeah, so we're going to have some fun out there.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they're in New Zealand.
Oh yeah, another hotbed.
Oh yeah,
another hotbed for fighters. Well, just warrior cultures.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Warrior history.
Dude, I don't think I've never met an Australian that I didn't like.
I know they're the nicest fucking people. Yeah, they're the coolest people. They're friendly, easygoing.
Yeah, you have rites of passage still.
Mm-hmm.
Places like that. That's one thing that is sad about the United States. It's like we're not making men anymore.
Not a lot of them.
No.
When they are, they stand out.
Yeah, that's why it's like a lot of times in these movies, if you have an alpha male, a lot of times that American alpha male is being played by an Australian or somebody from
Chris Hemsworth.
It's very rarely an American. It's like such a trip, man.
Well, masculinity is demonized here for some strange reason over the last couple of decades.
Bro, I saw the beginning of a lot of it because, like I said, I was a school teacher. And I was right on the forefront saying, like, everybody gets a trophy. These kids, there's about their self-esteem and you got to protect them. I'm like, come on. And, taking away competition.
Yeah.
I saw the beginning of that shit. And it's just so bad. Then these kids don't know how to deal with loss or anything, and then they end up shooting the classroom.
Right.
Dealing
with loss is one of the most important lessons you can ever learn. If you want to get better, lose.
Yeah.
Losing is the best medicine because you lose. I don't ever want to feel that again. And then you start thinking about all the things that you cut corners on, all the things that you didn't do. What can I do differently to make sure that never happens again? That I never feel that feeling. Or you quit. Those are the two options. Either you get way better or you quit. But winning, sometimes you don't learn. You go, well, I'm doing the right thing. I'm winning. I'm getting better. I'm developing confidence. That's good. But man, sometimes a loss is the best medicine.
Yeah, man. I realized something when I was, I was born with some gifts. Okay. I did one thing that got me into college is decathlon. As a fluke, I jumped into a race against one of the fastest guys on the track team and beat him. Right. And that was just a fluke. And the coach saw that. The track coach saw that and was like, "Oh my God, you're fucking running for the school." And I was like, "Oh, okay." I was just like, I didn't have any kind of adult that took a liking to me like that. And the next thing you know, I'm on the track team. And I started, I was really good. And then I wound up going to college because of that. And incidentally, that's the stuff that really kind of taught me to kind of evolve my martial arts. Because nowhere is there a benefit of like cutting off fractions of seconds in movement like track, like when I'm doing the shot put. Well, a lot of times I was competing against people that were ginormous, and all they had to do is stick their arm out, and their arc was going to be better than mine. Well, I had to generate enough power to go at a 45-degree angle and in inertia and all that to get past them. And with running, of course, if you shoot the gun off, all your motion has to go forward. If you go backward, you're going to be a step behind everybody. So as far as efficiency of motion, all the things I had to do with track, I started applying in fighting. And that's what kind of gave me cheat codes into things, to where being super efficient really helped, right? And so one thing would like kind of help the other. But like, yeah, a lot of my whole track thing was a great benefit. But I did learn that I was kind of in a way like the Bo Jacksons or the Herschel Walkers. I was gifted. And so when I would fight, I was a big guy that was fast. And it didn't, that was kind of rare. So fighting was easy to me. But I learned that when I was as the celebrated fighter, that was less of a good martial artist, because then I would flake off other things. Like I didn't try as hard as other people. And there's another thing I don't know if Khabib really said, but it was a thing that he said about those gifted people. A lot of people who are gifted were not the best fighters.
Yeah, that is a quote from him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I took that, that same thing, because I realized, dude, you're doing it wrong. My philosophy was like, I feel I adapted the philosophy of, okay, say this kid Sean is 140 pounds, and there's me, and it takes me 1,000 kicks to become fatigued, and it takes him 100 kicks to become fatigued, and he pushes to 120, and I push to 1,001. Who's the better martial artist? He is, because he's pushed into his comfort zone. He's pushing himself further. What if he one day gets to 1,000? For him to go from 100 to 1,000, that's going to be a quality 900 that I don't have. For me being the gifted one,
right?
I'm looking at it using the comparative method, saying, well, at the end of the year, I used to kick a basketball ring. I had that ability. But when I started thinking about, what I compare myself to other people, that was the wrong thing. So I said, no, I'm going to be like Sean. I want to train to my ability, not in comparison to someone else. And that really taught me something as far as, again, why I put myself through these things and the benefit of it by really, what the martial arts really teaches is, in the fact that, I had these gifts, but if I use those gifts as a crutch, I'm limiting what I can be.
Right, you're limiting your potential.
Exactly.
Yeah. And oftentimes it's too easy for the gifted guys, and so they kind of slack off.
Right. Yeah. So that's and I realized that's what I was doing.
They also are not as comfortable with struggle.
Absolutely.
And being comfortable with struggle is a very important part of growth.
Yeah. It's a mixed message, because we start to admire the freak sometimes. We as men, we celebrate the pugilist a lot. And that's kind of a thing where it came full circle to where, okay, yeah, I was able to do these things, but is that really me? Is that the limit of what I can be? And by having someone else go, oh yeah, you can do this or that, that's kind of that's not really the crux of it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's really about, like, yeah, there's going to be people that's going to praise what you can do physically. But I realized there was a point where that was kind of retarding where I could be mentally and what I can really become.
You also have a responsibility to those gifts.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you're gifted athletically, you have a responsibility of achieving the full potential because you've been given this thing by genetics, by life, by God, this thing where you are faster, you move quicker, you have more explosive power. But are you going to harness that gift and allow it to reach its full potential?
Right.
When you do that, then you get a Mike Tyson. When you do that, then you get a Michael Jordan. You do that, then you get an elite of the elite. You get what David Goggins always like to call uncommon amongst uncommon men.
Right.
And that's the real hard thing to do. Because so many of these like really gifted guys in the gym, they always kind of peter off and disappear. And when they're in a fight where they fight another gifted guy that maybe trained a little harder than them, and maybe he's got a little bit more experience, they realize, like, man, I don't want to struggle with that. I don't like that. I don't like that feeling. I like beating up guys in the gym that are below me.
Yeah, and then you got to deal with that person in the mirror.
Yeah,
and that's not hard.
It's hard for guys when they're the hammer their whole life, and then one day they're the nail.
Yeah.
And you see guys that are like really elite, that are dominating, and then one day they get fucked up, and you never see them again. It's oftentimes. But then you'll see the guy who like gets fucked up a bunch of times, he keeps showing up, he keeps learning, and then you realize, like, oh, this guy is now elite.
Yeah, and those are the true heroes.
Right.
You know?
Right.
There's people I don't want, sometimes you get in trouble pointing out people, like I don't want to say somebody like Izzy or whatever, but like you see the people who are used to having that ability over other people, and when it gets hard, right, and then it's like even sometimes there's a talk about even Tyson, and as just people who are just spectators. When you go, oh man, this guy's so gifted. Now, some of the knock has been that when it became hard, you hadn't seen him dig down and overcome that thing. Right. You know, because a lot of times when it got hard, it was like he just, kind of tapped out. Yeah. And so that's something that, not to disparage him, but it's just as people are looking at life, we look at we look at those things, and we can take a lot of meaning from that and apply that and say, oh wow, that's on him to say, oh, was that the case, or is it something that I don't know.
Well, I think with Mike, it's a very special case because I think he had the elite coaching in the beginning with Customato and training. And then when Cuss died, he was kind of left with all this amazing ability that he had developed when he was young, but not with the elite coaching. Like, so if Mike had left when Customato died, if he had then went to Emmanuel Stewart, or if he had, you know what I'm saying? If he had went to an elite boxing coach and had someone analyze his style, and someone he really respected.
Yes, absolutely.
That he could still maintain that same level of discipline when he was the 21-year-old dominating the world.
Oh my God, but he had so much pressure on him.
So much.
Because, I had to play him, so I had to study everything he did. And it's interesting because, oh my God, like, I always viewed him as somebody who was always looking for a father figure.
Yes.
And I would study him, and, with Customato, he would dress like Customato. He was a young black guy from Brooklyn with suspenders. Right. In a cabbie hat, and then when Customato was gone, he was around Kevin Rooney, and Kevin Rooney had this really fast way of talking. it seemed like he adapted that when he was with shoot, why am I blanking? The other manager, Jim Jacobs. You know, Jim Jacobs was married. I think marriage became important to him at that point because he was really under the umbrella of Jim Jacobs. And then when he was with
Robin Givens,
Don King. The N-word is every third word out of his mouth, very much like Don King. He goes to prison. He's got two father figures on him, Mao Zedong, and he's got Arthur Ashe on another shoulder. And I would just notice that, like, even speech patterns would change, and I looked at him as, wow, here's a guy that I felt like I identified with a great deal because coming from the same kind of place. But yeah, it's interesting because I think a lot of people don't know how much struggle he had to deal with, because people think that Kevin Rooney was kind of a savior in that situation when he wasn't. And Kevin Rooney explained to me directly that he says, if you ever see Mike, please apologize for me, because when Mike was married to Robin Givens, he didn't want to do this interview, and then turn around, Kevin Rooney did the interview. And Kevin Rooney is like, I really messed up when I did that. And Kevin Rooney even told me that when at the Spinks fight alone, Kevin made like over $1 million. He left that casino owing. Mike had to bail him out like so many times. And so people thought, oh, Kevin Rooney is no, Mike was. He had so much pressure on him, and I think with Don King trying to hire Mike's cohorts to help out, if you're going to hang out with him anyway, to try to just do that. He had so much. This dude had so much pressure on him. It's unbelievable.
And Don King definitely took advantage of that.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, because I knew Don because I was always in the fight camps with Frankie Laus. In fact, that's how I got to first meet Mike Tyson. When Mike was in prison, Frankie put Mike and I on the phone together, and so I would, do my little kind of interviewing with Mike while I was in prison, because I was going to be playing him, so I wanted the whole story.
Right.
And I went to Catskills on my own, and knocked on that door, and spent time with the people he grew up with in that house.
Oh, wow.
So I learned a lot. There's a lot that the public doesn't know, and I think he was concerned about coming out, and it didn't, and so it was really interesting. I was front and center on how much pressure this guy had to deal with. He had to kind of develop with the whole world looking over his shoulder.
Yeah.
He
was 20. Which is crazy. Youngest ever heavyweight champion in the world. He's went from being a 13-year-old kid with no family to being adopted by this guy who's not just training him, but also hypnotizing him. And then he's got Jim Jacobs, who exposes him to this library of all the greatest fighters of all time. And he's watching video footage of it.
Bill Cayton. Bill Cayton and Jim. Yeah.
It's an extraordinary story because it's like unlike anyone else. It's like the environment that he was exposed to and the way it produced this guy who was unlike any heavyweight before. I mean, in his prime, I always point to the Marvis Frazier fight. I always tell people, you want to see like the scariest motherfucker that ever stepped into the ring. Mike Tyson versus Marvis Frazier. He was just undeniable. Just undeniable. But that pressure, the kind of pressure that no one could explain what that's like. There's no internet back then, so there's not as many famous people. So like, who's he gonna relate to? Who's gonna tell him what this is like? There's no one like him. You had Muhammad Ali. You had a few other guys that could maybe tell him what it was like.
But for the most part, he's got no roadmap, and he's out there in this world of superstardom. We can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah.
Everywhere he goes, people are screaming and cheering, and he's knocking everybody out in the first round.
Yeah. The pressure on that, man. And then they have to fight Holyfield.
Right.
A guy who was really kind of more like a big brother to him throughout his life, you know, his professional life. Because, you know, Holyfield was he was cruiserweight, you know, and Holyfield was the type of guy, how you doing, Mike? You checking on him and all that type of stuff. Then he has to fight this guy. You know, deep down, like, he's got to fight this guy he's got this reputation as a holy man, and he's all this type of stuff. And then I remember being at that fight, and I remember the press conference, and Mike was like really manufacturing this hatred that I was like, that's not real. Like, he's trying to dig down to really get this edge to really hate Holyfield. And I was like, I thought that was a mistake. But and I don't think psychologically he was in his game.
Right. Holyfield had an edge on him.
Yeah,
there's also the fact that the holy man thing was a big deal. Like, Holyfield had this incredible belief in God, and he really believed that, you know, God was looking out for him, and he was going to go in there and
and then
couldn't be deterred.
Dude, the third round. I mean, I studied all this stuff on Mike Tyson. Third round of that first fight got chills because, think about it. He heard something that he never heard his entire career. Everybody started chanting for the other guy.
Right.
Holyfield. Holyfield. And I swear to you, I saw just the air come out of this guy.
Yeah.
And it was like, I've done all of this, and they're chanting for this man. And how gracious he was, how Tyson was at the end. I felt like that's not a new thought. You kind of had that opinion of him going into this.
Well, Holyfield had been through the wars, right? He had those wars with Riddick Bowe. He had the first war with White Muhammad Ali. Remember that fight at cruiserweight? Oh my God! Go back and watch that fight. He had the war with Burt Cooper. Like, he had war.
And Holyfield was unflappable. He's like, I don't know why Mike saying this about me, but he
never got angry.
Yeah. It's like, how you know? It's hard to maintain like anger for that dude. Like, he's just like, okay, it's okay.
Well, that's also terrifying too. Because, you know, you can't get in there. You're trying to get in that head, and it's like, you're not getting in there. God's in there.
Yeah, and then that's like, if you look at it, you know, Mike Tyson was committing to every first blow.
Yep.
Holyfield is a counter fighter. Fake him, let him throw that counter, and you got him.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think normally Mike knows this. Holyfield's center of gravity, so different. Thin-legged, big up top. Mike should be able to push him easily. I didn't see the things that I normally saw from Mike Tyson in that fight, which made me feel like this is a psychological component.
It's a psychological component, but it's also a training component because, again, he wasn't with an elite trainer at that time. It wasn't the same as him being trained by Costamano. It wasn't the same.
Yeah,
he didn't have the bobbing and weaving style that he used to have.
You remember he caught Holyfield with the body shot and the uppercut?
Yeah.
And just like, basically, you almost said, you saw, finish him.
Yeah.
But he just chilled. Do you remember that moment?
I don't specifically.
Yeah, there's a moment like that he hurt him, and Holyfield looked like it's like.
Yeah, but Holyfield would rebound. I mean, the Riddick Bowe fights.
But when you look at Tyson, you look at almost everything he's done. I thought I was about to see the beginning of the end, and I'm like, what the? I remember being there going, why isn't he jumping on him? You know, hey, no, maybe I'm wrong, whatever, but I swear I saw that moment. And I remember going, what's going on? Why is he not jumping on him? I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting.
Psychology plays a big role in how you feel about the opponent, and the opponent essentially holds up a mirror and allows you to look at yourself.
Yeah.
And when he's comparing himself to this holy man, he probably didn't like it.
Joe, you know, I think that's the way I thought about it. Of course, who am I to do? But this is my opinion.
Those dudes with that kind of character, like Holyfield had at the time, those are scary guys. Because, like, they can't be broken mentally.
Right.
They're always good. And if you try to break him physically and he rebounds, like, oh, God. How much do I have left in the tank?
Yeah.
How many more of these shots can I take?
Yeah, like, no, it's different if somebody, like, taunted you. You know, you can, manufacture, like,
Right.
But when guys just like, okay, I'm just doing my thing. you kind of start going, oh, is it me? Is it because you don't, then, it's like, that's when you have fedors.
Right.
Somebody like that, it's just like this. It's like you just drown yourself.
Stoic.
Because I can't derive nothing from him. It's like,
oh, he was the best at it.
Yeah.
Fedor was the best at it. Fedor would be in the middle of the most chaotic war and looked like he was just sipping a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
It's crazy. There was no one like that guy. He's one of the most unique characters. And I think we were robbed of one of the greatest heavyweight matchups of all time when they never figured out how to put Cain Velasquez versus Fedor when they're both in their primes.
Man, Cain Velasquez is the scariest person I've ever seen, as far as I'm concerned. Like, if there was one guy that, like, cause I pride myself that I get in the ring with anybody. That guy, man,
He never got tired.
Man,
he had cardio. He had cardio for a heavyweight that was like a marathon runner. It didn't make any sense. He was a 240-pound guy who never got tired.
Yeah,
perfect technique.
Yeah, and I think the fights with
Junior Dos Santos,
I feel like they ruined each other.
Yes.
I feel like they ruined each other.
Well, I think certainly ruined Junior. Especially the second fight. The first fight, Junior caught. The first fight, Cain should have never took that fight. Cain had to take that fight because it was on Fox. It was a big deal. It was the main event of the first Fox card, and Cain blew his knee out. So if you look at that fight, Cain's wearing a knee brace. His knee was fucked up. Like, his meniscus was torn. He was all fucked up. He couldn't anchor on it. He couldn't really post on it. And then he couldn't get out of the way. And Junior caught him with a big right hand, cracked him, dropped him, stopped him. And then he comes back. Here it is. Here's Tyson versus Holyfield.
Yep.
Yeah, but Holyfield's still there. He's still there.
Remember, he has a chance. He has a chance right now. Vander's hurt. That right hand up.
You heard what he said, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that took some wind out of Evander right away. He's the biggest rapper might get.
But the thing about Evander is, Evander was always there. He had been through these kind of fights before.
But I don't know where I am, but I was there. And something about seeing that, I felt like, oh, he's about to take him out.
But I think because Evander rebounded, and Evander had a history of rebounding.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Of wars.
Absolutely,
but
it still doesn't change the fact that I feel like there was an opportunity, and that was a very un-Tyson-like situation.
I just don't think Tyson was Tyson anymore by this time. I mean, I think he was a one-punch guy by this time. He wasn't cutting those crazy angles. He would slide off to the side and rip the body and go. He was standing right in front of guys.
Yeah.
He lost a lot of what made him special, which was the speed of combinations and the movement.
The movement is primarily because he could have never gotten that far if he didn't do that.
Show that Marvis Frazier fight. Show that Marvis Frazier fight. Tyson versus Marvis Frazier is my favorite Tyson performance. Because Marvis Frazier looked like he was going to a funeral in the beginning of the fight. Look at him. I mean, you feel the energy from his face.
And he played the Covenant right after this with the grizzly bear just mauling It's the same thing.
Here it is. He just all over Marvis, like from the beginning. This was on ABC Wide World of Sports. I remember watching this at home. But look at the bobbing and the weaving. It's not just right in front of him. It's angles. Like right here. Boom!
Oh, man. Oh, man.
That was when he was the champ. I mean, he wasn't the champ yet, but he was the champ. He was about to fight Trevor Berbick.
But everybody was like, "Oh my God, he's real."
Yeah, here's the thing that sparked some controversy: Mike Tyson versus Muhammad Ali.
It depends on which Tyson and which Muhammad Ali.
Well, the best of both. You say, of course, you got to say
the best Muhammad Ali wasn't Muhammad Ali. I think it was Cassius Clay. I think the best was when he fought Cleveland Big Cat Williams. To me, I always tell people, like, you want to know Ali before they took his title away, before they put him on the shelf for 3 years because he wouldn't fight in Vietnam, watch Cleveland Big Cat Williams, because Cleveland was a big, scary power puncher, and Muhammad Ali was just dancing around him, dancing around.
But was he bigger than Muhammad Ali, though? See, that's the thing about Muhammad Ali. People don't realize he was like the biggest guy in the ring. He was only 4 pounds different than Foreman. People don't realize because he moves around the way he moves.
Back then, but in the Cleveland Big Cat Williams days, he was lighter. He was only like 215 or 220.
And Cleveland Williams was what?
Big. Look at the size of Cleveland. Look at his back. Look at the back on Cleveland.
Look at the legs, though.
Yeah, but he was a power puncher, man. You watch somebody. Look at his back. Cleveland was a scary dude, man.
He might be lean. But Muhammad Ali's a big dude.
Oh, he's definitely a big dude.
I think Muhammad Ali's bigger than that guy.
Maybe. But look at the movement, man.
Absolutely.
So this movement was absent when he came back 3 years later. He never fought like this again. And when he fought Cleveland Big Cat Williams, Cleveland just did not know where he was. He was like
212, Williams was 210 at weigh-in.
Oh, okay. Well, dudes were smaller back then. Like, think about Rocky Marciano. He was only 185.
Yeah, but the thing is, that people don't realize because he's fighting a guy, you got a bigger guy hitting guys, especially he'll trick people are coming in, and that magnifies everything.
Yeah, well, sort of, but they're basically the same size. But 212 is fairly small. This is smaller than Mike was when Mike was in his prime, and Mike was only like 215, 220.
221.
Yeah.
So that's why it's interesting because like Mike moved his head, and the people who did the best against Muhammad Ali was Joe Frazier and Ken Norton, but he moved their heads.
Yes, but again, these are the guys after this 3-year break. This 3-year break, Muhammad Ali didn't train. He didn't train at all for 3 years. When you watch when he comes back after that, like, come on, son.
Yeah.
The speed. Cleveland's like, what the fuck is going on?
But speed and a bigger guy. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's because, like, you thought when we were going to this clip that he was bigger than Muhammad Ali.
I did.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, like, people don't realize how big Muhammad Ali actually was because George Foreman, was a monster.
Look at these combinations.
And they were his legs are bigger than George Foreman's.
Right.
And we know where the power is, right?
Well, George Foreman, what did he weigh when they fought?
218, and I think Muhammad Ali was 214. They were like right. So the actual fight day, who knows who was heavier?
Right.
But I'm just saying it's interesting because you got a guy the same size as Foreman moving faster.
Yeah, but he didn't in that fight. In that fight, he mostly laid on the ropes, remember? I mean,
he did a lot of rope, though, but I'm saying he's still a big
220. 212 to 220, pretty close.
Yeah, I've seen it different. I've seen that.
He wasn't the same guy. If George Foreman of that time fought Cleveland, the Muhammad Ali that fought Cleveland Big Cat Williams, is a completely different fight. Foreman's getting pieced up. Foreman's getting pieced up from the outside. And Ali was just picking him apart and moving, and Foreman swinging it in. He was like nobody else before him, man. He was so different. He was so different. But those 3 years, when he had to take 3 years, and he didn't train at all, and then he came back, and now he's 30, and, no strength and conditioning for 3 years, no running, no boxing. His body looked different.
Yeah.
Who did he fight when he came back? He fought,
Lyle?
No, that white dude did horrible brain damage towards the end.
Cobb?
Jerry Cooney.
Oh, Jerry.
No, Jerry Quarry. Jerry Quarry.
Okay.
Yeah, when you fight Jerry Quarry, see if you find that fight. Now, look at his body when you see it. You see his body smooth. His footwork doesn't look the same. His timing's off. He had a ton of ring rust. He just didn't. What's that, Jim? He just didn't look the same. He didn't look the same, and I think that 3 years, they fucked him, man.
Yeah.
They fucked him. And I mean, look, it made him a cultural hero because he wasn't willing to fight. And, he famously, look at his body. It's different, man. He's just not the same guy anymore. He's not moving as fast. And Jerry Quarry was just a really tough guy who was, famous for being able to take a beating.
Yeah.
Like Ali didn't have the endurance anymore. Like look at him. He's not the same guy anymore, man.
Yeah.
He was a shadow of what he was before. He still went on to win the title. He still went on, but I always wonder what he would have been if those 3 years were not stolen from him in his peak, in his prime.
Yeah, that would have been something else.
Yeah.
You know, there's one interesting thing. Another interesting thing about Ali is like try to find him throwing a body shot.
Right. Not a lot of those.
No, he almost never did.
Maybe a jab or two to the body. It's true.
It'd be interesting to count up all the body shots throughout his whole career, and you might get 10.
That's true.
Yeah,
it's true.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
That's why when people talk about the greatest boxer, of course he's one of the greatest human beings, greatest Americans ever.
Right.
Like just the stuff he put it. Talk about putting himself out there for as far as a servant of the world. There's nobody, I don't know anybody who compares to him.
Also, the personality. He would go on talk shows, and he was just so fun.
How sharp was he?
Oh, so sharp.
And all those things were memorized.
One of my favorite ones was Howard Cosell said, "You're very truculent, champ." And he goes, "Whatever truculent means, if it's good, I'm that."
Oh yeah.
I mean, he was just a different human being.
He was not scared of anything, man.
No.
So there's some interviews that he's being real controversial. Like he actually talk shit to people and talk about whooping their ass. You know, just recently I've seen some stuff that I was like, wow, I hadn't seen this one. So,
if anybody disrespected him, if they wouldn't call him Muhammad Ali, if they were calling him Cassius Clay, he would fuck them up.
Yeah.
What's my name? Pop! What's my name?
Yeah.
Pop!
Yeah.
He was a special person. And just culturally, like one of the most significant figures ever in the history of America. Because at a time where the world was torn, like, why the fuck are we in Vietnam?
Mm-hmm.
And this one guy says, I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
And then they're like, okay, we're going to strip your title away from you. And then for 3 years, he was, persecuted, and the whole world was watching, and they eventually let him fight again.
Yeah.
By then, we had realized that Vietnam was not a just war.
Yeah.
And this guy, they had taken 3 years of his life away from him because he wasn't willing to participate.
Yeah, what a hero, man.
A real hero. And again, a cultural icon, just a different kind of human being that inspired so many people outside of fighting.
Mm-hmm.
My parents were hippies, and my parents wanted to watch the Leon Spinks rematch when he fought Leon Spinks. Like, everybody was excited, sitting around. I'm like, I remember being a little kid going, I can't believe they want to watch this fight. This is so weird to me. Like, they want to watch a fight. Because that's who Muhammad Ali was. He was just different. He meant something to America in a way that no other fighter before or since has.
Yeah. Man, just so many, just even for equal rights and just
for everything.
Yeah, so much. And I really can't think of many people that's been more significant.
No, and many people think about, like, what do you stand for? This guy, he could have easily just taken some stupid fucking desk job with the army or something.
Yeah.
And,
Easily, yeah. I did a movie last year in Louisville, Kentucky, and while I was there, I went and visited Muhammad Ali's gravesite. And dude, man, I didn't expect it. I just said, let me see it. And dude, I couldn't talk for 2 hours afterwards. I just sat in my car and just got overwhelmed just to think what this man really meant.
Yeah.
It was just like it jacked me up. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I can't think of another fighter that meant more, like in terms of like a cultural icon. Can't think of another.
Yeah, and put his life on the line and just was so,
And that's a cautionary tale to fighters too, about the end. About fighting too long. Look, no one ever forgave Larry Holmes for beating him up. Larry Holmes, one of the greatest heavyweight champions of all time, never got his just due.
Right.
Because people never forgave him for beating up Ali.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah.
It's just crazy.
Yeah.
It's not fair. Didn't make any sense. Muhammad Ali was trying to beat him up. But, everybody knew, even though Ali was fighting, everybody knew it was over. He wasn't the Muhammad Ali of old.
Yeah, and he wanted to call it into the fight, and Holmes was like, why am I doing this?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was sad. And he wasn't, Holmes was never that much of a likable presence. It was hard to come behind Muhammad Ali.
Right. He was never that kind of a personality.
Yeah.
But damn, did he have a jab.
Oh, that's the best jab around.
Ooh, Larry, even when he fought Tyson, when he was popping with that jab, and it made you wonder, God, I wonder what Larry would have done in his prime. This would have been an exciting fight to see in his prime.
You know, the two of them?
Yeah, I still don't think he would have been able to beat prime Tyson.
No.
But it was wild to see.
Tyson made his bones on fighting bigger guys and making them miss and pay for it.
Yeah.
So he load up on on his legs, and a lot of times when he's landing, he's in the air.
Yep.
He's in the air, man.
It was the speed too, middleweight speed in the heavyweight body.
He's the fastest. Well, he was one of the fastest heavyweights. I think. There's one guy.
Usyk's pretty damn fast.
Oh, Usyk's nice.
Yeah.
Oh man, talk about a person. He's funny. That's a funny dude.
Oh, he's a character.
Yeah.
And you want to talk about technique too. And another guy was trained by the same guy as Lomachenko. Lomachenko's father trained Usyk.
Oh, cool.
Which is also why he's like a heavyweight Usyk. Or a heavyweight Lomachenko.
Yeah.
He's got that footwork and movement and that Russian style, Ukrainian Russian style. It's like those guys, they figured out movement and footwork. Bivol has it,
Yeah.
So, we're very fortunate that we can see all of these incredible human beings that have, risked their life and their health and put it on the line, so we can see true lessons about character and technique.
Yeah, I just wish heavyweights would concentrate on technique a little bit more.
Right.
I mean,
maybe Usyk's changing people's perspective on that. Maybe they're realizing, like, wow, you can't just 1-2 everybody.
Yeah, I think what happened is another thing in this country. It's like people, I think, they're not following boxing. They're not getting into boxing. A lot of these guys are going for the money and they'll try to play football or whatever.
Well, since Deontay, we haven't really had a heavyweight boxing champion in America. Deontay was our last heavyweight boxing champion.
Yeah, and talking about technique is
not the best.
Yeah.
But, he had what Teddy Atlas likes to call the eraser.
Right, yeah, true.
He can make all the mistakes in the world. He had that one eraser. Blam!
Yeah.
Deontay's were the craziest knockout punchers that's ever existed.
Yeah.
It was nuts. He hit you moving backwards, flatline you.
Weighed like 212?
209 when he fought Tyson Fury the first time. 209.
Yeah, he and I went shooting before. Like we've done some tactical stuff together. Yeah,
really nice guy.
Yeah,
I love talking to him on the podcast.
Oh yeah, he's great. I don't know. It's like just work on his technique, right? It's like, geez, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's too late.
It's what you do for a living.
I think he relied on that gift for so long. Because, look at the gift, though. At one point in time, he was like 39 knockouts out of 40 fights. Yeah.
But it's like
I know. Nuts. But it didn't matter when it landed. When it landed, you couldn't do shit about all that sloppiness.
I still wouldn't mind seeing AJ versus him.
I still wouldn't mind that either.
That'd be interesting.
I think after the car accident, AJ might be done, though, because he was he was knocked unconscious in that car accident. I heard really bad. I heard he was out for like 10 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, and his two friends died. And after all his fights, and that was the last thing he needed is some extracurricular brain damage like that.
True.
And then also losing his two great friends like that has got to be, that's just fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's a sad thing, but I think. Yeah, if he's my brother or my cousin, I'd be like, you gotta go through this. You can't let, you gotta, for their sake.
Yeah.
What would your friends want you to do?
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm hoping the best. He's one of our warriors, man.
Yeah.
He puts his body and life on the line.
Yeah.
For us, man. It's like that's our modern day gladiator.
I know there's nothing like a fight. It's different than any kind of sporting event. It's very different, and the losses are way different. They're way harder to deal with, and the victories are way greater.
Yeah, one of my best friends being Frankie, man. So I got front seat to all of that. Frankie knocked out Roy Jones back in the amateurs, and I wanted to see him get his due. He was WBA super middleweight champ for 5 years straight. But it was a front seat to the boxing life and the fighting life. And
it's a hard world.
Yeah, it is.
It's a hard world. In the end, it's not pretty, and there's no one there for you. In the end, I was watching this piece on Bobby Chacon, who was a great fighter in the 80s, and oh my God, in the end, it was horrible. It's just horrible watching just the deterioration and the brain damage and the no one there for you, and that's a lot of guys.
Yeah. And it doesn't regenerate. Then
no, it only gets worse.
Yeah.
And if you're experiencing brain damage now, without treatment, there's some treatments now that they're able to use to help regenerate some neural tissue but there's a certain amount you never come back from.
Yeah. I know my son. One of my sons is. He's been going to what do they call it? This is like a stimulation thing.
Mm-hmm.
And
the magnetic stuff.
Yeah, it's I forget. But he's actually helped him out a great deal. He kind of went kind of an interesting route, like kind of experimented with some stuff before, but now he's kind of come back. He's turned him around.
What happened?
Yeah, he kind of was like he ain't getting high, doing it. He kind of went that route for a minute, but it's but he's gotten. I've just actually seen things turn around with this. I don't know why I can't remember, but it's this brain stimulation thing, and it kind of rewires you. Mm-hmm. I think I heard you talk about the NED and those type of things. Yeah. So there's things that are going.
There are things that can help, but you got to be very vigilant about it.
Yeah. So I've been connected to a lot of the anti-aging type of stuff.
We're getting up there, brother.
Yeah, it's fascinating. A good friend of mine is Bob Goldman. I don't know if you know who Dr. Bob Goldman is.
No.
Yeah, you should have him on your show. He's an interesting guy. He runs A4M. I don't know if you ever heard. It's this conglomerate of doctors all around the world that's dedicated to fixing causes of disease, not just chasing around the symptoms and stuff. And so it's like very much in the face of the pharmaceutical companies, they are really dedicated to like taking care of the things from the source.
Okay.
And it's been going on for a while, man. It's like they have like about 6 of these things a year. One of the biggest ones is in Vegas. But like you look it up, A4M.
Okay.
Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's been dealing with them. I've actually I've hooked Nick Diaz up with him to help him because they're on the forefront of the new medicine type stuff. So yeah, it's an interesting thing. A4M, you have a lot of doctors who will be giving lectures on all the most innovative stuff, and they have all the newest equipment. That's just like just the biggest kind of like rooms, huge rooms full of all the most
collaborating. Yeah, it's a good time to be an older person. There's a lot of science behind
it. Right, yeah. They have the belief that you should be in your, living to 100, but healthy.
Yeah,
they really believe that, and
if it's ever been possible, now's the time.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah. You should, my doctor, Dr. Alavizos, Doctor's 63. He looks like a freaking superhero.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
63-year-old guys when we were kids were basically dead.
Yeah,
they were just old men, frail, feeble.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. It's like, and we're getting older, but not wood now. But I've been very fortunate. I've been very lucky.
Yeah, me too. This is a good time to be an older person.
Yeah, man, you look good, man.
You too.
Yeah, I think I'm a little older than you, though.
How old are you?
Yeah,
I'm 58.
Oh, yeah, I'm a little older. Okay. Yeah.
Well, you look great.
Well, thank
you. You look great then. If you're older than me.
I feel good.
Yeah.
I feel very good.
It's a really good, well, there's so much information now on how to maintain your body and how to maintain your health.
Yeah. Yeah. You know.
Well, hey, brother, it's been great. I'm glad we got together.
Me too, man. Again, man, I gotta tell you, man, how proud I am. Joe from the gym is doing his thing, man, in a big way, man.
I feel the same about you.
Yeah. Well, thank you, man.
This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
We'll do it again sometime.
Yeah, we got to.
All right.
Definitely.
All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Really? It's unfortunate. That's
in any form.
You know, like I know it's weird. If I eat a burger, it's different if I eat a steak.
Steak is a problem?
Yeah, I don't know my digestive system. Just like you two older fucking.
How old are you?
Down. I'm 58.
I'm 58 too. I eat mostly meat. I don't think it's age.
What is it then?
Well, what are you eating it with?
Tito's.
Roll? Tito's vodka? Well, there can't be that, right?
No, I'm eating a steak and I wash it down. I eat a steak and I wash it down with Tito's and tonic because it resembles H2O so much. Sometimes I get thrown off until I do it.
What?
Yeah, I think I'm better.
Tito's and tonic resembles water?
The look of it. It's clear.
That's all that matters to you?
Yeah. I know at some point I need to change my life. I'm at the age now that it's like I look at certain food and I'm like, oh my God, it looks good, but you know you can't handle that. I think this is when I really, really need to be in love because I need to be with somebody that understands when I go places and when I want to pick out, they gotta be like, he can't eat that. He's
right. You need a handler.
He's gonna be thrown up. But I think a female handler. They call it geriatric. Like this is what I hear. This is what the streets are saying. Most men get to an age, it's a geriatric shit where you just smash all the women you want to do and everything. Now you're gonna have to worry about somebody helping you with your pill diet, helping you with your dietary needs and everything. And they say that's a lot of times when men fall in love when they need somebody to take them to the golden years. Oh, when you're about to be out of here, you need somebody to say, don't do that. You gotta mash this food up, you gotta chop it up. But I'm having digestive issues sometimes.
With steak, huh?
That's red meat, I want to say. And I'm a fan of it.
So if you eat like a bowl of pasta with the Tito's, no problem?
That's not a problem.
Interesting.
But it's definitely red meat.
You should go to one of those doctors that checks people for allergies.
Food doctor?
Yeah.
I don't want one of those. So I had to date an Asian. I mean, I had to date a Haitian chick. They into food really, really good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. They stab you with pillows and shit. You want like have pain in your neck. Is there any particular reason, Joe, and I haven't made it in a while, is there any particular reason why I am doing your show during Black History Month?
No, you asked to come on.
But
you reached out to me.
I reached out to you.
I didn't. You could have reached out to me in July. I would have said yes. You got an open invitation. You know that.
I have an open invitation, but this is when I don't know. I said, "Can I come to you?" You said, "This is what you told me." You said, "I have a guest," and then you called back. I don't know if Jamie said, "You know what month this is?" Right? I don't know if he added you. And you called me right back.
I moved somebody for you because I knew you were coming here on a Monday. I had someone booked.
Was it a Caucasian person?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Jamie? You know it was a white man or a black man.
No, you know what?
Did I put a white person?
It might have been Michael Jar White because he's here tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it was probably Michael. I just probably moved him a day.
But I appreciate you being accommodating because I felt like it was time for me to come back. I haven't been here a while.
You can come on anytime.
I really appreciate that. I hope that to be true.
Come on.
I know that's true.
You know I love you.
Yeah. I want some of that gum too, man. I'm sorry.
The neuro gum?
Yeah.
Do we have any, Jay? Yeah, that stuff's the shit.
I know. But whenever you say something is the shit, it's the shit.
Yeah.
Well, what can I do about I can't do anything about my diet.
All right. Whoops. I hit the mic. Yeah, you can. You just
you know, you should go to a doctor and find out if there might be something particularly about you that red meat doesn't agree with you. But it might just be what you're eating with the red meat more than the red meat itself. You know, that's what I would imagine. I would imagine it's not actually red meat. I would imagine it's what you're eating with it.
Might be. And I'm going to check into it. Because as they say in the streets, I'm at that big age where you have to be considerate of a whole bunch of things. So that's what I have to do. I have to do that.
Do you exercise at all?
A little bit. Usually doing sexual intercourse is when I get my cardio.
Get your push-ups in.
Yeah. And it's not as strong. Damn, man. I don't know if this applies to everybody. You get to an age where you start looking at your history and you're like, damn, 2000 was my best years. Like right now, I'll just give up.
Give up.
I don't put no pressure. I give up. I start asking like, what's your shoe sizes or whatever. I'd rather go shopping than to really try to pound somebody out for 3 hours. I'm at that age now where I call it certain times, like you gonna get a work.
I probably shouldn't give you that gum.
That
gum's gonna be a real problem with my phone.
Is it? Oh,
people are gonna get annoyed with you.
All right. I don't know what to do.
Just chew it a little and spit it out.
Okay.
You'll get the effects of it pretty quickly anyway.
I'm at the age where my best work is like holidays.
Holidays?
Like I'm an animal.
Why don't you hire a trainer? You got some money.
And what are the trainers going to do?
Get you in shape.
I think I need a therapist before I get a trainer. I mean, you got to take one step at a time. I got to get my mind right before I get my body right. Wouldn't you agree?
No, getting your body right will help get your mind right.
I think that's some truth to that. I think that you may be right about that.
Oh, 100%. Getting your body right fixes your mind. Without a doubt.
But I will say I'm at my best. I'm at my peak when it's a holiday to celebrate.
You're rested.
I'm rested. It's more incentive. Like if you want me to really smash, good time, consider like Valentine's Day, Christmas, Kwanzaa. You get 7 good days. But to expect me to be at my best on just a regular Tuesday or a Wednesday is not going to happen. I need more incentive.
Also drinking. You like to drink.
Why would you say that? I know why you would say that.
Come on, I'm seeing you.
All right.
I've been with you.
Okay.
I've drank with you.
Okay, then that's a good point. All right.
There's cigarettes.
You was there.
You brought a pack with you. Right? There's that. Those are not good. There's
But you used to smoke. I saw one of your podcasts. I forget how you explained what made you not want to smoke anymore.
Well, cigarettes are a cognitive enhancer. They are. It's fact. Nicotine is a cognitive enhancer. There's no doubt about it. It's fact. And it does things to your mind, stimulates your mind in a way that very few other things do. That's why a lot of intellectuals, a lot of professors use nicotine. A lot of academics use nicotine. A lot of people that rely on their brain use it. A lot of writers use nicotine. And there's different delivery methods that have different effects. Unfortunately, smoking has a very potent, instantaneous effect. And that's why people like it. But it comes with a cost.
Right.
The physical health, repercussions of cigarettes are well known.
Yeah.
Not good. And also, you're smoking Marlboros. We had a doctor on the other day that thinks that
Marlboro Lights,
regular cigarettes are not nearly, like American spirits, are not nearly as bad for you. As,
I understand that they have some type of the American spirits. I'm not even like advocating for what you shouldn't smoke, but they say that's supposed to be the most natural if there's such a thing.
It's just tobacco, I believe. Is that a fact? No? What's in there besides tobacco?
I don't know. I've been trying to. I don't know how this lawsuit ended up, but they got sued for the advertising of saying it's additive free and all that.
Oh, did they? What are the additives?
I've got the site.
Well, let's look into it.
On it. I've tried to look. I mean, here's like the website about the lawsuit.
What's the accusation?
That, here you go.
Here we go. Lawsuit questions natural claims. Natural American Spirit cigarettes are made by Santa Fe Natural Tobacco Company and parent company Reynolds America. RJ Reynolds, they fuck with you. American Spirits has been sold in the U.S. since 1985 under the original name, Original American Spirit. Organic. Oh, you got us, you fucks. Unadulterated tobacco.
Suit claims such marketing language has endeared American spirit cigarettes to a core group of smokers who believe that the natural tobacco in cigarette makes them a healthier alternative. Despite cigarette sales declining 17% between 2009 and 2014, American spirit sales have increased 86% over the same period. Huzzah. Regulatory filing on the Reynolds American website states American Spirit is the leading super premium cigarette brand that is a top 10 best-selling cigarette brand, priced higher than most other competitive brands. It is differentiated from key competitors through its use of all-natural, additive-free tobacco, including styles made with organic tobacco. But words like all-natural and additive-free on American Spirit's labeling, the suit says, belies the fact that Santa Fe Reynolds adds ammonia to their cigarettes to maximize the amount of nicotine a smoker receives, with the result that American Spirits contain significantly more freebase nicotine than other major cigarette brands.
So you're actually getting high off of cigarettes?
100%. I get high off of them because I don't smoke them all the time. So I only smoke, if I smoke a couple cigarettes a week, it's a lot.
And Newport's probably like 10 times worse than menthol cigarettes, probably 10 times worse for your body.
I was talking to Kat about that. I was asking him, like, why do you like menthols? And he's like, he was speaking on behalf of the black community. He said, we like things that are more potent.
I believe that that's possibly part of it, but I also believe that back in the day, and this I don't know if I talked about this, it was certain brands that targeted certain communities
100%.
Just for the loyalty of it.
Yeah.
And I think Newport's was targeted. I don't know if it was a situation when Newport came out, they were spending more ad money with advertising and everything. Because I don't know if I shared this story with you, but Pepsi was a company that did that when they targeted the black community. So I think even though I understand we said more potent, but I think it was something that was in our community, whether that was like cheaper prices or whatever. And I think it's generation to generation, like, you need to do this because black people did this because it was cheaper or whatever. I think that might
Probably
be the case
both.
with Newport. Yeah.
Probably both. What is the menthol effect? What is the difference in the
I know
way
when I
menthol
smoke menthol, I sound like Cat Williams the next time. That's one of the reasons I had to downgrade to, like, some people think that I started smoking Marlboro Lights because I started dating white women, which is more appealing. Unless you date a white woman from the Midwest, then she probably smoking Newports and drinking Pepsis and Coca-Cola just like you. But I think that. But I got so many bad habits that I need to change.
Here we go. Our sponsor, our AI sponsor, Perplexity, says the menthol effect in cigarettes come from the chemical menthol itself, which is added as a flavoring and a sensory agent to the tobacco. Menthol is naturally found in peppermint and other mint plants. Can also be made synthetically in a lab. Menthol activates cold-sensitive nerve receptors in the mouth, throat, and airways, creating a cooling sensation when you inhale smoke. It's a mild anesthetic, numbing effect that reduces pain and irritation from hot, harsh cigarette smoke, making it feel smoother. Menthol can suppress the cough reflex and dull early warning signs of airway irritation, which make it easier to inhale more deeply and more often. Menthol reduces the perceived harshness of nicotine and smoke. The minty taste and smell, plus the cooling feel, act as a pleasant sensory cues that many smokers come to associate with satisfaction and craving. Menthol can alter nicotine metabolism and the way nicotine acts on brain receptors, which may increase nicotine's reinforcing addictive effects. In short, the menthol effect is not from nicotine, but from added menthol, which cools and numbs the airways, masks irritation, and can make cigarettes feel smoother and more addictive without making them any safer.
So menthol cigarettes appeal to black people because it's a cool cigarette.
It's cool.
That's what makes so much sense why the brand Cool cigarette, because it makes you that
right.
Makes sense.
That's why they call it cool, I bet.
Damn, what white people do to destroy my community.
Destroy everybody. Yeah, they don't give a fuck about anybody. Hot ain't wide, body ain't soul, mild ain't bold, cool ain't cool, Newport is. Oh, because that was like a
that makes
take
sense.
On cools, because people used to smoke cools. Do cools exist anymore?
In jail.
Only in gym?
I think I don't know what the ratio is, what cigarette gives you more money in the dice game. But whenever I hear people telling war stories, they like, man, I got a carton of Cools for a bag of Doritos or something, but the value of a cool cigarette is higher in prison.
Isn't it crazy that they give you cigarettes in prison? That's crazy. It's like the only drug you can get in prison.
Yeah, and you
can't get alcohol, right?
Well, you can get hooch. Well, you can't get alcohol, but they make their own.
But it's all under the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think in prison, the things that hold the most value, I think it's Tang, right? It's that artificial flavored drink you do. I think that's
on shit.
Yep. I heard honey bar hold the value, and I heard candy bar. But candy bars, you got to be particular with that because if you offer, this is right here. If you offer a person a certain amount of candy bars, then what I understand is that you're inviting them to have sexual intercourse with you.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Candy bars.
Yeah, like I don't think
you want some candy bars, and that's like code.
Yeah, it's like candy bar.
Yeah, pizza.
Mr. Good Bar from this Good Bar. Okay. I think this is only, not that I've had those experiences, Joe, but this is the times that I frequent the streets, which aren't anymore, not too often. These are the stories that they tell.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And these facts, you don't need them for anything but for barbershop talk, but these are conversations that I have. I've heard people have.
It's interesting how different brands market to different people, and I mean, how do they figure it out? Like, what do they work? Like, that's where it's evil, right? Like advertising itself, I don't have a problem with, but there is something weird about deceptive advertising that's legal. You know?
Well, they do a history on what people like. I was watching or reading a story about the people that started Forever 21. I forget what the brand was. It was some Koreans from South Korea, not to be confused with Kim Jong-un and those people. But they were tailors or something. They started a small boutique. And what they would do is they would have these clothing, pieces of clothing, and they would really pay particular attention to what colors people like, what was selling the most, whatever, and that's what they buy. And one of the things that made Forever 21 so popular because they had really inexpensive. These clothes weren't expensive, but they was turning them over so quick. You know, so people do case studies and see what people attracted to. I know with black people, you put lemon pepper on anything, it's going to go out the roof. You can do lemon pepper, chicken wings, lemon pepper, French fries, anything lemon pepper, they're going to go. I don't know who started the whole lemon pepper craze, but you lemon pepper anything, black people will buy it.
That's interesting, like how white people are associated with very bland foods. You know, macaroni, cheese, mashed potatoes, mayonnaise.
And you know why you're connected with that blandness? Because the way you pronounced it.
Macaroni and cheese?
You never, ever say, if you tell somebody, if you say, and you would be able to be invited to the cookout, Joe, you know, people like it. If you say, hey guys, I'm coming to the cookout, right, and I'm bringing macaroni and cheese, you're going to get uninvited to the cookout.
How should I say it?
Mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese.
Yeah, you can't say macaroni and cheese. Nobody ever does that.
Okay.
They would look at you as a spy. You would get invited and get invited.
Well, I'm a different type of white person because I'm Italian and we're associated with spicy food. Very strong flavors.
Yeah, but
this is different. Like Italian people don't like bland food.
It's like you're not
very
gonna say
spicy,
you're not
very
gonna say
flavorful food.
I'm bringing baked ziti to the barbecue. You'd be like, I'm bringing ziti, right?
Yeah, I would say baked ziti. Yeah, because there's different kinds of ziti. You know, there's ziti that you bake, and then there's ziti that you just boil and put, you know, marinara sauce on.
But I will say this: as much as communities make fun of white people and their lack of seasoning, that can save your life.
Lack of seasoning can save your life?
Yeah. So when you think about, you look at somebody, one of the most country home cooked soul food spot, the one ingredient that's in everything that you taste right off the rip is salt. How
Salt's not bad for you at all. It's all
And why do
bullshit.
we think salt is all bullshit?
If you're feeling a little off, it's okay. It's February. Everybody feels a little off in February. It's darker, it's colder. You probably already gave up on some New Year's resolutions. But you don't have to wait till spring to get yourself right again. It all starts with making small changes to your routine, and one of those is AG1. It's not some big dramatic reset. It's one small thing that you can do every morning to keep consistent when everything else is chaos. One scoop, done. AG1 can help support your energy, your gut health, and can support you through the darker evenings. It gives that foundational support from morning to night, and it all comes down to getting your daily nutrition. There's more than 75 ingredients, including antioxidants, minerals, probiotics, and functional mushrooms to support your immune health and overall health. And this is the time of year when it can really help. If you want to check it out, go to drinkag1.com/Rogan, and you'll get 3 AG1 travel packs, vitamin D3 plus K2, and other gifts free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Salt is an essential mineral. You need salt to survive. Salt is not the problem. They associate salt with high blood pressure, salt with this, salt with this. It's not true. It's bullshit.
What type of salt? Is it different salt? Is it like...
No, it's not. Salt's not bad for you. Well, first of all, there's iodized salt, which is actually good for you because it contains iodine. They add iodine to it, which is good for you. But salt is not a bad thing. I mean, you shouldn't have too much salt. Look, salt. If you eat enough salt,
Joe,
you could
can't
die.
be the person to educate with this. So all of these years,
these
people get their toes chopped off.
That's
amputated.
not why. That's not why. If you're getting diabetes, it's usually from sugar.
Okay.
You know, there's been a lot of misinformation that's spread because of actual scientists that were bribed by the sugar industry.
Right.
So the sugar industry, they paid a bunch of Harvard scientists. It was Harvard, right? I believe it was. They didn't even give them a lot of money. Was it the 1950s or 1960s, Jamie? Do you remember? So this has all been outed now, but what they did was they tried to associate saturated fat and foods with saturated fat with being responsible for heart disease.
Right.
And they did that to try to get the blame off of sugar, because sugar is fucking terrible for you. It's terrible in basically every way, especially added sugar.
So why are all of these diseases that we speak of are more happening in the black community than in the white community?
It's diet. It's 100%. It's sugar.
Processed food?
Processed food. It's diet. It's sugar. It's sugary drinks. It's the amount of sugar. Like if you drink like a 1 liter Pepsi, the amount of sugar that is, okay, let's find out how much sugar is in a 1 liter Pepsi. If you drink several of these a day, one of them, I believe, is more sugar than you're ever supposed to have in a day.
Pepsi is the one, and that's why.
Well, it could be Coca-Cola, it could be Pepsi, Mountain Dew,
I
maybe
think it's
pick your poison.
I think it's 100% Pepsi.
Well, Pepsi's, I don't know. Does Pepsi have more sugar than Coca-Cola? I don't know. You know, Coca-Cola is one of the only things that's still flavored with cocaine leaf. Sugar content, 115 to 123 grams in a 1 liter bottle. That's a crazy amount of sugar. 25 teaspoons, 35 sugar cubes. That's 130%, 138% of the recommended daily value of sugar. That's where people are getting type 2 diabetes. They're getting it from excess sugar, specifically excess sugar, like in a liquid form. Your body does not know what the fuck to do with that, because nowhere in nature do you get sugar in a liquid form like that. Like even orange juice, like people think orange juice is good for you. It's not. Like drinking orange juice, yeah, you're going to get some vitamin D, but you're also going to vitamin C rather, but you're also going to get a gigantic dose of sugar that has no fiber in it.
But is it a different type of sugar in fruits and vegetables than what you get off the counter?
You get fructose rather than high fructose corn syrup. Sugar from fruit is the best sugar for you because it's attached to fiber, and that's a slow release sugar. Like if you eat an apple, apples aren't bad for you. It's a natural way that your body consumes sugar. But there's
apples were bad for Adam.
I don't even know if it was an apple.
It was
a fruit.
It was a fruit from the tree of knowledge, the tree of.
It was an apple. It was an apple,
but it wasn't an apple tree. What specifically does the Bible refer to as the fruit?
Adam and Eve. Adam.
You know the truth? Eve never talked to God. Adam talked to God. Adam told God not to eat the fruit. There's nowhere in the Bible does it say that Adam went and told Eve.
This is why we should start not just shutting women down to listening to them. It all started off.
Genesis does not specifically specify, what kind of fruit Adam ate. Only that it calls it fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Yeah, so it's not necessarily an apple. We call it an apple. The text never names the species, apple, fig, etc. The Hebrew word is peri, a general term meaning fruit without a botanical detail. Where the apple idea came from over time, Jewish and Christian interpreters proposed many candidates, including fig, grape, pomegranate, citron, and others. Now, common ideas that an apple developed later in European tradition, helped by wordplay in Latin and Old French, where the words evil and apple, or fruit, sounded or were spelled similarly. So it's not necessarily an apple.
I really don't know what to believe. Well, I feel like I get so much more information when I come here.
Yeah.
I don't know if people understand that.
Well, the crazy thing is that, I found this out recently because I've actually been reading the Bible, that there's no reference whatsoever to Adam telling Eve, you're not supposed to eat the fruit from the plant with the knowledge of good and evil.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
I just knew
it's just
Adam just with an apple and the shit got fucked up after that.
What happened was God created Adam. This is what Genesis says. God created Adam and then told Adam, go and name all the animals. And then when he was done with that, Adam made Eve. But it never says in the Bible, Adam told Eve, do not eat the apple.
Who's giving us this misinformation?
Well, the problem with the Bible is, first of all, that it was an oral tradition forever. So it was an oral tradition for a long time before it was ever written down. Then it was written down in a bunch of ancient languages. It was written down in ancient Hebrew. It was written down in Aramaic. And then when you translate ancient Hebrew to, first they translated it to Latin, and then they translated it to Greek, and all these other, maybe Greek first. I forget which one was first. But either way, the translations miss a lot of the language. It's very complicated. Ancient Hebrew is a very complicated language, and the numbers double as letters in ancient Hebrew. So ancient Hebrew doesn't have numbers. All their words have a numerical value to them.
What do you think makes people so connected to the Bible? Is it because of wanting to believe in something?
Definitely wanting to believe in something. And then specifically, if you look at like the teachings of Jesus Christ, if you follow them, I think it'll lead to a better life. I think it makes you a better person, makes you a better member of the community. It reinforces community. It's like a really good way to live your life. So I think people that actually live that way, they're better examples of human beings. So that makes it reinforced. But it's also there's a lot of other religions that people believe in that don't have those aspects to them. People want to believe things. People want to believe in things, even if you like Scientology. People deeply believe in Scientology, and we know it was written by a science fiction author who was a bad science fiction author. L. Ron Hubbard wrote some terrible books. Like, that guy would just bang books out. He never rewrote shit. Everything was a first draft. Just claim. He wrote more fiction than any human being that's ever lived. And he also wrote Scientology.
And people believe in it. I do believe it. I think people, like you say, people want to, if your life is fucked up, whatever, they want to be able to say, okay, this is my save. If I believe in this, it's going to get me on the right track.
100%.
And then with that, with these, like, Drewski just did a skit that went viral, right? And it was like he was making fun of the mega churches and everything. But these churches, like, they give these people something to believe in, make them feel better, and they charge them. Do you think that there should be a separation? If I inspire you, if my writings or my speeches inspire you, to want to do something and change your life and be more financially secure, do you think these people are entitled to, like, okay, almost like agencies, if I get you to work or get you this, should you get me off? Or the mega churches, is it so wrong for me just to pour all their money to them? Or are they giving these people something to believe in? If that's the case, do I supposed to get a piece of that?
I think they're preying on people's need to believe in things, and I think they're very predatory. And I think that's why they're flying private jets and driving Rolls Royces and living in mega mansions on giant ranches, and they're doing it all off of donations of people that are barely getting by. That's a lot of it. You know, I think it's a scam that's legal. I think if we were a just and righteous society, it wouldn't be legal.
Right.
I mean, you're taking advantage of people when they need something to believe in, and you're asking for all their money. Like, I remember I was watching this guy on TV once, like, televangelists are the worst. And this guy was saying that if you are broke, you should borrow money to donate it to the church, and it will be paid back to you tenfold. That God will pay you back tenfold. And then he had all these examples of people that did it, and they would call in and say, I was $1,000 in debt and this and that, but I borrowed $100 and I donated it to you, and now all of a sudden I drive a Rolls Royce, and it's all horseshit.
But those are all desperate people.
Desperate people.
Those are the same people that I'm going to spend $30 on the lottery every day for like fucking 50 years and don't know how much.
That's another scam. That's another scam. Not only is that a scam, here's the scam about the lottery. Not only does, like, say if everyone pumps money into the lottery, say you buy $100 worth of tickets, and Jamie buys $100 worth of tickets, and I buy $100, so there's $300 in the lottery. There's not even $300 available to if you win.
Right.
So, and then if you win, you don't get all the money. You get the money over a long period of time. Right. But if you take the second option, it's a significantly, like, here's a good example of it. Speaking of the Epstein files, his company, Zorro Trust.
I didn't like that transition. You looked me right in my eyes and said, speaking of the Epstein.
Well, Epstein,
files.
we were talking about it before the podcast.
No,
Epstein came to see you.
No, Epstein did not fucking come to see me.
They loved your show.
Yo,
he was a number one fan.
First of all, I never.
You don't know. Look, they came to West Palm Improv because you're a famous comedian and you were playing in the town where he lived.
So what are you saying?
Nothing. But what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is Epstein won the lottery. His company, Zorro Trust, won an $80 million lottery. And then they took the payoff, and the payoff was only $30 million.
A ticket, or you mean in corporation? What do you mean when you said
his company bought a ticket for the lottery?
Oh, really?
Yes, Zorro Trust, which is his company. They won the lottery, which is very suspicious. Not only that, he won the lottery right after he was arrested and went to jail for fucking kids or having sex or whatever he was arrested for. Sexual hand jobs, whatever it was. So
there's nothing wrong with
underage. No, but when they're underage girls, probably not.
I didn't know that.
So then when he went and got the lottery money, the company took the payoff. The payoff out of an $80 million payment, the $80 million jackpot, was only $30 million. So if you want the money, you take 30. So not only did they take 50 out of the 80, but then you think about how many people spent money buying lottery tickets. It's way more than 80 million. Right. So they make money off of that, and then they make money off of the fact that you want the payoff instead of the over.
So they never could. It doesn't matter what the jackpot becomes. They never can lose.
They can't lose because they're stealing money from people that are desperate. Right. It's legalized gambling where the house always wins.
Right.
Like, let's find that out. Like, let's find an average jackpot of megabucks and find out how much money actually goes into it, how much money people spend versus how much money the payout is.
So when all lottos are state regulated, right? Right?
I don't know who regulates.
Okay, so they get $100 million from people trying to win $1 billion. It's because the state regulated. Do they have to pay taxes to the government for the money that
the lotto? No, it's the state. Well, the government owns it. So it's a whatever the. But not only that, you pay taxes on it. So say if you get that, yes,
of course.
So say if you take that $30 million payout, you don't even get $30 million.
then you have to pay taxes on that 30 million. So they get money from that too. So they can't fucking lose.
But for a person that's never seen, barely seen $1,000 anywhere, anything with $1 million, they're gonna be excited about it. Take it.
Exactly. And over time, most people are not going to win. So most people are dumping money into it.
There was a story of a young lady. I don't know exactly what it was. I think she won some type of lottery where they gave her two options. She would get, I think it was like a payout of like 2 or 3 million right up front, or they'd give her, I think it was like $20,000 every month for as long as she lived.
Yeah, that's how they do
And
it.
she did this. Well, people think that it's kind of crazy, but if you consider the fact that she was probably 2021, her life expectancy she was white, so she probably lived to 132. You know what I'm saying? She looked like, that was a smart, a lot of people would not understand that. That was a smart thing. But
I don't think it's for the rest of your life. I think it's until it reaches that number. I don't think they're going to give you money for the rest of your life.
Well, maybe I was reading the headline.
Maybe it's a different kind of lottery that I'm not aware of.
Maybe I think it was something as long as she lives.
That sounds crazy.
Yeah.
All right, here it is. Typical Mega Millions jackpot run total ticket revenue is usually several times the advertised jackpot. But there's no single fixed average because sales vary enormously with the jackpot size. Still, you can get a good ballpark. So around 50% of ticket revenue goes into the overall prize pool. So the government makes 50% right off the bat.
Right.
So if it's $100 million payout, they already made $100 million. So that's $200 million is what they made. They throw in $100 million for everybody. Of that prize pool, roughly 2/3 to 3/4 is allocated to the jackpot, with the rest funding lower tier prizes. So that means even if there's $200 million, out of $100 million, only 2/3 of it goes into the big jackpot. And that means the jackpot is typically in the order of 1/3 of total ticket sales that run. And then out of that 1/3, so say if it's 100 million, or with the Epstein case, it was 80 million. He took the payout, which was 30 million. So they make 50 on top of that. And then on top of that, you pay taxes on that 30. It's a crazy scam.
What do they do with the money?
Whatever the fuck they want.
I think they probably, in certain neighborhoods, I think they probably pump a certain amount of winning tickets into a neighborhood just to get you addicted to keep going in there and spend your money.
Well, it's supposed to be random. You know, I don't know how much oversight. Look, if a guy like Jeffrey Epstein can win, I don't know how much oversight is it. I know back in Boston when I lived there, Whitey Bulger won. See if this is true. I think he won the lotto twice, which is crazy.
Who's that? That's
Whitey Bulger was a South Boston mob boss in the 1980s when I lived there, the 1980s and 90s.
A mob boss?
Yeah, he was a dangerous guy. He was the guy that movie that Leonardo DiCaprio starred in with Jack Nicholson. What was that movie, Jamie? Remember that movie that was based on Whitey Bulger? The Departed? Yeah.
Okay.
That was based on Whitey Bulger.
He was a gangster?
Oh, yeah. Terrifying gangster. Yeah.
What was his demise?
He was actually a fucking FBI informant. Not only was he a gangster, he was working with the FBI, and they were letting him get away with shit because he was throwing other people under the bus.
I think there's a different,
they wound up catching him in Santa Monica.
Well, I found that
Hunting Whitey. About that, Whitey Bulger won the Mass Millions lottery. About that time, yeah. Yeah, he won the fucking lottery, man. So, this is what it says here. What does it say?
I think it was more of a scheme than they actually won, but it's not always taking money. It's probably a way to like launder money.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. It's a way to launder money. So the way it would work was, like, say if you lived in the community and you won the lottery ticket, maybe they would give you money for your lottery ticket, then he would get it. And that way it would show that this is where he got his income from. Like, these guys would all own businesses,
right.
But the reason why they would own businesses is so they could show why they drive a Cadillac, why they have a mansion, why they have this, because they have legitimate businesses. But really, these businesses were scams.
My father convinced my family that he was a real estate agent for years. He come to find out he was a heroin kingpin in D.C. for years. All we needed was an excuse. He's selling real estate, all right.
That's hilarious. So he ordered the real winner to sign the ticket over, with Whitey and 2 associates paying $2.3 million in cash for 50% of the winnings.
Bulger himself paid Michael Linsky $700,000. Although Linsky lost money in the deal, he really had no choice. It came down to selling the ticket or risking his life. Yeah, so that's how it usually works.
So he was a snitch.
Whitey was a snitch. Yeah. He was a snitch and he got caught in Santa Monica. He was
snitch or whistleblower. There's a difference.
No, here's a snitch.
Whistleblowers are people that snitch on people in higher profile positions like corporate America. But what I'm finding
No, he wasn't a whistleblower. He was an actual snitch because he was turning other people in. But he was a kingpin.
Is this true? And I don't want to make everything about race. Is that phrase snitches get stitches more prevalent in the white community or the black community, or it's across the board?
I think it's across the board, isn't it? Like the black community is famous for keeping their mouth shut when someone gets shot or when someone does something, like when cops come and question people.
I don't know if that's the truth anymore because
not anymore. But that was the thing with the mafia too.
Yeah,
the mob would never rat out. Guys would just go to jail.
It's interesting now because now I see, like, especially in my community, so many people like, rat, I got the paperwork and everything. And now it feels like that motto of being loyal is dead. It's like people now, they get caught with shit in a minute. They get caught, they snitch on everybody.
Right.
And there's no repercussions when they come home. There's no repercussions. I don't see that as much. I see so many people that are like, they want to do whatever, and they still out here just living their lives normal, like nothing fucking happened.
Well, with the mob, it was always like if you ratted on the mob, you were a dead man. You were a dead man. Your family was probably dead. They'd burn your house down, and people kept their mouth shut because of that. And so guys would go to jail all the time and never open their mouth, and they would be rewarded when they would get out. And they'd have a party for them, celebrate. That's in Goodfellas. You kept your mouth shut. You never said nothing. That was the whole thing.
But the whole thing I used to live
that
by.
changed though, like with John Gotti, like the government.
Did he snitch? No,
well,
Sammy the Bull.
Sammy the Bull, and it wasn't just them. Like everyone was snitching on everybody. It's like they got these guys, and we had Donnie Brasco in the studio
from
that
Bronx
Johnny Depp movie. It was called Donnie Brasco.
Okay. Why am I confused that with
what's his real Donnie Brasco's real name? Joe.
I'm not confused. Bronx Tale. That's not Bronx.
Joe Pistone.
That's not nothing to do with Bronx Tale, right?
No, different story. That's a different story. Yeah. So Donnie Brasco was the guy who was an agent, and he pretended to be a mob guy, and he got in with the mob and was with them for like 7 years. Did all kinds of shit with the mob, and then sold everybody out, and they all went under.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just so the culture, everything is. There used to be a phrase, stitches. Now I don't know if this just everywhere, but everywhere I go, it's like the most interesting thing now that's selling on any platform, especially social media, is beef. And I don't understand why people gravitate toward negativity more than anything.
That's normal.
Right. But you know what? It's interesting. Your platform is not known for that.
No.
Your platform, but I go to these other platforms and I don't know. I think these guys, these people, they just sit back and it's like, okay, what can I say to make people upset, get them riled up, and then I take advantage of the engagement that they do.
They're in a different game than me. All right, their game is trying to get engagement. My game is talking to people that are interested.
Doesn't that become? I don't want to be triggered or anything, but doesn't that become destructive 100%, after a while?
100%.
And have you noticed, especially, I'll put it like this, especially with comedians with podcasts. There used to be a time where, like you say, a person would go on a podcast because it was interesting, they told funny stories,
right,
or they was good at their craft or whatever. But now it feels like all these platforms, and I don't know, that's just in my community, when I say that, black people, it's like the only way I can find myself interested if I talk shit about people.
Right.
And motherfuckers are going away from being funny when you get interviewed. Like every fucking podcast I turn on now is somebody, I'm exposed this person, I'm gonna tell this about what you didn't know. And the one thing they're not doing, especially as a stand-up comedian, motherfuckers don't give a fuck about being funny no more. Are those days over?
No. Those people that do that are almost always not very talented. Almost always. The only exception to that is Cat. And I think what Cat was doing was different, because what Cat was doing was exposing what he thought was snakes and liars.
Okay.
It's a different thing.
Okay. This is my question.
Okay.
This is my question. This is my question. People take it.
Okay.
I want to say this. This is what I'm saying, yo.
What are you saying?
I come from this place. I'm like this. And no disrespect to whatever to Cat, but like, who asked you?
Shannon Sharp did when he did that podcast.
Shannon Sharp might have asked one question.
But Shannon Sharp likes that. Like that in his podcast, he likes a lot of that. His people, they find questions. He's got a sheet of paper. He's got questions.
Joe, what do you do with those truths? What do you do with talking about? I watched. This is a horrible impression. I sat there in the parking lot and I watched people go up to Denny's house and they came down and they were standing up. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck do you get out of that? What is the result of that? You expose these people to say what? Hollywood is never going to fucking change. You know what changes? Like what you do. I left fucking Hollywood. Hollywood's not going to change. And I'm not saying I went to a Diddy party. First off, I was never invited. There's a chance I would accept the invitation with rules, you know.
Right.
But what is the purpose of exposing something?
I don't think most people are exposing. What most people are doing with it being negative is they are jealous and they are below the person they're talking shit about. Like whenever I see someone that's talking shit about
Cat
a
was
high
jealous
level,
about? You don't think that you say that, and you use Cat Williams as an example. So when you said they're jealous,
first of all, when Cat did it, it was very funny.
It was very funny.
Cat's a very funny guy. And when he was doing it, I think he was all, which is different.
Well, you have to, because people might not understand the humor. Because this is the connection people have. This is what the connection they have with Cat. It's like this is what they say. When they ride with him, they say, "Where is the lie? Where is the lie?" and all this stuff. But I'm just trying to understand what is the purpose of exposing all this stuff. What do we do with this information? What do we do with the information that Diddy like to have fucking freak parties with baby all this? What the fuck do we do with all this information?
Well, Diddy's in jail right now, so they did that with him.
Well, Diddy's in jail for doing something that a lot of people. Let me tell you something, Joe.
Tell me something.
I was riding with Diddy for one. I like the music he did and everything. I don't know Diddy like that. But when I first read the definition of sex trafficking, right? I'm sure you're a verse person who's smart. The definition of sex trafficking, to transport a woman across state lines with the intent to have sexual intercourse with her.
Right.
When I heard
when you're paying them. It's trafficking is
no, there's not actually
really.
This is my Jamie. You can pose up.
Wait a minute. So if you are dating a girl and she lives in Minnesota and you live in California and you fly her to California, that's sex trafficking.
And I'm thinking about.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. I think that's just flying a girl in that you have a relationship.
In the streets, they call it flued out. Flued out.
Yeah, but that's normal. Everybody does that.
But that's the definition.
Commercial sex. Yeah, commercial sex act, induced by force, fraud, or coercion. Well, coercion's crazy. Because coercion is like, please, I'll buy you a bag. That's sex trafficking.
That's it.
So like, if a girl, right? If there's a girl, she's like, what are you gonna do for me? Like, you know those shoes you want? I got those shoes for you. Let's go shopping. Like that's kind of sex trafficking. If that's coercion for money. Like if a girl's thinking about coming out to visit you, and then you go, listen. What are you looking for? What do you want to buy? I got money. Come on, let's go shopping. That kind of would fall into that category. But we're getting off topic. Let's go back to the topic originally at hand. The reason why these comedians are negative. No. You're not going to get in trouble for sex trafficking. Listen, that's all horseshit. But the reason why these comedians are doing it is because they're never bigger than the comedians they're shitting on. Never.
1,000%.
1,000%.
And you know what it is, Joe?
And they're never good.
that you know what it is too, Joe, is that deep down inside they want to be that person.
100%.
And I tell you,
or they want to be in the position that person's in. Is a better way of putting it.
And I'll use this. I'll tell you this story. I realize that not to say names, but it's so many people that could be guilty of it. And this is the thing that I hear that understands me, that disturbs me, is that a lot of these people that bitch the most, they at some point in their career, they were favored by Hollywood.
Yes.
At some point in their career, they had these opportunities. At some point in their career, guess what? They had the agencies. They had the agents. And something happened in their career where they fell out of favor for whatever you want to call that is. Whatever you want to call that, for whatever. Maybe something they did, agency didn't like it too much. And now everything that they wrote on, everything they wanted to do, now it's all that's fucked up, and the only way you get this opportunity because it has to be sexual favors and all that type of shit. And where the fuck you draw the line?
But it's not even sexual favors. It's like they criticize the work of the other person. That person ate shit. That person sucks.
Can I? Yo, here's the thing. There was.
Come on, you get this all the time because you ride with Dave, and Dave's number one, right? So you always get this label, even though you're a great comic, you get this label being a coattail rider.
Right. And guess what? Everybody don't. This is what I try to explain to people, Joe. Everybody does not have to be Batman. I don't have a problem with being Robin. You know why? Because Robin got the same amount of screen time as Batman. And the reason why I said this is what I get, and I'm telling you this, Joe. I don't know if this gum is kicking in. This is what fucks me up, Joe. This is what fucks me up. And I'll tell you an example. I'm gonna give you an example.
Don't give me examples.
No, I'm gonna tell you.
Are you pulling out your phone?
I'm gonna tell you why. Because your fucking shirt is fucking triggering me right
Kill
now.
Tony?
No,
you mean the greatest comedy show of all time in the history of the known universe?
I know that, but there's a lot of lies involved. Okay. Listen, this is what they say. This is what they say.
Don't pay attention to what they say.
No, listen.
Why are you doing that?
Yo, you told
me. What are you playing?
Kill Tony, what did you say about me?
Chappelle's butt plug is acting
Yo, I gotta deal with this shit. What is so fucking? No.
Well, you gotta stop paying attention to it.
It's so hard.
Do you know what would happen to me if I paid attention to all the haters that I have?
Yeah.
I would go crazy.
You would. Do you think that you paid attention to those haters? Now you're in a position right now, you have some reason to say fuck them. Do you feel like you had that same belief when you was first starting this? Did you engage them then?
Well, I engaged online with a lot of people in the early days because I didn't understand. What you're doing is you're engaging with people that don't have happy lives,
right?
And they're negative. And there's some criticisms that are good for you because some criticisms make you evaluate what you're doing and say, okay, well, what I need to do is be undeniable. So these critics mean nothing to me because you can't. I'm killing. The audience loves me. I'm selling out everywhere. I'm doing great on stage. That you can't pay attention.
You know what? I will say this. I hear you, Joe. I tried that with the motherfuckers on your shirt.
You had a bad show. You had one bad show.
I never had.
You had a bad show. You had a bad show.
Please don't do this to me.
You did. You had that one bad show where you went back and forth with it. Did you walk off the show?
Sit the fuck down. I did not fucking walk off the show.
You want me to play it back?
Please don't do this.
You were a little drunk. Who was the comic? Who was the comic?
I don't know his name. We don't need to bring
funny. Whoever that dude is, he's funny.
See, now you're doing this. You know what you're doing. You're being a provocateur. You're provoking me because we broke this shit down, and I don't want to keep.
I've been thinking this when I was wearing this shirt. I'll change the shirt.
No, it's okay. Put something over.
I'll wear a Benny the Jet shirt.
Let's break it down, Joe.
Oh, we don't have to.
If we have to, you started this shit. All right, thank you.
I'm gonna change my shirt right now.
It's like I didn't have a bad show.
You definitely didn't have a great show, right? When you walk off, it's not good.
I feel like Carrie. They're all gonna laugh at me. They're gonna laugh at me. It wasn't. This for the last fucking time, Joe. For the last fucking time. And this is what's so fucking evil about this situation. Is some people call it a bad show. I never wanted to do the show.
But you came back on, you had a good show, right?
I want to go back. Let's rewind. All right? And this is, you were a part of it.
Hey, look. I changed my shirt. No
Hey,
more
I
triggers.
appreciate that.
Shout out to Benny the Jet.
Okay, I feel a lot better now. Boy, I need another piece of gum. I'm going to say this. Say what it's worth. First off, I did not want, the first time I did it here in Austin,
right?
I didn't want to do the show.
Okay.
And the reason why I didn't want to do the show, now you're not even paying attention.
You want a cigar?
Yeah, I'll take a cigar. I didn't want to do the show, and I'll tell you why. Because the streets say I'm sensitive.
You are a little sensitive.
Can I not have your opinion and just listen to me, please? They know I'm sensitive. It was during the pandemic, Joe, you remember, people would still come to do your podcast because they know the benefits of it and you had your thing doing. They would come to your podcast and then they would fucking leave because they didn't want to catch COVID, and then they would leave Tony stranded and he had no good guests. I was here, right? This when I'm talking about the time when Tony had a black band.
He still has one.
All black. There's a couple black people in there. Me too.
I think it's mostly black, right?
Okay. I want to tell a story. This is the last time I'm going to tell.
Deep Madness. I mean,
this is the last time, Joe. I want to tell the truth.
Drummer, the guitar player, and
what's that?
Mike.
Yeah, I mean, there's like
the horns.
A lot of them are black. Doesn't matter. This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the only coffee we drink here in the studio and I drink at home. You know what's real? Companies that stand for something from day one, not because it's trendy or because a calendar flipped. Black Rifle Coffee is one of those companies. America is turning 250, and Black Rifle Coffee Company is headed into 2026, making great coffee for people who get up early, work hard, and still care about this country. Roasts like Cactus Squatch, Waken the Neighbors, and Spirit of 76 are strong, straightforward, and not trying to be clever. Also, they have like really cool art on the bags that I love. And if you want something quick in the morning, they have cold brew cans in just black and vanilla. Clean, strong, and easy to grab on the way out the door. If you like energy drinks, check out Grape X, their new grape-flavored energy drink. 0 sugar, 200 milligrams of caffeine, and no nonsense. This isn't about hype. It's just a solid American company making good products and backing the people who serve. Go to blackriflecoffee.com/Rogan and use the code Rogan for 30% off. You also find it at Walmart, Target, Kroger, or your local Black Rifle coffee shop. Veteran founded, American roasted, Black Rifle Coffee is America's coffee.
Look at the old, when it was all not high production and all that type of shit. Tony was like, it's hard for me to get a guess. Would you stay? And this is when you fucked me up the last time. You wasn't playing fair. Yes, you did.
I wasn't playing fair?
No, I'm telling you when you weren't playing fair.
When was I not playing fair?
Can I talk?
Please.
All I want to do, I don't know if I got a raise in my hand. I just want to be able to speak. Here's my month. It's my fucking month. So Tony said, would you stay? Come on. I was like, and I stayed, right?
Okay.
And I stayed. I was on the show for 2.5 hours. I told him, this is where it gets all crazy. I told him I had something I was supposed to do later. There was another black comic that was on the show. He started roasting me. I had no problem with that. I had no problem with him roasting me. But I felt fucked up because it was only me and him. And I was trying to give this guy some sound advice. But the only way he thought he was going to get up by fucking with me. So I was like, yo, why you fucking me? We on this fucking same team. What they did was, look at the fucking video.
Okay.
You see, I want you to slow it down.
Slow it down.
Slow the video down.
It's like a Zapruder film.
Back to the left. You're gonna let me get my thought, Joe.
Sorry.
It's so easy for me to get distracted. Just how you
want another piece of gum?
So if you look at this video, you see him saying something to me, and then when I leave, it's 2 different fucking comics on the fucking stage. It's the dude that I was roasting, and then they showed me the exit. And then these Kill Tony bitch ass motherfuckers, and I'm telling you, I'll get past it. They made down there walked up. I didn't walk up. I had some other shit to do. And in our last episode, you and your boy Tony, he caught here, and Tony doubled down on it, and he said, no, that's not what happened. Of course, them comment motherfuckers, the ones that be putting cringe on this, they roll with it.
Okay.
Then I came back.
Came back, he had an amazing show. And Tony said it was one of the best shows he's ever
You
done.
know why it was amazing?
Because you were ready.
I'm amazing.
You are amazing, but also you wanted to get it back, right?
I didn't have, you know what? This is what Redman said to me. Redman, whatever the fuck his name.
Human
He
being.
changed too. I'm gonna tell you about.
One is in the Wu-Tang.
Let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you the difference between him, and I'm gonna tell you the similarities between him and Jamie a little later on, right?
Okay.
How they're divas now, and I know you.
Jamie? My Jamie's a diva?
Yes.
He has a false memory of himself already.
Yes.
I'll let him go.
Jamie was
Jamie
the
the last thing from a fucking I will defend Jamie to the bitter end.
Yo, maybe you don't know him.
I don't know Jamie.
Yo, let me tell you, this is Jamie.
I know Jamie better than his mom.
I know, but this is a Jamie I saw. And killed Tony after.
Sit down, you're not on camera.
Okay, all right, sorry.
Saturday night.
Okay, then he had a leather jacket on.
Don't have a
Jamie had a leather jacket. He doesn't call it a leather jacket.
Whatever it was.
You own a leather jacket? No, he doesn't even know.
Wait. The collar was flipped up. Joe, the collar was flipped up.
Like dice.
And then he had the shirt.
You might have had Timmy No
Yo,
Breaks.
Joe,
Timmy No Breaks.
Joe, he had the shirt open to this button right here.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Gold chains.
and he was sitting there. I don't know what type of moose or
Timmy had gold chains, boots on his hair.
ponytail was popping. He had some type of moose or something, right? And then he was just looking, and I was like, "What's up, Jamie?" He was like, he had his hands in his pocket. It was given, as they say, it was given Fonzie attitude. I knew that it changed. But this is what Redman, whatever the man he is, Redman, he said after the show, he said that might have been the most epic comeback and kill Tony Israel. I was like,
well, the second episode was. You came back full.
You know what you're doing? I don't know.
It was great.
I'm trying to use the term. I don't think this is passive aggressive, but you fucking with my mental right
No, I'm telling you, you're a great comic and you're funny as fuck. And
No,
when you
that's
came
not
back,
what
it
you
was
said.
amazing.
That's what you
The
said.
second episode was great.
This is the point I'm making of what you're doing.
Right.
The first episode was great. It was Dr. It was Dr. It was Dr. But then here's the thing. They said, Redman, he said that was the greatest comeback. I was like, it wasn't a comeback. You're editing what it was. And just what I did.
You're editing.
This is what I did. And I'm not saying I think about the Kill Tony audience like that, but I thought about them. Because this is what I said. I was like, this is what I want. Like you said, I'm a great comic. I know what I do. I said, you know what? I don't want to give these motherfuckers opportunity to be able to fuck with me. So I did. Before I went to last, I said, okay, what did you do last time that you were the difference? But they didn't want to say that. I was like, the last one, you had some drinks. Well, I wasn't able to do anything about that because I had some more drinks. But I was like, I tried to address what their concerns were, right? Which, and with them, it's not going to make a difference because I know that last episode. This is what I didn't understand about Kill Tony. I didn't understand the formula. I don't watch it like that. First time I ever did it, I was interrupting the 1 minute part. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
And
Right.
Tony told me, first time I did it, he said, D, only one rule. He said, let them talk for a minute. I said, Tony, why you have this on me on the show? You know I'm going to break the rules. And he knew that, right? But then after I was like, I understood how important it was to let those comics get that minute.
Right.
So when I did it the second time with Rob Schneider, I didn't interrupt. Sometimes my criticism could have been too hard. I was trying to be more supportive than anything. If you watch the last one I did, I had nothing bad to say about people in a harsh way. Certain people I knew was up there just because it was gimmick. And there were certain people I was like, oh man, they really got talent. Like this one lady, she was an older woman. I think she's a regular there, right? I don't know what she was. But I told her, I said, you know, it's so awesome. I said, when I watch you perform, I see passion. I see somebody that's going into a different career later in life, which is the hardest thing to do. I made those points, like, and I wasn't trying to be an asshole. And even I got caught up in one, and they ran with this shit. And it's a song that there was one of the acts by the name of Juanita. Juanita is a gender. What is it when you
transgender?
Yeah, you have a dick, but you're a girl still. Yeah, transgender, right? So she came up with this song. And she did a song. We will praise you, praise you. And I had a couple of drinks, right? And I said, and I was thinking like,
What? What, Jamie?
I just started playing. I'm sorry.
Oh, you geared up for that shit, huh?
You put your headphones on.
No, listen.
Put your headphones on.
Oh, God. Okay. Go.
Go ahead.
Wait a minute. That's Juanita's version? That's the okay. So you got Juanita's version? So this is what happened, Joe. So I had a couple 2, 3, 4, 5 Tito's in. And I'm only looking at the artist with my peripheral. I'm not staring nobody down and like looking at them in through the pupils or whatever. So the performer, I'm going to say that because I don't want to get anybody upset. The performer was like,
here we go.
Probably just letting them talk still, huh?
Okay.
Now look how I'm not paying attention.
Right? You're looking right at her.
Shut the fuck up! Okay, listen. All right, let's see.
So it's very strange when in 2008.
Okay.
Oh, they had to cut it out too, I think.
Probably the song.
Yeah.
It's the gayest thing I've ever done. And I do anal.
Juanita!
Hey!
Welcome back to the show.
Y'all do a remix to that song for any black guy watching her right now? We will fuck you.
It's probably true until you find out she has a dick, Donnell. That is it.
Keep it going. No! Keep it going. This is amazing.
That's how it happens, ladies and gentlemen. They can't tell. No, come back. No. The brothers can't tell. The brothers can't.
They will.
They never, the last
I was trying to be nice.
Now, the last.
But
Keep it going, because it's hilarious.
Whereas white guys know. That's the first place the white guys look.
Charlemagne's gonna find that clip. We will. Fuck you. You are fucked on now. From the street.
I'm sure this happened.
I want to get banned like Dave Chappelle, nigga.
I'm sure this happened before in Korea. I'm sure in Korea as an 18-year-old boy, this is a memory coming back to you.
Oh my God.
That's usually how black guys react.
Pretty. Juanita, have you been with a black man before?
Keep it going. Gets even funnier.
Okay, are you just saying that so that he doesn't find you and kill you?
No, it's Ray's right. I'm just kidding.
Oh shit! Y'all want my finger?
No, I've been with one. He was half.
Okay, he was half.
Half a black.
Okay.
My career's over, nigga. It's over.
Come on, that was funny.
No, wait a minute. It was funny, and I didn't take. The funny thing about it was, I did have a couple of things, right? People like, how did you not know? Like, I live in the Midwest, and what I really thought it was, I know of women that look just like Juanita. That in the face is kind of like sketchy, like a Dollar General 1 to 2. And I wasn't offended, but it just caught me off guard. But when I'm going back to what I was saying about the Kill Tony thing, and this is another thing people said, well, Donnell, you got upset because Rob Schneider was roasting or whatever. First off, it was the first time Rob Schneider was on the show, right? He didn't really know too much about the Kill Tony platform. I knew a little more than he did. And at the beginning, he was kind of cold, if you want to say. Not cold, like not funny, but he just wasn't warmed up to the flow. And then I started saying things. I was alley-ooping him, right? And basically, people said they want. I helped get him comfortable in the show, and then he started crushing, right? He started crushing, and then anybody tell you that episode was amazing, right?
It was amazing.
But this is the thing, this is what, that platform is not a place for you to tell how you really feel about somebody, right? And I owe Tony an apology, and I'll tell you why. When Tony did the RN, Republican National Convention, whatever, remember when he did the roasting?
Yes.
For that, it was a very, very testy time. You know,
Right.
Politics, everybody said you shouldn't do this and everything.
I told him not to do it.
You told him not to do the show? Or
not to do the Republican Party thing.
Here's the thing. This is what, just for the people that's listening, this is what happened at the end of that Kill Tony with me and Rob Schneider. All I wanted to do, I had the question of, where do you draw the line? Do you draw the line of what people think, how you're supposed to respond to something, or are you loyal to somebody, or how they treat you and how they are as a friend to you? And Tony wanted me to do that show, and anytime I've called Tony, he's picked up the phone, vice versa. We've been in for each other. My publicist, I don't know if this is a good idea right now, too, because what you think is a nice gesture you want to do the show, people are going to act like it's a political stand. I didn't want that, right? So I can't
listen to publicists.
This is what I learned now, Joe. You know what I'm saying? That was my inexperience, whatever. It's something I kept calling. I was like, what if I do this? Because I wanted to be reconnected with him, whatever. And I told Tony, he was hot. In a good way and a positive way. I felt so bad. I called him. I said, man, I really want to do the show, but I think people are going to take it the wrong way now, right? And this was with me. I felt bad about it. I stood up at your condo. I was on the balcony, brother, and I watched motherfuckers go up to the show. I felt bad about it. I didn't do it. And the only thing I wanted to do at the end of that Kill Tony episode was to apologize to him and say, you know, as a friend, I probably wasn't there. And he understood, even though I was like, he's never going to let me do the show again. He said, I'd love to have you there. The only issue I had with Rob Schneider, in that moment, he didn't have the sense of me trying to say something serious, right? And he was getting a laugh off his one joke, and it was at my expense. You know, when I had this moment, I was talking about friendship and everything. Rob kept on with this fucking corny joke, and I didn't want to flip out. And then people took that as like, oh yeah, Rob roasted him. The fuck out of here. I was trying to talk about, and I had this issue. You might have the same issue. Some people know people a certain way, you know them different way. And I use an example, and I'm going to get shitted on for saying this or whatever. Like, oh, how could you say that?
You gotta stop worrying about what other people think. You gotta stop worrying about what other people think. This is the conflict. You know how you feel. Just be yourself.
I'll just say this: Kid Rock, right? You say that name for some people, certain places, they can be like, oh, fuck him or whatever, right? I met Kid Rock some years ago when we were doing the cornfield shows in Yellow Space, and I tell people something. We talked about this earlier. Some people are provocateurs. I really believe Kid Rock doesn't believe half the shit he say, but I think that he knows it's going to move the dial, is what's going to make him be in the headlines with people like, oh shit, he's going to stop to them.
Well, we did that show in Nashville. Remember we hung out with him, went to his house?
Yeah, exactly. And with that, even when he came to Cornfields that time, this was the point where he said some crazy shit out of his mouth. Nobody wanted to be around him or anything, right? He was like, oh, bah, 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 bah. Right. And, you know, when I do this thing called, I do river runs in Yosemite, Ohio. And for some reason, I take people down the river, and it's like a peace thing, like you in nature.
Got a photo of you right outside the door.
I know, I asked for that photo here, too.
It's right outside the door.
I love that. So, now, if you look at that photo, you'll see the energy. That's the vibe I was on. And nobody wanted to get close to Kid Rock or anything, right? And I remember as a kid how the black community accepted him. It was cool. I was thinking about that shit. We're riding down the river. Kid is over on one kayak. I'm on the other side. We smoking a joint. And he looked at me, and I know he was sincere. He said it. He said, man, it felt like I just had 13 hours of anger management, right? And I was like, okay, I'm not trying to be a therapist or anything, but that felt good. Then at the end, he stopped. He's flipping burgers and shit. We got to know each other. We kept in touch with each other. And he was doing a comedy festival in Nashville, right? He appreciated me as a comedian. He said, yo, D, I'm doing this. I was like one of the first people he called, right? He said, you want to do it? I was like, why not? Then I thought about it. I was like, what you said, I was like, what people going to think? 7 comedians on the show. I'm the only black guy. I knew what I was walking into. I knew it was going to be all MAGAs. It wasn't going to be a gay person. It wasn't going to be a midget. It wasn't going to be a lesbian. It wasn't going to be anything but bona fide, the real red, white, and blue flag motherfuckers. But I said, Donnell, can you separate? Can you go up here? Can you perform and be entertaining? Not shucking and jiving or none of that type of shit. I want to be a last person, got a standing ovation, right? At the end of the show. This is what people might not understand, and I'm not trying to defend them or anything. At the end of the show, me and Kid Rock, in this case, I want to say Kid Rock wasn't backstage. Bobby was, right? Mm-hmm. And he said, man, he looked at me. He said, man, I think we just brought this country back together, right? And I said, well, don't separate it, motherfucker. He said, okay. 2 weeks later, he do some other stupid shit. When Trump got elected, I know people went to his page to see what his response was going to be. Was he going to gloat? He was like, fuck y'all, this is America. He did this video, which I thought was so dope, because it showed two sides of him. It showed Kid Rock and it showed Bobby, right? And then how they both responded to Donald Trump being elected. The Kid Rock was the crotch grab the motherfucker, fuck you, right? Then he came out, you find this, he came out as Bobby with shorts, just no American flags, baseball cap, fucking reading glasses, whatever. And I thought it was dope. The dialogue that he had with it, he played the weekly. He said, you know, we did win. He said, but this is not a time to gloat. There's so much stuff that we need to do. He said, all sides want to get to a certain place, but we have different ideas on how we're going to get there. I thought that, for whatever people want to think, I thought that was showing another side. And also I told him, because I would talk to him off and on, I said, you know what song you should do? You should do Nina Simone's song, Misunderstood. Right? Just sing that shit. But I know he wouldn't never do that, because the base that really likes or supports him might be like, oh, he's soft now. Point I'm making, even though with Tony, with the situation, I consider Tony a good friend of mine for different reasons, right? That's why I wanted to have that moment to say that. But Rob Schneider, as much as they say I took away from moments on that show, he took away from that moment. I wasn't trying to be a bitch. I wasn't trying to be soft. I wanted to say, I apologize, because sometimes friendships got to be stronger than that. And that's where I was with that. And as much as I don't need the Kill Tony show, and this is what I always say about that show. I said, that reminds me, Kill Tony reminds me of the Def Jam era, right? And when I say that, there was a platform for undiscovered talent, people you never see, like Def didn't have the skill set to fucking go live, but they was being seen. Same thing with Kill Tony. Look at what your phone on. Your phone down. This is what I appreciate about the show, for whoever likes it or whatever. It's a platform to get on. I've traveled around the country. It used to be, you remember back in the day, it was like, oh, I need to be on Letterman. I need to be on Carson, whatever. That is I got to get on Kill Tony 100%. And in some cases, there's some good and bad to that. There's some people that was ready for it. There's some people like, you know what? You had 2 or 3 minutes worth of jokes. You know what I'm saying? You're not ready. But it gave people some hope. When I was staying at the hotel the other day, 3 people traveled across the country like with the hopes of that. You know, so I know how important that show is. You know, is it the fan base? I want them to be like, oh, I can't wait to see them. But for me, I always, my whole career, Joe, I always want to be around the people, the places that they say the best comedians perform. When I started, when I was in New York, I wanted to get past to the Comedy Cellar, not because I wanted to be a cellar dweller. I didn't want to be the guy in the back, fucking just every weekend, just sit back there and tell them war stories. I was like, if this is where the best comics perform, I want to be a part of that. I want to be past that. Because when I got past in the Comedy Cellar, it wasn't a lot of black comedians working in the cellar. It was Greer Barnes, it was Keith Robinson, R.I.P. It was William Stevenson, Patrice, Dave Chappelle. In fact, Barry Katz had a room, Boston Comedy Club, and it was Black Night on Sundays, right? Black comedians would look at me like, they said, where you going? I was like, I got a spot at the cellar. They're like, how the fuck did you get in the cellar? The way I got into it was, put the work in, I hung out, got a couple of recommendations, and when it's time for me to showcase, I did my thing. But the minute I got past in the cellar, I didn't really care about working there all the time. I just wanted to be validated as like, this is the spot. Same thing.
I get it.
You know, same thing with the comedy store. Same thing with what you're doing here. It was that part of it.
I get it. Grant Barnes, probably one of the most underappreciated talents in the country.
But you know what?
I've known that dude for 30 years. He's a funny motherfucker, and he's been funny forever.
You know, it's so funny that you said underappreciated because, you know, when you know comedians that put the work in or whatever, it's a phrase that people use underrated, but you got to ask who rated. You didn't use those words. You said underappreciated. But he is. I don't know. Sometimes you got to ask yourself.
He's not underrated by comics. He's underappreciated by audience members for whatever reason. I think it's a social media thing. I just think he doesn't have a big presence on social media. He's a solid fucking comic, though. Always has been.
And a solid guy.
And a good dude.
But that's another thing. This is the era that we in right now. And it's like, and you notice it's even more so now, the most talented people aren't getting these shots if you don't know how to evolve.
Well, it's not even just that, because, like, look at Dave Attell. Dave Attell, I think, is one of the funniest dudes who's ever lived. Ever. One of the best comics ever in the history of comedy. And mostly does clubs. Does, like, theaters and stuff like that. He should be sold out arenas all across the country, but he does not promote himself. He's not into social media.
But I don't
even think much other than specials.
I think Attell would be petrified. Not that he couldn't do it, and it was probably. Remember with the show he had, what was it? The late night show. That was before anybody was doing it.
Yeah.
The late night show, you go to bars and stuff like that.
Insomniac.
Yeah, Insomniac. This is before everybody was on the radio. I don't think that some people they like. I think he's always going to make millions of dollars touring or whatever, but I think his comfort zone is like he's not a club actor, but he's a club comic. I think the best thing for him he ever wants to be is in front of 250 to 500 people.
Well, he's awesome in that, but he does, like, when Bert does arenas, he does arenas and he murders in arenas. I think the real thing with him is that he's just focused on his craft only. And the props that he gets from other comedians on podcasts and things along those lines is what really fuels his popularity. And then when people go to see him, just word of mouth.
Do you think some people might be afraid of a certain level of fame that they don't want to have?
There's that. But I don't think he's that. I just don't think he thinks about it. I mean, he doesn't even have a phone. Like, he carries a flip phone with him all the time. He has an iPhone that he, like, stores away, and sometimes he uses it. But when you text him, he texts you on, like, doop, 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 where you got to press 4 times to get an S.
Joe, you know what it is, right?
Well, he doesn't want to be distracted.
He's in the Epstein files.
Yo, he doesn't want to be distracted.
You need a burner phone. If you heavily in the Epstein files, no, I think
he's only in the Epstein files because he was on a lineup that Epstein's going to go see at the cellar.
I think David Tell.
Louis J. Gomez is on that too.
I like it. I think David Tell is like. I think David Tell's ultimate happiness is being on
Shut
stage.
your fucking phone off, man. Put that shit on silent. Just put it on silent. Do you know how to do that? You don't know how to do that.
Disrespect me like that.
Put it on Do Not Disturb. You know how to do that?
It's okay. It's off. It's off.
Okay,
I think
popular motherfucker.
I think some people. I think, my opinion, David Tell, his comfort zone is fucking just being as incognito as he tries to be. It's just like, oh, I came over with this, but I don't know anybody that turns over material. There's certain comics you look at Joe, and you're like, God damn, this motherfucker's constantly trying.
Yeah, always.
Like when I worked with Dave, he forced me to do that. Dion Cole is another guy. When I watch Dion Cole does like at the Hollywood Improv, I think maybe 3 times a week, he just have a Monday night and he just uses his workout, right? Me, when I go into a spot, I'm trying to beat it up. So sometimes I get distracted on what I'm really there for, this workout new material. There's a different level where you just like, you know what, I could deal with the silence. I could deal with something not working. And when I watch people like him, there's another comedian in LA by the name of Malik S. that doesn't have all that notoriety like that. But when I see him, I'm like, damn, every time I see this motherfucker, he's working on some new shit and has the same passion. Everybody doesn't have that. That's why David Tell will always give other comics something to like try to achieve, because you're like, you ain't gonna see him doing the same shit. It's always a flip. And that's what makes him who he is, and that's why he gets so respected by so many people.
Well, he's only focused on his craft, whereas some people are really focused on social media and promotions, and they have a guy that films them doing a bunch of wild things and edits with music.
I've never seen so many comedians have full out production crews with them.
Right.
On an intro.
I know.
On stage.
They think that that's what they need. You know, they think that's what they need to separate them. And it does get them attention. But what it takes away, it does draw some focus away from what you're trying to do, which is work on your shit and come up with new stuff, where a towel doesn't have any of that.
But with that said, it takes away, but then it also lets you know who the special people are. Right now, fucking my goddamn guy that services my pool and just said he's got a special coming out. I don't know who doesn't have a special coming out. And the thing about it is, like, now, Joe, you know it, specials aren't, if you really look at it, specials aren't special anymore. It's special.
It's a weird word, right? Specials are a weird word.
It's
I got a new special. Like, no other art form calls it a special. Like, if someone like Taylor Swift puts out a concert video, it's a video of her performance. You know, a musician puts out a video, it's that. It's like, for a comic, we got a weird word, special.
You know what special is now? When you get excited about special, if people still do that, it's who's putting it out. It's special people that do it. It's special people like Sebastian, he's doing a special. You know what I'm saying? Fucking Tom does a special. It's special people where you know it's special. And a lot of them now is just people that's doing 45 minutes worth of comedy. No beginning, no middle, no end, no point of view. You don't know anything about them. It's just like the same way they do photo dumps. It's just like joke dumps.
Right.
But I just say, and I'm not, people say Dave Chappelle's butt plug. But one thing I could say, however you
Dave Chappelle's a what?
No, I'm Dave Chappelle's butt plug. I'm going back to, that's what people, you know, they are.
You gotta stop listening to what other people say.
Joe, I'm segueing into a story.
Is it about Jamie wearing a Fonzie jacket? Hey!
He's got him in all colors. He's got
a red, white, and blue one.
You know, and like people
took it off before the show.
People get so critical, but at a certain point, people evolve. People that you know them a certain way, but then you're talking about a person who's a 35, 40-year career. Like, people like, well, this last special so-and-so did, it wasn't that funny. But how long are you going to just be like rip-roaring funny? Some people have a position where when they talk, people listen. And I use Dave as an example. If you look at all his special, 20 years from now, right? You have Netflix and chill day or whatever. If you play all the special that Dave ever did, you would know exactly what was going on in the world at that time. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what's going on. Some people put out singles. They got one or two jokes. And some people put out albums. He's one of those people. Sebastian is another one. And you look at, like, you see how his comedy is evolved. People get older. They have different perspective on life. And that's what you have to fucking accept me for. But we don't do that.
Right.
And another thing, I don't know if this is prevalent in your community. And when I say that, your community is a lot of people, but my community is just so much dumb beef. And it's only one white beef I've ever known about, and that's yours.
Mine?
Yes. What do you mean? The beef that you had with, I don't know,
with Mencia?
Yeah, years ago.
Oh, well, that was the same thing like with Kat. Like, some shit just has to be exposed. That was a real problem, man. You weren't around the store back then, but it was a real problem. Where he had that special, or that show rather, on Comedy Central after Dave left, which was basically doing his version of Dave's sketches. And he was...
Do you think it was his version of Dave's sketches?
There was a lot of shit was. Like, when he dressed like the white guy and had white paint on his face and wore the white wig, it was basically the same character that Dave was doing.
Yeah, but if you look at the history of sketch comedy, I don't think Dave was the first person to ever paid to dress himself up to look like...
Yeah, but it was right afterwards. Right after. Same slot.
Anything that came after Chappelle's show, every comparison.
Dave was saying it. Yeah. Dave never talked shit about nobody. He was like, this motherfucker's doing my show. Dave was saying it. Dave doesn't talk shit about nobody.
Right.
But that was only one of the problems. The real problem was he would sit in the back room and watch open mic nights and take their shit. Like, they would flash the light when he was in the room, so comics wouldn't do material. They would start doing crowd work.
So why didn't he get exposed before that? Why did it just come?
Because nobody had the balls to do it.
And then
because he was famous at the time, and he was doing. And look, it cost me. I got banned from the store. I lost my agent.
and I was famous. I was on Fear Factor. I was rich. I had a lot going for me where I could stick my neck out.
But you came back stronger. I give another example, like the same situation with Dave and Comedy Central and shit. As much as he went through that, he took a 12-year hiatus, whatever you want to say.
What Dave showed in that is that he's a real artist.
Right.
Dave just said, fuck it, I'm going to disappear for a while like a legend. He just disappeared. I remember when I was hearing stories about Dave doing shows where he would set up a speaker in Seattle in the park and just start doing stand-up. And people were like, what the fuck? And for no money. People would just show up and he would just do street performances.
But you know what was kind of where he got it from? You've heard of the comment, I'm pretty sure of it. Charlie Barnett.
100%. Yeah, we played Charlie Barnett on the show. I knew Charlie.
Charlie was like, if you ever thought you were funny, or whatever, this is what the art of, only people I've ever known that got certain level of success with that, Charlie Barnett, Michael Collier, when he used to be in his speech.
Right.
But people don't understand how Charlie Barnett would like to go to a park, go to the center of Washington Square Park.
You got to gather around a bunch of people in a circle.
It's a certain technique. Not only that, you got to hold their attention for one joke.
Right.
You got to get them involved, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And you build this audience up, and then it's really for one joke.
A lot of people don't know that Charlie got Saturday Night Live, but he couldn't read.
Yeah, he couldn't, and that's what opened up the door. But he was so gangster. Like when they wouldn't give him spots because he was probably a bit to deal with, he would go to the Boston Comic Cup and yell in there, "Don't go in there! I'm doing my show in 5 minutes." The whole fucking club would come out. That's how much power he had. But then sometimes that we become victims of our own vices and everything and destroy us more than anything. That's why when people talk shit about like Kevin Hart didn't get out the mud, you got funny, but funny isn't everything. Okay, you're funny. That's not so good that you got talent, but more importantly, it's your work ethics and how do you take your God-given talent and your passion and turn it into money. You're into music and everything. You probably could name a million saxophonists or whatever that didn't get the due that you could be like, well, listen to this shit. But for some reason, they didn't have the business part and all that together. And I'm going back. I'm probably talking to Sergey now, but this is what upsets me the most about my folks or whatever. These people that go on these platforms and talk shit about people. There was a comedian that was talking shit about Mark Lawrence, right? Well, I saw Mark Lawrence, and Mark Lawrence in the casino, it's not that funny. I'm like, this motherfucker, he's Martin Lawrence.
Well, they didn't know him in the 90s. I used to have to follow Martin Lawrence.
This person particularly, if you just know Martin Lawrence, period, that's enough. Richard Pryor, before he passed away, when he was in the wheelchair, damn near rolled him out of the stage, sold out audiences.
I followed him for 6 weeks. I followed him for 6 weeks at the Comedy Store when he was like that.
Certain people, Joe, I look at this business, are made people. How dare you talk shit about this motherfucker?
That's a good way to put it. He's a made man.
Another thing, Joe.
A legend.
And in this business, you can have a career, right? But you have certain times where you just rolled. You had 3 years. Martin Lawrence, film star, movie star, comedy star. He had one period of time for 5 to 7 years when it was just Martin everywhere. How dare you, as a person gets older, and whether he has a good, bad a night or a bad night, how are you to judge? You ain't doing shit. How are you to judge a motherfucker? That when I was coming up, Joe, every fucking black comic in the business wanted an audition. Everybody wanted to be Hustle Man. Everybody wanted to just get 2 or 3 minutes on Martin's show because they knew that would do their career. So you judge a motherfucker years down the road, right? Where they basically, when Martin goes out, guess what? Martin not doing no tour saying I'm doing 45 minutes, whatever. He's like, y'all want to see me? Guess what? Y'all gonna see this young talent. You're gonna see this person. I'm putting people on. How dare you even come out your fucking mouth and talk shit about this motherfucker? How dare you talk shit about motherfuckers and talk shit about Kevin Hart? How dare you talk shit about a motherfucker that was rocking with a dude, Nate Smith, RIP, passed away. I remember when Kevin Hart was the one of the motherfuckers doing those comment cards. All right, I'm doing email list. One person. I remember when fucking Kevin Hart had fucking 20,000 people on on Twitter. And at the radio, he was like, yo, radio station, yo, D, this is problem. I seen the hard work. I see him not just come to fucking New York and do the black rooms. I'm doing the black rooms, I'm doing the white rooms, I'm doing all of this shit. How dare you? I'll just say this, and I'll answer this. And ain't no beef for nothing. Cat Williams said, this is what Cat Williams said about Kevin Hart. I find it very strange that you just come from New York and then you have a TV show and a movie show, and how does that happen? You were in New York. I'll tell you how it happens. You're on the biggest showcase in comedy, and you know what that is, JFL. Just for Laugh. Kevin Hart was a product of that. Monique was a product of that. Dave Chappelle was a product of that. No, Kevin Hart wasn't pounding the streets in LA, but he happened to be on the showcase. When you get back in the day, you do at JFL, it was motherfuckers leaving there that probably had $500 in the bank, leaving with a $250,000 development deal just to do nothing. That's the era it was. I remember. So just because you weren't in LA doesn't mean you wasn't beating the pavement. And I don't care. In LA, you got LA and New York. Nobody as a stand-up comic grinds as hard as a comic coming from New York opposed to LA. And the reason why LA don't have that many stages. LA don't have that many stages. They used to tell you all the time, as a stand-up comic, if you're trying to be an actor, whatever, go to LA. If you want to be a great stand-up comic, bang it out in New York. And this was the rule back in the day, Joe. Let Hollywood call you. You just don't go to LA to sleep on somebody's couch. Some people had that story, but it was like you grind. And back then,
everybody's got their own path. Everybody, you can do whatever the fuck you want. It's just work on your act.
That's the point that I'm making.
Yeah, it's just everybody's got their own path. The real problem in this conversation is what I said earlier. It's worrying about what other people think. The more you spend time worrying about what other people think, the less you're worrying about what you're doing. The less you're thinking about what you're actually trying to achieve.
And I listen to what you're saying, and I don't listen to what you're saying. And the reason why I say that, every time I go into this rabbit hole or whatever, it's the echo. It's like a Rogan angel right here, and it's whispering, "Don't read the comments."
Yeah, but I'm right.
I still read them.
I know you should.
But I'm sorry. But this is another thing what I didn't know is that white comedians actually have beef with each other. I did not know, or at least it's not. You don't hear about it.
It's rare. It's more rare, and the ones who have beef are usually failures. They're usually people that aren't doing well.
No, I got an example. Okay. I'm exposing the industry right now. I'm not exposing. I have an example so funny. And this was interesting. I was at the Comedy Store.
Oh, you told me this.
So fucking funny. He said, about 2 months ago, right? I'm good friends with Bill Burr. You know, we had Rich Bitch Tour with Charlie Murphy, me, Bill Burr years ago. And I know Mark Maron, right? I don't know. What I found out is I didn't know Mark Maron the way white people know Mark Maron. Right? So I know Mark Maron. Like when I see Mark Maron, I was like, oh, that's the guy. That's the greatest podcast out. The guy that was alternative comedy favorites. Mark Maron's special. Blah, 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 blah. So when I see Mark Maron, I have a certain level of respect. Like, oh, that's the guy who did it, whatever. So I was doing an Annie Letterman's show with a talent, Annie Wood or whatever, right? And I love that girl. And I'm in the green room and I'm smoking a joint. I forgot who sponsored this weed, but it was incredible, right? So I'm in here and I'm cracking jokes. Bill is right there, and then Mark is over by the side of the door, and I'm cracking jokes with Bill and everything. And I felt something different. Nobody was really laughing at my jokes, right? Then all of a sudden, a whole fucking argument popped off. And it was white argument because it was so nice. They were so gentlemen to each other. It was a whole bunch of, oh yeah, but you'll never do my podcast. It was like podcast beats. I'm right in the middle. I don't even know. I didn't even know that they had beef like this, but they were so gentle about it. But I tell you the difference between white beef and black beef. I never felt that I was going to get shot. Yo, I felt so safe. Yo, if anything, I thought it'd be like lawsuits the next morning, defamation of character, slander, but I never knew that it was fucking Caucasian on Caucasian beef like
but this is an
and
example.
It was entertaining.
This is an example. Mark Maron was doing really well at one point in time in his career, and now he's not. Right. So Mark Maron had the #1 podcast, and after a while, his podcast wasn't even in the top 200. Right. It dropped off. Bill Burr, his career's took off. Right. He's doing arenas. He's killing it. Mark's not.
And Mark finds reasons to criticize other people that are doing much better than him. And he focuses on that because he thinks he should be getting more than he deserves.
But do you think that's going back to being a provocateur? He knows if he talked to shit.
No. I think it's going back to being bitter and jealous and thinking about other people instead of thinking about himself and why people don't want to go see him anymore. He was upset when we left the Comedy Store because we took the crowds away. And it's like, hey, you were on the fucking marquee too, man.
Right.
They're not coming to see you. And the reason why they're not coming to see you is because you're not doing well. And your podcast was in the top. It was number one. And when it was at number one, by the way, this is what I always say about Mark Maron, he was great. Mark Maron was fun to hang out with when he was killing it. Right. Because he was happy. Because he was getting validation, because he had the number one podcast. We were friends. Like, I did his podcast, he did mine. We had a good time. I'd hug him when I see him. Like, we had gone back and forth many times having beef with each other. His problem, let me finish. His problem was when everybody else started doing really good and he started dropping off.
Right.
That's what happened.
This is what I don't understand. Why can't people understand that you have a moment? Like I was talking.
Because he's a fucking narcissist. He wants the moment to always be around him. He wants it to always be about him. And when other people are doing better than him, he wants to talk shit about them. And that's where Phil had a problem with it.
You think being a narcissist in this field is a bad thing? For some reason, I think that kind of fuels you to be the person that you are, to be determined to do it and not give a fuck about what nobody thinks.
Well, having self-respect and having an ego where you care about what you put out, yes, that's a good thing. But making it all about you and not being able to appreciate other people's work is crazy, because other people doing well can be fuel for you to be inspired and do better yourself. And that's a positive thing. Right. And if these people are your friends and you love them and you care about them, you should be happy that they're killing it. And if you're not killing it anymore, you should try to figure out why. Because it's not like the door's not open. It's not like you're not getting on stage. It's not like you're not putting out specials. You should probably figure out why your podcast dropped from number one to not even in the top 200 anymore without anything happening. You didn't get arrested. There was no scandal. There was nothing crazy. You should try to figure that out. And he doesn't do that because he's instead bitter and jealous. He's always been like that. There's that story about Jon Stewart. And Andrew Schultz came on the podcast and told a story about Jon Stewart and Maron, where Maron confronted Jon Stewart, but Jon Stewart got some television show. He called him a fucking sellout. He yelled at him, all this different shit. Jon Stewart left the show, and they hired Maron to do the same show.
Yeah.
The same show that he was calling Jon Stewart for being a sellout.
So how did you go from that to, okay, for you to have one of the biggest podcasts, at some point in your career, you had to be likable, or you think people just wanted to do the show?
There wasn't very many podcasts back then. Right. The thing that killed Maron's podcast, my personal opinion, no hate, is that he has this rant at the beginning of his podcast that's not entertaining. I don't think it's good. And the rant was long, and he would just ramble about himself, was very self-obsessed, and I just don't think it was good. And I think that was part of the problem. It's also the problem was how he interviewed people. He had a very confrontational interview style, specifically with some comedians that he felt like were below him or that he could pick on.
You would think that style would work in this day and age.
No. People don't want always to be uncomfortable. They want to like you, man. They want you to be a good person.
People want train wrecks.
They want train wrecks for 15-second or 30-minute, 30-second Instagram clips. They don't want train wrecks to be their primary thing they're listening to when they're in traffic on the way to work.
But the people that host these podcasts now, like, I think people go on these podcasts now and like this. This is gonna be clickbait. We're gonna go viral.
Yeah, but they're not that talented. That's why they're doing this, because that's their only method of getting attention. If they were entertaining and interesting and fascinating, then their podcast would be about that.
You know what?
It's all in what you're trying to focus on. What I try to focus on my podcast is, who do I want to talk to? I never have someone on and go, oh, this would be great. It'll be very controversial. People will fucking hate them. It'll be crazy. They'll say wild shit. I never do that. My podcast is only about who do I want to talk to. That's why I have a lot of people on that aren't even remotely famous, because they're interesting. Right? I find them interesting. I find the book they wrote interesting, the documentary they made interesting. I want to know something about them. It stimulates my curiosity.
Do you think that there's going to be a shift? Do you think that these salacious interviews, these interviews with the provocateur, you
think about it. Okay, that's my key.
You know what's so funny? I want to say this. You know what's funny about what you said? That I was with Dave a while ago, and he echoed the exact same thing. And I was having this conversation with him. He said, "D, I don't even think about that shit."
Yeah, don't think about it. There's other things to think about. I've said this too many times and people have heard this before. I'm sorry. Think of your focus and your attention like a number. Think of you have like 100 points in a day to spend on things. If you spend 30 of those points thinking about haters, or 30% of those thinking about bitter people, 30% thinking about other people that are doing better than you, that's 30% that you robbed from the 100% that you have to focus on your life. I have things to do now. I have a family, I have friends, I have loved ones, I have interests, I have hobbies, I have comedy and podcasts and the UFC and all these different things that I like to do, and I think about those things. I don't think about negative, stupid things with people that have bitter, angry minds that are concentrating on other people's success and trying to tear them down all the time. Because they're trying to tear them down all the time because they compare themselves to them and they don't like how they stack up. They don't like the fact that person's doing better. They don't like the fact that person's more successful. So they try to take things either out of context, or they try to misrepresent who that person is. They try to change public perception of that person to try to drag that person down. And it's transparent. The reason why it doesn't work is because people inherently know what you're trying to do. It might get people to, oh, there's beef, oh, there's beef. Those are simple-minded people that you're always going to attract, but you're not going to change people's opinions. Right? It's a trick. It's a trap that you're playing on yourself. It's a waste of your precious resources. You only have so much time in the day. My time I spend on things that I think are interesting or beneficial or things that excite my curiosity. And I think that is the way I like to live my life. Now, if you like to live your life constantly engaged in beefs and being filled with anxiety and stress, and you want to do that, okay. But those are bitter fucking people. I don't want to be a bitter person.
In another life, could you have been a therapist?
Well, I majored in psychology for the brief amount of time that I was in college. That was what I was interested in. But I was doing that because I was fighting at the time, and I was trying to figure out how to manage my mind. So I was trying to figure out the inner workings of the human psyche.
Do you think, I know this is, do you think your success made you a more calm person to not give a fuck?
Well, it certainly helps, right? You don't have to give a fuck. If you have enough money that you could just like disappear off into the sunset and never have to worry about money. Because a lot of people are always worried about money. And so you're always constantly in this state of anxiety trying to get more. That helps. But it's like there's other things in life. I concentrate on my loved ones. I concentrate on my friends. I concentrate on things I enjoy doing, on fun. This life is short, man. You and I are 58 years old. We're more than halfway dead. Why would you spend time concentrating on people you don't like? Like, it's one thing if someone's wronging you. It's one thing if you find out you have a business partner who's been stealing money, or you have someone who's lying about you.
Dane Cook.
No, I'm just saying. Brother.
No, I know
his own brother stole from him.
It's like this. Yeah, the fuck. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. And I'm at a place right now. I was with John Hamm, right? San Francisco. And I had just did a show with Dave. And it was interesting. He said something to me. He's in the back and he's with his wife and we're kicking it. He used to come out to summer camp and everything, hang out with I don't know, it's like for each other. And it was interesting. And this is after I just slayed this audience or whatever, right? And I'm feeling good. And he said, Don, he said, what is it that you really want to do? He said, what is it that you want? I said, what kind of question? He said, no, I mean, what is it? What is it? TV? Is it a TV show? Is it movies? I was like, John, I'm doing exactly what I want to do. For me to be able to wake up, not have to work for anybody, call my own shots, make a fair wage, take care of my families, enjoy my friends and everything. And it's me connecting with a God-given talent. Anything else is a bonus. I don't look at it like I need the private jet and everything. Certain things are like, that would be nice. But I just look at what this life has given me, and I'm appreciative of that. I know so many people that of my class, whatever, that aren't doing nearly as well as I am. Or even the ones that aren't, that don't mean that they're happy. You know what I'm saying? So when he asked my question, I didn't think any bad of it. I was like,